Chapter 1. Tang Hao. The television screen displayed the enchanting world of Douluo continent. Bibi Dong revealed her 9 soul rings, colliding with Tang Hao's true form of the Haotian hammer. Bibi Dong possessed not only stunning beauty, but also an exquisite figure, accentuated by her commanding demeanor and unparalleled prowess. In this moment, it is likely that anyone would be captivated by her visage. Chu Qin was no exception. He found this Bibi Dong to possess an intriguing allure, a unique charm that was undeniable. Who could have conceived such animated beauties? Each one embodies a perfection unattainable by real-life women, and alas, they can only be admired from afar. If only I could venture to Douluo continent, Chu Qin sighed. I would undoubtedly charm each of these beauties in turn. Despite being a seasoned otaku, Chu Qin was strikingly handsome. At 16 years of age, standing at 6 feet tall, he boasted well-defined features, a prominent nose, and large double eyelids, his stylish hair exuding a hint of rebelliousness. He was undoubtedly the idol of countless young girls. Indeed, throughout his life, he had been pursued by numerous admirers. You are about to traverse to Douluo continent. At that moment, a mechanical prompt echoed in Chu Qin's mind. What is that sound? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the surroundings vanished entirely. He found himself in the midst of a forest. What the hell? Seeing the absence of his computer, phone, and his spacious apartment with a large balcony, Chu Qin glanced around in trepidation. Congratulations to the host for traversing to Douluo continent. The mechanical prompt resonated in his mind once more. Who are you? Chu Qin inquired in astonishment. I am a goddess system. The system replied, that a system? Douluo continent? Could it be that I have truly traversed? Chu Qin felt a surge of excitement. As a dedicated otaku, he had read countless novels about transmigration, but he could never have imagined that this time he would be the one to experience it firsthand. You just mentioned you are the goddess system? Chu Qin asked tentatively. What is your purpose? By completing designated tasks, you can garner the corresponding S-Class goddess favor and system rewards. The goddess system explained. S-Class goddesses of the Douluo continent include Bibi Dong, Guyuna, Gulaina, Qianrenxue, Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Yuehua, Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Shui Binger, Poseidon, Ming Iran, Dugian, Zhu Zhuyun, Wowu, Yilingling, Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, Ziji, Baiji, Shuaiku, and Bai Qinxiang. For instance, the first task is released. Defeat Tang San to earn 100% favorability from Xiaowu. Reward. One-time use card for the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, along with a Soul Power Inner Pill. Soul Power Inner Pill? Chu Qin exclaimed with delight. Host, shouldn't you be more thrilled about Xiaowu's 100% favorability? The system pointedly remarked. Indeed. Chu Qin smirked slightly. System, I understand your implication. You want me to continuously pursue women, build a harem, while simultaneously enhancing my soul power, correct? Chu Qin cleverly responded. Indeed. The system responded. May I inquire if the host has bound the goddess system? Bound. I must bind it. Chu Qin replied. This pursuit of romance and advancement is far more exhilarating than merely staying at home, inheriting traditional crafts, scrolling through Douyin, or watching Boruto. Ding! The binding of the goddess system is successful. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a beginner's gift pack for system binding. Would you like to open it? How thoughtful! Open it! Chu Qin replied. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired level 41 soul power for soul rings that can be evolved and a divine martial soul. What divine martial soul? Chu Qin asked in astonishment. The most formidable attack type, martial soul. The Annihilation Spear, the system answered. Annihilation Spear? Chu Qin expressed mild surprise. Indeed, it has been detected that the host has acquired the Annihilation Spear. Display the attributes. Host, Chu Qin. First martial soul. Annihilation Spear. First soul ring, 900 years. Second soul ring, 900 years. Third soul ring, 9,000 years. Fourth soul ring, 9,000 years. All soul rings are capable of evolving to infinity. Second martial soul, none. Third martial soul, none. Soul power level, 41. Harem, none. Slaves, none. Summon, Annihilation Spear. With a mere thought, a black long spear materialized in his grasp. The spear, entirely black, was adorned with swirling golden patterns that resembled a golden dragon coiling around a pillar, rendering the Annihilation Spear even more imposing and majestic. Indeed, this is not a dream. I have traversed worlds. As Chu Qin gazed at the 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings moving gracefully beneath him, and at the formidable, awe-inspiring Annihilation Spear in his hand, he felt an immense surge of excitement. Host, a friendly reminder. The system's prompt sounded once more. The tasks issued by the goddess system are time-sensitive. The host must obtain the goddess Xiaowu within 1 month. Additionally, goddess tasks will be issued continuously, and the host must complete them all. Failure to do so will result in a punishment unbearable for a man. A punishment unbearable for a man. At these words, Chu Qin couldn't help but shudder. He was undoubtedly on a wild ride. There was no way to avoid a harem now. However, Chu Qin relished the challenge. Xiaowu, a striking figure, appeared in his mind. She wore a pair of pink knee-high boots and a snug pink combat dress, standing atop a cliff, making even a bright moon feel overshadowed. Xiaowu incoming. Chu Qin suppressed his smile. By the way, system, where are we, and what is the timeline? Chu Qin inquired. Douluo continent, Sodto forest. The current age of goddess Xiaowu is 100,010 years. 10 years? Chu Qin frowned slightly. She should be at Shrek Academy, alongside Tang San. Tang San, in this life, Xiaowu is mine. Chu Qin smiled calmly that he would never engage in unethical actions or betray anyone. But Xiaowu was not yet Tang San's. They shared no bond. Fair competition for a girlfriend is the right of every individual. New book, Douluo, starting as an emperor, martial soul, heavenly sword. Douluo, Blood Spear Supreme, slaying gods. Now published. Indeed, with the system in place, Chu Qin's competitive prowess has enhanced, albeit slightly. Just as Chu Qin was basking in his newfound confidence, a remarkably sleek creature, akin to a serpent, suddenly emerged from the thicket, rushing towards him. Driven by instinctive caution and the primal urge for survival, Chu Qin brandished his god-slaying spear, thrusting it directly at the creature. The being, seemingly injured or perhaps excessively fragile, was swiftly rendered unconscious by the force of his strike. Upon closer inspection, Chu Qin discovered it to be a vine, exhibiting a deep purplish-black hue and emanating a soft, radiant glow. In the dense forest, he had mistakenly identified it as a serpent. Were this the real world, the sight of a vine moving with the agility of a snake would undoubtedly astonish him. However, this is Douluo continent, a fantastical realm where even the most ordinary plants can transform into sentient beings, rendering such occurrences far from extraordinary. At that moment, a sharp sound of something slicing through the air reached Chu Qin's ears. An iron object was hurtling towards him. Startled, he narrowed his eyes and deflected the incoming projectile with his spear. With a metallic clang, the iron object embedded itself into a nearby tree. Upon closer examination, it revealed itself to be an iron needle. Someone is trying to harm me. Chu Qin furrowed his brow. Simultaneously, 2 more slicing sounds echoed through the air as a young man and woman gracefully descended from the forest, landing before him with the poise of falling swans. The pair appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age in human terms. Both donned azure academic attire. The boy, though not particularly handsome, possessed a healthy wheatish complexion, and his eyes reflected a hint of worldly experience. In contrast, the girl, comparable in height to the boy, stood around 1.6 meters. Her features were exquisitely charming, with her hair styled into a scorpion braid. Her skin was smooth and delicate, and her figure exuded an alluring softness. The most captivating aspect was her legs, which, being clad in a long skirt typical of their academic garb, were elegantly revealed, complemented by leather boots that evoked the image of a maiden stepping out of a painting in Douluo continent. Age and appearance diverged from those in the real world. A 16-year-old, like Chu Qin, appears akin to an 11 or 12-year-old. At first glance, Tang San and Xiaowu seem to be of similar age. To Chu Qin, however, a closer inspection reveals that he possesses a greater maturity and undeniable charm. Xiaowu, Tang San. Chu Qin's eyes sparkled with recognition, especially Xiaowu, who in person appeared even more enchanting than her animated counterpart. Indeed, this journey to Douluo continent has proven worthwhile. Noticing Chu Qin's gaze, Xiaowu's eyes flickered slightly. His handsome visage outshone Tang San by several degrees. One could assert that such a man would be a rarity even in the entirety of Nodding City or the Heavendo Empire. At this moment, Xiaowu also became aware of the intensity of Chu Qin's stare. Their eyes locked, yet neither spoke a word. As Chu Qin was about to greet Xiaowu, he noticed Tang San's cold voice cutting through the air. "This brother, we spotted this ghost vine first. We have pursued it for quite some time. Might you consider relinquishing it to us?" Upon hearing this, Chu Qin's brow arched slightly. After all, Tang San was his rival in love, and he could not afford to show any leniency toward the competitor. Moreover, had it not been for Chu Qin intervening earlier, Tang San's reckless attack could have marred his handsome visage, one that captivated countless maidens. With an icy demeanor, Chu Qin retorted, "What proof do you have that it belongs to you? This ghost vine was injured by our academy's headmaster on our behalf. I intended to deliver the final blow, but it feigned injury and managed to escape. Tang San replied. And how do you intend to prove that? Chu Qin asked, his expression laced with disdain. This ghost vine rightfully belongs to my brother. Xiaowu chimed in from the side. Ah, Xiaowu seems quite fond of Tang San. But soon enough, Chu Qin mused internally. It was understandable at this moment. Xiaowu appeared to favor Tang San. After all, it was not an easy feat for a man in his 30s to ensnare the heart of an innocent young girl. Very well. Let us settle this through strength. Chu Qin responded. Are we fighting? All right, I shall take part, Xiaowu declared. Chu Qin, however, could not bring himself to fight against his future wife. Intentionally mocking, he pointed at Tang San, saying, You, a man, would have a woman fight for you? Tang San, provoked by the remark, felt an immediate surge of determination. Xiaowu, allow me to handle this, he said after a brief pause, stepping forward. Do not sully your hands with such unreasonable individuals. A smirk crept onto Chu Qin's lips as he thought, Well, Tang San, once I defeat you, Xiaowu will be mine. I shall flaunt my affection for her before your very eyes, driving you to despair. Tang San, sensing the change in Chu Qin's gaze, felt a knot of unease in his stomach. I am Tang San. Dare you reveal your name? Chu Qin, came the reply. Very well. The moment the words left his lips, Tang San sprang into action, his solitary yellow soul ring illuminating as he surged forward like a gust of wind towards Chu Qin. Yet, in the presence of Chu Qin, whose soul power surged to a formidable level of 41, Tang San felt as slow as an ant. Come at me, I shall not wield my martial soul, Chu Qin declared, as 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings shimmered beneath him, accompanied by a serene smile. What? Both Xiaowu and Tang San gasped in astonishment at the sight of Chu Qin's four-ranged soul master status. However, it was too late with a swift kick. Chu Qin launched a right whip kick that struck Tang San squarely in the abdomen. In an instant, Tang San was sent flying like a deflated balloon. Seizing the moment, Chu Qin pressed his advantage, accelerating towards Tang San with remarkable speed. He unleashed a left hook aimed at Tang San's head. Had Tang San been a true wandering soul master, he would have been defeated on the spot. But Tang San was not merely a soul master, he was also a master of concealed weapons and internal energy. In an instant, he activated his Shintian skill and Ghost Shadow Phantom Steps, deftly evading Chu Qin's punch. Yet it appeared that Chu Qin had anticipated Tang San's evasion all along. I must defeat you before Xiaowu makes her move, Chu Qin silently vowed. In the next instant, he appeared before Tang San like a flash of lightning. The following moment, Chu Qin unleashed a punch towards Tang San's purple extreme magic eye. With the eye shattered, Tang San lost his ability to track Chu Qin, only to be sent flying into a sturdy tree by a powerful left kick from the ladder. Chu Qin refrained from following up with further attacks, fully aware that behind Tang San stood a lunatic father, Tang Hao. Third brother. Xiaowu cried out. Beep. Defeating Tang San, task accomplished, gaining Xiaowu's admiration with a 500% increase. One-time use card for the Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape, along with a Soul Power Inner Pill. As the system's notification echoed, Xiaowu just happened to reach Tang San's side, intending to assist him. However, at that moment, an inexplicable thought crossed her mind. No, Tang San is a man. If I help him, Chu Qin will be upset. Tang San was bewildered. What am I thinking? He is my third brother. Xiaowu struggled internally. Xiaowu, seeing her indecisive posture beside Tang San, Chu Qin concluded that the system's magic had taken effect. Chu Qin, what is it? Xiaowu turned around, somewhat shyly responding. Tang San remained in a state of confusion. Chu Qin had just struck himself logically. Xiaowu should be furious with him. Why did her words towards Chu Qin carry a hint of ambiguity? This was unexpected. However, what happened next left Tang San utterly dumbfounded. Chu Qin, completely disregarding Tang San, approached Xiaowu with a gentle smile. Xiaowu, it's been a while. Have we met before? Xiaowu was momentarily taken aback, but displayed genuine happiness, turning her head shyly aside. This scene resembled a dream come true, akin to encountering her idealized male deity. What's wrong with Xiaowu? Could it be that this Chu Qin is an acquaintance of hers? Tang San pondered, still perplexed. Seeing Xiaowu's demeanor, Chu Qin grew bolder, playfully lifting her chin with his hand. Xiaowu, why are you so shy? Release your filthy hands, Tang San exclaimed, rising with indignation, clutching his chest. Third brother, could you at last? Xiaowu spoke. Please don't interrupt us. Tang San stood frozen in shock. What is wrong with you, Xiaowu? He demanded angrily. Nothing at all. Xiaowu shyly lowered her head, glancing at Chu Qin like a timid bird. This isn't right, something must be amiss. Tang San's anger surged. As he approached, he confronted Chu Qin. Did you ensnare Xiaowu in an illusion? You are being utterly inexplicable. Which of your eyes saw me cast an illusion? Chu Qin replied coolly to Tang San. At this moment, Xiaowu was his woman, while Tang San had deceptively kept her in his company for years. Although there was no physical contact, Chu Qin still felt a sense of aversion towards Tang San. Tang San was furious. He was certain that Xiaowu had fallen under some enchantment cast by Chu Qin. With a chill in his gaze, he produced 2 steel needles, resembling hidden weapons, and launched them directly at Chu Qin. Chu Qin swiftly sensed Tang San's assault, effortlessly deflecting the steel needles with a mere sweep of the Mieshenjiu and Aikati that moment. An astonishing scene unfolded. Xiaowu appeared before Tang San with remarkable speed, catching him off guard as her long, elegant leg struck forcefully towards his abdomen. Accompanied by a resounding crash, Tang San was propelled against a large tree, blood spewing from his mouth. Xiaowu you! Tang San exclaimed, clutching his painfully injured abdomen, staring incredulously at Xiaowu. Third brother, no, Tang San. Chu Qin is the most important person to me. If you dare to lay a hand on him again, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Xiaowu glared at Tang San, filled with fury. Tang San's pupils widened in shock, his mind a blur. Xiaowu, what happened? Xiaowu. At that moment, Chu Qin walked over to Xiaowu. Chu Qin. Xiaowu's face instantly changed, and she smiled back, asking, are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere? I'm fine. Chu Qin shook his head and gently touched Xiaowu's hair. What happened? Just then, an elderly voice rang out. The 3 turned to see a middle-aged man with a buzz cut and an older, slightly overweight man with graying hair hurrying towards them. Teacher, Dean. Upon seeing Yu Xiaojang and the Dean of Notting Academy, Fakar, Tang San rushed over as if he had found a lifeline. Teacher? Yu Xiaojang. Chu Qin's pupils shrank as he looked at Yu Xiaojang before him. If following the plot of many fanfictions, many transmigrators would take him as their teacher. Chu Qin was somewhat puzzled. Yu Xiaojang only knew about the top 10 core competitive theories of martial souls and had a soul power of just over 20 levels. Why would he want to be his disciple? Tang San, how did you get hurt like this? Seeing Tang San covered in injuries, Yu Xiaojang asked in surprise. Teacher, it's him. Tang San pointed at Chu Qin and said angrily, he not only injured me, but also made Xiaowu fall into some kind of illusion. Could it be an illusion, martial soul? Yu Xiaojang felt some confusion in his heart. However, as a renowned master in the soul master world, he was furious that his only disciple, Tang San, had been bullied, so he immediately spoke angrily. Who are you to dare bully my disciple? Humph. It was clearly your disciple who ambushed me first. Chu Qin said calmly, Tang San, is this true? Yu Xiaojang frowned and looked at Tang San. Teacher, he wanted to steal my ghost vine. Tang San replied, if you don't believe me, ask Xiaowu. Xiaowu, is this true? It's not. Xiaowu replied. Chu Qin just accidentally hurt the ghost vine, but Tang San threw a dart trying to kill Chu Qin. Hearing this, both Yu Xiaojang and Fakel were taken aback. What? Is Xiaowu speaking for an outsider? You heard it. Chu Qin smirked. Teacher, Dean, Xiao has been controlled by Chu Qin. Please save her. Tang San pleaded. Tang San, you are the one who has been controlled. Xiaowu retorted angrily. Which of your eyes saw Chu Qin casting any illusion on me? It's clearly you who wanted to kill first, and then slander Chu Qin. How could I have a friend like you? Xiaowu, wake up. Tang San furrowed his brows. I'm very clear-headed. Xiaowu replied decisively. Since Tang San wanted to kill Chu Qin, she had developed a dislike for him. Hearing the conversation between Tang San and Xiaowu, both Yu Xiaojang and Fakel's expressions turned serious. Xiaowu's words didn't sound like a lie. However, Tang San was a genius with innate full soul power, and he had cultivated to level 20 at the age of 10 after almost losing his martial soul. He was an outstanding student from Notting City. Even so, after a pause, Yu Xiaojing looked at Chu Qin angrily and said, Tang San is just a child. Is it necessary for you to beat him like this? Just now, Xiaowu already explained it clearly. It was his own fault. Chu Qin smiled slightly. How about this? If you two are unconvinced, come seek revenge from me. As soon as Chu Qin's voice fell, for soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, lit up beneath his feet. Soul Master. Upon seeing the soul rings under Chu Qin's feet, both Yu Xiaojang and Fakir were taken aback, their expressions shocked and their pupils dilated. Chu Qin looked no more than 15 or 16 years old, yet he was actually a soul master. Fakar immediately turned to Chu Qin and asked, Young friend, may I ask how old you were this year? 16. Chu Qin replied frankly. A 16-year-old soul master. Fakar was deeply shocked. It should be noted that even the most outstanding geniuses from the Spirit Hall only reach the rank of Soul Master at a young age. A 16-year-old Soul Master reveals two pieces of information. First, Chu Qin is an extraordinary genius. Second, there is likely a giant sect backing Chu Qin. No matter what sect it is definitely not something a small junior Soul Master Academy president like himself can provoke. We call this love at first sight. Thinking of this, Fakar turned to Tang San with a slightly cold expression and said, Tang San, since this is your fault, you should apologize to this young friend. Upon hearing this, Tang San's pupils widened. He was the one who got beaten. Why should he apologize? Yu Xiaojiang's expression slightly changed, thinking that Fakar was indeed someone who would shift with the wind. Forget it, forget it. At that moment, Chu Qin smiled slightly and said, no need to apologize. Let's consider this a small lesson for him. Young friend, not only are you exceptionally talented, but you are also so magnanimous. It's truly rare to see. Fakar smiled and said, rest assured, this time it was my Soul Master Academy's lax discipline, and I apologize on behalf of the Academy. No need. Chu Qin looked at Fakar and smiled faintly. After all, he is just a child who is still wet behind the ears. It's normal for him not to understand. Hearing this, Tang San felt 1,000 grievances in his heart. He glared angrily at Chu Qin and Xiaowu, then hurriedly ran away. Yu Xiaojiang frowned, then turned to Fakar angrily and said, Old Fak, how can you treat Tang San like this? Yu Xiaojiang, you heard it just now. It was clearly Tang San who attempted to ambush Chu Qin first. Fakar replied coldly, as Tang San's teacher, this responsibility should fall on you. Yu Xiaojiang's face turned red, and then he angrily shook his sleeves and left. Fakar paid no attention to Yu Xiaojiang's anger. He understood the priorities. A 10-year-old Soul Master combined with a level 20 useless Grand Soul Master with only theoretical knowledge, compared to someone like Chu Qin, a peerless genius who even has a giant sect backing him. It was clear where the weight lay. After Yu Xiaojiang left, Fakar stroked his beard and smiled, slightly respectfully asking, May I ask your esteemed name and where you reside, young friend? I am Chu Qin, and my home is far away. Chu Qin replied, I see. Fakar nodded with a smile. Young friend Chu Qin, are you and Xiaowu old acquaintances? Sort of. Chu Qin smiled at Xiaowu. Fakar nodded, contemplating something in his heart. Young friend Chu Qin, you were startled just now? How about this? I have some light wine prepared at the Nodding Academy. Let us consider it a small gesture of apology. Fakar continued with a smile. Chu Qin knew that this was Fakar who had taken a liking to his extraordinary talent and was trying to curry favor with him. Xiaowu, do you think I should go? Chu Qin smiled and asked Xiaowu. Of course you should go. Xiaowu nodded, excited at the prospect of a meal being treated. If Chu Qin could join the Nodding Academy, that would be even better. All right, then let's go. Chu Qin nodded, placing his hand on Xiaowu's shoulder. Lead the way. At that moment, Fakar revealed a meaningful smile. Xiaowu, without resistance, slightly lowered her head, feeling a bit shy. After a satisfying meal, Chu Qin and Xiaowu strolled along the streets of Nodding Academy. Thank you, Chu Qin. Xiaowu looked at Chu Qin with a bright smile. Ah, thank you for what? Chu Qin asked. Thank you for agreeing to become a mentor at Nodding Academy for me. Xiaowu smiled gracefully, her dimples appearing. Do you think I joined Nodding Academy and became a mentor just for you? Chu Qin smiled as he countered. Isn't it? Xiaowu slightly furrowed her brows. Just kidding. Of course it is. Chu Qin lao get ti li. Xiaowu's heart instantly bloomed with joy. Then she curiously asked, Chu Qin, you said we have met before, but why don't I remember anything? Actually, we never met. Chu Qin replied. Xiaowu, have you heard of meeting like old friends? Xiaowu nodded. So are we like old friends? No. Chu Qin shook his head. We are on a deeper level, called love at first sight. Xiaowu was instantly stunned. Her face slightly flushed as she turned her head away and asked, What is love at first sight? Let me tell you. Chu Qin smiled, and then kissed Xiaowu's red lips. Xiaowu's beautiful eyes widened, feeling a bit flustered, but soon she closed her eyes and began to enjoy it. At that moment, Xiaowu felt very comfortable, as if this was a pleasure she had never experienced in tens of thousands of years. Xiaowu. Just as the two were kissing, an angry, somewhat childish voice sounded from behind Xiaowu. She immediately trembled, while Chu Qin remained calm and looked towards the source of the voice, Tang San. Chu Qin, don't go too far. Tang San scolded angrily. How could Xiaowu's first kiss be taken away just like that? Tang San, why are you acting like a little tail? Before Chu Qin could speak, Xiaowu shot back angrily. She had just been enjoying the greatest joy in the world, only to have it ruined by someone. Who wouldn't be angry? Xiaowu. Tang San frowned. What kind of spell have you been under? He couldn't believe that the Xiaowu who had been laughing and chatting with him just yesterday was now so cold towards him. It must be that Chu Qin did something. Just as Tang San's words fell, a gust of wind flashed before him, and he saw Chu Qin gathering soul power and pushing forward with a palm. In an instant, Tang San fell heavily to the ground. Filled with rage, Tang San saw a blue light flash in his left hand. Others might not know, but Chu Qin was very clear that it was Tang San's second martial soul, the Haotian hammer. However, no matter how strong the Haotian hammer was, Chu Qin didn't take this little soul master seriously. Little San, stop it. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing's cold voice sounded. Teacher. Tang San, hearing this, gave up using the Haotian hammer, looking at Yu Xiaojing with anger and resentment. Little San. Now, Chu Qin is already our mentor at Nodding Academy. Yu Xiaojing said coldly. Do you want to disrespect your teacher and ancestors and commit a crime? What? Tang San's pupils instantly contracted. He, also worthy to be a mentor? Shut up. Yu Xiaojing directly slapped Tang San. Tang San was stunned in place. After speaking, Yu Xiaojing ignored him and walked towards Chu Qin, cupping his hands in salute. Mentor Chu Qin, Tang San has committed a crime. I will definitely teach him a good lesson. I ask you to show mercy and not to hold it against him. Chu Qin felt a surge of joy in his heart as he hugged Xiaowu and coldly replied to Yu Xiaojing, if there's a next time, I'll beat you up too. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojing's fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. However, he was a cowardly person and ultimately suppressed his anger. Side quest, seeking recommendation votes. Chu Qin has long been displeased with Yu Xiaojing. Bibi Dong is bound to become his woman. If it weren't for Yu Xiaojing, Bibi Dong wouldn't have ended up like this. Although it doesn't have a direct relationship with Yu Xiaojing. If Yu Xiaojing doesn't behave, Chu Qin wouldn't mind beating him up too. That night, in Yu Xiaojing's dormitory. Teacher, it's clearly that Chu Qin who cast a spell on Xiaowu. You know her personality isn't like this. Tang San knelt before Yu Xiaojing and said, Where's the evidence? Yu Xiaojing asked coldly. Now, that Chu Qin is a mentor at the academy. If you slander him without evidence, you will be expelled from Nodding Academy. Once expelled, you won't be able to enter any academy, and your life will be over. Moreover, Tang San, do you know what it means to be a 16-year-old soul master? It means his talent is the strongest in Douluo continent so far. And it means there is a superpower backing him. What can you, Tang San, use to fight against him? Tang San was immediately left speechless. And I see Xiaowu is quite normal. Yu Xiaojing continued, but you Tang San have changed. The old you was so calm and composed when facing difficulties. Tang San suddenly felt weak and collapsed to the ground. He seemed to feel that everything had changed. He used to have it so easy, but the road ahead might not be smooth. He was unwilling. After all, he was a transmigrator, but the facts were in front of him. In terms of soul power, appearance, and influence, he was far from Chu Qin. In helplessness, Tang San let out a roar of anger. Meanwhile, in Chu Qin's dormitory. So, the soul power inner pill is a soul power extractor. Chu Qin murmured after studying it. The effect of this soul power inner pill is just as the name suggests. It stores a lot of soul power that he can directly absorb. It is known that the soul power in Douluo continent is somewhat similar to internal energy. It needs to convert external energy into soul power to be used. Directly absorbing soul power undoubtedly greatly increases his cultivation speed, at least 3 times as fast, and the soul power contained in this soul power inner pill is enough for him to reach the soul king level. So when the soul power inner pill is exhausted, he'll have to find a way to obtain a new soul power inner pill. Knock knock. At that moment, a gentle knocking sound came. Who is it? Chu Qin wondered. Chu Qin, it's me. The unique light voice of Xiaowu came from outside. Creak. When the door opened, Xiaowu was standing outside in her pajamas. Xiaowu, what is wrong? Chu Qin asked with a smile. Chu Qin, our dormitory has no hot water. Can I take a shower here? Xiaowu asked shyly. Xiaowu's heart fluttered slightly. She lied. She felt a bit uncomfortable after not seeing Chu Qin for a while, and used the excuse to come over for a shower. Seeing Xiaowu's shy appearance, Chu Qin could tell she was lying at a glance. However, he still smiled indulgently and said, Sure, come in. Thank you, Chu Qin. Xiaowu smiled back and walked in. The bathroom is on the left. Chu Qin pointed to a room on the left side of the house. Take your time. Xiaowu replied. Chu Qin, can I ask you something? Sure, go ahead. Seeing Xiaowu's slightly flushed cheeks, Chu Qin had a rough idea of what she was going to ask. Sure enough, Xiaowu quietly asked Chu Qin, You said we fell in love at first sight during the day. I went back and checked the meaning of that phrase. Doesn't mean you like me too? Silly girl. Chu Qin smiled. If I didn't like you, why would I kiss you? Then, does that mean I'm your girlfriend? Xiaowu asked with a charming smile, looking a bit expectant. That depends on whether you want to be my girlfriend. Chu Qin raised an eyebrow. Xiaowu, you need to think carefully. Once you become my girlfriend, there is no turning back. Chu Qin replied. Then, let me think about it. Unexpectedly, Xiaowu did not agree directly. Saying that, she quickly dashed into the bathroom. Still thinking about it, Chu Qin chuckled. In his impression, Xiaowu was the lively and cute type. But seeing her shy like this had a different charm. At that moment, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Through the frosted glass door, Chu Qin could vaguely see Xiaowu's beautiful silhouette. Ding! A side quest from the goddess system has been released. Help goddess Xiaowu with her hair and completely capture her heart. Reward. He too 7 spears. It seems I need to prepare a bit. Chu Qin smiled and walked out of the dormitory. In the washroom, Xiaowu fell into deep thought. My mother was killed by humans, so why do I like humans? Xiaowu asked herself. No, that's not right. Chu Qin is not an ordinary human. Yes, I really like him. Before long, Xiaowu walked out of the washroom with her hair down, slightly damp. Chu Qin, where are you? Xiaowu asked in confusion. I'm here. At that moment, Chu Qin opened the door, one hand behind his back, walking in from outside. Chu Qin, what do you have behind your back? Xiaowu asked with a bright smile. Guess. Chu Qin said with a slight smirk. Xiaowu thought for a long time before finally answering. I'm not very clever. I can't guess. Well then, Chu Qin said, extending his right hand from behind his back, holding a bouquet of unusual flowers. Because this flower was made up of carrots. Xiaowu's eyes lit up immediately. Chu Qin, how did you know I like to eat carrots? Because you're a rabbit, and don't rabbits love to eat carrots? Chu Qin smiled. Xiaowu's expression changed suddenly, and she asked in surprise, why you know I'm a rabbit? I asked the dean. Your martial soul is the soft bone charm rabbit. On the Douluo continent, a martial soul can influence a person's habits. For example, a cat martial soul will occasionally extend its claws, and a person with a dragon martial soul tends to be more irritable. You have a rabbit martial soul. So of course you love to eat carrots. Chu Qin et lai. So that's how it is. Xiaowu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She thought Chu Qin had figured out that she was a spirit beast that had transformed into a human. Do you like it? Chu Qin asked. Yes, I really like it. This will last me a while. Xiaowu nodded as she took the carrots. Ah, this is a flower I gave you. And you just going to eat it? Xiaowu frowned. Just teasing you. Go ahead and eat it. From now on, I'll cover all your carrots. Chu Qin laughed. Xiaowu nodded in satisfaction. Then, Chu Qin took out a comb from his pocket. Xiaowu, let me comb your hair. Xiaowu's body trembled slightly. And then she obediently nodded. Because in Xiaowu's heart, only the most important person could comb her hair. A year later, signing in with Ning Rongrong, seeking recommendation votes. Following that, Chu Qin had Xiaowu sit in front of the vanity, combing through her waist-length hair one by one. I didn't expect you to know how to comb hair, Xiaowu said, looking at herself, and Chu Qin in the mirror, feeling very touched. My mother taught me this. Chu Qin nodded. Hearing this, Xiaowu was completely stunned. A moment later, her eyes in the mirror began to redden. Oh no, Chu Qin thought to himself. His words had most likely stirred up the deepest pain in Xiaowu's heart. At this moment, Chu Qin was thinking that Xiaowu would be his woman, and most likely Bai Bai Dong would be as well. No matter what, he had to resolve the hatred between these two women. The key to it all lay in resurrecting Xiaowu's mother. Xiaowu, why are you crying? Chu Qin asked. I was thinking about my mom, Xiaowu said with tears in her eyes. She used to braid my hair, and now she's gone. Don't cry, Chu Qin said, wiping away her tears while looking in the mirror. Then he hugged her from behind. From now on, let me braid your hair. Xiaowu gently nodded. Then she excitedly turned around and hugged Chu Qin. Chu Qin, I like you. I like you too. Chu Qin finished speaking and embraced Xiaowu. Soon after, Chu Qin's hands became a bit unruly and accidentally unfastened the only thin garment on Xiaowu's body. She seemed to have developed quite well, with all the right places perfectly in proportion. Standing gracefully, she was a budding beauty. I'm sorry, Xiaowu. Seeing her in such a state, Chu Qin's face instantly turned red, and he hurriedly said, It's okay, I don't mind. Xiaowu shook her head, whispering softly in Chu Qin's ear, Because I know you are a man worthy of a lifetime of trust. Upon hearing Xiaowu's words, could Chu Qin still hold back as a man? Thus, Chu Qin became bold and pushed Xiaowu down onto the bed. Ding! Side quest released. Compete with Xiaowu in eating carrots to obtain iron teeth and copper teeth. Ding! Go shopping with Xiaowu. Reward. comparable to Soul King level inner strength. Ding. Help Xiaowu groom her hair. Reward. Golden hair lion roar. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. Outside the Great Soul Arena in Nodding City, two tall figures, a man and a woman, were arm in arm, just exiting the arena. They both wore masks. One donned a light blue robe and looked quite handsome, while the other wore a pink outfit with a pair of bunny ears on her head, exuding a cute yet somewhat domineering aura. These two were none other than Chu Qin and Xiaowu. After a year of growth and nurturing, Xiaowu had matured even more. That's great, Chu Qin. Xiaowu weighed the bundle in her hands, excitedly saying, so many gold soul coins, enough to buy lots of carrots. Over the past year, apart from being inseparable from Xiaowu, Chu Qin had been coming to the Great Soul Arena, both to accumulate practical experience and to earn some gold soul coins. All you do is eat, Chu Qin said with a doting smile. Soon you'll become a little chubby rabbit. No way, no way. Xiaowu shook her head. Rabbits don't get fat. Even if you do, it's fine. Chu Qin joked. When you get fat, no one will like you. Only I will. Although Chu Qin is not dedicated in his feelings, he is very affectionate towards his harem and his women. You are so wonderful, Chu Qin, Xiaowu said with a shy smile. Just then, they walked into a small alley and saw two dark figures appear before them. The two men were wearing black night clothes, looking big and burly, apparently two middle-aged men. Who are you? Chu Qin and Xiaowu's expressions changed. Don't ask so many questions if you know what's good for you. Hand over all the gold soul coins in your hands. One of the middle-aged men said. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 soul rings lit up under their feet. 1 white, 1 yellow, and 3 purple. Martial souls. 1 a leopard and 1 a black bear, both beast martial souls. 2 soul kings. Xiaowu's beautiful eyes narrowed. 2 soul kings are actually engaging in such petty theft. Interesting. Chu Qin's expression slightly cooled, and a black long spear appeared in his hand. At the same time, 5 soul rings flashed under his feet. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. He 2 7 spears, yellow river reversal. After Chu Qin's soul rings flashed, the god-slaying spear in his hand shot towards the 2 soul kings like a shooting star. The 2 soul kings immediately used their soul power to resist. Boom! With a loud bang, the god-slaying spear pierced through the soul power shields of the 2 soul kings as if breaking rotten bamboo, knocking them heavily to the ground. What terrifying methods! The 2 soul kings lay on the ground, trembling as they spoke. How can there be such a big gap between soul kings? A year has passed, and Chu Qin's soul power has reached level 51. However, they had no idea that besides cultivating soul power, Chu Qin, like Tang San, also practiced internal energy, and he too 7 spears. Especially his internal energy. Now Chu Qin can match at least a high-level soul king without using soul power. Coupled with the god-slaying spear's super strong attack power, how could it be compared to an ordinary soul king? Perhaps only a soul sage could remain unscathed under his god-slaying spear. However, in the next moment, a pink figure flashed before them, and Xiaowu had already arrived in front of them. INT finished speaking just now. Why bother humiliating yourselves? 2 mere soul kings. Xiaowu said with a proud smile, raising her right leg high and fiercely kicking the 2 severely injured soul kings. In no time, the 2 soul kings actually died on the spot. Ah, Chu Qin, they are dead. Xiaowu immediately returned to Chu Qin's side, saying with a hint of fear. It's fine, 2 scumbags if they're dead, then let them be. Chu Qin shook his head. Let us go buy some carrots. Not long after, at Nodding Academy, by the Sun Lake, Xiaowu sat by the lake barefoot, soaking her feet while munching on a carrot. Xiaowu's legs were extremely beautiful, as smooth and translucent as sheep fat jade, and Chu Qin had been looking at them for a year without feeling tired. Ding! The goddess system issued. Go to the 7 treasure forest to help Ning Rongrong obtain the 2nd soul ring. Reward. Ning Rongrong's favorability 100, 2nd level soul power inner pill, and 1 title Douluo attendant. A 2nd level soul power inner pill. Title Douluo attendant. Chu Qin felt a slight joy in his heart. Ever since he absorbed the soul power from the last soul power inner pill, his cultivation speed had returned to normal. Finally, he had another soul power inner pill, and having a title Douluo as a follower would undoubtedly make his journey to woo girls much smoother. It seemed he needed to take a trip to the 7 treasure forest to see Ning Rongrong. Coincidentally, the start of the new semester at Shrek Academy was just around the corner, and he planned to bring both Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong into Shrek Academy. By that time, he should be able to sign in for the voluptuous beauty Zhu Qin. Ning Rongrong, seeking recommendation votes. Chu Qin was living a carefree life. Xiaowu, thinking of this, Chu Qin looked at Xiaowu beside him and said, "What's wrong, Chu Qin?" Xiaowu asked while gnawing on a carrot. "Xiaowu, I will be leaving Notting Academy for a while." Chu Qin replied, "Where are you going?" Xiaowu immediately asked anxiously, "Just going out for a bit. I have some things to take care of." Chu Qin smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Can you take me with you?" "No." Chu Qin shook his head. "You are about to take the graduation assessment, and if you don't pass, you won't be able to enter the Advanced Soul Master Academy. Be good. Once you pass the assessment and get your certificate, I will take you to the Advanced Soul Master Academy." "All right then." Xiaowu nodded and hugged Chu Qin. "Be good, I'll be back soon." Chu Qin gently stroked Xiaowu's soft, shiny hair, which had a hint of pink, and comforted her softly. Just then, behind them, a young figure appeared from behind a tree. He watched Chu Qin and Xiaowu being so close, biting his lower lip. Chu Qin had long discovered his existence. This person was none other than Tang San. For a year, Tang San would occasionally come to see Xiaowu. After all, Tang San had spent 4 years with Xiaowu, and for the persistent Tang San, for years of feelings couldn't just be severed. However, Tang San had no ill intentions toward Xiaowu. Otherwise, Chu Qin would have taken action long ago. "Chu Qin, before you leave, can we?" Suddenly, Xiaowu blushed and whispered a few words in Chu Qin's ear. Chu Qin's ears turned slightly red, and he nodded. An hour later, the two of them walked out of the dormitory. "How do you feel?" Chu Qin asked Xiaowu with a pleasant smile. "Very comfortable. There's nothing more comfortable than this." Xiaowu replied without hesitation, "But Chu Qin, what should I do if you leave and I'm all alone?" Chu Qin slightly tilted the corner of his mouth and handed a carrot to Xiaowu. "A carrot?" Xiaowu asked with some confusion. Chu Qin smiled softly and whispered in Xiaowu's ear, "Carrots can not only be eaten." The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the wealthiest sect in the entire Douluo continent, has a castle that is equivalent to a small city. The initial impression is of magnificent and grand European-style architecture. At this moment, inside a splendid villa of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, crack, accompanied by a series of crisp shattering sounds. Some precious antique jade artifacts were ruthlessly smashed to the ground. "Miss, stop smashing, please," some disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School helplessly advised. However, the people inside the villa did not calm down. Instead, more treasures crashed to the ground, turning into fragments. Additionally, a girl's voice could be heard from inside the villa. "I want to smash, I want to smash. What can you do about it?" Just then, two figures walked side by side towards the villa. Both of them were tall and robust. One wore black bone armor with flowing black hair. The other wore a white robe, and his white hair fell like a waterfall behind him. Surprisingly, his eyes seemed to have no light at all. "Elder Bone, Elder Sword." Upon seeing the two arrive, the maids and attendants all knelt down in unison. These two were the guardians of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Bone Douluo Gu Rong and Sword Douluo Chun Xin. They looked at the shattered treasures on the ground and shook their heads in helplessness and bitterness. "What happened? Who made Rong Rong angry?" Bone Douluo spoke first. "No, Elder Bone," a servant replied. "It's the miss. She said she wants to go outside." "Go outside?" Sword Douluo frowned slightly. "The miss said she wants to go outside to get her second spirit ring." The servant nodded. "Huh? Didn't we ask you to catch a few spirit beasts for Rong Rong?" Bone Douluo frowned. "The miss said they are too ugly. She doesn't want them." "Sigh." Sword Douluo sighed lightly and then walked outside the villa, shouting inside, "Rong Rong, don't be angry. If the spirit beasts are too ugly, Grandpa Jian will catch some beautiful ones for you." "I don't want them." The girl inside replied. "I want to go get them myself." "Rong Rong, has someone upset you?" Bone Douluo sighed. "Uncle Bone, where has she been upset?" At this moment, another gentle voice sounded. Everyone looked towards the sound and saw a middle-aged man with a graceful demeanor and refined manners, leaning on a jade staff, walking slowly. This man was none other than the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the 79th level auxiliary spirit saint, Ning Fengji. "Fengji, you must have upset her again," Sword Douluo said calmly as he looked at Ning Fengji. "Sigh, Uncle Jian, I merely said to her that she relies too much on the sect and is spoiled." Ning Fengti Siket. "Fengji, you know Rong Rong's pride is as fragile as glass, yet you still say that to her," Bone Douluo said with slight reproach. "Uncle Bone, Uncle Jian," Ning Fengji replied, "Rong Rong will eventually leave us. If you keep spoiling her like this, what will happen? Then find her a suitable partner to tie her down." Sword Douluo replied, "Rong Rong is not small anymore. It is worth mentioning that in Douluo continent, people mature much earlier than in the real world. They can discuss marriage at the age of 14. "Sigh, it's not that I haven't looked," Ning Fengji replied. "Nobles from the Heaven Do Empire, geniuses from the Royal Academy. heirs for major sects, they all get driven away by her in just a few days. I don't want any suitable partners. At this moment, the girl in the villa stepped out, looking disdainful. She was wearing a green pleated skirt about 1.7 meters tall and extremely beautiful, her eyes sparkling like a galaxy. However, within those beautiful eyes, there was an air of arrogance. Rong, what did you say? Ning feng si frobunet. I can live on my own. Why do I need a suitable partner? Ning grong, site proudly. That's because you have always stayed in the 7 treasure glazed tile school, beside us. Ning Fengji replied. With me and your 2 grandfathers watching over you. Do you know how dangerous the outside world is? If you keep this up, you'll eventually be eliminated by this world. Fengji, Douluo, and Douluo said in unison with cold voices. Oomph. Ning Rong snorted lightly, thinking to herself, I must go out and prove it to you. 3 days later, at the 7 treasure forest, a robust and handsome man appeared outside the 7 treasure forest. He was Chu Qin. According to the map, this was the 7 treasure forest. Chu Qin said excitedly. A year had passed, and Chu Qin had already adapted to the life of fighting and killing on the Douluo continent, especially since he had 2 one-time experience cards for the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. Naturally, he was not afraid of anything. Ning Fengji's quirky actions. Please vote for recommendation. Ning Rong, is she really here? Chu Qin wondered. However, based on Ning Rong's personality, it was indeed possible. After all, she dared to go to Shrek Academy alone, which was 1,000 miles away. The 7 treasure forest was only a few miles from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Anyway, let's make it quick and take Ning Rong back to find my Xiaowu. With that thought, Chu Qin dashed into the 7 treasure forest. The 7 treasure forest, as the name suggests, is a forest belonging to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, similar to the hunting soul forest. The difference is that this forest is merely close to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, unlike the hunting soul forest, which is a place raised by humans. Here, there are no guards. Although it cannot compare to the sunset forest, the soul beasts within the 7 treasure forest are plentiful. Even so, feeling the powerful aura from Chu Qin, these soul beasts all hurriedly fled. Chu Qin searched high and low but found no trace of any humans. Instead, a few oblivious low-level soul beasts were pierced by his spear, allowing Chu Qin to enjoy a hearty meal. Just around noon, he finally heard voices. Help! It was the extremely sharp scream of a young girl. Chu Qin was slightly startled and immediately looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a girl in a green dress being chased by a 100-year-old wind demon wolf. The girl was running while shedding tears. In the shadows, 3 figures were hiding. They were Douluo, Douluo, and Ning Fengji. Fengji, Rong is about to be injured by the demon wolf. Douluo frowned and said, Uncle Bone, don't worry. I have my own measures. Ning Fengji smiled slightly. Could this be Ning Rong? At that moment, seeing the girl in the green dress, Chu Qin's eyes lit up. Ning Rong looked even more beautiful than he had imagined, the only flaw being that she was a bit flat, incomparable to Xiaowu. It's fine. Just feed her more papaya. Chu Qin's thoughts were resolute, and he was about to take action to save her. But then, a young man in red armor appeared behind Ning Rong. Immediately, the 2 yellow and 1 purple rings under his feet pulsated, and with a fiery punch, he reduced the swift wind magic wolf to ashes. Chu Qin furrowed his brows immediately. Rong's friend? Rong, are you okay? Sure enough, the man looked at Ning Rong with a strange gaze and said, I'm Fine. Ning Rong shook her head and asked warily, How do you know my name is Ning Rong? My name is Huowudi. The young man replied, I'm from the Fire Element Academy. Uncle Ning sent me here. He said he was a bit worried about you coming to the 7 treasure forest alone. Did my dad send you for a blind date? Ning Rong frowned tightly. Sort of. Huowudi stared at Ning Rong intently and continued, Let me introduce myself. I am an elite team member of the Fire Element Academy. My father is the Count of the Tiando Empire, Huolong. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin, who was hidden in the shadows, slightly changed his expression. Both Douluo and Sodto nodded with smiles, realizing why Feng Zhi didn't let them save Rong. It was all arranged on purpose. Ning Fengji revealed a warm smile. The grandfather of Huowudi, the Marquis of Huolong, was a close friend of my father's. Huowudi is also exceptionally talented, reaching level 32 Soul Master at the age of 18. I don't care who you are, get away from me. Ning Rong's expression changed drastically upon hearing that it was Ning Fengji who sent him. Lady Rong, don't be so cold. I just saved your life, Huowudi said with a faint smile. As he spoke, Huowudi actually reached out to touch Ning Rongrong's pretty face. What are you doing? Ning Rongrong, furious, hurriedly raised her hand to slap Huowudi but was directly blocked by him. I've heard that Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is a proud young lady, but it doesn't matter. Any young lady can be tamed by me and won't be proud in front of me anymore. Submit to me. After all, Uncle Ning has already agreed. Shameless. Ning Rongrong was extremely angry. Fengji, is this the good son-in-law you found? Douluo looked at Ning Fengji, extremely annoyed. Ning Fengji's brows also furrowed tightly. He didn't expect Huowudi to have ulterior motives, truly a case of meeting the wrong person. Ning Fengji felt a surge of killing intent. Just as they were about to make a move, a black spear shot out from the jungle. In the next moment, a sound like a pig being slaughtered rang out, as Huowudi's arm was pierced by the black spear. Seeing this sudden scene, Ning Rongrong and the three hidden figures, including Ning Fengji, were all shocked. Before them appeared a handsome figure. It was Chu Qin. As soon as Chu Qin learned that Huowudi was Ning Rongrong's blind date, he wanted to make a move. Hearing that Huowudi was going to be disrespectful to Ning Rongrong, he was even more furious. Who are you? Huowudi covered the blood hole in his arm and looked at Chu Qin, suddenly startled. A shameless person like you doesn't deserve to know my name, Chu Qin said, and with a slight grip of his palm, the extinguishing god spear returned to his hand. Fire invincible, surprised, suppressed the intense pain, and the two yellow and one purple soul rings at his feet lit up. Soon after, the third soul ring flashed, condensing into a flaming lion's head that charged toward Chu Qin. However, Chu Qin easily dodged the flaming lion with a flicker and with one thrust, pierced through Fire Invincible's other arm. Fire Invincible was in excruciating pain, rolling on the ground. No, you can't kill me. Seeing Chu Qin closing in, Fire Invincible slid backward in fear and said, My father is the Count of Tiando. Count. Chu Qin smiled faintly and pierced through Fire Invincible's chest with one shot, killing him on the spot. Who is this person? Fengji. Was he arranged by you? Douluo looked at Ning Fengji, frowning. Not at all, Uncle Bone. I don't know who he is. Ning Fengji shook his head in shock. This young man could easily kill Fire Invincible, a three-ring soul master. Douluo exclaimed in amazement. He is decisive in killing, not afraid of power, and has extraordinary talent. It is clear he is no ordinary person. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. Upon seeing Chu Qin stab Fire Invincible to death, Ning Rongrong was somewhat stunned, filled with fear. However, looking at Chu Qin's astonishingly beautiful face, her fear unconsciously diminished. At the same moment, Chu Qin walked to Ning Rongrong's side and gently asked, Are you all right? Yes, dead? Ning Rongrong looked at the dead Fire Invincible on the ground, asking in fear and trepidation. Yes, he is dead. Chu Qin, you are from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Ning Rongrong then asked. No. Who are you? Why is a girl like you alone in this soul beast forest? And why did this person want to kill you? I heard that Chu Qin is not from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Ning Rongrong was hesitant to speak. She had just revealed her identity and almost got assaulted by Fire Invincible. She was very scared. Ning Fengji's approval, forget it, let it go. Chu Qin had long heard of Ning Rongrong's identity, and he deliberately smiled and said, Since the young lady is so unfamiliar, I am called Chu Qin. We shall meet again. After speaking, Chu Qin turned and left. Clearly, Chu Qin was using a strategy of feigned indifference, and he was sure that Ning Rongrong would call out to him. Wait, Chu Qin. Sure enough, the startled Ning Rongrong called out to him. My name is Ning Rongrong. Saying this, Ning Rongrong walked up behind Chu Qin and said somewhat pitifully, Chu Qin, can you take me with you? Huh? What about your family and friends? Chu Qin asked deliberately. I sneaked out without telling my family. Ning Rongrong replied, lowering her head. What about you? So that's how it is. Chu Qin nodded. I came to this forest to train. Train? Ning Rongrong asked, puzzled. Yes, to fight soul beasts and improve my combat ability. Chu Qin smiled slightly. No wonder you're so strong. Ning Rongrong nodded thoughtfully. How old are you? What is your soul power level? 17. At that moment, Chu Qin's brows slightly furrowed. What's wrong? Ning Rongrong's expression changed slightly. 1,000-year soul beast is approaching. Chu Qin deeply. 1,000-year soul beast? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong instinctively hid behind Chu Qin. It seems it's come for the scent of this guy's blood, Chu Qin said, looking at the corpse of Huowudi. As Chu Qin was speaking, a snake-like soul beast covered in black spikes slowly approached from the dense forest. The black snake was about 8 meters long, emanating a deep black light. and its eyes sparkled like rubies, quite frightening. It was the black-spiked phantom python. During his year at Shrek Academy, Chu Qin would often read books about the Douluo continent in his spare time. Soul beasts, without a doubt, were one of the most important aspects of the knowledge of the Douluo continent. So scary. Ning Rongrong hid behind Chu Qin, watching the black-spiked phantom python flicking its tongue, and couldn't help but cling to Chu Qin's waist, trembling as she said, "Don't be afraid. Rongrong, step back a little." Chu Qin smiled lightly, and beneath his feet, 5 soul rings lit up, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. The black god-slaying spear leaped into his hand. Flicking al Sompos, Soul King. At almost the same moment, Ning Rongrong and Ning Fengji, along with the Douluo, exclaimed in unison. First soul skill, Dragon Spear. Accompanied by a low roar from Chu Qin, he soared into the air, the god-slaying spear whistling as it pierced towards the black-spiked serpent like a swimming dragon. The serpent, naturally alert, sensed the threat of death at that moment and quickly turned to retreat. However, it was too late. 3 seconds later, Chu Qin's god-slaying spear had already pierced the serpent's vital spot. With a mournful scream, the black-spiked serpent died on the spot. A circle of bright purple soul rings immediately rose from its corpse. So powerful. Seeing this scene, Ning Rongrong covered her mouth, her face filled with shock. Although she rarely left the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she had seen those so-called young geniuses of the school hunting thousand-year soul beasts. At that time, at least 20 geniuses worked together to kill a 3,000-year spirit tiger, paying a huge price to win. Unlike Chu Qin before her, who had instantly killed a black-spiked serpent of at least 5,000 years. Rongrong? Seeing Ning Rongrong's stunned expression, Chu Qin called out softly. Chu Qin, you are amazing. Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Are you really 17? Yes. Chu Qin smiled slightly. 17-year-old Soul King? Ning Rongrong asked in surprise. It can't be. Dad said the youngest Soul Kings on Douluo continent are all over 20. That may be because your dad hasn't seen much. Chu Qin replied with a smile. Impossible. My dad is the most knowledgeable person on Douluo continent. She was about to say more when Ning Rongrong suddenly stopped. No, I can't tell my identity without knowing Chu Qin's background. Ning Rongrong thought to herself. Dad said to always be on guard against others. What's wrong, Rongrong? Chu Qin asked with a smile. It's nothing. Ning Rongrong replied. Maybe my dad really hasn't seen much. Hee. Rongrong, are you hungry? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's stomach began to rumble. She had been chased by the wind demon wolf for over 10 miles and was now starving. A bit. Ning Rongrong noted it. Let's go. I'll take you for barbecue. Chu Qin smiled. Huh? Eat snake? No way, no way. Ning Rongrong looked at the black-spiked serpent on the ground, extremely frightened, and quickly shook her head. I didn't say eat snake. Let's change to another animal. Chu Qin replied. What do you want to eat? Rabbit. Ning Rongrong said without thinking. No way. Chu Qin shook his head. Change it. Then beef. Okay. I'll take you to find beef. After saying that, Ning Rongrong followed Chu Qin and left the place. After they left, Ning Fengji, Douluo, and Sodto appeared from the shadows. The 3 looked at the direction Chu Qin had left, all with shocked expressions. 17 years old, Soul King. Douluo exclaimed, Fengji, how old were you when you reached Soul King? It seems like 35. Ning Fengji thought for a moment and replied, I'm an auxiliary soul master. It's normal to be slower. What about you, Sword Uncle? 29. Sword Douluo said with a bit of uncertainty. I remember I was one of the youngest Soul Kings in our sword sect back then. Have you ever heard of a 17-year-old Soul King? Ning Fengji asked. Both Sword Douluo and Douluo shook their heads. As far as I know, the youngest Soul King in the history of Douluo continent, Tang San, also reached Soul King at the age of 24. Douluo frowned. Where did this Chu Qin come from? No matter where he came from. Ning Fengji suppressed his excitement and said, Sword Uncle, Bone Uncle, did you see it just now? Chu Qin seems to care a lot about Rongrong. What do you mean? Sword and Douluo looked at Ning Fengji simultaneously. The 17-year-old Soul King is simply a gift from heaven to our 7-treasure glazed tile school. I have decided. The son-in-law Ning Fengji will have. But we don't know Chu Qin's background, Douluo said hesitantly. A 17-year-old Soul King, not to mention anything else. Just from his soul ring configuration, it can be seen that he likely has a superpower or a super strong backing. Moreover, I can guarantee with my integrity that his care for Rongrong just now was definitely not fake. Sword Douluo replied, This time, I support Fengji. Ning Fengji nodded with satisfaction, thinking to himself, the 7-treasure glazed tile school has hope to rise. What about the body of the fire invincible lying on the ground? Douluo looked at it and asked, how dare he have designs on Rongrong? Just throw his body at the doorstep of the Fire Dragon War. Ning Fengji said with a fierce expression. On the other hand, Chu Qin had pierced the heart of a 100-year-old Titan Bull, ending its evil life. The Titan Bull has the bloodline of the ancient fierce beast Titan and is inherently violent. Eating its meat is not unjust. While grilling the meat, Chu Qin said to Ning Rongrong, you know this too? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Of course. Chu Qin nodded. If you don't understand a bit more, how can you survive out here? Hearing this, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but pout, thinking Chu Qin was talking about her. Chu Qin, let me ask you. Ning Rongrong smiled and asked, where are you from? A very far place. Chu Qin replied, huh, you're not from our Douluo continent? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. Sort of. In my case, it should be considered as having crossed the ocean to come here. Chu Qin nodded. No wonder, I haven't heard your name in Douluo continent. Ning Rongrong smiled knowingly and nodded. What about you, by the way, what are you doing in the Seven Treasure Forest? Chu Qin handed a piece of grilled steak to Ning Rongrong, finally getting to the point. Oh, I forgot. Ning Rongrong suteni realized. What happened? Chu Qin asked in confusion. Chu Qin, after eating the meat, can I ask you for a favor? Ning Rongrong asked. Go ahead. Can you help me get a second soul ring? Ning Rongrong asked. I won't let you help for free. When I go home, I will give you a lot of money, and I can grant you a wish. It seems your family is quite wealthy. Ning Rongrong said confidently, my family's money is the most on Douluo continent. Probably only the Tiando Empire, the Xinghua Empire, and the Wuhuan Temple can compare in wealth. All right, I agree to help you. Chu Qin smiled and said, Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, young master. You. How did you know I am the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is the richest on the entire Douluo continent. And besides, this is the Seven Treasure Forest. The closest place is the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. You also said that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is your home, and the surname of the schoolmaster is Ning. If I couldn't guess that, how could I survive? Chu Qin explained with a smile. All right, I'm the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong noted. So will you help me? Since you want me to help, why don't you ask someone from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for assistance? As far as I know, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has 2 titled Douluos. Chu Qin replied. The titled Douluos you mentioned are my Bone Grandpa and Sword Grandpa. Ning Rongrong responded. Actually, I came out without telling them. They said they would marry me off to someone else, saying I was useless. I was so angry that I ran out to find my second spirit ring myself. In the end, you found out that you couldn't defeat a 100-year soul beast at all. Chu Qin Chukka. Hee. In the past, soul beasts were all tied up with big chains. I could take them down with one punch. I didn't expect wild soul beasts to be so powerful. Ning Rongrong smiled shyly. That's normal. Your martial soul is the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile, the number 1 support type martial soul, but it doesn't have any attack power. Chu Qin replied, in the future, don't easily act out against your family. I won't dare again. Ning Rongrong shook her head. I almost died twice just now. Fortunately, you saved me. Chu Qin, you're a good person, so you'll definitely help me, right? Considering your gold soul coins, I'll help you this once. Chu Qin nodded. With gold soul coins, I could buy a lot of carrots for Xiaowu, not to mention that the main purpose of this trip is to help Ning Rongrong obtain her second spirit ring. The most important reason is that Ning Rongrong is the wife he has set his sights on. Do you have any requirements for the spirit ring? Chu Qin asked. It has to be beautiful, definitely beautiful. Ning Rongrong replied. I've heard others say that spirit rings have to enter your body, and just thinking about those ugly soul beasts makes me feel sick. Where did you hear such nonsense? Chu Qin shook his head. Are there any other requirements? None. However, my dad said that for us support-type martial souls, we prioritize spirit-type soul beasts. Well then, beautiful spirit-type, right? After enjoying a delicious lunch, Chu Qin took Ning Rongrong into the Seven Treasure Forest to start selecting spirit rings. Chu Qin, how about that spirit charm demon rabbit? Beautiful. Rabbits are not okay. Rabbits are not okay. Why? No reason. How about that fire wind wolf? Not good. It looks too ugly, just like a group slime. A few days passed quickly. The two searched high and low, almost exploring the entire Seven Treasure Forest. Finally, they set their sights on a 700-year-old angel spirit horse. This is a completely snow-white spirit horse with wings. Not only beautiful, but also a top-tier spirit-type soul beast, very suitable for Ning Rongrong's taste. Soon, Chu Qin locked onto the angel spirit horse, and in the end, Ning Rongrong used a small knife to deliver the final blow to the angel spirit horse. Next, Ning Rongrong sat down to absorb the spirit ring of the angel spirit horse, while Chu Qin stood by to protect her. Great. Once Rongrong absorbs this spirit ring, she should belong to me. Chu Qin thought to himself. I wonder how Xiaowu is doing. Without this little rabbit bouncing around, I'm still not quite used to it. Ding. Detecting that Ning Rongrong has obtained her second spirit ring. Congratulations to the host for gaining Ning Rongrong's favorability of 100%, 1 second-level spirit power inner pill, and 1 title Douluo follower. What title Douluo? Chu Qin closed his eyes and thought inwardly. Spirit Fox Douluo Su Daji. Martial Soul, 9-tailed Demon Fox. 99th level Assault Type, title Douluo. Personality, gentle, enchanting. 99th level Peerless Douluo, not bad, not bad. Chu Qin was ecstatic in his heart. Title Douluo Su Daji, generating 10, 20, 100. Title Douluo Su Daji has entered the host summoning authority. The system continued to prompt. The host can summon Su Daji to their side through thought. How about offering oneself in exchange? That sounds wonderful. Chu Qin thought to himself. A summoning type title Douluo is far more convenient than a real follower. Chu Qin entered a state of meditation, and the next moment, a stunning figure appeared before him. She was about 175 meters tall, with an incredibly graceful figure. Curvy in all the right places with a proud chest and a lifted backside. Her beauty was breathtaking, captivating, and enchanting, especially as she wore an ancient long robe that revealed her chest. In front of her, there was a deep cleavage that gave off an alluring vibe. Are you Su Daji? Chu Qin asked, somewhat nervously. Anyone who saw such a heavenly beauty would likely be moved, let alone someone as passionate as Chu Qin. Yes, master. Su Daji replied, her voice filled with charm and a comforting quality that soothed the ears. Can you truly exist, or are you just a summoned being? Chu Qin inquired. It all depends on the master's will. Su Daji responded. If the master wishes for Daji to stay by your side forever, then Daji can live as a true companion. Otherwise, Daji can remain forever within the master's consciousness. Not bad. Chu Qin not det et si ten li. Chu Qin, Chu Qin. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's voice echoed in Chu Qin's mind. Hearing this, Chu Qin immediately opened his eyes, only to see Ning Rongrong had already pounced into his arms, excitedly saying, Chu Qin, I got my second spirit ring. I'm a real soul master now. Breathing in the special fragrance from Ning Rongrong, Chu Qin, delighted, hugged her back and smiled slightly. Congratulations. At that moment, Ning Rongrong and Chu Qin locked eyes, her heart racing. What is happening to me? Why do I feel this urge to kiss him? Thinking this, Ning Rongrong became a bit bold, leaning her face towards Chu Qin, who did not resist. Chu Qin knew that Ning Rongrong already had 100% favorability towards him. Chu Qin is not exactly an impatient person, but he never refuses when something comes to him. Ahem. Just as the two were about to kiss, a sudden cough interrupted them. They were startled and turned to see 3 figures standing there. It was Ning Fengji, Jian Douluo, and Gu Douluo. Dad, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Bone. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. Rongrong, what are you doing? Ning Fengji asked with a serious expression. At this moment, Chu Qin was beneath Ning Rongrong, who was lying on top of him, creating an extremely awkward position. Ning Rongrong's pretty face flushed red as she quickly climbed off Chu Qin. Chu Qin also quickly sprang up. Dad, why are you here? Ning Rongrong looked at Ning Fengji with some annoyance and dissatisfaction. Shouldn't I be here? Ning Fengji frowned and said, as the vice-sect master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, to be found lying on someone in this forest. If this gets out, our school's reputation will be ruined because of you. Oomph. Ning Rongrong coldly huffed. Then, Ning Fengji looked at Chu Qin and asked, what is your name? Chu Qin. Chu Qin Ziplit Gan Li. If it were before, he might have been wary of Ning Fengji, but now he had Su Daji, a peerless Douluo, along with the experience cards for the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. It would be nearly impossible for Ning Fengji to deal with him. After speaking, Ning Fengji coldly stared into Chu Qin's eyes for a full 3 seconds. Chu Qin always had the same expression, with a face of calm and serenity. Chu Qin was thinking, what exactly is Ning Fengji thinking? At this moment, the sword Douluo smiled and said, all right, Fengji, don't treat young friend Chu Qin like this. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji changed his indifferent expression and smiled. In fact, Ning Fengji had already acknowledged his son-in-law. How could he be angry? Moreover, the actions of Ning Rongrong and Chu Qin indicated that their relationship had progressed further. Young friend Chu Qin, let me introduce myself. I am the elder of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chun Xin. The sword Douluo smiled at Chu Qin. So it's Elder Chun Xin. Chu Qin nodded slightly, puzzled. Ning Rongrong was his predetermined wife, so Elder Chun Xin was naturally his elder. Young friend Chu Qin, you don't need to be nervous. Actually, we have been following Rongrong all along. The sword Douluo continued. What? You've been following me the whole time? Ning Rongrong asked in surprise and indignation. Yes. How could we let Rongrong be alone? Bon Douluo replied. So you were watching when I was chased by the Gale Demon Wolf for 10 miles? Ning Rongrong said, putting her hands on her hips a bit angrily. Hey, Rongrong, this isn't our fault. The sword Douluo said kindly with a doting smile. You said you wanted to obtain the second spirit ring on your own, and didn't he let us intervene? What about Woody? He said he was sent by you. Dad, Ning Rongrong asked next. Sigh, Rongrong, I apologize for the matter concerning Woody. Ning Fengji sighed angrily. I really didn't expect that beast would want to make a move against you. How can you all be like this? If it weren't for Chu Qin, I would have almost been killed. I won't talk to you anymore. Ning Rongrong said angrily, turning her head aside. Rongrong, actually your father is doing this for your own good. Chu Qin said. Their intention was to let you train more. Hearing Chu Qin speak, Ning Rongrong's anger dissipated, and she looked back at Ning Fengji and the others, asking, Really? Yes. The sword Douluo replied. How could we bear to let you get hurt? But speaking of which, we still have to thank young friend Chu Qin. The sword Douluo turned to Chu Qin and said, First, you saved Rongrong twice, and second, you helped Rongrong obtain her second spirit ring. It was just a small effort. Chu Qin smiled. No. Ning Fengji shook his head. We heard your conversation with Rongrong just now. Saying this, Ning Fengji took out a card from the soul guide container and handed it to Chu Qin. This contains 1 million gold soul coins. Isn't this inappropriate? Chu Qin declined. Chu Qin, just take it. This is what I promised you. Ning Rongrong said. Hearing this, Chu Qin finally accepted the gold soul coin card. Yes, and Rongrong also promised to fulfill a wish for you. Ning Fengji continued, so what do you want? Yes. Chu Qin, what wish do you have? Added the sword Douluo. I haven't thought it through yet. Chu Qin deeply. Although he regarded Ning Rongrong as his wife, he couldn't directly propose to possess her, right? That would make him seem like a lecherous person. However, to Chu Qin's surprise, Ning Fengji took the initiative to say, Chu Qin, how about this? You saved Rongrong's life, so why not let her offer herself to you? Gaining Ning Rongrong and returning to Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong's face immediately flashed with surprise, but she still replied, Dad, you're joking, right? I've only known Chu Qin for a few days. Chu Qin also expressed his agreement, thinking that Ning Fengji was joking. When has Dad ever joked? Ning Fengji replied seriously, we just met a few days ago. Just now. You almost jumped into Chu Qin's arms. Dad, are you serious? Hearing this, Ning Rongrong looked at Ning Fengji and asked solemnly. Her expression was serious, but her heart was overjoyed. Yes. Ning Fengji nodded. I have discussed this matter with Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu. You're not young anymore. It's time to find someone to support you. Ning Rongrong pouted upon hearing this and turned her gaze to Chu Qin, asking hopefully, Chu Qin, do you want me? So, Rongrong, you agree as well. Ning Fengji smiled and then looked at Chu Qin. Chu Qin, what do you think? We have already seen your talent. I can confidently say that you won't find another Soul King at 17 anywhere on the continent. I can also sense your feelings for Rongrong. You not only saved her, but also spent several days in the Seven Treasure Forest for her second soul ring. As for our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, while I can't claim to be the #1 sect in the world, we are certainly one of the top 3. In terms of financial resources, we are far beyond other sections. Being my son-in-law, you shouldn't feel wronged, right? Ning Fengji said with a smile. Hearing this, Chu Qin let out a slight sigh of relief and replied, Since Uncle Ning has said so, I won't refuse. Indeed, I admit that I like Rongrong. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji and Sword Bondo both showed joyful expressions, while Ning Rongrong directly linked her arm with Chu Qin's. Her beautiful eyes sparkling as she excitedly asked, Chu Qin, do you really like me too? Yes. Chu Qin nodded seriously. Great, great. Ning Rongrong excitedly rested her head against Chu Qin's arm. However, Uncle Ning, I have one condition. Chu Qin said, while stroking Ning Rongrong's hair, looking towards Ning Fengji. What condition? You can say it, Ning Fengji asked. I won't stay at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chu Qin replied, I want Rongrong to come with me. Both Ning Fengji and Swordbone Douluo showed difficult expressions. They only had one daughter and granddaughter. Although Chu Qin is an extraordinary talent, he is still not fully developed. They're still hoping to keep Chu Qin in the seven-treasure glazed tile school? Uncle Ning, bon Douluo sur Douluo, Chu Qin said. I know what you're worried about. With a snap of his fingers, Su Daji's figure appeared out of thin air next to Chu Qin. Upon seeing Su Daji, Ning Fengji and the others were taken aback. It was not just Su Daji's beauty, but also her strength, especially that of the bon Douluo. They were all top-tier powerhouses. Yet they could completely feel no fluctuations of soul power from Su Daji. This indicated that she was a powerhouse far above them. Who is this? The Sword Douluo asked in surprise. Hello everyone, my name is Su Daji. Su Daji spoke. I'm a subordinate of Master Chu Qin. Master? Everyone was once again taken aback. May I ask your rank? The bon Douluo asked respectfully, unconsciously adding you. Upon hearing this, Su Daji glanced at Chu Qin, and after receiving his permission, a circle of pink light radiated from her body. Following this was a terrifying display of 9 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, red, 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 red. The moment Su Daji's soul rings and soul power were revealed, the surrounding forest within a 10-mile radius trembled, the ground rumbled, and the air quivered. 400,000-year soul rings. The bon Douluo exclaimed in terror. A title Douluo? Ning Fengji also gasped in surprise. No, not a title Douluo. The sword Douluo shook his head. It's a 99th level peerless Douluo. Otherwise, it would be impossible to emit such energy fluctuations. Indeed, Su Daji is a peerless Douluo. Chu Qin smiled slightly and said, Uncle Ning, bon Douluo, sword Douluo, are you reassured now? Reassured. Reassured. How could Ning Fengji and the others not feel at ease? Staying beside a peerless Douluo was far safer than being in the seven-treasure glazed tile school. At the same time, the three of them were overjoyed. Beside Chu Qin, there was an unparalleled Douluo who referred to him as Master. To say that Chu Qin had no background would be a huge joke. Thinking from another perspective, with such a son-in-law like Chu Qin, wouldn't the seven-treasure glazed tile school be able to dominate the Douluo continent in the future? If Chu Qin's talent was the reason Ning Fengji valued him, then this Su Daji was Ning Fengji's guarantee that he would never regret it until his death. With this thought, Ning Fengji smiled and looked at Chu Qin, saying, Chu Qin, from your conversation with Rongrong earlier, we learned that you are not from the Douluo continent. So could you reveal where you come from? He was extremely curious about what kind of sect could have an unparalleled Douluo as a subordinate. The distant sea area of the Douluo continent. How could Chu Qin tell the truth? No one has been to the distant sea area of the Douluo continent, and no one knows about it. So he could say whatever he wanted. Uncle Ning. But my father has ordered that the specific location of this place must not be disclosed. Understood, understood. Ning Fengji smiled and said, if there's a chance, I really hope to meet your father. MHM. Chu Qin replied with a smile. Dad, can I go out to play with Chu Qin? Ning Rongrong asked excitedly. Being able to be with the person she loved and leave the seven-treasure glazed tile school made Ning Rongrong extremely happy at this moment. Rongrong. Ning Fengji suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at Ning Rongrong, saying, you must listen to Chu Qin outside. You are not allowed to be as mischievous and naughty as you are in the sect. Got it. Ning Rongrong said somewhat reluctantly. Chu Qin, if Rongrong causes any trouble outside, you can just beat or scold her as you like. No need to report to me. Ning Fengji turned to Chu Qin and said, don't worry, Uncle Ning. Chu Qin hugged Ning Rongrong and replied, women are meant to be cherished. I wouldn't bear to hit or scold Rongrong. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong secretly smiled even more. Rongrong, now that you have Chu Qin, don't forget about Grandpa Jian. Jian Douluo looked at Ning Rongrong and said, remember to come back and visit often. I will, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, Rongrong will definitely come back to see you. Ning Rongrong nodded seriously. After some casual exchanges and reminders, Chu Qin and Ning Rongrong held hands, and with Su Daji following them, they walked out of the seven-treasure forest. After leaving the seven-treasure forest, Chu Qin hired a carriage. The carriage traveled on the road for a day and a night, and finally approached Nodding City. Along the way, Chu Qin felt a bit anxious. Although he had gained Ning Rongrong, how should he tell Xiaowu? The conscience system, Tang San would be jealous, and a harem fire would give him a headache. However, what surprised Chu Qin was that Ning Rongrong seemed to see through his unease and took the initiative to ask, Chu Qin, do you have another woman? Chu Qin was taken aback. He didn't know whether to admit it. Her name is Xiaowu, the dance of the dance, right? Ning Rongrong smiled and continued to ask, how do you know? Chu Qin said in surprise. According to the current timeline, Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu should have never met. I dreamed about her yesterday, Ning Rongrong replied. She told me she is your woman. Chu Qin was confused and in a fog. At this moment, he secretly thought to himself, "System, is this your doing?" Of course. The system replied, "This goddess system is a conscience system. Don't worry about flirting with girls. Your harem will be organized by this system, and there will definitely not be any fires. In other words, every goddess will naturally accept that you have other women. System, I love you." Chu Qin felt a bit excited in his heart. Truly a conscience system. With this thought, Chu Qin no longer hid it, saying, "Yes. I do have another woman named Xiaowu, and you'll meet her later." "That's great." Ning Rongrong clapped her hands excitedly and said, "That way, I will have another sister." Chu Qin, "Do you think Xiaowu will accept me as her sister?" "She should, right?" Chu Qin replied, "You are so beautiful." "Really?" Ning Rongrong said with a smile. "Then tell me, who is more beautiful, me or Xiaowu?" "You are beautiful," Chu Qin answered without thinking. "That's a life-threatening question." "Really? Don't lie to me," Ning Rongrong said proudly. It seemed that although Rongrong did not mind him having a harem, women still love to compare, especially in beauty. At this moment, the carriage stopped at the entrance of Nodding Academy. "We're here." Chu Qin got off the carriage and stretched lazily. Although he hadn't seen Xiaowu for just a few days, he felt strangely eager to see this little rabbit. Then, Chu Qin supported Ning Rongrong's arm and helped her down from the carriage. The two held hands and walked side by side into the academy. "Chu Qin." Just then, an angry, somewhat childish voice rang out. Chu Qin and Tang San looked in the direction of the voice and saw Tang San walking out of Nottingham Academy in his school uniform. "Tang San, Chu Qin smile like the..." "Chu Qin, how can you still smile?" Tang San walked up to Chu Qin, his anger boiling over. "I've already given Xiaowu to you. Yet you're flirting with other women. What do you mean by give it? Besides, what does it have to do with you if I flirt with girls?" Chu Qin calmly asked. "Humph, Xiaowu is still my sister." Tang San retorted angrily. "How can you treat her like this? Ridiculous." Chu Qin chuckled softly. "With you? Do you even deserve to be Xiaowu's brother? Besides, would Xiaowu recognize you? That's better than you flirting with wild women." Tang San frowned deeply. "Chu Qin, who is he?" Ning Rongrong asked, looking at Chu Qin. "A pathetic kid who's heartbroken." "Chu Qin, no wonder. Stay away from me." Ning Rongrong glared at Tang San angrily. "If I hear you call me a wild woman again, I want to be polite." "The wild woman refers to you." Tang San sneered. "Do you know that this person already has a woman? You're just a mistress." Tang San was infuriated, feeling wronged that his Xiaowu, whom he had pursued for 4 years, was taken away by Chu Qin. Now, Chu Qin had found another woman. Jealousy made Tang San lose some of his rationality. However, before Tang San could finish speaking, Chu Qin had already kicked him away. "I was in a good mood today, but it seems like you are going to get beaten again." Tang San lay on the ground, looking at Chu Qin with anger. Chu Qin's kick brought Tang San back to his senses. "Chu Qin," Tang San sneered, "I may not be as good as you, but you will pay the price for being unfaithful in love sooner or later. Forget it, you probably don't understand anything. When that day comes, you will know." Chu Qin had a calm and composed expression, while Ning Rongrong looked furious, feeling an impulse to hit Tang San. "Chu Qin." Just as Tang San finished speaking, a light and melodious voice rang out, and a tall girl in a pink outfit with long legs excitedly jogged over. It was Xiaowu. "Umph, Chu Qin. Xiaowu is here," Tang San said coldly. "Let's see how you explain this." However, just as Tang San was ready to enjoy the show, he was taken aback. Xiaowu jumped excitedly into Chu Qin's arms, and the latter naturally lifted his hand to support her perky bottom. "Did you miss me?" Chu Qin asked gently, looking at Xiaowu. "MMHM." Xiaowu nodded vigorously. "Chu Qin, you lied to me. Carrots don't work at all. Little lewd rabbit." Chu Qin said with annoyance, "It's fine. I'm back. You don't eat carrots anymore." "MMHM. So you are Xiaowu?" At this moment, Ning Rongrong looked at Xiaowu and asked with a smile. "Yes, I'm Xiaowu, the dancing Xiaowu." Xiaowu excitedly said while hanging on Chu Qin's neck. "You are Chu Qin's other woman, Ning Rongrong?" "Huh." Ning Rongrong smiled and said, "Xiaowu, how do you know my name is Ning Rongrong? How do you know I'm also Chu Qin's woman?" "I don't know." Xiaowu shook her head in confusion. "I feel like I've seen you somewhere." "Could it be in a dream?" Ning Rongrong asked. "I can't remember." Xiaowu shook her head. "It's okay. Since we are both Chu Qin's women, we are good sisters now." Ning Rongrong paused and smiled. "MMHM." Xiaowu nodded excitedly. Jumping down from Chu Qin and taking Ning Rongrong's hand at Nodding Academy. Besides Chu Qin, there are only a bunch of stinky men. Now that you're here, Rongrong, I'm not lonely anymore. Take care of me from now on. MHM, okay. Ning Rongrong smiled with her hand covering her mouth. "Since it's your first meeting, At this moment, seeing the harmonious scene between the two, Chu Qin walked between them, wrapping an arm around each, and said, "Let's go back and celebrate. I'll personally book a feast for you at the hotel." "Okay," Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong said in unison. After saying this, Chu Qin embraced them both, leading them back to the dormitory. "What do you want to eat?" Chu Qin asked. "Spicy rabbit legs." Ning Rongrong blurted out. "No rabbit." Chu Qin and Xiaowu said in unison. Seeing Chu Qin with both women, Tang San felt a bit lost in life. "Xiaowu," Tang San anxiously called out to Xiaowu. Hearing this, Xiaowu glanced at Tang San and then coldly said, "Get lost, stinky man." Hearing Xiaowu's cold words, Tang San felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. "It seems I was overthinking it," Tang San thought dejectedly. "Perhaps Xiaowu never cared about me from the beginning. What she cares about is Chu Qin. It's all about Chu Qin. Tang San, don't humiliate yourself further. Stop being so sentimental." That night, after having a hearty meal and drinks, Xiaowu, perhaps too excited, drank quite a bit of beer and went to sleep in the inner room. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Chu Qin lay on the sofa, both feeling a bit tipsy. Douluo continent is great, but there's no phone to play with during leisure time, Chu Qin sighed to himself. Chu Qin. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong put down her book and said in a sweet voice, "What's wrong, Rongrong?" Chu Qin also put down his book, asking in slight surprise. Ning Rongrong lightly bit her red lips, looking a bit shy. "What's wrong? Is there anything you can't say to me?" Chu Qin gently smiled while holding Ning Rongrong's arm. "Chu Qin, I heard Xiaowu say that you all do that at night," Ning Rongrong said, her face turning red. Bold Ning Rongrong, signing up for Chu Qin. "Oh," Chu Qin instantly understood Ning Rongrong's thoughts, but smiled and shook his head, refusing. "No, Rongrong, you're too young." "How am I young?" Ning Rongrong frowned. "Isn't Xiaowu about the same age as me?" "That's not what I meant." Chu Qin deeply. Ning Rongrong didn't know that Xiaowu was not really 10 years old. She was actually 100,000 years old, and Ning Rongrong. At this moment, Chu Qin's heart rate quickened slightly as he saw Ning Rongrong, perhaps due to being drunk, actually pulled open her collar, revealing a patch of snow-white skin and a shallow cleavage. "See, I'm not small," Ning Rongrong said shyly. Chu Qin felt a chill in his heart. Although Ning Rongrong looked a bit small, she indeed had real substance. "Chu Qin, are you just going to watch?" Ning Rongrong turned her head to the side and asked shyly. She was like this, yet Chu Qin remained indifferent. "Rongrong, we've only been dating for a short time. Are you sure you want to do this?" Chu Qin asked with a slightly serious tone. Who knows?" Ning Rongrong's temper flared up all of a sudden, and she coldly huffed. "Don't touch me anymore from now on." Chu Qin suddenly wanted to slap himself. The girl was unwilling, yet she went this far? So, Chu Qin chuckled and pushed Ning Rongrong onto the sofa. "Rongrong, it's okay to be a little smaller. Just eat more papaya." The two, under the hazy influence of drunkenness, enjoyed their time together. During this period, Chu Qin took some safety measures. In the blink of an eye, 6 months passed. Xiaowu successfully passed the assessment of Notting Academy, and Chu Qin also resigned from his position as a mentor at Notting Academy. They took a carriage to the Baroque Kingdom, Sodto City. The Baroque Kingdom is located in the southwest of the Heavendo Empire and is one of the 4 major kingdoms under the Heavendo Empire. Sodto City, as one of the main cities of the Baroque Kingdom, was bustling with activity, with people coming and going in droves. However, at this moment, the attention of these pedestrians was focused on a young man. This young man was surrounded by 2 stunning beauties, who were none other than Chu Qin and his Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong. Both Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong could be called beauties, completely different from the usual scene. It was frustrating to see these 2 gorgeous women laughing and joking in Chu Qin's embrace. Notably, Xiaowu was holding a carrot, while Ning Rongrong had a piece of papaya in her hand. "Chu Qin, what are we doing here?" Xiaowu looked at Chu Qin, puzzled. "Didn't you graduate from the Junior Soul Master Academy?" Chu Qin smiled and said, "I brought you here to attend the Advanced Soul Master Academy. Isn't the best Advanced Soul Master Academy on the continent the Heavendo Royal Academy? Shouldn't we go to the Heavendo Imperial Capital? Why are we in this remote place?" Ning Rongrong asked, somewhat confused. "Rongrong, is this place poor?" "It's much bigger than Notting City," Xiaowu said, a bit surprised. Hee. "Xiaowu, maybe I'm used to the Heavendo Imperial Capital, so I feel like everywhere else is poorer and smaller." Ning Rongrong replied. "You're suffering from rich people's disease." Xiaowu pouted. "Xiaowu, Rongrong, don't underestimate Sodto City." At this moment, Chu Qin smiled and said, "Here, you will gain unexpected rewards." "What is it?" Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong asked in unison. "You'll know once you enter the academy." Chu Qin smiled. "Ding. Goddess system activated." Defeat Dai Mubai. Become a mentor at Shrek Academy. Gain 100 favorability from Chu Qin and receive 2 pieces of 100,000 year soul bones and 1 level 7 soul guide. Here comes. Chu Qin said to himself happily. 36D Chu Qin. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong could both be called beauties, just a bit smaller. Chu Qin was here to make up for this shortcoming. Chu Qin, what are you laughing about? Xiaowu asked suspiciously. Nothing. Chu Qin smiled slightly and said, it's getting late. Let's find a hotel first, and then I'll accompany you to shop later. Okay. The 2 girls replied in unison. Chu Qin searched for a while, rejecting many luxurious hotels, and finally came to a 3-story building that resembled a rose. This must be the Rose Hotel. Chu Qin, this is one of the must-visit places for travelers. Excuse me, please book a room, Chu Qin said, putting his arms around Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu as they enter the hotel. Excuse me, are the 3 of you going to stay in one room? The receptionist asked. What's wrong with that? Ning Rongrong frowned and said, just book it. In Ning Rongrong's mind, she thought the receptionist was looking down on them for not having money. All right. The hotel staff immediately smiled and said, we happen to have a large double room available. It's spacious and comfortable. It will be more than enough for the 3 of you to sleep. Then let's book it. Xiaowu replied. Wait a minute, there's only one large double room. It should be reserved for me, right? At this moment, a proud and lazy voice rang out. Everyone turned to look and saw a blond man, flanked by a pair of slender twin sisters, walking into the hotel. The man was about 1.8 meters tall, with a strong physique and handsome features. His waist-length blonde hair cascading down. Especially striking were his eyes, which were heterochromatic. When Chu Qin first saw the man, he immediately identified him as the one with the evil eyes, the white tiger, Dai Mubai. Indeed, he was the target he was about to confront. The waiter, upon seeing Dai Mubai dressed elegantly, immediately greeted him with a smile, saying, this room has already been reserved for these 3 guests. Please go to another establishment. Hearing this, Dai Mubai began to assess Chu Qin and the others. Instantly, he felt somewhat displeased. First, Chu Qin's looks were a notch higher than his. Moreover, while both of them were surrounded by beautiful women, Chu Qin had 2 stunning beauties in his arms, while he had, what were those? Thinking of this, a slight smirk appeared on Dai Mubai's lips, and with a somewhat cold expression, he said to the waiter, it seems you are new here, right? Call your manager out. Dai Xiao. As soon as Dai Mubai finished speaking, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked out from the hotel, saying, I'm here. I could smell the money from afar. Dai Xiao, your aura. Manager Wang. Dai Mubai smiled proudly and said, didn't we agree that you would reserve a room for me every day? You really know how to handle things. I'm sorry, Dai Xiao. I didn't understand the rules. Manager Wang replied with a smile, then turned to Chu Qin and the others. I'm sorry. 3 guests. This room belongs to Dai Xiao. Please go to another place. Why should we? Before Chu Qin could speak, Xiaowu's fiery temper flared up. We arrived first. Because I have money. Dai Mubai's muked. You have money. At this moment, Ning Rongrong's eyes turned cold, and she threw a bag out of her soul guide container. The bag landed on the counter, and gleaming gold soul coins immediately spilled out. Seeing such a large bag of gold soul coins, Manager Wang's eyes lit up. This is 100 gold soul coins. Ning Rongrong crossed her arms and looked at Dai Mubai, saying, tell him to get lost. Dai Mubai was instantly taken aback. Both were rich, both were gods. He couldn't afford to offend either. But Dai Mubai smirked and looked at Ning Rongrong, saying, I didn't expect you to be a little rich lady. I must say, you look pretty good. Why not hang out with me? He flashed a somewhat lewd smile at Ning Rongrong. Hang out with you? Who do you think you are? Ning Rongrong retorted disdainfully, with a playboy like you, you're not even worthy to shine my shoes. Rongrong, well said. Xiaowu chimed in with a laugh. Very well, you've successfully angered me. Dai Mubai's eyes turned cold. However, Dai Mubai, don't hit women. Saying this, Dai Mubai looked at Chu Qin. Are they your women? Indeed. Chu Qin ziplit gan li. Very good. I haven't stretched my muscles in a long time. Let's have a fight. Dai Mubai said, pushing the 2 women aside and lightly twisting his neck. Immediately, accompanied by a tiger's roar, a majestic, evil-eye white tiger appeared behind Dai Mubai. At the same time, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, shone beneath Dai Mubai's feet. Dai Xiao. Seeing Dai Mubai get angry, Manager Wang shouted in fear. Don't worry. Dai Mubai's eyes turned cold. All losses today are on me. But this person is definitely getting beaten. Saying this, Dai Mubai turned to Chu Qin. I say, you're a man, you want to hide behind women, right? Impossible. Chu Qin replied calmly. Very good, then let us go. Dai Mubai shouted, White Tiger, possess. With a furious roar, his hands instantly expanded more than twice their size, covered by a layer of white tiger fur. At the same time, a faint character for king appeared on his forehead. Dai Mubai, martial soul. White Tiger, rank 37 battle soul. His domineering voice proclaimed arrogantly, Xiaowu Rongrong. Chu Qin smiled indifferently and said, Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong. Upon hearing this, walked to the back at the same time. Xiaowu said to the waiter, Take the gold soul coins and bring the room card. The waiter hesitated for a moment. However, in the next moment, there was a loud bang. And in front of everyone's eyes, Dai Mubai was sent flying, his head and feet leaning forward while his abdomen arched backward, forming a U shape. And he was slammed against the wall. Seeing this scene, the hotel manager, the waiter, and the two graceful women were all taken aback. What has happened? A soul king was killed in an instant. Rongrong, there's no helping it. Some people just like to humiliate themselves. Xiaowu snatched the room card from the waiter's hand, shrugged, and smiled faintly, saying, I thought he was formidable. Yet he dares to challenge my Chu Qin with this. Ning Rongrong also looked at Dai Mubai and teased, You really don't know your limits. Dai Mubai slowly got up amidst the mockery. He looked at Chu Qin, and all the arrogance in his eyes had vanished, replaced only by fear and astonishment. Just now, he had experienced the most terrifying scene. Just a moment ago, the Chu Qin in front of him had broken through his white tiger's protective barrier with just one punch, without even revealing his martial soul or spirit rings. Who are you? Dai Mubai asked Chu Qin in terror. You don't deserve to know my name. Chu Qin said indifferently. As he spoke, he beckoned to Dai Mubai with a middle finger. As a man, continue. Second soul skill, White Tiger's fierce light wave. Dai Mubai let out a low roar, his mouth transforming into that of a tiger, as a burst of milky white light erupted from it. Dai Mubai's momentum was strong, causing quite a commotion, with the hotel walls beginning to tremble as if they were about to collapse. Seeing this scene, Chu Qin smiled indifferently, calmly extending his right hand without using any soul power. Yet, the White Tiger's fierce light wave was easily intercepted by Chu Qin's palm. If everyone hadn't seen clearly before, now they were witnessing it all with their own eyes. Chu Qin caught an attack from a soul master with his palm and didn't shake at all. Everyone except Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu was stunned. How old is Chu Qin? He caught the soul master's attack with his bare hands? Not only that, but with a gentle push of his palm, the milky white beam actually changed direction and blasted towards Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai was hit by the beam and immediately fell heavily to the ground, his martial soul ring dissipating at that moment. How is this possible? Dai Mubai lay on the ground, looking at the young man who was about the same age as him, his heart filled with shock. Who are you? Dai Mubai instinctively asked in fear. You will find out later, Chu Qin said with a mysterious smile. Rongrong, Xiaowu, let us go. We'll rest in the room. After saying this, Chu Qin put his arms around Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu and left gracefully. Dai Xiao. After Chu Qin left, Manager Wang immediately came over, wanted to help Dai Mubai. Impossible. How can there be such a powerful, young soul master in the world? I must quickly inform the dean. Get out of the way. Dai Mubai shook off Manager Wang's hand and walked alone toward Shrek Academy while holding his chest. Sigh. Manager Wang let out a soft sigh and instructed the waiter. Clean this place up and make sure to take good care of the guests upstairs. The waiter immediately began to act. At this moment, he noticed a man in blue clothing and wheat-colored skin standing at the hotel entrance. This person was Tang San. Sorry, guest, our hotel is full. Please go to another one. Tang San seemed not to hear the waiter's words, muttering to himself. I didn't expect this kid to be so strong. What is he doing here in Sodto City? Could it be that he also wants to join Shrek Academy? Forget it, he's just a kid. I'll avoid provoking him in the future. Tang San sighed. After saying this, Tang San turned to another direction, in the luxurious suite of the Rose Hotel. Finally, we can rest. As soon as they entered the room, Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu collapsed directly onto the bed. What? Aren't you going shopping anymore? Chu Qin smiled. Not going, too tired. Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu replied in perfect harmony. Well then, I'm a bit tired too. Let us sleep until dawn, and then go to Shrek Academy. Chu Qin smiled and nodded, lying down between Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu. Shrek Academy? Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu asked in unison. Yes, it's a high-level soul master academy. I'll tell you more tomorrow. Now sleep. After saying this, Chu Qin hugged one of them and began to snort evenly. You sleep so fast, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Rongrong, let us sleep too, Xiaowu said with a smile. After saying this, the two girls hugged Chu Qin tightly from either side and fell asleep. About 10 minutes later, Chu Qin felt a wetness on his lips and woke up. He then realized that Ning Rongrong was kissing him. Rongrong, Chu Qin said in surprise in a low voice. Ah, Chu Qin, you're awake. Ning Rongrong was startled and said, I'm sorry, Chu Qin, your face is too good-looking. I couldn't help it. Little rascal. Chu Qin couldn't help but pinch Ning Rongrong's little face. Are you thinking about something? 2 moons on the same day. Ning Rongrong nodded with a somewhat pitiful expression. During this time, because Xiaowu was always by his side, Chu Qin rarely engaged in that kind of thing. Hearing this, Chu Qin glanced at the sleeping Xiaowu and then said to Ning Rongrong, Rongrong, we can't easily wake Xiaowu while she's sleeping. Let's go to the washroom. Ning Rongrong nodded excitedly. So, the two of them sneaked towards the washroom. After closing the door, they sighed in relief. And Chu Qin looked at Ning Rongrong with some excitement. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was wearing a light green tight dress, and beneath it were 2 slender legs as delicate as jade. Moreover, it was evident that her chest had grown quite a bit. It's bigger. It seems the papaya worked. Ning Rongrong said with a proud smile. Let's keep our voices down and not wake Xiaowu. After saying that, the two started to loosen their clothes. Just as they were halfway through, the door was suddenly pulled open, and Xiaowu appeared at the entrance. Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Chu Qin both exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing? Xiaowu frowned. Xiaowu, let me explain. Chu Qin hurriedly said. I heard everything. Count me in. Xiaowu said. Chu Qin and Ning Rongrong were taken aback. What do you mean? Xiaowu pouted. You've both kept this from me several times. Saying that, Xiaowu roughly started to loosen her clothes. That night, with the double moons in the sky, was destined to be a sleepless night. The next morning, Chu Qin took Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu out of Sodto City and arrived at a small village outside the city gate. Chu Qin, didn't you say we were going to the Advanced Soul Master Academy? Why are we outside the city? Xiaowu asked in confusion. Chu Qin, did you take a wrong turn? Ning Rongrong also inquired. No, the direction is correct. Chu Qin shook his head. But where's the Advanced Soul Master Academy here? Xiaowu asked. Look, isn't that it? Chu Qin pointed ahead and smiled at a long line of people. This group was gradually passing through a wooden door and entering the village. At first glance, it looked like they were queuing for the restroom. However, upon closer inspection, the words Shrek Academy were indeed written above the wooden door, and behind the words, there was a symbol of the soul beast Shrek. Chu Qin, no way. Is this really Shrek Academy? Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu still asked in perfect harmony. Both were quite surprised this place, not to mention being associated with a high-level Soul Master Academy, was worlds apart from a preschool education institution. Although reluctant to admit it, it truly was. Chu Qin nodded, hugged the 2 girls, shrugged his shoulders, and helplessly walked towards Shrek Academy. Chu Qin's gaze kept searching through the crowd, but no matter what, he couldn't find the person he was looking for. Instead, he saw Tang San. Chu Qin did not care about Tang San. He was thinking, could it be that the plot has changed and Zhu Qing is not coming to Shrek Academy? Impossible, impossible. At that moment, a conversation was heard ahead of Chu Qin and the others. Hey, is this really the Shrek Academy that is said to guarantee a title of Viscount in the Empire upon graduation? Could it be a mistake? No way. False advertising could get them disqualified. Maybe this is just a test. The real academy is somewhere else. Look at the 3 behind us, 2 girls and a guy. They look so good. They definitely aren't ordinary people. Hearing this, Chu Qin, Xiaowu, and Ning Rongrong all smiled faintly. Meanwhile, in Shrek Academy, a blond man with heterochromia walked out. It was Dai Mubai. It's been a long time since Shrek Academy has been this lively. Dai Mubai stretched lazily, feeling very good. Is he going to? Dai Mubai inadvertently noticed Chu Qin's presence, and his smile immediately froze. Remembering yesterday's scene, he frowned and quickly turned back into the academy. Dean. Chu Qin did not notice Dai Mubai's presence. Instead, at this moment, Li Yusong, who was in charge of admissions, spoke with his aged and sharp voice from the front of the line. Not qualified is just not qualified. Don't waste my time. A middle-aged man angrily said, why is it that my child is a genius in the junior college, with the first spirit ring being a 100-year spirit ring, yet he can't enter your broken academy? It's fine if he can't enter the academy. Refund my registration fee. I'm sorry, the registration fee is non-refundable, Li Yusong said calmly. That middle-aged man immediately became furious, saying, hurry up, refund my registration fee, otherwise I won't leave. Hearing this, the crowd began to murmur, complaining that the academy was shabby and unreasonable. Chu Qin, Can this academy even have students? Xiaowu asked, taking a bite of the carrot, puzzled. Yeah, this is too unreasonable, Ning Rongrong said, taking a bite of papaya. Why do we have to come to such an academy? You'll know soon, Chu Qin said with a smirk. Sure enough, as soon as Chu Qin's voice fell, a powerful aura spread out ahead. Li Yusong's feet glowed with exactly 6 spirit rings. Spirit Emperor. Upon seeing Li Yusong's spirit rings appear, the crowd, which had been murmuring, suddenly fell silent. I will only say this once. Li Yusong raised the dragon pattern rod in his hand and said, Shrek Academy only accepts students under 13 years old, with spirit power above level 20. And the first 2 spirit rings must be 100-year spirit rings. If you don't meet this standard, don't waste your time. Additionally, the registration fee is non-refundable. If you want it, ask my dragon pattern rod. Upon hearing this, the long queue of people immediately dispersed in a hurry. In the end, only 5 people were left on site. Chu Qin, Ning Rongrong, Xiaowu, Tang San, and a cold-looking girl. The girl appeared somewhat youthful, standing at about 165 meters tall, looking around 13 or 14 years old, but her actual age should be a bit younger. She had long black hair and an extremely beautiful face, making her a complete beauty. However, her figure made her seem like an adult. She wore a black leather outfit that outlined an alluring curve, especially her proud chest, which was almost unmatched. Xiaowu, look, that person is really big. Ning Rongrong pointed at the cold-looking girl. Xiaowu looked at the girl's absurd figure, then at her own, and replied somewhat unconfidently, This isn't normal. Here comes the 36D. However, when Chu Qin heard this, he also turned his gaze toward the cold-looking girl and then smiled excitedly. This person is undoubtedly Zhu Qin. What, 36D? Xiaowu asked in confusion. And no, nothing. Chu Qin shook his head. No, something must be going on. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong looked at Chu Qin with unusual expressions. Chu Qin's eyes were strikingly similar to last night. Instantly defeated Zhao Wujing. There's still 5 people left. At this moment, Li Yusong's surprised voice rang out. Normally, by this time, they should have finished work. Li Yusong quickly smiled and walked to the 5 people, saying, Since that's the case, let's test your soul power. Who wants to go first? Next, Tang San and the others tested one by one, all meeting the Academy's admission requirements. This year, the Academy has suddenly gained 4 monsters. Li Yusong exclaimed. And you? Finally, Li Yusong looked at Chu Qin and asked, Looking at your age, you don't seem to be under 13, right? Indeed, I'm not. Chu Qin nodded. I'm not here to participate in the admission assessment. Then don't waste time. Li Yusong said coldly. You 4 can go for the next round of assessment. Wait a minute, I'm not participating in the admission assessment, but I'm here to apply for a mentor. Chu Qin called out to Li Yusong as he turned around. What? Li Yusong was taken aback. Hearing this, Tang San and the others were also surprised. Directly applying for a mentor, what kind of operation is this? However, Li Yusong turned around with a hint of disdain and said, Then you should waste even less time. To become a mentor at our Shrek Academy, you must first reach the Soul King level and defeat a mentor from the Academy. By the way, I must remind you, the lowest level in our Academy is the Soul Emperor. In other words, if you're not a Soul Emperor, dreaming of becoming a mentor at Shrek Academy is simply wishful thinking. Chu Qin smiled lightly, and 6 super spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black, and 1 red, burst forth beneath his feet, especially the 6th red spirit ring, which instantly silenced the entire venue. Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu were both taken aback. They only knew that Chu Qin had obtained a 6th spirit ring, but were unaware that the 6th ring was a 100,000-year spirit ring. The most shocked was Tang San, whose eyes were fixed on Chu Qin's spirit ring configuration, his heart astonished to the extreme. What? Zhu Qin also slightly opened her mouth in surprise. Even in the Star Luo Empire, it was impossible for her to see such a young spirit emperor. Chu Qin. Level 63 Attack Type Spirit Emperor. Am I qualified? Chu Qin summoned the Annihilation Spear while looking at Li Yusong, who was already stunned in place, and smiled lightly. Level 63 Spirit Emperor? After a long time, Li Yusong finally spoke in shock. You, how old are you? 17. Chu Qin smiled slightly. 17-year-old Spirit Emperor? Li Yusong, Tang San, and Zhu Qin exclaimed in unison. Wait, doesn't your Shrek Academy ask for age when recruiting tutors? Chu Qin asked calmly. No. Li Yusong shook his head, forcing himself to calm down. There is no age limit for tutors at Shrek Academy, as long as you meet the 2 conditions I mentioned earlier. Well, that is simple. Chu Qin note that. Hearing this, Li Yusong knew that he would most likely want to spar with him. Just as Li Yusong was about to summon his martial soul spirit rings and prepare for battle, He heard Chu Qin smilingly say, I heard that your Shrek Academy has someone called the immovable King Xiaowu. Yes. Li Yuzong Fronut. Good. Let him come out and fight me. Chu Qin smiled. You want to challenge Spirit Saint Xiaowu? Li Yuzong was astonished. Exactly. Chu Qin replied. Fighting a Spirit Saint is not challenging. And indeed, Chu Qin was already capable of battling a Spirit Saint when he was a Spirit King. And now that he had obtained the 600,000-year Spirit Ring, it would be meaningless to fight someone who is not a Spirit Saint. At this moment, a rough and lazy voice sounded. Who want to challenge me? Everyone turned to look, and they saw a strong, middle-aged man with bronze skin leisurely walking over while cleaning his ears. This middle-aged man wore a full set of beast skin armor, looking extremely rugged, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, and skin as tough as city walls. A teasing smile hung on his face, exuding a look that seemed to invite a fight. Oh, Li Yuzong, this year's little monsters seem quite plentiful. Xiaowu looked at Chu Qin and the others, smiling proudly. By the way, did I hear wrong just now? Who seems to want to challenge me? I must not have misheard, right? Vice Dean Zhao. At this time, Li Yuzong walked to Xiaowu's ear, glancing at Chu Qin's direction, and whispered a few words. What? A 17-year-old spirit emperor. Not long after, Xiaowu looked at Chu Qin, his smile frozen in astonishment as he exclaimed. Xiaowu, hello. I heard that to become a tutor at your Shrek Academy, one needs to defeat a tutor? Chu Qin replied with a smile. You want to be our academy's tutor? Xiaowu frowned, completely losing the arrogance he had earlier, now only showing confusion and surprise. Exactly. Chu Qin not that. Xiaowu, let us see your skills. You really want to fight me? Xiaowu looked even more bewildered. Chu Qin no longer paid attention to Xiaowu, only to see 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and red flashing beneath his feet. 100,000-year soul ring. Xiaowu looked incredulous. Xiaowu, are you afraid? Chu Qin asked with a faint smile. Hearing this, Xiaowu's mouth slightly tilted. I, the unmoved Ming Wang Xiaowu, have walked the continent for many years. I've fought against the Pope of the Spirit Hall. What is there to be afraid of? Well then, let's stretch our muscles. Great strength Diamond Bear possess. As soon as Xiaowu finished speaking, his body suddenly grew taller. On his wall-like solid skin, some golden bear fur began to bulge. And at that moment, his palms transformed into bear paws. At the same time, beneath Xiaowu's feet, the 7 soul rings in the best configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black lit up. Chu Qin, go for it. Seeing this scene, Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu shouted towards Chu Qin simultaneously. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu glanced at Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu, then with a smirk said, Chu Qin, how about this? As long as you can last for the duration of a stick of incense in my hands, I will make an exception and let you become a mentor at Shrek Academy. Although Xiaowu accepted the challenge, the shock in his heart had not diminished. A soul emperor like Chu Qin at just 17 years old was unmatched across the continent, and he must befriend him. No need. Chu Qin smiled and said, If I cannot defeat you within 10 moves, then I lose. Xiaowu's eyebrows slightly furrowed, thinking to himself, Sigh, extraordinary talent, but ultimately still too young. He probably doesn't even know the gap between a soul emperor and a soul sage. I can't go all out. However, before Xiaowu had time to think, a black light suddenly flashed before his eyes. Xiaowu focused and saw that the god-slaying spear in Chu Qin's hand had already reached in front of him. The spear tip aimed at his chest. What? Xiaowu was greatly shocked, and he brought his 2 bare paws together, pinching Chu Qin's spear in between. This speed? It seems I underestimated him. Fortunately, I, Xiaowu, am not to be trifled with. Xiaowu's heart sank slightly, amazed at Chu Qin's speed. Fast speed, but the power should be lacking. However, Xiaowu still underestimated the power of the god-slaying spear. Under the full output of Xiaowu's soul power, he was still pushed back by Chu Qin. Finally, accompanied by a loud bang, black flames erupted from the god-slaying spear, instantly blasting Xiaowu away. The attack from Chu Qin was almost completed in an instant. Before everyone could react, Xiaowu had already been knocked to the ground. Once they realized what had happened, they were all taken aback. Vice Dean Zhao was defeated? Li Yuzong could hardly believe his eyes. Flander was also about to get hit. Who exactly is Chu Qin? Is he really just a child? Tang San thought to himself. When he first met Chu Qin, he was only at the soul sect level, and now, just over a year later, he had already reached the level to defeat a soul sage. How long would it take for him to get back Xiaowu? Zhu Qin was shocked and thought to herself, this person is so handsome. Wait, what am I thinking? I'm here to find Dai Mubai. Only Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong were very happy, directly cheering. Chu Qin, well done. At this moment, Zhao Wujia also had a bewildered expression. Is Chu Qin really a soul emperor? He is a level 76 power-type soul sage, yet he was directly defeated by a soul emperor. Although, Zhao Wujia hadn't used his full strength. No, I can't let this go. Zhao Wujia thought to himself. Otherwise, where would I put my face? Second soul skill. Great strength diamond palm. Zhao Wujia took the initiative to attack, and the second soul ring beneath his feet lit up. His bare paw suddenly expanded several times and crushed towards Chu Qin. Feeling the sudden surge of soul power from Zhao Wujia and the gravitational pressure acting on his whole body, Chu Qin's pupils shifted slightly. Sure enough, Zhao Wujia hadn't used his full strength before. Now was his moment to go all out. However, did I really use all my strength? Let's try 100. 000. Year soul skill. 1 move to determine the outcome. 6th soul skill. Phantom spear. At that moment, as the 6th soul ring beneath Chu Qin's feet lit up, his entire body fell into a state of being almost imperceptible, as if he had merged with the space around him. Under these circumstances, the gravitational suppression brought by Zhao Wujia was completely lifted. What a strange soul skill. Seeing his gravity fail, Zhao Wujia exclaimed in surprise. In his astonishment, Zhao Wujia immediately condensed his soul power into a soul power shield. The 6th soul ring of Chu Qin comes from a system gift. It originates from a 100,000-year soul beast called the Void Bone Dragon. This soul ring grants Chu Qin 200,000-year soul skills, the Wandering Void Spear and the Diamond Breaking Soul Spear. One is hard, and the other is soft. The effect of the Wandering Void Spear is to remove all control states from oneself and ignore all physical defenses. Therefore, Chu Qin's Destruction God Spear perfectly pierced through the shield, directly knocking Zhao Wujia's body away. Fortunately, Zhao Wujia managed to steady himself in time, preventing a fall. But his martial soul rings dissipated in an instant. This means that Chu Qin won. I lost. Is this the power of a 100,000-year soul skill? Zhao Wujia said in disbelief. Zhao Wujia, I concede. Chu Qin said with a smirk. Everyone was stunned. Just a moment ago, Zhao Wujia had declared that as long as Chu Qin was not defeated within the duration of an incense stick, he could win. Now, Chu Qin had completely defeated Zhao Wujia in just 2 moves. Congratulations, Chu Qin. From now on, you'll be my colleague. You will officially become a mentor at Shrek Academy. Zhao Wujia walked up to Chu Qin with admiration and extended his hand. Chu Qin smiled slightly. Hee. Mentor Chu Qin, you will be the youngest and most talented mentor in our academy from now on. Please take care of us. Liuzon Uriadli Flataret. How come I didn't know the academy added a new mentor? At this moment, a middle-aged man's voice rang out. A man wearing black-framed glasses and a brown suit, accompanied by a young man with blonde hair and heterochromia, walked over. Flander. Zhao Wujia hurriedly approached. Flander ignored Zhao Wujia and quietly asked Dai Mubai, while looking at Chu Qin. Mubai, did he defeat you? Yes, Dean. Dai Mubai nodded. How much gold soul coins were promised for defeating him? Flander continued to lower his voice and asked, sponsoring the academy with a piece of land, plus 10,000 gold soul coins. Dai Mubai replied quietly. Hearing this, Flander's lips curved into a sly smile as he arrogantly walked up to Chu Qin and said, Who allowed you to become a mentor at Shrek Academy? Dean. Before Chu Qin could speak, Zhao Wujia hurriedly interjected, It was my suggestion. Zhao Wujia. How much benefit did you receive? Flander said with a cold smile, forgetting the academy's rules for such a young person to become a mentor. Dean, I didn't tea. Zhao Wujia hurriedly retorted. Before Zhao Wujia could finish, he was directly interrupted by Flander, who looked at Chu Qin and said, Sorry. We are not hiring mentors at Shrek Academy. How about this? If you can defeat me, I will make an exception and allow you to become a mentor. Flander's meaning was clear. He wanted to use this duel to beat Chu Qin to obtain Dai Mubai's reward. However, he might have miscalculated. Chu Qin's lips curved slightly. He was worried that he hadn't fought enough with Zhao Wujia to test his true level. Flander, a level 78 soul saint, was a good choice. So Chu Qin calmly replied, All right, since the academy is yours, then you have the final say. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai secretly laughed. Chu Qin, oh hot Chu Qin. I'm not that easy to deal with. Dai Mubai thought to himself, just wait to be beaten by the dean. Boss. At this moment, Zhao Wujia advised Chu Qin. He has already. Zhao Wujia. Whatever benefits you received, I will settle the score with you later. Flander frowned. Dai Mubai promised 10,000 gold soul coins and a piece of land, and it couldn't be ruined by Xiaowu. Chu Qin, right? Make your move. As he spoke, a dark owl emerged from behind Flander, and beneath him, 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black flickered. Flander, a level 78 cat, owl battle soul saint. As Flander spoke, he smiled at Chu Qin and said, "Come on, don't say I'm bullying you. How about this? I want to use my martial soul, true form, and if you can last a stick of incense in my hands, I will make an exception and allow you to become a mentor at Shrek Academy." Upon hearing this, Tang San, Zhu Qin, and others all looked at Xiaowu in unison. Xiaowu scratched his head, secretly amused. Hee, Boss Flander, it's worth it to see you get beaten. Flander glanced at Xiaowu and Li Yusong's expressions, and he suddenly felt a chill. The looks in their eyes all carried a hint of watching a show. Why did he feel like these people were waiting to see him make a fool of himself? In the next moment, his black glasses almost fell off as he saw 100,000-year soul ring shining beneath Chu Qin's feet. 1, 2, 6 rings, 6 rings soul emperor, 100,000-year soul ring. Flander was so shocked he couldn't speak. Dai Mubai's smile froze as he swallowed hard. How old are you? After a long time, Flander instinctively asked Chu Qin. 17, boss. It was Xiaowu who answered. 17? Flander's brows furrowed, then suddenly brightened as he thought of something. Just as Flander was pondering, a black golden spear suddenly pierced towards him. Unlike Xiaowu, who was a heavy power-type soul master, he was a speed-type soul master. He spread the owl wings on his back and dodged Chu Qin's attack. You started before we even began? Flander frowned and asked. In battle, no one gives you the chance. Chu Qin smiled calmly. Dai Mubai, do you dare to hit my wife? Vote for more updates, good kid. Flander's lips curved into a smile. There was no anger in his words, but rather joy, because he had just thought of a money-making idea. If Chu Qin joined Shrek Academy and led it to participate in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, the championship will be a sure thing. In that case, as the champion of the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, wouldn't the reputation and money of Shrek Academy come rolling in? At this moment, Flander could already imagine the feeling of sitting atop a mountain of gold. No, I can't go all out. Flander thought to himself while creating distance from Chu Qin. Dai Mubai only promised 10,000 gold soul coins. But this one in front of me is a definite money tree. No, I must think of a way to make him last a stick of incense in my hands. With this thought, Flander secretly weakened his soul power output. However, the next moment, Flander regretted it. Chu Qin caught up to Flander's flying speed with incredible speed. Then, Chu Qin thrust his spear, and due to insufficient soul power output, Flander was instantly knocked down by Chu Qin and fell to the ground. Boss, you need to use your full strength. I forgot to tell you, Xiaowu said playfully, I was defeated by his 2 skills without using my martial soul, true form. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Flander shot Xiaowu an annoyed glance. Soul skill, Eagle Whirlwind. Flander shouted, and began to spin rapidly in place along with his wings. In an instant, the sand and dust on the ground were swept up as if a sandstorm was sweeping toward Chu Qin. 6th soul skill, Diamond Breaking Soul Spear. Facing Flandra, the 78th level soul saint, Chu Qin did not dare to be careless and directly used the 2nd soul skill of his 6th soul ring. If the Wandering Spear is about immunity and breaking defenses, then the Diamond Breaking Soul Spear is both an attack boost and absolute defense. When Chu Qin used the Diamond Breaking Soul Spear, his attack power would instantly increase by 100%, and he would gain 1 second of absolute defense. Therefore, it was evident that Chu Qin perfectly dodged the soul power rotating around Flandra and ultimately struck his main body with 1 shot, sending him crashing to the ground. What a powerful 10,000-year soul skill. Flandra's eyes narrowed. Chu Qin's spear strike made him feel that he was invincible below the soul saint level, and perhaps only a soul Douluo could compete with him. At this thought, Flandra was first taken aback. When did such a powerful character emerge in the Douluo continent? Soon, a smirk appeared on his face, and in this case, the overall champion of the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition was basically confirmed. Thinking of this, Flandra smiled at Chu Qin. I lost, congratulations, you become a mentor of Shrek Academy. Haha, Dean, you also lost. Xiaowu couldn't help but laugh, while covering his left chest. Upon hearing this, Flandra covered his right chest and couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Ding! The system detected that the host had completed the task of defeating Dai Mubai and had become a mentor of Shrek Academy. Obtain the bones of the 10,000-year soul beast angry golden monkey for both arms, and 100% favorability from goddess Chu Qin, along with a level 7 soul guide. The Sphere of Light. Hearing this system prompt, Chu Qin immediately cast a secret glance at Chu Qin. Sure enough, at this moment, Chu Qin was looking at Chu Qin with a fervent gaze. When Chu Qin noticed Chu Qin's gaze, she immediately lowered her head. It seems that Chu Qin is mine. Chu Qin secretly rejoiced. At this moment, Dai Mubai was in a very low mood, angrily punching the nearby stone wall and exclaiming, "Who the hell is he?" Even the dean lost to him. Next came the entrance examination for Tang San and his group. Xiaowu was injured, so in the original work, the test that lasted for a stick of incense in Xiaowu's hand became the new mentor, Chu Qin, because everyone managed to last for a stick of incense under Chu Qin's guidance. There is no doubt that everyone passed. This is also why Chu Qin challenged Xiaowu, so that Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong could largely avoid injury. However, Tang San naturally ended up getting beaten again. At midnight, in the Shrek Academy square, a graceful figure stood in the square, sighing alone. This person was none other than Chu Qin. Why do I have those kind of thoughts about that Chu Qin? Chu Qin was puzzled. Clearly, Dai Mubai was my fiancé. No, Dai Mubai is not. Chu Qin thought to herself. That was merely a promise made by the family to flatter the Douluo royal family. What does it have to do with me? Chu Qin. Moreover, he was hugging 2 girls on the street yesterday. Did he ever think of me for even a moment? Chu Qin seems to have 2 women as well. No, it's different. Chu Qin's women all look so happy, indicating that he treats his women well, while Dai Mubai is just sampling. Furthermore, Chu Qin is really handsome. Just as Chu Qin was feeling troubled, a young voice rang out, "Chu Qin, it's really you." Chu Qin heard this and thought it was the person she had in mind. Upon looking, the person in front of her was Dai Mubai, and her face instantly darkened as she turned to leave. Chu Qin. Dai Mubai immediately grabbed Chu Qin's arm. "Let go," Chu Qin said coldly. "Chu Qin, I know that leaving the Douluo Empire has hurt you a bit." Dai Mubai sighed, "But no matter what, you're my fiancé. We have a marriage contract. So what? I don't acknowledge it." Chu Qin said icily, "You, Prince Dai, I cannot aspire to." "Then why did you come to the Heaven Do Empire, to Shrek Academy to find me?" Dai Mubai asked. "After all, you still like me, right?" "Get lost, disgusting." Chu Qin snorted coldly. "Even if I married Chu Qin, I would never marry you." "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai instantly became furious. Yesterday, he was humiliated by Chu Qin and his companions, and today he was so angry that he couldn't stand it. Now, Chu Qin was saying he was inferior to Chu Qin? Chu Qin. Dai Mubai replied. "Say that again." Chu Qin frowned. Her earlier words seemed to have come out subconsciously. However, thinking about it, perhaps this was her true thought, so she looked seriously at Dai Mubai and said, "Yes, Chu Qin is much better than you. First, you are not as handsome as him, and second, you are not as powerful as him. A 17-year-old soul emperor, let alone your Douluo royal family. I'm afraid you can't find a second one in the entire Douluo continent." Dai Mubai's eyes turned cold, raising his hand to slap Chu Qin. However, at that moment, another hand firmly grasped Dai Mubai's right hand. Both Chu Qin and Dai Mubai were startled. They looked over to see an incredibly handsome figure appearing there. It was none other than Chu Qin. "Chu Qin." Chu Qin and Dai Mubai exclaimed simultaneously. However, their expressions were different. Chu Qin was surprised, while Dai Mubai was frightened. Interesting, hitting women. The next moment, Chu Qin executed a joint lock, directly dislocating Dai Mubai's right arm. "Ah!" Dai Mubai let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. "Chu Qin, you!" Dai Mubai was furious. "Salma mentor." Chu Qin slightly raised his head and replied coldly. "Chu Qin, be my woman." "Humph." Dai Mubai let out a cold snort. Chu Qin smiled faintly, kicked out with one foot, and instantly, Dai Mubai's knees buckled, kneeling straight on the ground. "You!" Dai Mubai was furious to the extreme. However, Chu Qin had anticipated this scene long ago. With a light press of his palm, he rendered Dai Mubai unable to move. Not only that, at this moment, Dai Mubai felt a tremendous shock in his chest, as if a towering mountain was pressing down on him. Dai Mubai was drenched in sweat. Extreme pain surged within him. Chu Qin was Chu Qin's predetermined wife. Hitting his wife was like hitting his face. Touching the reverse scale would lead to death. "Ah, I was wrong. Master Chu, spare me." Dai Mubai said with a grim face, yielding. "Chu Qin, let it go." Chu Qin said with a frown. The pain Dai Mubai felt was only slight. The main thing was that she knew his identity as a prince. She didn't know Chu Qin's background and was afraid he would offend the star Luo royal family. In any case, upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's plea, Chu Qin withdrew his soul power and looked at Dai Mubai coldly, saying, "If I see you harm Zhu Zhuqing again, I will directly cripple you." "Yes, Master Chu." Dai Mubai replied obediently, pain still evident on his face. "Get lost." With that, Dai Mubai left the square in a disheveled state. After Dai Mubai left, Chu Qin's anger subsided significantly, and he looked at Zhu Zhuqing with a smile, saying, "Zhu Qing, how are you? Are you okay? Not hurt?" "I'm fine, thank you, Chu Qin." Zhu Zhuqing smiled and shook her head. "That's good." Chu Qin nodded, "Then I'll take my leave." "Wait." Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing called out, "Chu Qin, I can't sleep. Can you walk with me?" "What am I saying?" Zhu Zhuqing thought to herself as soon as she spoke, wondering if this was too direct. What if he refused? Okay. However, what Zhu Zhuqing didn't expect was that Chu Qin smiled slightly. After that, Zhu Zhuqing and Chu Qin took a walk under the moonlight outside Shrek Village. Eventually, they sat on a long bench at the village entrance. "Zhu Zhuqing, why did Dai Mubai want to hit you just now?" Chu Qin broke the silence. "This is a long story." Zhu Zhuqing sighed softly. "Since you don't want to talk about it, then forget it." Chu Qin smiled. "No, Chu Qin." Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly said, "I really don't know where to start with this. Do you know each other?" Chu Qin asked intentionally. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. "I grew up with him. Moreover, our parents arranged a betrothal for us when we were children." Zhu Zhuqing spoke vaguely, knowing that mentioning the star Luo royal family and the Zhu family serving the royal family wasn't appropriate. "So, you are considered his fiancé, eh?" Chu Qin asked lightly with a smile. No. Zhu Zhuqing seemed very afraid of Chu Qin misunderstanding and quickly shook her head. "That was arranged by my parents before I was born. I have never acknowledged this marriage contract. It's just a pity that my power is too small to change this matter." Zhu Zhuqing sighed. "Maybe this is my fate." "Why say that?" Chu Qin smiled back. "There is no such thing as fate in this world. It's just an excuse for the weak, whether you acknowledge it or not. Since you don't acknowledge this marriage contract, then destroy it." "No." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. "Chu Qin, the interests involved are too great. Once I destroy it, I will face endless pursuit, and my family won't be able to return. It seems this Dai Mubai has quite a bit of power." Chu Qin smiled faintly. "So, would you want to destroy it? In other words, would you willingly fall in love with Dai Mubai?" Chu Qin continued to ask. "I don't want to. I originally held some hope for Dai Mubai, which is why I came to Shrek Academy. But in these past few days, I heard many things in Nodding City about him, chasing girls and hanging around. Yesterday, I even saw him taking 2 girls to a hotel. With someone like him, unless I'm blind, I could never like him." Zhu Zhuqing looked at Chu Qin and poured out her heart. "Since you don't want to, then destroy it." Chu Qin replied gently. "Huh?" Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. "You don't have to be afraid of any pursuit or revenge. I'll protect you," Chu Qin said calmly. With a single peerless law like Su Daji at his side, killing the emperor of the Star Luo Empire would be more than enough. How could he fear royal pursuit? Zhu Zhuqing trembled at these words, standing there in a daze. "What's wrong? Don't you believe me?" Chu Qin smiled. "No." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. "I can see that the power behind you is immense. But why do you want to help me? We don't even know each other." Hearing this, Chu Qin reached out to touch Zhu Zhuqing's hand. "I'm not someone who likes to beat around the bush. I like you." Since Zhu Zhuqing was his destined wife, and the system had already facilitated their connection, why should he pretend? Moreover, he could not accept the unbearable punishment that the system imposed on men. Since he had already gained a 100 favorability rating from Zhu Zhuqing, if he didn't accept her and let her live in pain for the rest of her life, that wouldn't be Chu Qin. Chu Qin's sudden action caused Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face to blush slightly, but she did not refuse. "Zhu Qing, first, I need to confess to you," Chu Qin said. "I am a romantic person. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong are both my women. However, I can guarantee that I will not let you down and will not make you sad. Zhu Qing, be my woman." Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced slightly. Should I agree to him? "I came to the Heaven-Do Empire to find Dai Mubai," Zhu Zhuqing thought to herself, "and I have only known Chu Qin for 1 day. Does he have ulterior motives? But it seems I might also have feelings for him. Yes, Chu Qin is right. I should be in charge of my own life." With this thought, Zhu Zhuqing looked at Chu Qin seriously, biting her red lip, and said, "Chu Qin, I can agree to you, but will Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong mind?" "They shouldn't," Chu Qin said while embracing Zhu Zhuqing, letting her lean on his shoulder. "Thank you, Chu Qin." Chu Qin said with teary eyes. For so many years, she had lived under the mechanical operations of her family and the Douluo royal family. This was the first time she had revealed her true feelings. Chu Qin was proud and completely rejected her family's indoctrination to curry favor with the royal family. Countless times, she had fantasized about a man she loved appearing to break the shackles of her fate. Now, he had finally appeared. Chu Qin, what are you two doing? At that moment, an angry voice rang out. The two turned to see Dai Mubai standing there. Dai Mubai had originally returned to the dormitory. However, feeling impulsive about Chu Qin, he turned back to find her. As a result, he unexpectedly saw Chu Qin lying in Chu Qin's arms. Chu Qin's body trembled, wanting to leave Chu Qin's embrace, but he held her tightly. Dai Mubai, Chu Qin said calmly, I already know everything. Chu Qin doesn't like you. That engagement is merely a product of your royal family's pressure. Do you really take it seriously? Furthermore, Dai Mubai, you flirt around all day. Do you really deserve Chu Qin? Dai Mubai said angrily, Chu Qin, if I am not worthy, are you worthy? You say I flirt around, but don't you also have two women? Su Daji and Tang Hao, 2 in 1 chapter, but they are both willing. Chu Qin said calmly, Dai Mubai, if you had several women, and Chu Qin willingly fell in love with you, why should I criticize you? In other words, if you can marry all the women you have been with, I won't call you scum. Dai Mubai was immediately rendered speechless. The number of women he had been with was certainly not less than 800. Moreover, real polygamy and betrayal are two different matters. However, Dai Mubai was still not convinced. Then how can you prove that your two women will accept Chu Qin? Dai Mubai said angrily. No need to prove. At this moment, a light and airy voice rang out. Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu walked over side by side. Xiaowu, Rongrong, Chu Qin hap bilis mai. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong, upon hearing this, happily walked to Chu Qin's side. Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong smiled softly at Dai Mubai. Both Xiaowu and I do not mind Chu Qin having Chu Qin. What more proof do you need? Chu Qin immediately revealed a smile. It seems that his meticulous care for Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu has been effective. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin was slightly startled, followed by joy. However, Dai Mubai's expression became somewhat dazed. No, this is impossible. Chu Qin, what about you? You are a woman with a strong sense of possession. Are you willing to share a man with them? My sense of possession has long been worn down by you. Chu Qin said coldly, Dai Mubai, I admit that I once thought about liking you, and considered compromising this marriage under the pressure from our families and your royal family. But I realized I was wrong. It was Chu Qin's words that enlightened me. I should not yield to this so-called fate. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai felt a wave of despair. Well then, Chu Qin, our engagement is hereby nullified. From now on, let's part ways. Tears welled up in Dai Mubai's eyes as he gritted his teeth. All right, I bear witness, Xiaowu said with a slight smile. And me, Ning Rongrong followed suit. I won't even need to say anything. Remember what you said today. If you dare to cling to Chu Qin again, I will deal with you and the forces behind you. Dai Mubai was taken aback. Chu Qin's words didn't seem like a bluff. Dai Mubai had a feeling that Chu Qin most likely knew he came from the Douluo royal family. Yet the latter showed no fear. Combined with Chu Qin's extraordinary talent, it was terrifying to think about. All right, I'm leaving. After speaking, Dai Mubai turned around and left in a somewhat dazed manner. Chu Qin, he won't be in trouble, right? Chu Qin said with some concern. A man who can't even handle this is of no use. Chu Qin said with a calm smile, shaking his head. Let's not talk about him. Chu Qin took Chu Qin's hand and looked at Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu, asking, by the way, how did you two get here? Xiaowu and I secretly went to the teacher's dormitory to look for you. Teacher Zhao said you weren't in your room, and we were worried, so we came here. Ning Rongrong replied. You two really? Chu Qin said irritably. What could happen to me? It's you two who are so beautiful. If someone abducts you, I'll have to go find you. Ning Rongrong immediately made a funny face. You're fine, but you're hiding here to fool around. Xiaowu pouted, somewhat displeased. Fool around? Are you referring to me? Chu Qin's expression turned hurt. No, Chu Qin, I didn't mean you. Xiaowu shook her head. Chu Qin, we were just joking. Ning Rongrong followed up. We often joke with Chu Qin. Don't worry, we don't mind how many women Chu Qin has, as long as he treats me and Xiaowu well. Chu Qin finally let out a sigh of relief and nodded. Honestly, having 3 understanding women like you is worth it for me. Chu Qin, in this lifetime. Chu Qin sigh. I don't believe you will be satisfied. Ning Rongrong sighed unhappily. Hearing this, Chu Qin scratched the back of his head. Indeed, with such a goddess system, the number of his harem is not something he can control. Chu Qin. At this moment, Xiaowu tugged at Chu Qin's arm and said, "Since Chu Qin is also our sister now, let's celebrate properly. I really miss your grilled sausages." "Me too." Ning Rongrong pouted in response. Every time after a barbecue with beer, Ning Rongrong would feel a different kind of happiness from Chu Qin. "Zhu Qin, do you like barbecue?" Chu Qin asked Zhu Qin. "What is barbecue?" Zhu Qin was taken aback. "I guess you haven't had it before. Come on, I'll take you all to eat," Chu Qin said, leading the three girls, and was about to head towards the dormitory. However, just at that moment, a strange wind blew over. Where did this wind come from? Ning Rongrong fronet. Chu Qin's face changed slightly as he immediately blocked the three women behind him. He felt that this gust of wind was extremely unusual. "Master, a tidal Douluo is approaching." At that moment, he heard Su Daji's voice in his mind. "Tidal Douluo?" Chu Qin's pupils shrank, and he said in surprise. Sure enough, as soon as Su Daji's voice fell, a tall figure appeared in front of Chu Qin and the others. In the moonlight, Chu Qin noticed that this person was wearing a black cloak, and beneath it was a scruffy face. He wasn't handsome, but he exuded a strong sense of authority. "Haoyan Hammer, who are you?" Ning Rongrong asked anxiously. "You must be Chu Qin." The man ignored Ning Rongrong and looked at Chu Qin, saying, "Over the years, I've heard people from Shrek Academy say that you have been educating my son from time to time. I thought you were just a kid, so I let it go. But today, you actually dared to hit my son in front of me." Hearing this, Chu Qin immediately guessed the identity of the visitor. It was Haoyan Douluo Tang Hao. In the original story, Tang Hao should have come to teach Zhao Wujia a lesson at this time. But now that the assessment mentor has changed to Chu Qin, everything has naturally changed. Sure enough, the next moment, a huge hammer appeared in Tang Hao's hand. The handle was about a meter long, and at the end of the handle was a hammerhead as large as a water tank. At the same time, 9 super spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, lit up one by one under Tang Hao's feet. Tidal Douluo. Zhu Qin and Ning Rongrong were both shocked. Xiaowu looked anxious and quickly hugged Chu Qin's right arm. "Don't be afraid." Chu Qin felt Xiaowu's trembling arm and wrapped his hand around her, softly comforting her. "Forget it. Dealing with a few kids doesn't require a martial soul." As soon as Tang Hao finished speaking, his martial soul's spirit rings disappeared simultaneously, and like a flash of lightning, he charged towards Chu Qin. So fast, Chu Qin's pupils shrank slightly. Tang Hao's speed was definitely the fastest he had ever seen. However, just at that moment, a red shield appeared in front of Chu Qin. Tang Hao's fist smashed onto it, and not only did it fail to break through, but he also felt a sharp pain in his fist. "Dare to attack my master, you're finished." After a charming voice, Su Daji's figure appeared in front of Chu Qin. "Daji, thank you." Chu Qin smiled at Su Daji. "Master, protecting you is my mission." Su Daji turned around and smiled gently. "Sister Daji," Ning Rongrong exclaimed in delight. She thought Su Daji had left, but now she was back. "Rongrong, don't worry. With me here, I will ensure your safety," Su Daji replied, and, as her words fell, 9 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, red, 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 shone brightly beneath her feet. At the same time, a pink-white fox emerged from behind Su Daji, exuding an aura of power. The fox's eyes were a light pink, crystal clear like pink gemstones, and it had 9 pink-white tails behind it. It was Su Daji's martial soul, the 9-tailed demon fox. 400,000-year spirit rings. Xiaowu and the others exclaimed in shock. Tang Hao's expression also changed. 6th spirit skill. Demon comes to 10,000 abyss. In the next moment, red light burst forth from Su Daji's body, forming illusory fox heads that charged towards Tang Hao. 5th spirit skill. Haoyan descends. Tang Hao, not having time to think, immediately summoned his martial soul's spirit rings and used his 5th spirit skill. However, what surprised Tang Hao was that as soon as his Haoyan hammer struck those illusory fox heads, he felt an overwhelming force crashing towards him. It was then that Tang Hao realized the gap between him and Su Daji, and he hurriedly dodged her 6th spirit skill. A 95-level tidal Douluo can unleash such power. "You're quite remarkable," Su Daji said with a faint smile, "but unfortunately, compared to me, you're far behind." As soon as her words fell, Su Daji charged towards Tang Hao like a ghost. Feeling the pressure from Su Daji, Tang Hao's expression tightened. He actually sensed a familiar soul power fluctuation from this seemingly 30-year-old woman. It was the same soul power fluctuation that had been emitted by Qian Douluo when he personally hunted him down after he killed Qian Xuanji. "Peerless Douluo." How is that possible? Tang Hao's face changed. Who is this kid? As Tang Hao pondered, Su Daji's fox claws came down on him like a torrential rain. With no other choice, Tang Hao could only swing the Haoyan hammer to defend while retreating. He could clearly see that Su Daji was relaxed. While every claw from her made Tang Hao's expression tense, and he was at a disadvantage. Ultimately, under Su Daji's relentless assault, Tang Hao's chest was heavily injured, leaving 2 clear claw marks, and he was finally sent flying. Tang Hao glanced at Su Daji unwillingly, then leaped away from Shrek Village. Just as Su Daji was about to pursue, she was stopped by Chu Qin. One lesson is enough. Don't chase a desperate enemy. The reason why Chu Qin did not kill Tang Hao was simply because of his other woman, Tang Yuehua. After all, Tang Yuehua and Tang Hao are siblings. If he killed Tang Hao, how would Chu Qin face Tang Yuehua in the future? Yes, master. Su Daji then stopped, retracted her martial soul ring, and returned to Chu Qin's side. Chu Qin, who is this? Xiaowu looked at Su Daji with confusion and asked. It seemed she had never seen Su Daji before. Chu Qin looked equally curious. Hello Xiaowu, I am Su Daji. Su Daji introduced herself. I am a master's subordinate. You are a peerless Douluo? Xiaowu asked in shock. Su Daji nodded. Then you are. Xiaowu's pupils widened. I realized a long time ago. Su Daji smiled charmingly and said, and the master, Chu Qin, also knows about this. Undoubtedly, what Su Daji referred to was that Xiaowu's true form is the soft-bone charm rabbit. Once reaching the soul Douluo level, it can be seen. Hearing this, Xiaowu looked at Chu Qin with a shocked expression. Xiaowu, don't worry. Actually, I knew it long ago. Chu Qin smiled and said, no matter what your identity is, you are still my Xiaowu, and I will not let anyone hurt you. Thank you, Chu Qin. Xiaowu replied, extremely touched. This is what I should do. Chu Qin smiled slightly, stroking Xiaowu's hair. Then Chu Qin looked at Zhu Qin. Now you shouldn't doubt my abilities, right? Zhu Qin nodded in shock. A peerless Douluo, let alone the Star Luo royal family. Even the Spirit Hall would not dare to provoke. Xiaowu, Rong, Zhu Qin. You promised me one thing. Do not let anyone know about Su Daji. Chu Qin said seriously. She will always protect us in the shadows. The 3 women replied in unison. Then let's go barbecue. Okay. After Chu Qin and the 3 left, a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses appeared, extremely angry, shouting, who destroyed my academy? This person was Flender. The previous battle between Su Daji and Tang Hao was too terrifying, directly destroying the surrounding buildings, making the already not wealthy Shrek Academy even worse. On the other hand, Chu Qin took the 3 women to have a barbecue feast. After the meal, Chu Qin was worried that Zhu Qin would be scared staying alone in the girls' dormitory, so he kept her to spend the night together. Unfortunately, Shrek Academy was too stingy, and the beds were too small, just enough for the 3 women to sleep on, so Chu Qin could only sleep on the sofa. Chu Qin thought the joy of tonight was gone. However, just as Chu Qin was about to turn off the lighting soul guide and go to sleep, Ning Rong on the bed suddenly had an idea and asked Zhu Qin, why are you so big? Don't worry, I definitely don't mean it in a jealous way. Chu Qin instantly became excited. I don't know either. Zhu Qin replied shyly, our family has great figures. My sister and my mother developed better than I did when they were 10. Zhu Qin, can you show us? Xiaowu also asked. In the Sodto forest. Task Mangya ran. All right then. Zhu Qin nodded and slowly began to take off her leather outfit. Wow. Ning Rong and Xiaowu exclaimed in amazement. Hearing the sound of the leather outfit being removed, Chu Qin was already swallowing his saliva. Now, with the 2 girls screaming, how could Chu Qin resist? He pretended to turn over and wake up, and he was directly stunned by the scene in front of him. At this moment, Ning Rong's hands were not very honest. At this moment, Chu Qin. This night, almost all 3 stars gathered. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. On this day, Flinders summoned Chu Qin, Xiaowu, and the 7 monsters of Shrek to Shrek Academy. Chu Qin probably knows what to do now. After all, Oscar broke through level 30 yesterday. According to the original story's pace, at this point, Tang San and Oscar should both be at level 30. As expected, Flinder cleared his throat and said to everyone, yesterday, Oscar broke through level 30. He has become the youngest food-type soul master in the history of Douluo continent. Therefore, today, under the leadership of Chu Qin and Xiaowu, you will go to the Sodto forest to obtain Oscar's 3rd soul ring, and at the same time, to train and gain some experience in the Sodto forest. Sodto forest. Upon hearing this name, everyone, except for Chu Qin, was filled with excitement. Having been cooped up in the academy for so many days, They were eager to go out and explore, especially Xiaowu, who seemed to be particularly thrilled. Next, let Chu Qin, as the team leader, assign you tasks. Flinder continued. Very well. Chu Qin smiled slightly and looked at Zhao Wujia, saying, Zhao Wujia, you take care of Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, while I will take care of Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiaowu. Any objections? No. Zhao Wujia shook his head. After Chu Qin had defeated him, he no longer had a temper with him. Teacher Chu Qin, I have an objection. Ma Hongjun said, why do 3 girls get to be on your team? Because all 3 of them are my women. Chu Qin replied with a smirk, isn't it normal for me to take care of my own women? Upon hearing this, everyone except for the informed Flinder and Zhao Wujia was taken aback. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were shocked, while Tang San and Dai Mubai gritted their teeth in frustration. But were helpless. Damn, no wonder the 3 beauties are ignoring me. It turns out they're all teacher Chu Qin's. Ma Hongjun lamented inwardly. Sigh. Oscar let out a sigh. He originally had quite a fondness for Ning Rongrong, but now he could only abandon that thought. Chu Qin is someone who even dares to fight against the Dean and Zhao Wuji. Otherwise, someone like Flander wouldn't allow Chu Qin to openly date his students. It's settled. Without considering the expressions of the crowd, Chu Qin walked over to Xiaowu and the others, saying, let's go. We'll take the carriage and set off first. Little brother Chu Qin, you're not being generous. Let me ride in the carriage too. Zhao Wuji frowned and chuckled. Chu Qin ignored Zhao Wujia and left Shrek Academy with the 3 girls. Dean, I want to take the carriage too, Zhao Wujia said with a sad face. Of course, at your own expense. Flander pushed up his glasses and replied, forget it, you didn't even pay my salary this month, Last month, who was it that destroyed our academy and didn't catch anyone? Your salaries are being used to repair the academy. Flander said sternly. Dean, you. Zhao Wujia's pupils widened. Flander glanced coldly at Zhao Wujia. Sigh, forget it, I'll walk, Zhao Wujia sighed. Thus, Chu Qin and the 3 girls rode in the carriage, enjoying the evening breeze, while Zhao Wujia and Tang San chased after them, sweating profusely. Finally, they arrived at the Sodto Forest, as the top gathering place of soul beasts on Douluo continent. The Sodto Forest not only has a vast number of soul beasts, but also features towering trees, reaching as high as 20 meters, resembling a primeval forest. This is the Sodto Forest. We finally made it, Ning Rongrong said with a pleasant smile as she got off the carriage. Great, we are finally home. Xiaowu was extremely excited. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were both surprised. Xiaowu meant that the climate of the Sodto Forest was very pleasant. Just like home, Chu Qin smiled and concealed the truth. After all, it wouldn't benefit Rongrong and Zhuqing to know that Xiaowu was a soul beast. That's right. Chu Qin is right. Xiaowu smiled slightly. That's what I meant. Although the environment of the Sodto Forest is beautiful, it is also filled with dangers. So remember not to leave my line of sight. Chu Qin said gently to the 3 girls. The 3 girls nodded in unison. Looking at the scene before him, Chu Qin felt very content. There is nothing more satisfying in life than being with the people you love, and now, Chu Qin had 3 times the happiness. To Chu Qin, women were like precious gems. The more the better. Host, would you like 4 times the happiness? At that moment, the system's prompt echoed in Chu Qin's mind. What do you mean? Chu Qin secretly rejoiced. Ding. Goddess system activated. Task. Prevent Meng Yiran from obtaining the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake soul ring and defeat the dragon prince Meng Shu. Rewards. 100 favorability from Meng Yiran, a fierce beast-level follower. The Azure Dragon King. 1 level, 3 soul power inner pill, and 1 auspicious beast, the Azure Dragon, survival time. 30 minutes can obtain a soul ring. Sure enough, hearing the system's mission, Chu Qin was overjoyed. His 4 times the happiness was about to come. Chu Qin, why are you smiling? Xiaowu asked curiously when she saw the silly smile on Chu Qin's face. It's nothing. Chu Qin smiled back. Let us go. Let's enter the forest. Xiaowu nodded happily. Chu Qin, later, if we encounter low-level soul beasts, can you not intervene? Zhu Zhuqing asked. I want to test my practical ability. Me too. Ning Rongrong chimed in. My soul power has also improved quite a bit this month. I want to give it a try. Okay then. Anything below 1,000 years is up to you. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing said happily. Only Xiaowu looked a bit unhappy. Chu Qin immediately noticed that Xiaowu was acting strangely. He softly said in her ear, Wu, you don't need to feel pity for these soul beasts. The law of survival is survival of the fittest. They usually don't know how many other soul beasts they have killed. You're right, Chu Qin. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu suddenly understood a lot. Then let's go. We are entering the Sodto forest. Meng ran. Tang San, you are too ugly. I won't fight with you. Chu Qin, wait for us. At that moment, a rough yet somewhat tired voice came from behind them. The four of Chu and Qin turned to look in the direction of the sound, only to see Zhao Wuji leading Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, all drenched in sweat and running towards them. Finally, they made it. Oscar gasped as he sat down on the ground, saying, Zhao Wuji, you're a soul sage. How can your stamina be so poor? Chu Qin looked at the five people and smiled calmly. Old Chu, it's easy for you to talk while sitting down. Shrek Academy is over 100 miles away. Zhao Wujia forced a smile and said, isn't that person rich? Can't even afford a carriage? Ning Rongrong looked at Dai Mubai and smiled softly. Oof. Dai Mubai coldly turned his head away. A month ago, he had given all his savings to Flender. Now, he was broke. Chu Qin smiled lightly and, followed by the three girls, walked into the starry forest. Teacher Chu Qin, wait for us. Ma Hongjun, who had sat down, immediately shouted. Due to the dense trees, while the outside of the starry forest was scorching under the blazing sun, inside it was a scene of refreshing coolness. The only downside was that the starry forest was filled with thorns, and there were no paths to speak of. Dai Mubai. Seeing this, Chu Qin called out to Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's mind jolted, feeling a bad premonition. Clear the way. Sure enough, Chu Qin calmly said to Dai Mubai. Why should I clear the way? Dai Mubai frowned and replied. Normally, he would actively clear the way, but he didn't want to listen to Chu Qin this time. Dai Mubai, how have I taught you? Before Chu Qin could speak, Zhao Wujia coldly said, what should be the punishment for opposing the teacher? Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai gritted his silver teeth, and his hand transformed into a tiger claw, like a sickle, cutting through the thorns ahead. Seeing Dai Mubai's unwilling expression, Zhu Zhuqing first slightly furrowed her brows. Then her face turned cold, secretly thinking, deserved it. As Dai Mubai cleared the way, the path became much easier to walk. Oscar, have you thought about your third spirit ring? Chu Qin then asked. Among these 7 strange men, he only had a good impression of Oscar. Teacher Chu Qin, my first and second soul skills are detoxification and support. For my third soul ring, I want a different effect. Oscar replied. Then let's fly. Chu Qin smiled. The Sodto forest is so vast that if you want to encounter Meng, following the original story is the easiest way. Chu Qin has a point. Zhao Wujin agreed, saying that sometimes flying-type soul masters can gain an absolute advantage in battles. If there could be a support soul skill that grants teammates the ability to fly, that would be even better. Oscar nodded, then Teacher Chu Qin. How can I obtain a flying-type support soul skill? Flying-type soul beasts should have a chance to produce one. Chu Qin replied. Teacher Chu Qin, Teacher Zhao Wujin, look, isn't there a flying beast over there? Ma Hongjun exclaimed in surprise, pointing ahead. The group looked in the direction of his voice, and sure enough, a flying snake appeared in front of them. The snake was about 6 to 7 meters long, covered in light red scales, with a fan-shaped tail and light red wings growing from its midsection. Additionally, on its head, there was a blood-red, fleshy crown. Phoenix tail, coxcomb snake. Chu Qin and Zhao Wujin exclaimed in surprise almost simultaneously. This should be a 1,000-year-old phoenix tail, coxcomb snake, and it's a flying-type soul beast, perfect for Oscar. Zhao Wujin smiled slightly, immediately leaping up and grabbing the tail of the phoenix tail, coxcomb snake with his bare hands, then swinging it to the ground, causing the snake to faint instantly. Seeing this scene, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who were about to take action, both frowned. It's okay. This phoenix tail coxcomb snake is too strong, not suitable for you to take action. Chu Qin smiled at the two women. There will be plenty of opportunities for you later. The two women nodded with smiles. Zhao Wujin, seeing this, scratched his head and said with a shy smile, Chu Qin, did I act too quickly? Didn't Ning Rongrong and the others have a chance to take action? Forget it. Chu Qin frowned and said, this is not to be repeated. All right, I mainly think that this 1,000-year-old phoenix tail, coxcomb snake, is too rare. Zhao Wujin replied. He then cleared his throat, looked at Oscar, and handed him a short knife. Oscar, give it the final blow, and then this phoenix tail coxcomb snake soul ring will be yours. Hearing this, Oscar nodded. Stop. Just as Oscar was about to obtain the soul ring, a hoarse old woman's voice rang out. The group looked in the direction of the sound and saw an old man and a young girl walking side by side. The old man appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, somewhat short in stature, leaning on a snake-shaped cane taller than himself. His face was lined with many wrinkles, but his complexion was rosy. The girl, looking about 16, was extremely beautiful, with brown eyes paired with long eyelashes, a delicate face, a small nose and mouth, exuding a charm that was both alluring and dignified. Furthermore, the girl's figure was stunning, dressed in a light silver tight-fitting outfit that perfectly outlined her snake-like twisting waist and long legs. Below the old and young, 6 rings and 2 yellow soul rings were flashing. Without a doubt, this person was the snake lady Chao Tianxiang and Meng Iran. Upon seeing Meng Iran's hot figure, Ma Hongjun immediately swallowed hard, feeling a surge of desire rising within him. Chu Qin's composure was much better than Ma Hongjun's, but at this moment, he felt a bit unsettled. Zhu Zhuqing and the others were not inferior to Meng Iran in terms of looks and figure, but they seemed a bit immature. In contrast, Meng Iran, at the age of 16 or 17, clearly had a more mature beauty. When Meng Iran saw Chu Qin, her eyes lit up with a hint of brilliance. Chu Qin's appearance was exactly like her dream idol. Xiaowu, however, did not share the young people's fantasies. With a straight man's tone, he coldly asked, "What are you doing? You cannot kill this phoenix-tail coxcomb snake." Chao Tianxiang said coldly. "Why not?" Zhao Wujia crossed his arms. "Because we, the ancestors, were the first to see it. I heavily injured it first, preparing it as my granddaughter, Iran's 3rd spirit ring. Unexpectedly, this snake is quite cunning and slipped away while we weren't paying attention." Chao Tianxiang explained calmly. "How can you prove that?" Zhao Wujia frowned. "It has a wound left by my grandmother under its wings," Meng Iran said. Hearing this, Zhao Wujia and the others flipped the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake over, and sure enough, there was a wound. "So, can we take this phoenix-tail coxcomb snake away?" Chao Tianxiang asked. "That won't do either," Zhao Wujia said coldly. "We didn't see you when we were fighting this phoenix-tail coxcomb snake." Moreover, Zhao Wujia's cold words were followed by 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black lighting up beneath his feet. He smiled proudly and said, "The things in the Sodto forest are all unowned. If you want to take a soul ring from me, Zhao Wujia, your soul emperor strength might not be enough." Seeing that Zhao Wujia was actually a soul sage, both Chao Tianxiang and Meng Iran were taken aback. However, Chao Tianxiang quickly calmed down, realizing he was the renowned, immovable king. "Let me introduce myself. I am the snake lady, Chao Tianxiang. My old partner is nearby. His name is Long Gong, Meng Shu, the great dragon and snake." Zhao Wujia's smile froze, and his momentum instantly diminished, realizing it was the infamous great dragon and snake lady Chao Tianxiang. "Immovable king, can you now give me the soul ring?" Chao Tianxiang asked. "This 1,000-year-old phoenix-tail coxcomb snake is very suitable for my granddaughter. It will be useless to you, so why not let it go to me?" The reputation of the great dragon and snake indeed intimidated Zhao Wujia, but then he thought he had Chu Qin on his side, a 17-year-old soul emperor. If he said there were no powerful expert protecting him, he could write his name backward. With this thought, Zhao Wujia instinctively turned his gaze toward Chu Qin. Chu Qin stood beside the 3 women, unmoved. The task given to him by the system was to prevent Meng Iran from obtaining the soul ring. However, Meng Iran, as his predetermined wife, could he easily take action against her? Therefore, Chu Qin merely smiled at Zhao Wujia. Unexpectedly, after receiving Chu Qin's smile, Zhao Wujia became even more confident. But that wouldn't work. Zhao Wujia shook his head and said, "Because among my disciples, there are also those who need this soul ring." "What?" Snake Lady exclaimed. "Your disciples are all around 11 or 12 years old. How could anyone need a 3rd soul ring?" "To be honest," Zhao Wujia replied with a proud smile, "my disciples are all high-level great soul masters." Impossible. Snake Lady was shocked. "If you don't believe me, let's have everyone show their soul rings." Zhao Wujia waved his hand behind him. In an instant, the Shrek's 7 monsters simultaneously activated their martial spirit soul rings. Except for Dai Mubai, who had 2 yellow and 1 purple. The rest all had 200-year soul rings. Snake Lady was stunned to the extreme. Are these people monsters? At such a young age, each one is already a great soul master. However, how could Snake Lady be willing to let the soul ring fall into someone else's hands? Moreover, this was the soul beast she had defeated first. So, Snake Lady smiled slightly and said to Zhao Wujia, "Unmoving king, how about this? Since it's a soul ring competition, according to the rules of the soul master world, the capable shall take it. Let my Iran and your disciple who needs this soul ring have a match. Whoever wins gets the soul ring." "Still not possible." Zhao Wujia shook his head and said, "Snake Lady, you don't know. The disciple who needs the soul ring is a food system soul master and cannot fight." "Impossible. A food system soul master. How could someone so young cultivate to a great soul master? Meng Yiran questioned. Yiran, my young friend, you may not believe it, but it is indeed true. Xiaowu replied. Oscar, show your martial spirit. Hearing this, Oscar stepped forward and revealed his martial spirit, a sausage. Snake Lady and Meng Yiran exchanged glances, looking troubled. How about this, Zhao Minter, Snake Lady Sr.? At this moment, Tang San stepped forward and said, let me fight in place of Oscar. I am a level 29 Great Soul Master. You seniors shouldn't lose out. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin frowned. He thought to himself, Tang San, if you dare to fight my wife, you're asking for death. So, Chu Qin immediately stood up about to speak, but he saw Meng Yiran shaking her head. Rejecting Tang San, you're too ugly, I won't fight you. Tang San's face suddenly changed, filled with a mix of inferiority and anger. Ma Hongjun and Oscar secretly laughed. Even Dai Mubai couldn't hold back. Although it was the truth, Meng Yiran was too direct, wasn't she? However, Meng Yiran ignored them and pointed at Chu Qin, saying, you come out, I'll fight you. Hearing this, the 8 people, including Xiaowu, were directly stunned in place. Xiaowu asked in surprise, you want to fight him? Yes. Meng Yiran nodded. Meng Yiran, never bully the weak. He looks the oldest among you, about the same age as me, so I'll fight him. If I lose, I won't take the soul ring. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Chu Qin. Chu Qin was about to speak when Xiaowu stepped in first and said with a smile, Meng Yiran, are you sure? I'm sure, Meng Yiran replied. Looking at Chu Qin, Grandpa said that those who are good-looking are often just vases. Besides, everyone just revealed their soul rings, but you didn't. So how about it? Do you dare to fight me? Xiaowu couldn't help but secretly chuckle. This Dragon Lord Meng Shuwei had a great reputation, but his thinking wasn't that impressive. Wasn't this setting his granddaughter up for failure? Seeing Xiaowu's expression, Snake Lady felt a sudden chill. Xiaowu quickly composed himself, and then looked at Chu Qin, saying, Chu Qin, you should fight her. Meng Yiran, right? Chu Qin looked at Meng Yiran and smiled slightly. Meng Yiran trembled slightly and nodded. A blush appeared on her face, as if she was enjoying the way Chu Qin called her name. All of this was because Chu Qin was too handsome, and Meng Yiran was definitely a beauty enthusiast. How about this? You call your grandfather here. Chu Qin said with a calm smile. If I win, the soul ring of the Millennium Phoenix tail snake will belong to you. Otherwise, it will belong to us. What? Upon hearing this, not only Meng Yiran and the snake granny, but even Xiaowu and the other 8 were stunned. The meaning of Chu Qin is to challenge Dragon Lord Meng Shu. You're so arrogant. How could the name of Dragon Lord be insulted by you? The Snake Lady was furious and was about to erupt, but swallowed her anger. This was because a red light appeared before her. This red light came from the 6th spirit ring beneath Chu Qin's feet, that 100,000-year spirit ring. Spirit Emperor, 100,000-year spirit ring. Both the Snake Lady and Meng Yiran felt a tremendous shock to their souls. How was this possible? How old are you? Meng Yiran asked in surprise. Snake Lady, I forgot to introduce you. Xiaowu said. Chu Qin, our academy's youngest mentor. 17 years old, the youngest spirit emperor in the history of the Douluo continent. The Snake Lady was shocked to the extreme, her body trembled, almost collapsing. Thankfully Meng Yiran supported her in time. Chu Qin, young friend. The Snake Lady replied, tremblingly. I have offended you earlier. We no longer want this 1,000-year phoenix tail coxcomb snake. We don't want it. The reason the Snake Lady said this. There was no other reason. Just the 100,000-year spirit ring beneath Chu Qin's feet was enough to explain everything. A 100,000-year spirit beast, even the weakest of which is comparable to a 95th level title Douluo if there were no super strong person assisting. Could a spirit emperor like Chu Qin kill a 100,000-year spirit beast? She wouldn't believe it even if she were killed. No way. Chu Qin said calmly. Since the bet has been set, how could there be a chance to go back? What bet? Meng Yiran asked in surprise. I just said, if your grandfather, Dragon Lord Meng Shu, can defeat me, then you can leave safely. Moreover, the spirit ring of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake will belong to you. Otherwise, both of you will come with me to Shrek Academy. Chu Qin said calmly. Chu Qin, young friend, I apologize to you. Please spare the 2 of us. Grandmother and granddaughter, the Snake Lady said, about to kneel. However, as soon as Chu Qin's soul power surged forth, it instantly made the Snake Lady's bent knees stand straight. The Snake Lady was immediately shocked. She could feel this power, which was incredibly strong. Definitely not something a spirit emperor could emit. Xiaowu also had a serious expression. Chu Qin seems much stronger than a month ago. Young hero Chu, I beg you. Spare the two of us. The snake lady said in distress. If it really doesn't work, let Iran go. My life is up to you to dispose of. Grandmother. Meng Iran cried out in great pain. Chu Qin calmly looked at Snake Lady and Meng Iran, and with a slight smile said, I am a person who values principles. Once a decision is made, it will not be changed. Call out Long Gong Meng Shu. Despite this, Snake Lady always felt that there was a conflict between Meng Shu and Chu Qin. Most likely, Meng Shu had offended Chu Qin in some way. Otherwise, why would Chu Qin specifically call for Meng Shu to come? Snake Lady felt extremely regretful. Why did she come to this starry forest to compete with Chu Qin for a soul ring? This time, she feared that not only would she lose her life, but her granddaughter would also be implicated. Iran, light the dragon's saliva incense. Your grandfather will be here soon. Snake Lady sighed. Grandma. Meng Iran frowned. Do it. Snake Lady insisted firmly. Old man, hurry up and come. Snake Lady thought to herself. Then, Meng Iran lit the dragon's saliva incense, which was a unique method of summoning help from the Long Gong family. It should only be lit in extreme emergencies. The group waited for about an hour. During this time, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake woke up twice, only to be knocked unconscious by Xiaowu. Finally, as night was about to fall, the surrounding woods began to tremble, and a strange gust of wind arose. Master, he is coming. Su Daji's voice echoed in Chu Qin's mind. Su Daji, shield the soul beast aura on Xiaowu. Chu Qin commanded Su Daji with excitement. Long Gong Meng Shu was a soul Douluo, and if he detected Xiaowu's aura, it would cause great trouble. No problem, master. Su Daji nodded. At that moment, an elderly voice rang out. Old woman, Iran, I have arrived. The powerful soul force aura. Long Gong has come. Xiaowu, surprised, unleashed his martial soul rings, protecting the Shrek group behind him. Sure enough, after the gust of wind passed, an old figure appeared before everyone. This person was tall, with a head full of silver hair and a goat beard. He wore a blue robe and held a 2-meter-long dragon-headed staff. At his feet, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black 8 rings shimmered. Grandfather. Meng Iran shouted in surprise and joy. Iran, don't be afraid, grandfather is here. Meng Shu declared with great authority. Upon seeing Meng Shu's soul rings, Xiaowu instinctively hid behind Chu Qin. Xiaowu, don't be afraid. I've had Su Daji cover your soul beast aura. Chu Qin Weetspa. Thank you, Chu Qin. Xiaowu finally relaxed. Do we still need to be polite between us? Which soul saint has such great audacity to dare harm the family of Long Gong? Meng Shu's gaze locked onto Xiaowu. Long Gong, let me introduce myself. My name is Xiaowu. Xiaowu looked at Long Gong Meng Shu and said, Xiaowu. Oh, the immovable king. Meng Shu said with a hint of mockery. Immovable king. You have quite the guts to even dare to touch my Meng Shu's family? You misunderstand. Xiaowu replied. Long Gong, I came to find you. Before Xiaowu could finish, Chu Qin spoke first. You. Meng Shu frowned deeply. What do you want with me? Before Chu Qin could speak, the snake woman whispered softly beside Meng Shu, the 6th ring, 100,000 years soul ring. Meng Shu exclaimed in surprise. Chu Qin is not a human. Chu Qin, seeing Meng Shu's surprised expression, I feel like I've seen this somewhere. Xiaowu secretly chuckled and whispered in Chu Qin's ear. May I ask where you come from? Meng Shu said with great respect. Heroes do not ask about their origins. Chu Qin smiled calmly and said, Meng Shu, your granddaughter Meng Iran wants the soul ring of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. I've already made a bet with them. As long as you win against me, this soul ring will be yours. Otherwise, not only will the soul ring belong to us, how about it? Meng Shu frowned. Meng Iran must stay with me. Chu Qin said decisively. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were stunned. Is he flirting with his 3 women in front of them? What shocked Xiaowu and the others even more was that they found Ning Rongrong, Xiaowu, and Zhu Zhuqing very composed. This is simply outrageous. Oomph. Meng Shu was furious upon hearing this. You arrogant brat. Meng Shu coldly said, Iran is more important than my life. Fine, on this Douluo continent. Even the Spirit Hall and the top 3 sects have to give me some face. No matter which sect you come from, I will fight you. Just remember, if you lose, don't play tricks. The snake lady felt delighted, thinking her old man was proud. Come on if I lose. Not only will the soul ring belong to you. Chu Qin continued. I will kneel on the ground and apologize to you. Good. Meng Shu's eyes narrowed, full of confidence. He truly didn't believe that a soul emperor could defeat him. A soul Douluo. Teacher Zhao, Can Chu Qin win against Meng Shu? Oscar asked with some doubt. Who is Chu Qin? If he says he can, then he definitely can. Zhao Wuji confidently said, "Step back. Everyone step back." After speaking, Zhao Wuji and the others all stepped back, leaving the arena for Dragon Lord Meng Shu. By the way, Zhao Wuji pulled the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake out of the arena with his bare hands. Meng Shu, Martial Soul, Dragon Staff, Level 83, Assault Type, Soul, Douluo. Meng Shu looked at Chu Qin and said coldly, "Chu Qin, Martial Soul, Destruction God Gun, Level 69, Assault Type, Battle, Soul, Emperor." As soon as Chu Qin's voice fell, yellow, purple, black, and red lights shone at his feet, and 6 rings lit up. Upon hearing Chu Qin's level, Zhao Wuji and the others were dumbfounded. Chu Qin is a Soul Emperor, and in just 1 month he has increased his level by 6. Meanwhile, Tang San and the others are just great Soul Masters. And despite training hard for a month, they haven't improved a single level. Is this really the cultivation speed of a human like Chu Qin? Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing are all speechless. For this past month, they've been almost inseparable from Chu Qin, but this guy has either taken him shopping or swimming. Hardly training at all. How did he level up by 6 in a month? They have no idea that shopping and swimming are tasks assigned by the system, which come with rewards. Of course, the main reason for Chu Qin's improvement is the 200,000-year-old soul bones he possesses, which directly allowed him to increase by 5 levels. Long Gong Meng Shu's expression also turned serious. He didn't know Chu Qin's level, but the 100,000-year soul ring indeed made him feel a bit nervous. Why am I feeling tense when my opponent is just a Soul Emperor? Go for it, Grandpa. Meng Yaran cheered for Meng Shu. Come on, old man. The snake lady echoed. Standing behind me is Iran. I absolutely cannot lose this battle. Meng Shu gripped his dragon staff tightly and thought to himself. Third soul skill, dragon rising from the abyss. Meng Shu chose to take the initiative. With a flick of his dragon staff, a massive green dragon appeared and lunged towards Chu Qin. Seeing the situation, Chu Qin's third soul ring also lit up, activating his third soul skill, Gun Shadow like the wind. As soon as Chu Qin unleashed this move, countless spear shadows appeared around him, accompanied by the Chu Qin's destroying God Spear thrusting forward. These spear shadows all shot towards Meng Shu's Azure Dragon like arrows released from a bow. Bang, bang, bang. In midair, Chu Qin's spear shadows continuously collided with the Azure Dragon, causing energy explosions and constant sounds. Upon seeing this, Meng Shu's expression changed. He could sense that Chu Qin's martial soul was extraordinary, with an unusually high attack power, at least comparable to a high-ranking soul saint. However, if it were purely a high-ranking soul saint, it would not be able to withstand the power of his Azure Dragon. What more, within Chu Qin's soul power, he sensed another force. What Meng Shu did not know was that this force was Chu Qin's internal energy. After continuous sign-ins and the goddess side quests, Chu Qin's internal energy had reached a level close to that of a soul, Douluo. This meant that within Chu Qin's body, there were 2 different high-ranking soul saint powers. However, 1 plus 1 does not equal 2. The fusion of 2 different powers can be comparable to a martial soul fusion. Naturally, the fusion of 2 high-ranking soul saint powers can unleash a force not weaker than that of a soul, Douluo. This was also the reason why Chu Qin was so confident. With a loud bang, Chu Qin's spear shadows and Meng Shu's Azure Dragon exploded simultaneously. However, Chu Qin only took half a step back, while Meng Shu retreated 3 steps. The outcome was clear. Zhao Wuji couldn't help but swallow hard. He was confident that he absolutely couldn't withstand Meng Shu's Azure Dragon. Yet, not only did Chu Qin withstand it, but he also surpassed Meng Shu. Chu Qin already possesses the power to contend with Soul Douluo. How old is he? Just 17. This kid is quite remarkable. It seems I can't hold back any longer. Meng Shu thought to himself. In the next moment, the 8th spirit ring beneath his feet lit up. Instantly, the entire ground was shrouded in a layer of faint green swamp. The swamp quickly spread to Chu Qin's feet, and he sensed something was off, immediately leaping back. However, Chu Qin soon realized that the swamp was coming from all directions, and he was almost surrounded. If I get stuck in it, I'll be defeated. Chu Qin thought to himself. I must take the initiative and defeat Meng Shu. 6th spirit skill, diamond-breaking soul spear. Chu Qin's 10,000-year soul ring shone brightly, and the black gold annihilation spear in his hand radiated a golden glow as he lunged towards Meng Shu. You've fallen for my trick. Meng Shu smiled slightly. Swinging his dragon-stock staff, and countless green dragon shadows emerged from the marsh surrounding him, all rushing towards Chu Qin. This move is called inviting the king into the pot. However, what Meng Shu did not expect was that these green dragons, at the moment they charged towards Chu Qin's body, all passed through him without causing any harm. Absolute defense? Meng Shu furrowed his brow. What Chu Qin had just used was indeed absolute defense. Absolute defense comes from high-quality soul rings and can immunize all attacks for 1 to 3 seconds. Breaking through absolute defense is simple. One just needs to unleash continuous delayed attacks. But Meng Shu had been a bit anxious just now and had unleashed all his attacks at once on Chu Qin. Now, he found himself in a predicament. Victory over Meng Shu. However, Meng Shu was indeed a powerful soul Douluo, and he quickly chose to evade Chu Qin's spear. Chu Qin's spear struck the trees behind Meng Shu, destroying 3 rows of ancient trees before finally dissipating. This kid has pretty good attack power. Meng Shu looked at the destroyed ancient forest and calmly analyzed. But his soul power is only over level 60. I might not lose. Moreover, as soon as Meng Shu finished speaking, he let out a low roar, 7 soul skill. Dragonstock staff true body. With Meng Shu's voice, a fierce wind began to blow, and the ancient trees around him, towering 20 meters high, began to sway, with leaves falling in droves. At the same time, a massive phantom appeared behind Meng Shu, wielding a dragonstock staff, just like him. Martial soul, true body. Xiaowu expression tightened. If there is one significant difference between a soul emperor and a soul saint, it is undoubtedly this martial soul, true body. Xiaowu was confident that if he had used his martial soul, true body a month ago, he wouldn't have lost so miserably. Because once a soul master activates their martial soul true body, their combat power and attributes increase exponentially. And indeed, after Meng Shu activated his martial soul true body, Chu Qin felt an overwhelming surge of soul power rushing towards him, making him feel as if he were suffocating. Is this the martial soul true body? Chu Qin's knees slightly bent, and he frowned. This was the first time he encountered a martial soul true body in Douluo continent, and it was indeed much stronger than he had imagined. Kid, let's see if you can take this staff. As soon as Meng Shu finished speaking, the dragonstock staff in his hand came crashing down towards Chu Qin. At the same time, the gigantic phantom of the dragonstock staff also came crashing down. In an instant, the ground around Chu Qin shattered, and under Meng Shu's immense pressure, Chu Qin found it impossible to move an inch. Seeing Chu Qin's predicament, Xiaowu and the others all looked tense. After all, Chu Qin's strongest trump card, the 10,000 years soul skill, had already been unleashed. This time, it seemed that Chu Qin would truly face defeat. Could it be that Chu Qin really had to kneel and apologize? The only 3 people whose expressions were different were Dai Mubai and Tang San. The 2 were secretly delighted, having been waiting for Chu Qin to suffer a setback. The other was Meng Iran. For some reason, at first, she hoped her grandfather would win, but now she didn't want Chu Qin to fail. In other words, Chu Qin's words to let her stay had touched her somewhat. Chu Qin, go for it. Xiaowu, Ningrongrong. And Chu Qin shouted simultaneously. Don't worry, I won't be defeated so easily. Chu Qin smirked, switching the annihilation spear to his left hand, then his right fist shot forward. The next moment, as the golden light radiated from Chu Qin's right fist, everything within a 10-meter radius around him began to slow down. The motion of Meng Shu's dragonstock staff falling, and even Chu Qin's own movements, all turned to a crawl. What is this? Meng Shu's pupils shrank. Soul bone skill, time slow domain. It can actually slow down time. Meng Shu was startled, but you are also slowed down. What is the point of that? You are mistaken. Chu Qin smiled slightly. 6 soul skill, wandering phantom spear. The effect of the wandering phantom spear is to immunize all control negative effects. And time slow is naturally included in the negative effects of control. Therefore, under the effect of the wandering phantom spear, not only did Chu Qin's movements return to normal, but they became even more rapid, while Meng Shu's dragonstock staff continued to descend slowly. This is bad. Meng Shu and Snake Lady were shocked. Sure enough, in the next moment, Chu Qin's annihilation spear had already bypassed the dragonstock staff and was aimed at Meng Shu's forehead. This thrust could take Meng Shu's life. Meng Shu shut his eyes. Grandfather! Meng Iran exclaimed in shock. However, Chu Qin's annihilation spear stopped just 3 centimeters from Meng Shu's head, not piercing in. You won't kill me? Meng Shu was astonished. Meng Iran and Snake Lady both relaxed their tense hearts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining Meng Iran's goddess favorability of 100%. A 300,000-year ferocious beast-level follower, Azure Eye Dragon King, can evolve. A level 3 soul power inner pill, and the auspicious beast Azure Dragon. The system's prompt sounded. I'm just sparring with you. Who said I was going to kill you? At this moment, Chu Qin retracted the annihilation spear and smiled slightly. Meng Shu, you've lost. Leave the soul ring of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and Meng Iran, and you can go. Xiaowu Jia and Oscar were elated. No. At that moment, Meng Shu shook his head. Iran is more important than my life. I will never give her up. You might as well kill me. Meng Shu regretted deeply. He had been overly confident in agreeing to Chu Qin's wager. Now, there was no way to resolve this. How about this, Dragon Lord? I won't force you. If Iran is unwilling to follow me, our wager is void. Chu Qin smiled. Really? Meng Shu's eyes flickered, and he turned to Meng Iran, asking, Iran, did you hear that? However, what Meng Shu did not expect was that Meng Iran decisively said, Grandpa, I am willing to follow him. Meng Shu was taken aback. Iran, are you serious? Meng Iran said firmly. Meng Iran's unusual determination surprised Meng Shu, but he still felt somewhat uneasy. Iran, don't say things in anger. Snake Lady added. Chu Qin has an extraordinary talent, but there are too many women. They are worried that their granddaughter will be neglected or even excluded. Grandpa, you often tell me that honesty is the first principle of being a person. Since we agreed to this bet, we should be willing to accept the outcome, Meng Iran said firmly. Meng Shu and the snake grandma exchanged sighs after a moment of thought. All right. Meng Shu looked at Chu Qin and said, Chu Qin, we agreed to let Iran stay with you, but before we leave, can my wife and I have a private talk with Iran? Sure. Chu Qin smiled and nodded. After all, Meng Iran had already made up her mind to stay with him, so he wasn't in a hurry. Then, Meng Shu and the snake grandma led Meng Iran into the small woods. Iran, are you sure you want to go with Chu Qin? Meng Shu asked. Yes. Meng Iran replied. Grandpa, since we lost, we should accept the outcome. Besides, I feel that this Chu Qin shouldn't be bad. Otherwise, 3 women wouldn't be willing to surround him. Moreover, Chu Qin is so outstanding, it won't be a loss for me or our family. Alas, that's what Grandpa is worried about. Meng Shu said, no matter how excellent a man is, if he has too many women, you will inevitably suffer. Trust me this once. Grandpa, I won't suffer. Meng Iran responded. She had a strong intuition that following Chu Qin would bring her more happiness. Iran, Grandma will ask you one last question. Are you sure you want to go with Chu Qin? The snake grandma asked. If you disagree, your grandpa and I will risk our lives and won't let you go with him. I agree, Grandma. Meng Iran replied. You too. Trust your granddaughter this time. Iran, this is about your future life. Meng Shu still felt something was off. That Chu Qin clearly has his eye on your beauty. A man like that will always have women around him. I've made up my mind. Meng Iran said, Grandpa and Grandma, if Chu Qin really wrongs me, I will definitely leave him. What if he locks you up and ties you down when you want to leave? That won't happen. Chu Qin can't be that kind of person. Well then, my dear, since Iran has agreed and we lost the bet, let her go with Chu Qin. Meng Shu struggled for a while before finally deciding, I will investigate Chu Qin's background and identity as soon as possible. Meng Iran, have you made your decision? At this moment, Chu Qin walked into the woods. Behind him, the stunning Su Daji followed. Who is this? Meng Shu exclaimed, as Su Daji stood before him like an abyss, evoking a sense of fear. The peerless Douluo, Su Daji, Chu Qin said calmly. The peerless Douluo. Meng Shu and the others were left speechless, their jaws dropped. Chu Qin smiled slightly, and Su Daji immediately opened her 9 soul rings. The 400,000-year soul rings stunned Meng Shu and the others again. Chu Qin nodded. Su Daji is my personal guard. With her here, you two don't need to worry about Meng Iran's safety. Chu Qin. Meng Shu paused and forced himself to calm down. Can you tell me why you like my Iran? Due to Su Daji, Meng Shu's tone had clearly softened a lot. He believed that a force capable of training a peerless Douluo to be so loyal could not be ordinary. Thus, he had a certain recognition of Chu Qin's character. This person might just be a bit fickle. To be honest with you too, Chu Qin said without concealment, the first time I saw Iran, I fell in love with her. If I say it has nothing to do with her beauty, you probably won't believe it. However, I value first impressions very much. Since I like a woman, I will like her to the end. You must have also seen that the 3 women beside me are all living very happily. All right, straightforward enough. Meng Shu replied with a smile. Then, Iran, I'll leave her in your care. However, I have one request. Say it. Chu Qin note that. Every 3 months, we will come to see Iran once, to ensure she is happy and safe. Meng Shu replied, this small request you shouldn't refuse, right? Of course, it's only natural. Chu Qin laughed. You too, if you want to see Iran, feel free to come to Shrek Academy anytime. Shrek Academy? Meng Shu and Snake Lady said in unison. That's right. Chu Qin nodded. Dragon Duke, Snake Lady. Don't worry, although I gave my student the soul ring of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake, I will give her something even better. All right, then it's up to you. Before long, Oscar finished absorbing the soul rings. Chu Qin held Meng Iran's delicate little hand and walked out of the small forest. Xiaowu, Rong Rong, Zhu Qing, let me introduce you to your new sister. Meng Iran, Chu Qin said to the three girls. Iran Jia, Zhu Qing, and the others called out simultaneously. Teacher Chu Qin, is this all done? Oscar looked confused. Wow, Teacher Chu Qin, what kind of charm do you have? So many beautiful women are surrounding you? Ma Hongjun said, somewhat dissatisfied. Normally, it takes me a lot of effort to handle 2 women, and Chu Qin manages 4 at once. It's simple, high talent, good looks, and wealth and power. Zhao Wujia said if you work hard in training and quickly become stronger, you can also have so many women. Forget it, Teacher Zhao. Ma Hongjun replied. Even if I practice for several lifetimes, I can't catch up to Teacher Chu Qin. Dai Mubai and Tang San both scoffed. All right, stop being jealous. Zhao Wujia said. It's getting dark, let's set up camp here. Teacher Zhao, I'm going to take Iran to get a new 3rd soul ring. Xiaowu and the others will follow me. You guys set up camp first. Chu Qin said to Zhao Wujia. Then let me accompany you. Zhao Wujia replied. No need. Chu Qin answered, we'll be back soon. All right then. Chu Qin, be careful on your way. Zhao Wujia could only nod. After that, Chu Qin took the 4 girls and walked into the Sodto forest. Teacher Chu Qin is a good person. Oscar sighed. He even offended the great dragon serpent for my 3rd soul ring. Now, he has to take Meng Iran to find a soul ring. Meeting such a teacher is a blessing I've earned over several lifetimes. I feel like all this is a scheme. Dai Mubai said coldly, using the soul ring to deliberately lure the great dragon serpent into a trap, turning that Meng Iran into his woman. It's better to have less contact with someone so scheming. Dai Mubai, you can't say that about Teacher Chu Qin, Oscar said coldly. Otherwise, I'll get angry. Boss Dai, you're actually envious and jealous, right? Teacher Chu Qin has 4 beautiful women. Ma Hongjun laughed softly. Dai Mubai turned his head away. All right, stop arguing. Zhao Wujia said, you say Chu Qin is scheming. But the premise is that he could defeat Long Gong Meng Shu alone. He defeated a soul Douluo at 17. Can you do that? Also, I'll say it again. Chu Qin is your teacher. If anyone disrespects the teacher, don't blame my fist for being merciless. Immediately, Dai Mubai and the others fell silent. Forget it. I'll keep this score for now. We'll settle it slowly when we return to the academy. Now, let us set up camp. Wait, Teacher Zhao. I also need a soul ring. At this time, Tang San spoke up. What? You too, Tang San? Zhao Wujia exclaimed in surprise. Yes. I've also broken through to level 30. Good. I'll take you right away. Then, Zhao Wujia and the others left the camp, leading Tang San and the others to obtain the 3rd soul ring. On the other side, Chu Qin led Meng Iran, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Qing deeper into the journey. Along the way, they encountered many thousand-year soul beasts, but they were all abandoned by Chu Qin due to their low qualifications. Although it was a task issued by the system that prevented Meng Iran from obtaining the phoenix tail, chicken crown snake's soul ring, it was all caused by Chu Qin. He must compensate Meng Iran with a soul ring, a super soul ring. Xiaowu were the top 1,000-year soul beasts in the Sodto forest. Chu Qin asked. Generally speaking, top soul beasts are mostly dragon types. However, there are basically no dragon types in the outskirts. They all live in the underground caves of the core area of the Sodto forest as a species unit, and even I don't know where they are. Xiaowu replied. Chu Qin immediately understood. The Sodto forest was much larger than he had imagined, covering at least thousands of miles. In the original work, 10,000 years later, the Sodto forest attacked Shrek Academy, and the soul beasts came in groups organized by their species. Moreover, the underground caves of the Sodto forest were filled with fierce beast-level soul beasts. Chu Qin, there is no need to provoke them for now. What about outside? Chu Qin continued to ask. Outside, there are some rare 1,000-year soul beasts, like the dark gold fearsome bear, the Tai Tsang giant python, and the ancient dragon lion. They all possess ancient bloodlines, and as long as they reach 100 years of age, they can bear a 1,000-year soul ring. Moreover, the quality of the 1,000-year soul ring is the highest. If lucky, they can even produce soul bones. Such soul beasts are hard to find, but once you understand their weaknesses, it's not difficult. For example, the dark gold fearsome bear likes a type of rose-flavored honey, and the Tai Tsang giant python generally lives in dark swamps and enjoys eating scarlet flame foxes. Wow, Xiaowu, how do you know so much? Ningronggrong Eithglaimet. She had never heard of these weaknesses of ancient bloodline soul beasts, even in the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Moreover, she believed that the Spirit Hall might not even have this information. Well, it's all taught by my mother. Xiaowu replied with a smile. Erming has arrived. Chu Qin smiled slightly and then looked at Meng Iran, saying, Iran, what kind of soul beast do you need? The Tai Tsang giant python. Meng Iran replied. Grandpa said that the best soul rings for snakes are from python species. All right, let's catch a crimson flame fox first. The crimson flame fox is also a relatively rare soul beast, but it's still occasionally seen in the Sodto forest. So, Chu Qin killed 5 crimson flame foxes and brought their bodies to the Sodto forest, throwing the corpses into a relatively dark swamp. Sure enough, about half an hour later, a snake-like exotic beast emerged from the mud. The beast was about 7 meters long. Its body was segmented, resembling a dark red mechanical python, with a triangular head and a peculiar tail that seemed to be like 6 scorpion tails raised high. Additionally, it emitted a dark red flame around it. This is the Tai Tsang giant python. Xiaowu exclaimed, this Tai Tsang giant python should have exactly 1,000 years of cultivation. All right, I'll go stun it now. Chu Qin nodded and said, then Iran, you deliver the final blow. Wait, Chu Qin, let's do it. At that moment, Ning Rongrong spoke up. Yes, we've come to the Sodto forest for training, and it's always you doing the fighting. Zhu Qin added. However, Chu Qin hesitated. He was a bit worried about a 1,000-year cultivation soul beast with ancient bloodlines. It's okay, Chu Qin, I can go too. Xiaowu said. Xiaowu, you proactively wanting to fight the soul beast surprised Chu Qin. I won't take action against other soul beasts, but snakes eat rabbits. And the Tai Tsang giant python is one of the natural enemies of our soft bone charm rabbit clan. Xiaowu whispered in Chu Qin's ear. It's worth mentioning that the Tianqing bull python was once a nemesis of Xiaowu and her mother, but they eventually subdued it. In that case, be careful. Chu Qin nodded. Xiaowu smiled slightly and said, sisters, activate your soul rings. As soon as Xiaowu finished speaking, 200-year soul rings lit up under the feet of the 4 girls. The 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda produced power, speed, ghostly claw, bows, snake blade. Chu Qin stood on one side, admiring the figures and postures of the 4 great beauties. On the other side, Sudaji was poised and ready to strike at any moment. However, it turned out that Chu Qin underestimated the strength of the 4 women. Sudaji never got the chance to act. With the top-tier support of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, the 4 women ultimately defeated the Tai Tsang giant python without a scratch. After all, Chu Qin's 4 women were all geniuses among geniuses, far surpassing ordinary great soul masters in both intellect and combat power. Moreover, they were all close to the level of soul dignitaries. Next, Meng Iran sat aside, absorbing the soul ring of the Tai Tsang giant python, while Chu Qin and the other 3 listened to Xiaowu recounting strange events from the Sodto forest. Chu Qin, I have broken through to level 33. Soon, Meng Iran excitedly said to Chu Qin. Under the special bloodline of the Tai Tsang giant python, Meng Iran's soul power jumped directly from level 30 to level 33. Congratulations, Iran. Congratulations, Sister Iran. The 3 girls, Xiaowu included, couldn't help but feel a bit envious. The level of a soul master is incredibly difficult to increase. To reach soul dignitary, it usually takes at least 2 months per level. That was all thanks to the efforts of his sisters. That said, Meng Iran's heart was filled with love for Chu Qin. If she had only absorbed the phoenix tail, chicken crown snake back then, she would have only reached level 31 at most. But now, she had directly reached level 33. With this thought, Meng Iran leaned in and kissed Chu Qin on the lips. Iran, you. Chu Qin's face turned slightly red. Chu Qin, this is my first kiss. I made up my mind. From now on, I will willingly be your 4th woman forever. Meng Iran said shyly. Chu Qin, you won't reject me, will you? Of course not. Chu Qin smiled slightly. But does that mean you weren't willing before? No, I misspoke. Meng Iran quickly replied. All right, I didn't mean to blame you. Chu Qin said affectionately. Since Iran's soul ring has been obtained, this place is not suitable for staying long. Shall we go back? With that, Chu Qin and the other 3 returned to the camp along the same route. At this time, Xiaowu and the others had not yet returned. Chu Qin did not plan to wait for them. He built a bonfire and sat around it with the four girls, placing some soul beast meat on a rack to barbecue. Master, a super soul beast, is approaching here. At this moment, Su Daji said to Chu Qin, Super soul beast? Chu Qin frowned slightly and said, Titan giant ape. No, we can't attract the Titan giant ape. If Xiaowu can't reveal her identity, and if it harms Rong and the others, I won't be able to fight it. Chu Qin thought to himself. Got it. Suddenly, Chu Qin had a flash of inspiration and said to Xiaowu, come with me for a moment. Huh? Xiaowu was slightly surprised. Come on. Chu Qin smiled and said, I have something to deal with Xiaowu. You three stay by Su Daji's side and don't wander off. Okay. Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Yiran nodded. Where to? Can I come too? Ning Rong asked. Rong, be good and stay by Daji's side. All right then. Following that, Chu Qin took Xiaowu's hand and walked deeper into the forest. Chu Qin, what's wrong? Xiaowu asked in surprise. 100,000-year Titan giant ape is approaching. Chu Qin replied, I think it's mostly coming for you. Titan giant ape? Ming. Xiaowu exclaimed in both surprise and joy. Xiaowu, do you know it? Chu Qin asked deliberately. MHM, it's my brother. Xiaowu replied. Chu Qin, actually I didn't tell you. My home is in the core area of the Sodto forest. I have two brothers at home. One is Ming, a 100,000-year sky blue bull python, and the other is this Ming, a 10,000-year lifespan Titan giant ape with a combat power of 100,000 years. Now that you've told me, it's not too late. Chu Qin smiled indulgently. I was afraid that Ming would conflict with Daji and the others, so I intentionally brought you out. It seems I guessed right. Chu Qin, you are so thoughtful. Don't fight it later, it's just a bit silly and won't harm our Xiaowu, she smiled. Besides, I just broke through to level 30. I can take this opportunity to create a soul ring. Okay. I heard that 100,000-year soul beasts can create their first 7 soul rings autonomously after being reformed into human form. Chu Qin note that. That's possible. Xiaowu smiled sweetly. Azure-eyed Dragon King. Saying this, Xiaowu sat cross-legged, using her hidden soul beast powers to start creating her third soul ring. About 3 minutes later, a brand new bright purple soul ring appeared under Xiaowu's slender legs. Soul beasts are indeed convenient. Chu Qin smiled. There's no need to obtain soul rings from the outside world. Indeed, Xiaowu frowned, but soul beasts can also be troublesome. Chu Qin, you should know that human soul masters can see my true form. This, just as Chu Qin was about to respond, a rumbling beast roar echoed, accompanied by the sound of the ground shaking. Under the moonlight, a soul beast the size of a mountain was rapidly leaping, jumping several dozen meters in height. It was Ming. It was its voice. Xiaowu exclaimed with joy. Sure enough, the next moment, the soul beast appeared within Xiaowu and Chu Qin's line of sight. It was a soul beast several dozen meters tall, resembling a gorilla. Its entire body was covered in red, with skin as tough as granite. Within its skin, some flowing liquid, similar to liquid metal, could be clearly seen. Roar! The Titan giant ape, seeing Xiaowu and Chu Qin together and realizing the latter was a human, immediately opened its massive mouth and roared angrily at Chu Qin. Ming, shut up. He is my sister's man. Xiaowu shouted immediately upon seeing this. Sister Xiaowu. Ming stopped roaring upon hearing this and made a somewhat silly sound. What? What did you say? This human is your man? That's right. Xiaowu replied. Ming. If you scare him again, I'll let the Ming deal with you. Hearing this, the Titan giant ape's massive body trembled slightly. I was wrong, Sister Xiaowu. Call him Brother Chu Qin. Xiaowu said with a proud smile. Brother Chu Qin. The Titan giant ape touched its heavy head, speaking in a somewhat juvenile voice. Good boy, Ming. Chu Qin responded with a smile. Ming, why are you here? Xiaowu asked in confusion. You ran out of the core area alone. What if you encounter danger? I wanted to see Sister Xiaowu. The Titan giant ape replied. Hearing this, Xiaowu walked to the feet of the Titan giant ape, gently stroking its rock-like toes, and lowered her voice. Ming, I've already transformed into a human, and I can't stay with you in the Sodto forest anymore. Moreover, I have to avenge my mother and find the person who killed her. As she spoke, Xiaowu's eyes reddened. Hearing this, Chu Qin let out a faint sigh. The person Xiaowu wanted to kill was none other than Bibi Dong. Chu Qin, it's impossible to help her kill Bibi Dong. The only thing Chu Qin can do is to quickly resurrect Xiaowu's mother. However, before that, Chu Qin must do something. Xiaowu, Ming, you should go back and tell the Ming that I'm doing well in the human world and not to worry. Upon hearing this, The Titan giant ape stretched out its massive palm, wanting to comfort Xiaowu. However, the Titan giant ape forgot that Xiaowu had already transformed into a human and was no longer the dozens of meters tall rabbit. Soul Beast, stop right there. At this moment, a rough voice rang out. Zhao Wujia, transformed into the mighty diamond bear, leaped out from the jungle and charged towards the back of the Titan giant ape's hand. In the next moment, with a bang, the Titan giant ape instinctively swung its hand, sending Zhao Wujia flying and crashing into a giant rock. In an instant, Zhao Wujia's martial soul true form disintegrated. Teacher Zhao. Zhao Wujia. Seeing this scene, Chu Qin and Xiaowu shouted at the same time. Hearing this, Erming realized he had caused trouble and immediately turned around, running wildly into the jungle. Teacher Zhao, are you okay? Xiaowu asked, looking at Zhao Wujia, who was embedded in the giant rock, forming a large character. I'm fine. Zhao Wujia crawled out from the rock, looking a bit dazed. Xiaowu, was that the legendary forest king of the Sodto forest, the Titan giant ape? Zhao Wujia asked in surprise. Yes. Xiaowu nodded. How could the Titan giant ape appear at the edge of the forest? Are you all okay? Zhao Wujia asked in astonishment. We're fine. Chu Qin shook his head. But you, Zhao Wujia, look like you're hurt pretty badly. I have to say, Zhao Wujia is quite righteous. Chu Qin believed that Zhao Wujia had just assumed that the Titan great ape was going to attack Xiaowu. So he took action. It's okay. I'm tough and resilient. Zhao Wujia smiled and said, I won't die. Hey, by the way, Chu Qin, what about your other 3 women? They are safe in the camp, protected by Su Daji. Chu Qin replied with a smile. Su Daji, Zhao Wuji's pupils widened. Oh, it's nothing. Chu Qin replied, Zhao Wuji. The camp is just 2 miles to the south. You should head back to the camp first. Xiaowu and I have some things to do. That Titan great ape was actually repelled by me, but it probably hasn't gone far. How about we go back to the camp together? With me there. The Titan great ape shouldn't be too reckless. Zhao Wuji replied. Do you think I need your protection? Chu Qin said with a calm smile. Oh right. Zhao Wuji nodded. Chu Qin could defeat the soul Douluo head-on, so why would he need protection? All right then, I'll wait for you at the camp. You can come over when you're done. Zhao Wujia replied, and then left. Chu Qin, is there anything else we need to do? After Zhao Wujia left, Xiaowu asked with a smile. She had already wiped away her tears and was hiding her feelings well next to Chu Qin. She didn't want to tell Chu Qin about the revenge for her mother's death because she knew the person who killed her mother had immense power. She didn't want Chu Qin to fall into danger because of her. Xiaowu, what do you think there is between us? Chu Qin smiled. Since Xiaowu didn't say anything, Chu Qin naturally didn't want to poke at her sore spot. Suddenly Xiaowu thought of something, her face turning red as she said, well then, come on. Saying this, Xiaowu began to reach for her clothing buttons. You little perverted rabbit. What are you thinking every day? Chu Qin lightly flicked Xiaowu's forehead and smiled gently, saying, this is a gathering place for soul beasts. Hee, Chu Qin, I'm sorry. Xiaowu replied with a smile. So what do you want to say? Just now, you said that Soul Douluo would recognize your true form, right? Chu Qin asked. Xiaowu replied with slight confusion. Then I'll give you a gift. Chu Qin responded. What is it? Chu Qin's mouth curled slightly, and his palm gently opened, revealing a small creature coiled within. This creature was indistinguishable from the Azure Dragon in myth and legend. The only difference was that a green light shimmered within its pupil slit. Upon seeing this creature, Xiaowu was immediately taken aback, as she sensed the aura of a superior being from it. Chu Qin, what is this? Xiaowu exclaimed in surprise. Xiaowu, this is my secret, and I'll only tell you. Chu Qin replied, you promised me not to tell anyone else, and it's best if Rong and the others don't know either. Okay. Chu Qin, I promise you. I swear, if I tell a second person, let me be devoured by a soul beast. Xiaowu responded, I didn't ask you to swear a deadly oath. Chu Qin smiled gently, then turned to the Azure Dragon in his palm and said, awaken. Instantly, the Azure Dragon's eyelids opened, revealing a pair of green pupils. Then, the dragon's body unfurled like a line, and the Azure Dragon King respectfully addressed Chu Qin. 300,000-year soul beast, Azure Dragon King, pays respects to the master. The voice was surprisingly similar to that of a middle-aged beauty. Gu Na has awakened. 300,000-year soul beast, Azure Dragon King. Xiaowu exclaimed in shock. It is worth noting that the great Ming heavenly blue bull python is only a 100,000-year soul beast. This ferocious beast is the absolute overlord of soul beasts. Moreover, the bloodline of the Azure Dragon must surpass that of the heavenly blue bull python. Even the legendary ruler of the Sodto forest may not compare to the Azure Dragon's bloodline. No wonder she felt the pressure of a superior being. Even in the human world, a 300,000-year soul beast would definitely be stronger than an ordinary 98-level titled Douluo. However, to completely defeat her, even a peerless Douluo might not be able to do it, because the physical strength of soul beasts is not comparable to that of humans. But on second thought, since Chu Qin even has a peerless Douluo like Su Daji, it seems only natural for him to possess such a formidable beast. Azure Dragon King. Chu Qin looked at the Azure Dragon King and said, "From today on, I have a task for you." "Master, please speak," replied the Azure Dragon King. "From today onward, you will follow Xiaowu and protect her without leaving her side." Chu Qin answered. "Ah," Xiaowu said in surprise. "Chu Qin, the Azure Dragon King is here to protect you. Why does it have to follow me?" "Silly. Following you is the same as following me," Chu Qin replied. "We are inseparable. Besides, I have Su Daji protecting me, and no one on the entire Douluo continent should be able to harm me. Most importantly, the Azure Dragon King's aura will conceal the Soul Beast aura within you. This way, not to mention Soul Douluo, even Title Douluo and Peak Douluo would probably only be able to detect that you are a Soul Beast if they were Peerless Douluo. But Peerless Douluo is basically impossible to find walking the world. There are only 3 Peerless Douluos on the entire Douluo continent. Tang San is controlled by the King of Slaughter in the City of Slaughter. Poseidon is far away on Sea God Island. And Douluo has to guard the Douluo Palace. Therefore, Xiaowu is basically absolutely safe. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu was greatly moved and replied, "So that's how it is. Thank you, Chu Qin." Chu Qin smiled. "Azure Dragon King go?" "Yes." After saying this, the Azure Dragon King flew towards Xiaowu like a loach, and she immediately opened her gentle hands to catch the Azure Dragon King. Xiaowu, the Azure Dragon King, has always been in a dormant state. Chu Qin explained, "Only when you need her, or when you're in danger will she take action." Xiaowu nodded with a smile, and said to the Azure Dragon King, "Dragon King Senior, I hope you will take good care of me from now on. Since it is the command of Master Chu Qin, I will absolutely obey," replied the Azure Dragon King. "From now on, just command me, Master." "Dragon King Senior, are you only this big?" Xiaowu curiously asked. "No," Azure Dragon King replied. "I just shrank my body for convenience." "Master, would you like to see my true form?" "Can I?" Xiaowu looked at Chu Qin and asked. "Then, Azure Dragon King, you may transform." Chu Qin replied, "I also want to see your true form." "Yes." As soon as the Azure Dragon King finished speaking, it spiraled away from Xiaowu's palm. After leaving Xiaowu's hand, the sky began to thunder and flash, and the Azure Dragon King's body started to swell rapidly, eventually transforming into a true ferocious beast-level soul beast over 60 meters long, exuding a majestic aura. Chu Qin was also taken aback. The appearance of the Azure-eyed Dragon King was indeed too domineering, indistinguishable from the Azure Dragon in mythology. With its eyes opening and closing, it seemed capable of ruling the world. So powerful. Xiaowu couldn't help but reply, "Azure-eyed Dragon King, quickly change back." "Yes." The Azure-eyed Dragon King responded, shrinking back down to Xiaowu's hand, and finally transforming into a necklace. "Oh," Xiaowu exclaimed in surprise. "There's no need to panic, my lady. This is just a little illusion from my subordinate." The Azure-eyed Dragon King replied, "From today on, the Azure-eyed Dragon King will obey Master Chu Qin's commands and guard my lady without leaving her side. So that's how it is." Xiaowu smiled with satisfaction and put the necklace around her neck. "Xiaowu, let's head back to the camp first. Otherwise, I'm afraid Rong and the others will worry and come looking for us." Chu Qin said to Xiaowu, "But Chu Qin, I just used too much soul power to create the soul ring, and now my waist and knees are a bit sore." Xiaowu smiled. "Sore waist and knees? And you still wanted to do that earlier?" Chu Qin said with a hint of annoyance, then bent down and turned his back to Xiaowu. "Because that made me very happy," Xiaowu said, skillfully jumping onto Chu Qin's back. Chu Qin patted her perky bottom like a swift gust of wind, rushing towards the camp. In the Sodto forest, at the bottom of the Lake of Life, Xiaowu and Chu Qin were unaware that they had just caused a significant event by allowing the Azure Dragon King to manifest his true form. At the bottom of the Lake of Life, there was an enormous space filled with giant diamond-shaped crystals. Inside each diamond crystal, there was a massive beast shadow. This was the resting place of the kings of the Sodto forest. In the Sodto forest, soul beasts over 200,000 years old would enter here for a deep sleep training. However, in the very center, there were 2 figures, one male and one female. The male had long red hair and wore a suit of armor, exuding an air of authority. Additionally, he had 2 dragon horns on his head. The female wore silver armor, her long silver hair flowing freely, and she had a face that could captivate all beings. Her perfectly balanced features made one feel that adding one more detail would be excessive, while removing one would be insufficient. The woman was extremely tall, about 178 meters, and the silver armor couldn't conceal her alluring figure, with a slender waist and peach-shaped bottom that caught everyone's eye. At that moment, the woman was in a state of slumber. However, in the next instant, her eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing bright purple eyes that sparkled like gemstones. At the same time, the diamond crystals surrounding her shattered. Just as the diamond crystal broke, another diamond crystal belonging to the male also shattered. "Master, why have you awakened early?" the man asked the silver-haired woman. These two were the most powerful soul beasts of the Sodto forest. The Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna and the Black Dragon King Dtion. Dtion, I just sensed the aura of the first-generation Dragon King, Gu Yuna said, her gaze fixed on Dtion. "The first-generation Dragon King?" Dtion exclaimed. "Uncle Level? That can't be possible. The first-generation Dragon King should have died out. There is no mistake." Gu Yuna replied seriously. "It is indeed the aura of the first-generation Dragon King, but the cultivation level is still low." "How can this be?" Dtion asked in surprise. "Could it be an injured Dragon King?" "It's not from our Dragon God lineage. It seems to be a blue-eyed Dragon King. Before the gods of the Douluo continent appeared, soul beasts ruled this world, and at that time, there were many ancient beast tribes. The Dragon God was just one of them." "Blue-eyed Dragon King? What is the master plan to do?" Dtion inquired. "Millions of years ago, I was severely injured by the law enforcers of the God Realm and was forced to hide at the bottom of the Lake of Life in the Sodto forest for deep sleep training." Gu Yuna replied, "In just 20,000 years, I can leave the Sodto forest. However, if I can devour the blood essence of the first-generation Dragon King, I can leave 2,000 years early." "Understood," Dtion responded. "Master, can you sense the current location of the first-generation Dragon King?" "I cannot sense it accurately." And the aura of the first-generation Emperor vanished in an instant. Gu Yuna replied, "But it is within the Sodto forest." "All right, I will go out immediately and command the beasts to search together." Dtion answered. "Go." Not long after, Dtion transformed into a giant black dragon and burst out of the Lake of Life, starting to roar loudly. As Dtion's dragon roar echoed, the surrounding soul beasts of the Sodto forest all began to cry out and roar in response. The collective roar of the beasts instantly spread throughout the core area of the Sodto forest and quickly extended outward. At this moment, Chu Qin was carrying Xiaowu on his back, heading toward the camp. Upon hearing the beast roar, Xiaowu immediately shouted, "Chu Qin, wait a moment." "Xiaowu, what's wrong?" Chu Qin asked in surprise. "I think I just heard the voice of the Dragon King." Xiaowu replied. "Dragon King?" Chu Qin smiled slightly. "Could it be the Blue-Eyed Dragon King?" "No. Chu Qin, it's coming from the core area of the Sodto forest." Xiaowu replied. "The Dragon King seems to be summoning the beasts." Saying this, Xiaowu got off Chu Qin's back, crawled on the ground, and pressed her ear to the ground to listen closely to the words coming from the core area of the Sodto forest. "It's the Black Dragon King," Xiaowu exclaimed in surprise. "The Black Dragon King?" Chu Qin was taken aback, thinking to himself, Dtion. Chu Qin was shocked. Shouldn't Emperor Tian only emerge to cause trouble after 10,000 years? "What about Gu Yuna? What did the Black Dragon King say?" Chu Qin hurriedly asked. The Black Dragon King seemed to be summoning the beasts, searching for the trace of a soul beast. Xiaowu replied while listening. Chu Qin was even more confused. "It's all chaotic. The starry forest is in complete disarray." Xiaowu exclaimed, "Chu Qin, the soul beasts from the underground caves have all come out, and it seems they are heading towards our outskirts." Chu Qin was greatly puzzled. This part is not in the original work. "Xiaowu, it seems that we shouldn't stay long in the Sodto forest. Let's return to the camp and find Zhu Qing, Rong Rong, and the others." Chu Qin frowned, sensing a bad premonition. "All right." Xiaowu immediately nodded. Saying this, Chu Qin picked up Xiaowu in a princess carry and rushed back to the camp at an incredible speed. Before long, outside the Sodto forest on a carriage. "Chu Qin, what happened?" Zhao Wujia asked, bewildered, while frantically driving the carriage. "That 10,000-year-soul beast has gone mad." Chu Qin glanced at Xiaowu and replied, "If we stay in the Sodto forest, we might not escape with our lives." Clearly, this was a fabricated reason by Chu Qin. However, he couldn't say it was because Xiaowu had sensed it, right? Zhao Wujia said with lingering fear. "Fortunately, Chu Qin, you brought us out. Otherwise our lives would be lost in there. Teacher Zhao, let's hurry back to Sodto City. The soul beast gathering place is too dangerous. Ma Hongjun said with a fearful expression. Yes, yes. Oscar echoed. Giddy up. Hearing this, Zhao Wujia crazily whipped the horses in front of him. Sure enough, just as Chu Qin and the other's carriage had driven 2 miles away from the Sodto forest, a series of beast roars echoed behind them. Millions of soul beasts roared in unison. If they were still inside, they wouldn't be killed by the soul beasts, they would be driven to madness by the noise. Indeed, if it weren't for the 10,000-year soul beast going mad, there wouldn't be so many sounds. Zhao Wujia said, looking back with a hint of fear. At this moment, Su Daji's voice suddenly sounded, Master, we are being monitored. What? Who? Chu Qin frowned. From the core area of the Sodto forest. Su Daji replied, her power surpasses mine. I have secretly used the charm technique to hide your exact location, but to avoid alerting her, I cannot counterattack. Surpasses you. Chu Qin frowned. Who is it? I don't know, Su Daji replied, but she tracked us down by the aura of the Azure Dragon King. Azure Dragon King. Chu Qin's expression slightly tightened. Could it be that the root cause of the soul beast riot lies with the Azure Dragon King? Within the Sodto forest. The only one who could surpass Su Daji was Gu Yuna. Thinking this way, it was very likely that he had just revealed the Azure Dragon King's true form, triggering some kind of restriction. However, what this restriction was, Chu Qin did not know for the time being. But Chu Qin was certain that Gu Yuna had awakened. Thinking of this, Chu Qin became a little excited. According to the goddess system, Gu Yuna would undoubtedly become one of his wives. This meant he was one step closer to obtaining Gu Yuna. Chu Qin and the others returned safely to Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, in the Sodto forest, at the bottom of the Lake of Life, let them stop calling. Gu Yuna frowned and said to Di Tian, My lord, why? Di Tian asked, Just now, I used a secret method to monitor the entire Sodto forest. Gu Yuna replied, I have already sensed that the first-generation Dragon King has left the Sodto forest and is heading to the human world. How could the first-generation Dragon King go to the human world? Di Tian frowned. I don't know the specific reason. Perhaps he has been reborn as a human. Gu Yuna's beautiful eyes narrowed. What should we do then? Di Tian asked. As soul beasts, unless we are reborn as humans. Once we step into the human world, it will lead to slaughter. It's okay, since the Dragon King's aura has awakened me. This is fate. I have waited for millions of years. I don't care about a few years or decades. Gu Yuna replied. Just now, I vaguely heard them mention returning to a place called Sodto City. You go find a dragon beast that knows the secret methods of the Dragon Clan to conceal soul beast auras. Let it transform into a human and go to Sodto City to gather information, to see where exactly the first-generation Dragon King is. Gu Yuna paused, and then said, As long as I know the identity of the first-generation Dragon King, I have ways to devour it. A soul beast that knows the secret methods of the Dragon Clan? Besides me, there's only the Hell Demon Dragon King, ZG. Then let her go. By the way, tell that person, there's also a transformed soul beast beside the first-generation Dragon King. 1 month later, at Shrek Academy, in the deep mountains and forest behind, 2 figures appeared here. The man wore a blue robe, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. His appearance was extraordinary. The woman wore an ancient open-chest long robe. Stunning and captivating. These 2 were Chu Qin and his attendant, Su Daji. Daji. Chu Qin smiled gently at Su Daji and said, Here, there is no one. Let's do it here. Yes, master. Su Daji responded, and beneath her, 9 terrifying soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and red lit up. The next moment, accompanied by the red light bursting from Su Daji's body, the entire mountain peak was enveloped. Master, I have completely shielded this place. You can come over with peace of mind. Su Daji said charmingly. Second martial soul, Su Daji kisses. Good. Chu Qin smirked and said to the system, summon the auspicious beast, Qinglong. Ding. Auspicious beast Qinglong is being generated. 2100 accompanied by the system prompt sound. In front of Chu Qin appeared a Azure Dragon. That was about 10 meters long, resembling a smaller version of the Azure Dragon King, but with red pupils and standing on a cloud. 8,000 years of the auspicious beast. It has a lifespan of 30 minutes, and after the host defeats it, they can sacrifice it to obtain the auspicious beast soul ring, as well as the auspicious beast soul bone and the auspicious beast martial soul. Obtaining the martial soul, Chu Qin was somewhat overjoyed. In 1 month, he had broken through from level 69 to level 70, and thus led Su Daji to this desolate mountain area to absorb this auspicious beast soul ring. He never expected that they could actually be sacrificed This would allow him to obtain a second martial soul. This was truly an unexpected gain. Come on, Chu Qin, full of confidence, summoned the destruction god spear into his hand, with yellow, purple, black, and red lights flashing at his feet. Roar. In the next moment, accompanied by a high-pitched dragon roar, the auspicious beast opened its massive mouth, and a scorching river of flames erupted from within. Fifth soul skill destruction, God S Imperial. Chu Qin gripped the gun handle with both hands, causing the god-slaying gun to spin rapidly in front of him. As it spun, a black and gold light domain formed before him. With a loud bang, the flames of the auspicious beast, the Azure Dragon, struck the light domain, immediately pushing Chu Qin backward. Finally, with a deafening explosion, both the light domain and the flames erupted simultaneously. It seems I was right. Chu Qin smirked slightly, saying, the 8,000-year auspicious beast Azure Dragon is at least comparable to an 80,000-year soul beast, and its strength should be around the level of an 87th ranked soul Douluo. Well then, Daji, it's your turn. Chu Qin paused and instructed the Daji behind him. He was confident he could potentially defeat an 87th level soul Douluo, but there was no need for it. Firstly, Chu Qin made his move because he had rarely encountered an opponent and wanted to test the improvements he had made over the past month. It seemed that after reaching level 70, his strength had improved quite well. He could face an 87th level soul Douluo head-on. Secondly, the time limit for the auspicious beast Qinglong was tight. If he exceeded the time, Chu Qin would have no one to cry to. Yes, Su Daji nodded. Third soul skill, 7 apertures Linglong. With Su Daji's whispered command, the auspicious beast Qinglong was instantly enveloped in a red glow. Then, Su Daji slightly clenched her palm, and the auspicious beast Qinglong let out a mournful cry, lying motionless on the ground. Following that, Chu Qin unleashed a demonic god spear, piercing through the remaining soul power barrier surrounding the auspicious beast Qinglong, delivering the final blow. After killing the auspicious beast Qinglong, it did not die or transform into a soul ring or soul bone. Instead, it directly turned into a mass of blue light and surged into Chu Qin's body. This was the final sacrifice of the auspicious beast Qinglong. The moment the sacrifice entered his body, Chu Qin felt a sharp pain in his spine. The pain was unbearable, as if it were a maggot attached to his bones, forcing Chu Qin to sit down on the ground. Master, Su Daji exclaimed in panic. System, what is going on? Chu Qin frowned. Host, don't worry. This is the torso soul bone of the auspicious beast Qinglong. It is replacing your original bones, allowing you to directly obtain the torso soul bone. So that is how it is. Chu Qin finally relaxed, then looked at Su Daji and replied, Daji, I'm fine. You don't need to worry. Su Daji finally relaxed her furrowed brows. After the intense pain, a feeling akin to the dual moons in the sky washed over him. At that moment, Chu Qin felt that both his physical abilities and soul power had significantly increased. At the same time, beneath Chu Qin's feet, at the position of the 7th soul ring, a peculiar soul ring appeared. It was a golden soul ring, but not purely golden. It had a faint pink hue, resembling rose gold. My soul power has reached level 74, Chu Qin said with a smirk. Although this auspicious B-soul ring was only 8,000 years old, its enhancement effect was not inferior to that of a 100,000-year soul ring. Moreover, the auspicious beast soul ring also granted him 2 soul skills. Not only that, with a thought, a resounding dragon's roar echoed. Behind Chu Qin, a giant blue dragon suddenly appeared. This blue dragon resembled the auspicious beast Qinglong, with the only difference being that it had no auspicious clouds beneath its feet. And this was Chu Qin's second martial soul. Qinglong, congratulations, Master, on obtaining your second martial soul. At this moment, Daji smiled charmingly. Thank you, Daji. Chu Qin replied with a smile. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to easily obtain this auspicious beast soul ring. So, Daji, is there any reward? Daji smiled playfully. Chu Qin originally thought that Su Daji would say something like it's my honor to serve my master, but he didn't expect Su Daji to say this. So what reward do you want? Chu Qin asked in confusion. He really couldn't think of anything he could reward the unparalleled Daji with. I want a kiss from my master. Su Daji's fox ears perked up, slightly shyly saying, Ah. Chu Qin was momentarily stunned. Does my master not wanna? Su Daji's fox ears drooped down, slightly displeased. Of course not, Chu Qin replied. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he saw Su Daji already leaning in to kiss his lips. Feeling the unique fragrance of Su Daji and the moist sweetness of her lips, Chu Qin's pupils widened, and he was first frozen in place. Then, with his hormones surging, he embraced Su Daji's head and began to indulge. After a long time, they finally separated. Daji, I. Thank you, master. Su Daji showed no signs of blaming Chu Qin, and she smiled charmingly at him, saying that she would serve her master even better from now on. Around noon, Chu Qin returned to Shrek Academy. At this moment, he was in an exceptionally good mood, having not only broken through to Spirit Sage, gained a spirit ring and spirit bone from a divine beast, and obtained a second martial soul, but also having been with Su Daji. What surprised Chu Qin was that at this time, Xiaowu should usually be conducting devilish training for Tang San and the others in the Shrek Plaza. However, today's Shrek Academy was particularly quiet. Not only were Xiaowu and Tang San not around, but even the usually lively Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Ming Iran were also absent. Weird. Where did they all go? Chu Qin, Wunda. Chu Qin. At that moment, a light and somewhat charming voice rang out. Chu Qin turned around and saw Zhu Qin, dressed in tight leather attire with a hot figure, standing there. Chu Qin. Chu Qin immediately waved his hand and excitedly called out to Zhu Qin. Where have you been? Zhu Qin skillfully took Chu Qin's hand. I went out for a bit. Chu Qin replied with a smile. Zhu Qin, where are Xiaowu and Rongrong? They all went to the Dragon King Tower in Sodto City. Zhu Qin replied. Dragon King Tower? Chu Qin was slightly surprised to hear this name for the first time. Zhu Qin was a bit surprised and asked, Chu Qin, you didn't go to the Dragon King Tower? Chu Qin shook his head, asking, what kind of place is that? I've never heard of it before. Zhu Qin replied, the Dragon King Tower has only recently appeared, but as soon as it did, its fame spread throughout Sodto City. Oh, is that so? Tell me more. Chu Qin Uget. I've heard that the owner of the Dragon King Tower is a super beauty. Zhu Qin continued. She set up a stage in front of the Dragon King Tower, and anyone with a dragon-type martial soul who can defeat her can marry her. A contest for marriage. Chu Qin's eyes lit up. He became interested in the mysterious owner of the Dragon King Tower, not for any other reason, but because he had just obtained a dragon-type martial soul, and the other party was an unparalleled beauty. I guess so. Zhu Qin replied, to date. Many people with dragon-type martial souls have challenged her, but she has defeated them all. It turns out she is a soul emperor. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin immediately lost interest. In the Douluo continent, aside from his future wife Bibi Dong, all the soul emperors and above were either old women in their 60s or 70s, like Snake Lady. How good could they be? So, Xiaowu and Xiaowu went too? Chu Qin asked. He wasn't worried about Xiaowu and the others' safety. After all, they had the Blue-Eyed Dragon King protecting them. According to your nature. Zhu Qin nodded. I thought you went too. What nature? Chu Qin looked at Zhu Qin with a hint of annoyance and a doting smile. Zhu Qin, be clearer. I'm sorry, Chu Qin, I misspoke. Zhu Qin quickly replied. No, Zhu Qin, you were right. I'm the kind of person you think I am. Chu Qin said with a faint smile, lifting Zhu Qin's pert bottom and carrying her in his arms. Zhu Qin's face immediately turned red, gazing at Chu Qin. Chu Qin, what are you doing? Now that Shrek Academy is empty, what do you think I want to do? Chu Qin chuckled. Zhu Qin immediately understood Chu Qin's intention. Her feet instinctively coming together slightly. Her eyes showed both fear and anticipation. Subsequently, Chu Qin carried Zhu Qin towards the dormitory. Just now, after Daji kissed him, his hormones had surged. Now, with such an unparalleled beauty like Zhu Qin standing before him, if Chu Qin didn't take action, was he even a man? Upon reaching the dormitory, Chu Qin gently placed Zhu Qin at the head of the bed, then closed the doors and windows tightly before pouncing onto Zhu Qin. Zhu Qin, this should be our first time, right? Chu Qin said, his heart racing. Zhu Qin replied shyly. I remember you telling me you were afraid of doing this kind of thing. Are you scared now? Chu Qin asked. Zhu Qin shook her head. It's you. I'm not afraid. Chu Qin revealed a smile, and then there was a sound of tearing leather. Zhu Qin remained silent, but her nails were almost embedded in Chu Qin's flesh. An hour later, Chu Qin held Zhu Qin's hand and walked out of the dormitory feeling refreshed. How is it? Not as scary as you imagined, right? Chu Qin said to Zhu Qin with a calm smile. And it feels a bit unsatisfying. Zhu Qin said shyly. Chu Qin was slightly taken aback. Just kidding. Zhu Qin covered her mouth and laughed. It feels very comfortable, although a bit painful. It's okay. It will be fine after a while. Chu Qin smiled. Zhu Qin nodded. Chu Qin, something's wrong? Chu Qin. At that moment, Xiaowu's voice rang out from outside Shrek Academy. Chu Qin and Zhu Zhuqing frowned and looked over, only to see Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong hurrying towards them. What's wrong, Xiaowu Rongrong? Chu Qin immediately walked over and asked, Where's Sister Ran? Xiaowu replied with reddened eyes, She's gone. Don't worry. Take your time and tell me what happened. Chu Qin asked gently, though he felt anxious inside. Sister Ran, Rongrong, and I went to Long Wang Lu to watch the martial arts competition for matchmaking. As soon as we turned around, Sister Ran disappeared. Xiaowu said anxiously, along with teacher Zhao and the others, searched all over Sodto City, but we couldn't find her. Let's go keep looking. Chu Qin said, as he immediately ran towards Sodto City. At this time, in a dark alley of Sodto City, 3 lewd figures appeared. These 3 men were all around 30 to 40 years old, and their appearances could be described as unbearable to look at. Not only were their skin dark, but they were also extremely sleazy, comparable to the protagonists of certain films. At this moment, one of them was carrying a beautiful figure on his shoulder. If Chu Qin were here, he would definitely recognize that this was Meng Yiran. All right, Bulu, Tianya, let us settle this here. At this time, the man threw Meng Yiran into the corner and lewdly smiled. Old goose, this girl is just perfect. Where did you get her from? Bulu said with a slight smile, his eyes shining with excitement. All right, stop asking so many questions with such a beautiful girl. Who wants to go first? Tianya asked. Let me go first. I'm already itching to try. Bulu lewdly smiled, rubbing his palms together and walking towards Meng Yiran with a sleazy expression. At this moment, Meng Yiran just woke up. Upon seeing the 3 sleazy middle-aged men before her, she was startled and shouted sharply, What do you want? What do you think? It's obvious. Bulu grinned widely. Don't come over. Meng Yiran, surprised, activated her 3 soul rings of yellow and purple, and the snake staff appeared in her hand. Oh, still a soul master, huh? Bulu chuckled. As he spoke, for soul rings of white, yellow, and purple lit up under Bulu's feet, revealing him to be a soul sect. Meng Yiran was shocked, and with a wave of her snake staff, countless snake shadows rushed towards Bulu. Umph! Bulu coldly snorted, and 2 pink shields appeared in his hands. Then, with a thought, the pink shields immediately expanded, one intercepting Meng Yiran's snake shadows, and the other shielded towards Meng Yiran's body. Moreover, the latter shield began to compress continuously. Meng Yiran's face turned painful as she hurriedly urged her soul power to resist. But she was not Chu Qin. How could an average soul master defeat a soul sect? Under the pressure of the pink shield, Meng Yiran's expression changed to one of distress, and ultimately, her martial soul rings disintegrated at that moment. As Meng Yiran's martial soul dissolved, Tianya and Old Goose immediately lunged forward, pinning Meng Yiran's shoulders to force her to kneel on the ground. Hee. Now you can't resist, can you? Bulu looked at Meng Yiran, his mouth grinning widely. You better not touch me, or you'll die a miserable death. Meng Yiran said coldly. Oh, I'm so scared. Bulu lewdly laughed as he reached for Meng Yiran's chest, preparing to remove her outer armor. Meng Yiran screamed. Stop. At that moment, a charming voice sounded. Bulu, Tianya, and Old Goose all turned to look. The scene before them stunned them. They saw a stunning beauty standing in front of them. This person had purple hair and purple eyes, her face adorned with heavy makeup, showcasing her stunning beauty in an extremely alluring way. What was most eye-catching was the woman's figure. She wore a loose, purple qipao, but it could not conceal her captivating form, especially her proud chest, which seemed ready to burst out of the qipao, estimated at 39F. Additionally, the woman wore a pair of purple high-heeled shoes, her beautifully manicured nails, and skin as smooth as sheep fat jade, further enhancing her beauty and nobility. Upon seeing the woman, the 3 men's eyes sparkled with excitement. This person was too beautiful. Moreover, she was in a fully mature state, leaving these older lewd men with no resistance whatsoever. Oh, Bulu stuttered, excitedly asking, where did this courtesan come from? Tianya and Old Goose exchanged lewd smiles, their imaginations already running wild with scenarios involving the beautiful woman before them. They instantly felt that Meng Yiran behind them was no longer appealing. I am the owner of the Dragon King Tower, Ji Yuan. The woman crossed her arms, her alluring smile slightly crooked. Oh, Bulu grinned lewdly upon hearing this, the Dragon King Tower. Halfway through his sentence, Bulu's smile froze. The owner of the Dragon King Tower, Ji Yuan. Isn't she the one who set up the martial arts competition for marriage proposals? In other words, This person before them is a sole emperor. Miss Ji Yuan, what brings you here? Douluo asked, putting away all his inappropriate thoughts, trembling with fear. I detest two types of people the most. Ji Yuan coldly smiled. Those who are untrustworthy and lecherous, promiscuous individuals. I will eliminate them if I encounter them. The faces of Douluo and the others turned serious. The next moment, they suddenly smelled a fragrant aroma approaching, and all three were kicked against the wall at the same time. Ji Yuan's strength was immense, and immediately blood began to flow from the corners of Douluo's mouth. Seeing this scene, Meng Yiran was stunned and dared not utter a word. The next moment, Ji Yuan elegantly approached Douluo. Miss Ji Yuan, spare me, spare me. Douluo pleaded. However, in the next moment, Ji Yuan lifted her right foot and stepped down on the most vulnerable parts of the three men. Douluo and the others would never be able to reproduce in their lifetimes. Of course, their lives were already over. Next, Ji Yuan tossed a ball of purple flame from her palm, and Douluo and the others' bodies began to ignite. Witnessing the woman's ruthless methods, Meng Yiran was shocked, curling up in the corner, trembling. At this moment, Ji Yuan turned her gaze to Meng Yiran and actually smiled gently. Are you all right? Hearing this, Meng Yiran's fear diminished considerably. Thank you, Miss Ji Yuan, for coming to my rescue. Meng Yiran immediately replied, I'm fine. As a woman, you must learn to protect yourself when you're out there. Ji Yuan replied, especially for a beautiful woman like you. I saved you this time, but next time, you might not be so lucky. I will remember your teachings. Miss Ji Yuan. Meng Yiran replied. Yiran. At this moment, Chu Qin's voice sounded at the alley entrance. Chu Qin. Upon hearing this, Meng Yiran's heart filled with extreme joy. Sure enough, Chu Qin's figure appeared at the alley entrance. Without thinking, Meng Yiran rushed over and fell into Chu Qin's arms, starting to cry. What happened, Yiran? Chu Qin gently asked, stroking Meng Yiran's head, a bit anxiously. Are you all right? Chu Qin, I thought I would never see you again. Meng Yiran tightly hugged Chu Qin and said, just now, I almost lost my life. What happened? Hearing this, Chu Qin was filled with anger, and his gaze turned towards the alley. His eyes lingered on Ji Yuan for a moment. At this moment, Ji Yuan's gaze also happened to land on Chu Qin, and their eyes met. This man, how could he make me feel a stirring in my heart? Ji Yuan was secretly shocked in her heart. Impossible. How could I have feelings for a human? Chu Qin was also taken aback. Ji Yuan's looks and figure were outstanding, especially since Ji Yuan was very mature and had none of the youthful innocence compared to Meng Yiran and the others. However, Chu Qin's gaze soon shifted to the three burning bodies. Chu Qin realized that those three were plotting against him. Meng Yiran pointed to the three bodies and looked at Ji Yuan, saying, Fortunately, Sister Ji Yuan saved me. Thank you, Miss Ji Yuan. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin immediately cupped his hands and said, My name is Chu Qin. I will remember this kindness and will repay it in the future. There's no need for that. Ji Yuan replied with a hint of coldness, but since there are such beautiful women around, be more careful in the future. Hearing this, Chu Qin felt a slight chill in his heart. He thought to himself that this Ji Yuan was not only ruthless in her actions, but also extremely aloof in her words, not knowing where she came from. However, Chu Qin still accepted Ji Yuan's reprimand and said with a hint of guilt, I indeed overlooked this time, and I will take good care of her in the future. Chu Qin, still sister. At that moment, several female voices rang out simultaneously. Chu Qin and Meng Yiran looked in the direction of the sound and saw Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Qin jogging towards them. Upon seeing so many women surrounding Chu Qin, Ji Yuan's delicate brows furrowed slightly, revealing a look of disgust towards Chu Qin. Sister Yiran, are you okay? Xiaowu and the other two asked simultaneously. I almost didn't get to see you all. Meng Yiran replied with lingering fear, Fortunately, Sister Ji Yuan came to my rescue. As she spoke, Meng Yiran turned her gaze towards the direction of Ji Yuan, only to find that she had already disappeared. Strange. Where did Sister Ji Yuan go? Meng Yiran wondered. Sister Ji Yuan? Xiaowu asked in confusion. Oh, the owner of the Dragon King Tower? The owner of the Dragon King Tower. Chu Qin was surprised this time. The sole emperor who set up the martial arts competition for marriage. Uh-huh. Meng Yiran nodded. That's her. Chu Qin originally thought that the owner of the Dragon King Tower would be an old hag, but unexpectedly, Chu Qin immediately frowned, as if he had a certain idea. However, when Chu Qin thought of Meng Yiran's nightmare still not being resolved, he immediately dismissed this idea and replied, Let's go. Since Yiran is safe now, we should return to Shrek Academy first. The next morning, the system notification sounded in Chu Qin's ears, Goddess system activated. Task: defeat the Dragon King Tower Master, Ziyuan. Reward: 100 favorability with Goddess Ziyuan, and gain the secret technique, Dragon God Transformation. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin instantly woke up from his dreams, secretly delighted. Oh, Ziyuan also has a goddess task. But why have I never heard this name before? Forget it. It doesn't matter. He glanced at the 4 sleeping girls beside him, quietly left Shrek Academy. Today, the sun was shining brightly, with not a cloud in the sky. Well then, I will go meet this Dragon King Tower Master. Chu Qin stretched lazily, feeling extremely excited. It must be said, indeed, Ziyuan made Chu Qin's heart race. A straightforward personality, with both charm and beauty, a mature woman. People like Chu Qin simply can't withstand it. Sodto City, Dragon King Tower. This is a brand new Chinese-style tower, 3 stories in total. In front of the Dragon King Tower is a giant square, and in the center of the square is a granite arena. At this moment, the granite arena is surrounded by a crowd, packed tightly. Most of the onlookers are not here to participate in the competition. Their gazes are all focused on the woman sitting on the arena. This person, dressed in a purple qipao and wearing a thin veil on her face, is none other than Ziyuan. Today's martial arts competition for marriage continues. A woman holding a loudspeaker shouted that anyone with a dragon-type martial soul who can defeat Ms. Ziyuan will receive 2 million gold soul coins. You might wonder why this Ms. Ziyuan is holding a martial arts competition for marriage. Is she worried about finding a husband despite her beauty? Not all. In recent days, many noble young men from the Bala Kingdom have come to propose, but have all been turned away by Miss Ziyuan. She has stated that only those with a dragon-type martial soul who can defeat her will be worthy of becoming her ideal husband. Dragon-type martial souls are already rare, and those who are soul emperors with dragon-type martial souls are even rarer. Could it be that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is going to intervene? How could the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family possibly look down on us poor people from Sodto City? You are mistaken. Someone from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family really came a few days ago. It was a soul emperor of level 68. But he was defeated by Miss Ziyuan in 3 moves. 3 moves? Is Miss Ziyuan really that strong? Doesn't that mean only a soul sage has a chance to defeat her? The crowd gasped in surprise. At this moment, the area below the arena was bustling, while the arena itself was strangely quiet, as soul sages with dragon-type martial souls are too rare. Just then, an elderly man and woman arrived. The old man, hearing that anyone with a dragon-type martial soul who can defeat the soul Emperor Ziyuan of Dragon King Tower can marry her, asked his wife. Your martial soul is the dragon staff, which is also a type of dragon martial soul. Why not give it a try? The two were Meng Shu, the dragon duke, and Chao Tianxiang, the snake lady. The old man replied, "You're joking. Not to mention that my dragon staff is miles apart from a true dragon martial soul. Even if I had a dragon martial soul, I wouldn't stoop to such childish antics. Besides, with you, my dear, I am already content in this life." Hearing this, Chao Tianxiang smiled with satisfaction and said, "At least you still have a bit of conscience. Come on, let's hurry to Shrek Academy. I wonder how that girl is doing." Just as Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang were about to leave, Chao Tianxiang suddenly pointed at a young man in the crowd and said, "Old man, that masked man looks a bit like Chu Qin. Don't say, he really does look a bit like him." The next moment, the man leaped onto the arena. He appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, with a heroic demeanor and wearing a golden mask. Someone has answered the challenge. "Hey, why does he look so young? Is he looking for a beating?" Ziyuan said coldly upon seeing the young man before her. "Young man, don't waste my time." "Miss Ziyuan, how will you know if you don't give it a try?" The young man smiled slightly. "I don't have time for frivolities." Ziyuan remained cold. "If I injure you, I won't take responsibility. I don't think you have that ability." The young man smiled. "Oh," Ziyuan chuckled. "Then show me your martial soul." Upon hearing this, the young man concentrated, and a green light shadow manifested behind him. It was a powerful beast martial soul. The entire body was green, with the features of a dragon's head, claws, tail, and eyes, which was none other than the Azure Dragon. With the Azure Dragon martial soul, there is no doubt that this young man is Chu Qin. The moment the Azure Dragon martial soul appeared, a strong wave of energy spread out, causing all the onlookers, especially those with beast martial souls, to shudder as if under bloodline suppression. What a top-tier dragon martial soul. My martial soul is trembling. "Old man, what kind of martial soul is this?" Chao Tianxiang exclaimed. "I have a feeling that this dragon martial soul seems even more terrifying than the inherited martial soul of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. It's not an illusion. Meng Shu said seriously. The strength of this beast martial soul is something I've never seen before. Not only were they surprised, but Ziyuan herself was also taken aback. She felt an overwhelming excitement in her heart. The first-generation Dragon King, Azure, Dragon, Martial Soul. It seems that this is the person Lord Tian is looking for. Yes, that's right. In fact, Ziyuan is one of the rulers of the Sodto forest, transformed by the Hell Dragon King ZG using secret methods. Her task is to come to Sodto City in search of the first-generation Dragon King's trace. However, being new to the human world, ZG has no connections and doesn't know where to start. Thus, she used the principle of dragon nature being inherently seductive, using her beauty as bait to reel in the first-generation Dragon King. At the same time, she sold some treasures produced by Soul Beast to build this Dragon King tower. However, ZG is ultimately a soul beast and too innocent. She couldn't catch the Dragon King of Sodto City and instead fought against dragon-type soul masters from the Heaven Do Empire, the Star Luo Empire, and even the entire Douluo continent. Hard work pays off. After several months, ZG finally lured in Chu Qin. So, Ms. Ziyuan, do I qualify? Chu Qin smiled. Little did he know so much. He just wanted to defeat Ziyuan and bring home a wife who is not only 39F, but also stunningly beautiful. Indeed, you have a dragon-type martial soul, ZG replied. But do you think that's enough to defeat me? As soon as ZG finished speaking, 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black flickered into existence beneath her feet, and she then looked at Chu Qin coolly and said, "Show me your soul rings." No, Chu Qin shook his head. "I don't need soul rings. I can still surpass you." Hearing this, the crowd below was astonished. To think that he could defeat a soul emperor without using soul rings or soul skills. How strong is Chu Qin, really? Or is he just putting on a show? Doesn't he have a soul ring? ZG thought to herself. Could it be that he has just recently been reformed and hasn't obtained a soul ring yet? Whatever the case, I must not let him defeat me. The person I like is Lord Tian. All right then, kid, take this. As soon as ZG finished speaking, a black dragon king manifested behind her. This black dragon, shaped like a lizard dragon from Western mythology, was indeed the Hell Demon Dragon King, derived from ZG's true form. In the next moment, a circle of soul rings lit up beneath ZG's feet, and 2 beams of black-red light burst forth from her eyes, shooting towards Chu Qin. A soul emperor shouldn't need me to use my second martial soul to win. Chu Qin thought to himself. Azure Dragon Suppression. With a low roar from Chu Qin, a blue light burst forth from his spine. In the next moment, a pair of blue wings sprouted from his sides. After Chu Qin took to the air, his fist descended, and an Azure Dragon illusion charged down towards ZG from above. With a loud bang, the Azure Dragon illusion collided fiercely with ZG. In an instant, ZG felt a tremendous shock in her chest, feeling as if she could not bear it. Finally, with a loud crash, ZG was sent flying by the Azure Dragon illusion. Clearly, he doesn't have a soul ring, so how can he release skills? An onlooker exclaimed. Indeed, old man. Why is that? Snake Lady also asked. It's a soul bone skill. Meng Shu noticed the clue. Some high-quality soul bones can produce skills that are not weaker than soul skills. Having such a soul bone, this person is definitely not ordinary. Moreover, I can't even sense his soul power level. He is undoubtedly the first-generation Dragon King. ZG thought to herself, if it weren't for this, it would be impossible for someone so young to have such means. It seems I can no longer hide, otherwise I won't be able to win against him. As soon as ZG finished speaking, a certain seal on her body quietly broke, and her aura suddenly surged. In the next moment, ZG's palm transformed into a dragon claw, her figure changing like a true swimming dragon, charging towards Chu Qin. ZG's speed was extremely fast, and before Chu Qin could react, she clawed at his cheek, instantly cracking the mask on his face. Chu Qin's long black hair flowed down, revealing a face that captivated countless girls. It's really Chu Qin, Meng Shu said, his pupils contracting. So, Chu Qin actually possesses twin martial souls. Chao Tianxiang exclaimed in shock. The youngest soul emperor on the continent, with 2 extraordinary martial souls. How many secrets does Chu Qin hide? Meng Shu marveled. It's you. ZG was also taken aback. Yesterday, she felt a spark of affection for Chu Qin in that instant, but upon seeing that he had 4 women, her feelings vanished. Because in Chu Qin, she saw the shadow of Emperor Tian. She loved Emperor Tian, but he had far more than 4 women. Now, seeing that Chu Qin came to participate in the martial arts competition for her sake, while carrying 4 women, she felt a bit of disdain for him. As expected, a dragon is indeed lecherous. You already have 4 women, yet you still think about me. ZG smiled faintly at Chu Qin. You're mistaken. It's human nature. Chu Qin replied with a calm smile. Miss Yuan, I don't believe your rules prohibit someone with a girlfriend from participating. Oomph. ZG said coldly. You still have a long way to go if you want to win against me. Let us see. Chu Qin smiled mysteriously, and beneath him, the 7 simulated soul rings lit up in yellow, purple, and black. Yes. Chu Qin's Azure Dragon Auspicious B-Soul Ring not only granted him the true form of his martial soul, but also allowed him to obtain a soul ring simulation skill. At the same time, the Destruction God Gun was summoned into his hand. Soul Sage. My goodness, twin martial souls. ZG and the onlookers gasped in surprise. Hey, Chu Qin has become a soul sage. Wait, why did his soul rings change color? Chao Tianxiang exclaimed. It must be some kind of simulation skill. Meng Shu replied. 100,000-year soul ring is too eye-catching. Chu Qin is intentionally keeping a low profile. Humph, do you think being a soul sage means you can surpass me? ZG smiled faintly, held Dragon King, true form. With ZG's roar, her body began to swell dramatically, ultimately transforming into a complete Hell Dragon King. Master, this person in front of you is not human at all. Su Daji's voice rang out. She is a soul beast. A soul beast. Chu Qin said in astonishment. Yes, Master, she has hidden it well. Unless she reaches the same unparalleled Douluo level as me, it would be impossible to tell. ZG, Hell Dragon King. So it turns out she is the Hell Dragon King ZG. Chu Qin Sudenli Zilit. Wait, why did ZG disguise herself as Z Yuan? Never mind. I'll ask her directly after I defeat her. Destruction God Gun True Form. Chu Qin thought to himself, and at that moment, the 7th soul ring also lit up. Behind him, a shadow holding a gun identical to his appeared. At the same time, golden light burst forth from his left hand, slowing down time. My body is slowing down. ZG thought in shock. This move was the same one Chu Qin used to defeat Long Gong Meng Shu, and now it was being used to triumph over ZG. After Chu Qin reached the Soul Saint level, the effect of time dilation also changed, increasing from 2 seconds to 3 seconds. Although it was only a short additional second, that single second could potentially change the course of the battle dramatically. The illusory spear. In the next moment, as the effect of Chu Qin's illusory spear was lifted, he thrust the enlarged god-killing spear in his hand at the Hell Dragon King, transformed by ZG with extreme speed. ZG had no time to think, and immediately wanted to gather her soul power to form a shield in front of her. However, the speed of soul power gathering was extremely slow, and it was already too late. Could it be that I can only break through the secret technique to defeat him? ZG thought to herself. Her secret technique required a large amount of soul power to maintain. So at this moment, her maximum power, as a 20,000-year-old ferocious beast, was less than 1/20th of her full strength, barely comparable to a low-level soul Douluo among humans. This was also why she couldn't break through Chu Qin's time dilation. No, once I break through the secret technique, regardless of whether I can escape the human world, it will inevitably alert Chu Qin, the first-generation Dragon King, and I would end up failing. After a fierce internal struggle, ZG ultimately did not break through the secret technique. At this moment, accompanied by a violent explosion, ZG was finally pierced by Chu Qin's spear, and her martial soul's soul ring shattered at this instant. Lady Z Yuan lost. Upon seeing this scene, countless men felt their hearts break. This meant that Z Yuan would marry the Chu Qin in front of her. Who on earth is this person, possessing dual martial souls? Why does he look like a 20-year-old pretty boy, even though he is clearly a soul saint? The men were indignant. They could not have imagined that Chu Qin was actually not yet 20 years old. They thought he was just born with a pretty face. Ding! The system detected that the host defeated Z Yuan, gaining 100 favorability from the goddess Z Yuan. Profound meaning. Dragon God transformation. Lady Z Yuan, you lost. Chu Qin retracted his martial soul ring and said with a faint smile to ZG on the stage, according to our agreement, aren't you my fiancée now? At this moment, ZG was taken aback, wondering why. Although she clearly hated flirtatious people, she strangely wanted to agree to Chu Qin. Ultimately, under the influence of the system's magic, ZG nodded. Very well, then come with me. Chu Qin smiled gently, taking ZG's hand and walking towards the Dragon King Tower. Ah, Lady Z Yuan is gone. My Lady Z Yuan. This Chu Qin. It hasn't even been a few months. Chao Tianxiang said angrily. and he's already looking for a new love behind Rant's back. Ha ha, old lady. Meng Shu laughed heartily. You're actually not angry at all, right? Because we already knew that Chu Qin is a flirt. Chao Tianxiang nodded. Dual martial souls. A 17-year-old soul saint with an extraordinary Douluo as a follower, such a grandson-in-law. There is no second one in the Douluo continent. That being said, where did Ran go? Chao Tianxiang frowned. Grandma. At that moment, Meng Ran's voice echoed. The Dragon King and Snake Lady turned around to see Meng Ran, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing standing there. Precious granddaughter. Meanwhile, inside the Dragon King Tower, Chu Qin held Ziji's hand and walked in her boudoir. What you go to do? Ziji asked with a mix of anticipation and fear as Chu Qin closed the door tightly. You're my fiancée now, so can I do whatever I want? Chu Qin replied with a faint smile. Indeed, dragons are inherently lustful. Then go ahead. Ziji paused, biting her red lip lightly. Seeing Ziji's enchanting and graceful appearance, Chu Qin found it hard to control himself, but he forced himself to calm down and directly asked, You are Zun, the Hell Dragon King of the Starry Forest, right? Upon hearing this, Ziji's pupils constricted in shock as she replied, Why, so you really are the reincarnation of the first Dragon King. The first Dragon King. Chu Qin frowned. Ziji then realized she had misspoken and immediately fell silent. Seeing this, Chu Qin continued to press. The Hell Dragon King, the ruler of the Starry Forest, actually disguised himself to come to the human world. Tell me, what exactly are you here for? What happened to the first-generation Dragon King? Ziji furrowed her brows, seemingly unwilling to speak. Seeing this, Chu Qin directly pushed Ziji onto the bed. Looking at her enchanting purple eyes, he smiled faintly and said, Speak up, or I can't guarantee what I'll do to you. Ziji's heart raced immediately. Her mission was a secret she couldn't reveal. However, under the condition of 100 favorability and Chu Qin's coercion, she finally replied, All right, I'll tell you. With that, Ziji recounted in detail the strange occurrences that happened a few months ago in the Sodto forest, as well as her mission and thoughts to Chu Qin. So that's how it is. Chu Qin said, suddenly enlightened. No wonder Guyuna and Tian woke up early. It turns out the blood essence of the blue-eyed Dragon King piqued their interest. Ah, Chu Qin, how do you know Lord Tian and the Master? Ziji asked in surprise. That's not something you should ask. Chu Qin ziplit guli. So you set up a martial arts competition in the Dragon King Tower to lure the first-generation Dragon King. Ziji bit her lip and nodded. Have you found the first-generation Dragon King? Chu Qin asked. Upon hearing this, Ziji pointed at Chu Qin himself. Me? Chu Qin exclaimed in surprise. Ziji nodded. In all these days, you're the only one who possesses the first-generation Dragon King, the Azure Dragon Martial Soul. Chu Qin smiled faintly and asked, Ziji, do you think I am the first-generation Dragon King? Kind of, but also a bit different. Ziji replied without hiding her thoughts. Then I can tell you. I am the first-generation Dragon King. Chu Qin said deliberately. Really? Ziji was taken aback. Yes. Chu Qin smirked. Now that you know, I am the first-generation Dragon King. Are you going to the Sodto forest to tell Guyuna and let them swallow my blood essence? No. As soon as Ziji heard this, she quickly replied, Chu Qin, no matter if you're the first-generation Dragon King or not, I want to let you be in danger. Seeing Ziji's anxious expression, Chu Qin smiled back. As expected of my fiancé, at least you still have a bit of conscience. Huh? Hearing Chu Qin call her his fiancé, Ziji was momentarily stunned. What's wrong? This is a competition for marriage that you set up yourself. Now that I've won, don't you want to acknowledge it? Chu Qin said with a hint of a smile. Ziji hesitated slightly. Although she admitted that she liked Chu Qin a lot, she also had feelings for Tian. Seeing the flickering gaze in Ziji's eyes, Chu Qin said impatiently, Ziji, do you have someone you like? No. Ziji shook her head. That's good. Chu Qin said domineeringly, Ziji, from today on, you are my woman. You are not allowed to like anyone else. Okay. Ziji nodded earnestly. That's more like it. Chu Qin smiled proudly, then leaned in to kiss Ziji's soft lips, and his hand reached out. An hour later, Chu Qin and Ziji walked out of the Dragon King Tower side by side. At this moment, Ziji seemed a bit different. Ziji, I believe you won't tell Guyuna about my identity. Chu Qin said, but what if Guyuna and the others ask? Chu Qin, don't worry. Ziji paused, then replied, I've thought it through. I want to return to the Sodto forest during this time. Anyway, the Master and Tian want to come to the human world. You've gone through a lot. Chu Qin said somewhat regretfully. Ziji seemed to speak lightly. but it came at a great cost. She couldn't go back home. The price of betraying the soul beasts. ZG, since you are now my woman. Chu Qin replied, from now on, just follow me. Even if it's... Okay. ZG firmly replied before Chu Qin could finish. Wherever you go, I will go. I need to return to Shrek Academy now. Chu Qin continued. Are you coming with me? ZG smiled and nodded. Let's go. I'll take you to meet your other sisters. Chu Qin said, leading ZG towards the direction of Shrek Academy. At this time, Meng Shu Shipa, Meng Yiran, Xiaowu, and others were chatting at the Shrek Square. Where did this guy Chu Qin go? Grandpa Long is here, and he has nowhere to be seen. Xiaowu said, puzzled. Xiaowu, Chu Qin wouldn't leave us for no reason. He must have important matters. Zhu Qin immediately replied. All right then. Xiaowu nodded and looked at Grandpa and Grandma Long. You two wait a moment. Chu Qin will definitely come back. No rush. No rush. Grandpa Long Meng Shu laughed. Then, Grandpa Long Meng Shu looked at Shi Pa Chao Tianxiang and said, Old lady, are you at ease now? With such a group of knowledgeable and polite women, how could Chu Qin be bad to Yiran? Chao Tianxiang nodded. Indeed, aside from being a bit flirtatious, there is nothing to criticize about Chu Qin. Then, Chao Tianxiang lowered her voice and said, Old man, do you think we should tell Yiran that Chu Qin won the martial arts recruitment contest? No. Meng Shu shook his head. Right now, Chu Qin and that Ziyuan are probably in high spirits. If we tell Yiran and they go over to meddle, Chu Qin will be unhappy. That is true. Chao Tianxiang smiled in response. I'm back. At this moment, Chu Qin's voice rang out at the entrance of Shrek Academy. Hearing Chu Qin's voice, Xiaowu and the other three girls, as well as Grandpa Long, Shipa, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, all immediately rushed over. At first glance, they noticed the presence of ZG. Miss Ziyuan, Ning Rongrong, the four girls, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar all exclaimed in surprise. Chu Qin, is this you? Ning Rongrong looked at Chu Qin and ZG, their hands tightly clasped, and said with slight surprise. Damn, Chu Qin, you just won the martial arts recruitment contest. Didn't you? Ma Hongjun said in astonishment. Not me, could it be you? Chu Qin smirked. Damn, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but curse. Ah, Chu Qin, I remember you have the god-slaying, spear, martial soul. Oscar frowned. How could you participate in the martial arts recruitment contest? What if I told you I have a twin martial soul? Chu Qin replied calmly. Damn, the heavens are unfair. Ma Hongjun said gloomily. 17-year-old soul emperor, twin martial souls. Surrounded by so many beauties. Damn it, I think I'll just dig a hole and bury myself. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Rongrong, Xiaowu, Yiran. Zhu Qin, let me formally introduce you. Chu Qin pointed at ZG and said, from now on, she will be your sister. Call her Sister ZG. Sister ZG. Meng Yiran and the three girls said in unison. Sister ZG? Xiaowu frowned. What's wrong, Xiaowu? ZG looked at Xiaowu in surprise and asked. It's nothing, Xiaowu replied. I used to have a sister named ZG. Upon hearing this, ZG looked at Xiaowu with confusion, then turned to Chu Qin with some surprise. Seeing this, Chu Qin secretly smiled. He was sure that Xiaowu's purple sister was the purple Gigi in front of her. However, Chu Qin did not immediately tell Xiaowu. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. On this day, as usual, Chu Qin was training with the five girls, Purple Gigi, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qin, and Meng Yiran at the Shrek Square. As a transformed entity of a 200,000-year-old ferocious beast, Purple Gigi could only exert 1/20th of her strength. But defeating any mentor from Shrek Academy was more than enough. Therefore, like Chu Qin, she easily became a mentor at Shrek. Purple Gigi was responsible for training the four girls, while Chu Qin admired their figures from the side. Originally, Chu Qin was reluctant to let Xiaowu and the others train. However, Xiaowu harbored hatred in her heart and was determined to take revenge on Bibi Dong, while Zhu Qin was eager to defeat her sister Zhu Yun in the Senior Soul Master Elite competition. As for Meng Yiran, the shadow left by Douluo a month ago was her greatest motivation to move forward. Therefore, they were particularly serious. Ning Rongrong, the little witch, was also influenced by them and joined in the hard training. Is there any way to help them improve quickly? Chu Qin thought to himself. His speed of improvement was very fast, but whether it was secret techniques or soul power inner elixirs, the system stipulated that only he could use them. Chu Qin originally planned to ascend to the divine realm in the future and grant divinity to these women all at once. However, seeing them train so diligently, Chu Qin began to think about how to use his own power to help them. That's right, the eyes of ice and fire. How could I have forgotten about that? Chu Qin suddenly realized. As long as he went to the eyes of ice and fire, obtained some fairy herbs, and sent them to Zhu Qin and the others, how could their soul power not increase quickly? Just then, the system notification sound rang out. Ding! Goddess mission issued. Mission: help Lanba Academy win the invitation tournament. Become a mentor at Lanba Academy. Gain 100 favorability with Goddess Lu Erlong and receive a 4th level soul power inner core. With the secret technique, Glazed Diamond Body can be passed on. Here it is, a new goddess mission, Lu Erlong. Chu Qin said with slight surprise. Winning the invitation tournament and becoming a mentor at Lanba Academy? Chu Qin was not unfamiliar with Lanba Academy. It was an academy established by Lu Erlong, located in the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire. In the original work, Lu Erlong gave the academy to Tang San and the others, becoming the new Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy had been around long enough. It was time for a change of environment. Besides, I just happened to plan a trip to the Sunset Forest next to the imperial capital. Chu Qin said with a slight smile. It seems that I'm definitely going to the Tiando imperial capital. The Tiando imperial capital, besides the Sunset Forest and the Eyes of Ice and Fire, also has Qianrenxue, Tang Yuehua, Duguyin, and Lu Erlong. Thinking about it, Chu Qin felt a bit excited. With that in mind, Chu Qin cleared his throat and called out to the 5 girls. Ziji, you all stop for a moment. I have an announcement to make. The Tiando imperial capital? Hearing that Chu Qin was going to the Tiando imperial capital, Xiaowu and the other girls all showed expressions of surprise. That's right. Chu Qin nodded. Great, great. Ning Rongrong clapped her hands and said, My home is over there in the Tiando imperial capital. Once we get there, I'll invite everyone to visit the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Clan. All right, Rongrong. I've heard you say many times that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Clan is particularly fun. This time I must go to your house to play, Xiaowu said excitedly. Chu Qin smiled slightly and looked at the other 3 girls. What about you? Wherever you go, I will go, Zhu Qin said first. My thoughts are the same as Sister Zhu Qing's. Meng Yaran and Zijia said in unison, clearly in sync. All right, since everyone is on board, let's head to the Heaven Do imperial capital. What? Chu Qin, you're leaving? In the dean's office, Flender was shocked to hear that Chu Qin and the others were leaving. Chu Qin, are you really going? Zhao Wujia asked with great reluctance. Yes. Chu Qin replied, sorry. Dean, Zhu Qing wants to participate in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, and it seems Shrek Academy doesn't qualify for that. In fact, this was just an excuse from Chu Qin. He truly wanted to build Shrek Academy. As long as he showcased his strength, Shrek Academy would instantly become a prestigious Soul Master Academy. There was no choice. The system required him to go to the Heaven Do imperial capital. Sigh. Upon hearing this, Flender let out a deep sigh. In fact, he had long thought that Chu Qin and the others would leave. After all, how could a place like Shrek Academy accommodate such a great figure as Chu Qin? He believed that it wouldn't be long before Chu Qin would create a legendary myth in the Soul Master world. All right, Chu Qin, I respect your choice. Flender responded. I have no other requests. I just hope you remember this place. Yes, Dean, I will. Chu Qin replied. Chu Qin, can you tell us where you are going? Zhao Wujia asked. Heaven Do imperial capital, Lanba Academy. Chu Qin said straightforwardly. Lanba Academy. Upon hearing this, Flender's eyes lit up. Chu Qin, how do you know about this place? From the information Zhu Qin provided, Chu Qin casually fabricated a reason. She is my woman. I can't leave her. So that's how it is. Flender nodded, then continued. This must be fate. Chu Qin, the dean of Lanba Academy, is my close friend. How about this? I'll write you a recommendation letter. Flender smiled. With this, you should be able to enroll without an entrance exam. Great. Chu Qin did not decline. Flender had a very good relationship with Lu Erlong. In the original story, Lu Erlong even handed over Lanba Academy to Flender. With Flender's recommendation letter, it would undoubtedly be much easier for him to become a mentor at Lanba Academy. Then, amidst the reluctant expressions of Flender, Zhao Wujia, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and others, Chu Qin led the 5 girls, taking a carriage and setting off towards the Heaven Do imperial capital. Heaven Do City, as the most prosperous capital in the entire continent, featured city walls made of granite that were over 100 meters high, with countless armored guards patrolling back and forth on the walls. The streets were bustling with people, and shops lined the streets, with calls and shouts echoing everywhere. At this time, night had already fallen. However, the illuminating soul tools within Heaven Do City were countless, resembling neon lights in a city illuminating the area as bright as day. This is the Heaven-Do imperial capital. Seeing the lively and extremely wealthy scene in Heaven-Do imperial capital, Xiaowu exclaimed in awe. Chu Qin was also slightly shocked. He finally understood Ning Rongrong's thoughts. Nodding City and Sodto City, these two cities are truly remote places compared to the imperial capital of Tiando, especially since Chu Qin and the others were staying at Shrek Academy. The contrast between the two is striking. Indeed, the imperial capital of Tiando is more suitable for this young lady. Ning Rongrong appeared particularly happy. No wonder is the imperial capital of Tiando. It really is not much different from the imperial capital of Xingluo. Zhu Zhuqing sighed slightly. I remember I came to the imperial capital of Tiando once, and that time was for the invitational competition between our Beast Academy and the Tiando Royal Academy. Meng Yiran's eyes lit up. ZG, aren't you going to say anything? Seeing his woman expressing her feelings, Chu Qin said to ZG. Chu Qin, I have nothing to sigh about. ZG shot a glare at Chu Qin with annoyance. Chu Qin responded with an awkward smile. It's getting late today. Let's find a place to stay. By the way, where are we staying tonight, Chu Qin? Xiaowu asked. Let's go to my family's hotel. Before Chu Qin could speak, Ning Rongrong said first, I remember it's not far from here. Great. Following Ning Rongrong's lead, everyone arrived at the Tiando Liuli Grand Hotel. From a name, one can tell that this hotel belongs to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. At this time, it was peak season and the hotel business was booming. As soon as Chu Qin and the 6 others appeared, they attracted countless gazes. What kind of celestial band is this? Xiaowu is a lowly. Ning Rongrong is a young lady. Zhu Zhuqing has a youthful face and a voluptuous figure. ZG is a perfect mature woman, and Meng Yiran is a femme fatale. Especially those men. Watching Chu Qin walk among these 5 beauties, chatting and laughing, showed a look of envy and jealousy. Manager Wang, do you still remember me? Ning Rongrong smiled and spoke to a middle-aged man. Miss. The hotel manager was taken aback at first, then exclaimed in surprise, Miss, how did you come back? Manager Wang asked in astonishment. Don't ask so much. Just book us 5 luxury suites. Ning Rongrong replied. Next, under Manager Wang's lead, everyone went to the 6th floor of the hotel. Rongrong, there's 6 of us. Why are we only booking 5 rooms? Xiaowu asked in surprise. Because I'm going to sleep with Chu Qin tonight. Ning Rongrong replied without hiding anything. Upon hearing this, Manager Wang was stunned. What? Mrs. already taken? However, Manager Wang was even more dumbfounded by what came next. Rongrong, how can you be like this? Xiaowu pouted and said, then I want to sleep with Chu Qin too. Me too. Zhu Zhuqing chimed in. Chu Qin chose to remain silent, as usual. I'm not participating today. I have something else to do. Meng Yiran said shyly. Sister ZG, what about you? Ning Rongrong asked ZG. Rongrong, you were the one who slept with Chu Qin last night. ZG said with a proud smile. Let's stick to the rules. Today it's my turn. All right. ZG spoke, and Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing all compromised. After all, ZG was not only their sister, but also their mentor. When a mentor speaks, it carries weight. Hearing this, Manager Wang broke out in a sweat. The meaning was clear. These people are all Chu Qin's women. The young master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is actually sharing a husband? Manager Wang's mind was a bit overwhelmed. Following that, ZG followed Chu Qin into the middle room. Manager Wang, you can go now. Call you if needed. Ning Rongrong instructed Manager Wang. Yes. After Manager Wang left, he hurriedly ordered someone to send the news to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Meanwhile, Chu Qin and ZG entered the luxurious suite. Chu Qin, do you want to take a shower first? ZG asked. You go ahead. I have something to do. Chu Qin replied. All right then, ZG said, sounding a bit disappointed as she walked into the bathroom. After ZG left, Chu Qin sat cross-legged on the sofa and muttered to himself. Dragon God Transformation. Dragon God Transformation is something Chu Qin unlocked through ZG's Goddess Mission. Unlike other Goddess Mission rewards, which usually have 2, 3, or even 4 rewards, this mission only had 1. However, when Chu Qin practiced Dragon God Transformation, he discovered its uniqueness. When cultivated to its peak, Dragon God Transformation can be used in conjunction with Chu Qin's Azure Dragon Martial Soul, allowing his whole body to transform into a dragon and bring about attribute enhancements. This attribute enhancement is astonishing. Just transforming 1 part can double the attributes in a short time, and 2 parts can increase them by 200%. By extension, Dragon God Transformation can transform both hands, feet, head, and torso, 6 parts in total, leading to a 600% enhancement of all attributes. Although it only provides a temporary boost, with Chu Qin's current strength, once fully transformed, defeating a title Douluo isn't a dream. Therefore, Chu Qin has always treated Dragon God Transformation as his trump card to cultivate. However, he recently hit a bottleneck. Since his hands transformed, he could not transform the other 4 parts no matter what he tried. He attempted many things, but to no avail. Could it be related to my soul power level? Chu Qin looked at his dragonized arms, pondering inside. Oh, Chu Qin, are you practicing the Dragon Clan's secret technique? At this moment, ZG walked out of the bathroom, wearing a bathrobe. Dragon Clan secret technique? Chu Qin asked in confusion. Isn't it? ZG was surprised. The way you transform into a dragon looks somewhat similar to the Dragon Clan's secret technique. The 9 transformations of the true dragon, Dragon God Transformation, and the 9 transformations of the true dragon? Chu Qin thought to himself in surprise. What is the 9 transformations of the true dragon? Chu Qin asked. It's a secret technique left by the Dragon God lineage. ZG replied. It stimulates the Dragon God's bloodline to quickly enhance oneself and achieve dragon transformation in a short time. That sounds similar. Chu Qin said with excitement. ZG, I've encountered a bottleneck recently. After my hands transformed, I can't continue the dragon transformation. That shouldn't be. As long as the blood in your body is sufficient, theoretically, you should be able to fully transform into a dragon. You are the first-generation Dragon King. It shouldn't be possible. Only those with impure bloodlines in the Dragon Clan would encounter a bottleneck like yours. ZG replied. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin suddenly realized. It turns out that this relies on bloodline to be awakened. And within himself, it was mostly because of the Azure Dragon's sacrifice that he obtained some dragon blood. No wonder, no wonder. Well, ZG, actually I was lying to you. Chu Qin replied. I am not the reincarnation of the first-generation Dragon King at all. It's just that a Dragon King offered a sacrifice to me before, allowing me to obtain the Azure Dragon Martial Soul. ZG was slightly startled and furrowed her brows. You won't blame me, right? Chu Qin said playfully with a smile. ZG shook her head. Actually, I realized a long time ago. At first, I thought you were the first-generation Dragon King. But later, I found out you were very far from the true Dragon Clan. I couldn't understand why you had dragon blood in you. Yet you weren't of the Dragon Clan. It turns out it was because the Dragon King offered a sacrifice to you. Chu Qin shyly touched the back of his head. So, ZG, do you know how to enhance the Dragon King bloodline within me? Chu Qin asked. For humans to obtain the Dragon King bloodline, there are 3 methods. ZG replied. The first is a sacrifice from the Dragon Clan, and the second is to absorb dragon blood essence. Dragon blood essence? Chu Qin raised an eyebrow. Yes. ZG nodded. Dragon blood essence contains the greatest secrets of the Dragon Clan and the purest dragon blood. By absorbing it, you can enhance your Dragon King bloodline. However, once the dragon blood essence is consumed, that dragon will cease to exist. Sound a bit unreliable. Chu Qin pao det. What about the third method? The third method. ZG revealed a dark smile, slowly walking in front of Chu Qin, pushing him down onto the bed behind him. Joining with the Dragon King can also purify the Dragon King bloodline. At that moment, ZG had just finished washing up, and her body not only carried a unique fragrance, but also the scent of roses. Moreover, ZG was completely wet, causing Chu Qin's hormones to surge. It turns out it can be done this way. Why didn't you say so earlier? It seems I need to enhance my bloodline well tonight. Chu Qin smiled softly, removing ZG's bathrobe and giving her round, perky bottom a playful slap. The next morning, Chu Qin covered the sleeping ZG with a blanket. Chu Qin walked to the entrances of the other 4 rooms and glanced inside. None of those lazy bums had gotten out of bed. Well, I'll go to Douluo Academy by myself, first to scout the way. After getting Lu Erlong, I'll bring them over. With this thought in mind, Chu Qin went downstairs and arrived at the garden square in front of the hotel. At that moment, Chu Qin's expression slightly changed, and he stopped in his tracks. Because he felt that it was too quiet here, unusually quiet, with not a single sound of footsteps, which was unusual. Sure enough, the next moment, a sharp sound of a weapon slicing through the air rang in Chu Qin's ears, and he immediately leaped into the air. At the same time, a giant broadsword landed where Chu Qin had originally stood. With a loud boom, the giant broadsword struck the ground, creating violent energy waves that even pushed Chu Qin back several steps, sticking him to the ground. Seeing that giant broadsword, Chu Qin's heart rate accelerated, and he frowned slightly, realizing it was the 7 killing sword in the Douluo continent. The only one who possesses the 7 killing sword and can unleash such immense energy is probably its master, the sword Douluo, Chu Qin, the elder guarding the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Before Chu Qin could finish his words, a gust of wind sounded, and a tall figure landed in front of him. This person had flowing silver hair and clear, bright eyes without a hint of distraction. It was none other than Sword Douluo. Sword Douluo. Chu Qin immediately smiled and said. However, Sword Douluo did not respond to Chu Qin with a playful demeanor. Instead, he coldly replied, Chu Qin, impressive. You have Rong and so many women. How dare you make the young master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school share a husband? Sword Douluo's probing continued as he met Ning Fengji again. Chu Qin's expression changed slightly, but he still replied calmly, Sword Douluo, you didn't say I couldn't have multiple women back then. Upon hearing this, Sword Douluo smiled faintly, and then his finger moved. The 7 killing sword, which was embedded in the ground, flew up on its own and shot towards Chu Qin. Feeling the overwhelming killing intent approaching, Chu Qin didn't have time to think. His feet were surrounded by yellow, purple, black, and red rose gold, and the 7 rings surged, immediately stabbing towards Sword Douluo's 7 killing sword. A 7-ring soul saint. What kind of soul ring is this? Seeing the 7th soul ring under Chu Qin's feet, Sword Douluo's pupils slightly constricted. At the same time, Chu Qin's Extinction God Gun and Sword Douluo's 7 killing sword collided in midair. What Chu Qin didn't expect was that Sword Douluo's 7 killing sword could have easily overwhelmed his Extinction God Gun. However, at this moment, the 7 killing sword and Extinction God Gun actually confronted each other in midair. Sword Douluo has held back his strength. Chu Qin was slightly surprised, realizing that he didn't really want to kill me. It seemed more like he was testing me. Thinking of this, Chu Qin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In an instant, his arms transformed into dragon form. With the dragon god transformation, Chu Qin's attributes received a significant boost, and the Extinction God Gun unexpectedly began to slowly push the 7 killing sword towards Sword Douluo. This kid, Sword Douluo, was slightly surprised, realizing that even the power of a Soul Douluo was not a match for him. Clearly, Sword Douluo was only testing Chu Qin, so he was using only power comparable to that of a Soul Douluo. Unexpectedly, he couldn't defeat Chu Qin. Sword Douluo's lips curled slightly as he increased his soul power output, raising it to about level 85. Finally, the Extinction God Gun, which was originally pushing towards Sword Douluo, was turned around and suppressed by the 7 killing sword, pushing towards Chu Qin. After Sword Douluo intensified his soul power, Chu Qin suddenly felt a shock in his chest. However, the next moment, some green dragon scales grew on Chu Qin's torso. That's right, last night's bloodline purification with Ziji was remarkably effective. The third part of Chu Qin has finally undergone dragon transformation. With a 100 increase in attributes, Sword Douluo is at a disadvantage again, and the 7 kill sword is once again suppressed by the god-killing spear. Good boy, Sword Douluo said with a slight surprise. A soul saint being able to surpass the pressure of an 85th level Soul Douluo is absolutely unprecedented for him. All right, Uncle Jian, stop it. At this moment, a gentle voice rang out. If this continues, my Liuli Hotel will definitely be torn down by you. Hearing this, Sword Douluo and Chu Qin simultaneously withdrew their soul power. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man with a jade staff, looking refined and elegant, slowly approaching. It was Ning Fengji. Uncle Ning, Chu Qin called out somewhat uncertainly, because he was not sure whether Ning Fengji acknowledged his harem. Chu Qin, it's only been a year since we last met, and you've already advanced to Soul Saint. It truly makes me feel ashamed. Ning Fengji said with a slight smile as he walked in front of Chu Qin. Not only has he advanced to Soul Saint, before Chu Qin could respond, Sword Douluo changed his serious expression and said with a smile, in fact, a Soul Saint is even better than a Soul Douluo. You, Sword Douluo, Chu Qin said with slight astonishment. Chu Qin, you don't need to panic. Sword Douluo chuckled and said, actually, I never intended to make a move against you. It was just a test. I wasn't panicking at all. Chu Qin thought to himself, if Sword Douluo really wanted to kill him, would Su Daji just stand by and do nothing? Even so, Chu Qin still frowned and said, then Sword Douluo, you just said that I shouldn't have multiple women. Indeed, Ning Fengji sighed at this moment. Chu Qin, when I first heard from the informant that you dared to have 4 women at the same time, both Uncle Gu and I were very angry. For this reason, the 3 of us even made a special trip to Shrek Academy. You went to Shrek Academy? Chu Qin said in surprise. That's right, Sword Douluo replied. But we only met Rong alone. We didn't see you. Chu Qin, do you know what Rong did? Ning Fengji asked. Chu Qin shook his head. Most likely at that time, he was out for something. Otherwise, Su Daji should have been able to sense the aura of the sword bone Douluo. Rong, threatening with death. Ning Fengji's expression changed slightly as he said. She said that if you let her leave, she will die in front of us. Hearing this, Chu Qin felt a slight daze. He didn't expect that Rong had sacrificed so much for him. Chu Qin, you don't need to be nervous. At this moment, Ning Fengji relaxed and smiled. This is just something from before. Later, we found out that Rong is very happy, and you have treated her well. So we won't pursue it any further. Rong's personality is very proud. The sword Douluo added. The fact that she can accept you having multiple women shows that you truly care for her. Chu Qin nodded and said solemnly, Uncle Ning, sword Douluo, you can rest assured, I will always treat Rong well. I believe you. Ning Fengji smiled and said, in fact, having multiple women is not a big deal. My women are no less than yours. Chu Qin responded with a smile. However, Chu Qin, the sword Douluo continued. Yesterday we heard the steward of the Liuli Hotel say that Rong wants to sleep with you and your other women in public. This matter indeed has a significant impact on the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, so you need to be more careful in the future. Since you still can't give Rong a title, you should hold back a bit. I will. Chu Qin nodded. All right, sword uncle, the unpleasant things have been said. Ning Fengji then smiled and said, Chu Qin, it's been a long time since we gathered. I've set up a banquet in the Tianzi Hall. You should go call Rong and your other women down for a meal. Dad, Grandpa Jian. Just as Chu Qin was about to agree, Ning Rong's voice rang out. As expected, the 5 girls of Ning Rong came down the stairs, and Ning Rong directly pounced on Ning Fengji. Just as Ning Fengji was about to embrace his obedient daughter, she unexpectedly dodged and leaped towards Chu Qin instead. Rong you. Ning Fengji furrowed his brows, but spoke with affection. Dad, Rong is already with Chu Qin now, so I won't hug other men in the future. Ning Rong said proudly while holding Chu Qin. Not even Dad? Ning Fengji asked, slightly taken aback. No. Ning Rong shook her head firmly and said, except for Chu Qin. I won't hug any other man. Sigh, my daughter is really grown up. Ning Fengji said helplessly and bitterly. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin gently stroked Ning Rong's head. Rong, since I can't hug you, why don't you introduce your sisters to Dad? Ning Fengji saito Ning Rong. Okay, I can do that. This is Xiaowu, the dancing one. Following that, Ning Rong introduced Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, and Meng ran one by one to Ning Fengji. Hearing about the talents of the 4 women, especially that Zhu Qing, who looked no more than 27 or 28, was actually a soul emperor too. Both Ning Fengji and Jianduo were greatly surprised. Next, Chu Qin took the women along with Ning Fengji and Jianduo to enjoy a hearty drink. After the meal, Ning Fengji and Jianduo invited Chu Qin and his women to take a walk in the garden. Chu Qin, all your women are truly stunning. Each one a beauty that could bring down a city. Ning Fengji exclaimed, looking at Chu Qin's 5 women. Oh no, Uncle Ning is overpraising us. The women replied in unison. No, not at all. Ning Fengji responded, I've traveled the continent for many years, and I could probably count on one hand those who could compare to your beauty. Except for Rong. Dad, why am I excluded? Ning Rong pouted. Is it just because I didn't hug you? Dad, you're so stingy. Sigh. Ning Fengji shook his head with a smile. Then, he turned to Chu Qin and asked, Chu Qin, I remember you have always stayed at Shrek Academy. What made you suddenly think of coming to the Heaven Do Empire? Uncle Ning, the reason is quite simple. Chu Qin deeply. Shrek Academy is too remote. It's fine for a short stay, but it's not good for a long time, especially for Rong. She has never really adapted a life there. So was you. Ning Fengji shot Ning Rong a glance and continued. Then Chu Qin. Have you thought about where to stay in the Heaven Do Empire? You won't be staying in a hotel all the time, right? Of course not. Chu Qin deeply. Zhu Qing still needs to participate in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. How about this? Ning Fengji said upon hearing this. Chu Qin, why don't you bring them to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? I have a branch school that qualifies for the Soul Master Elite competition. Thank you for your kindness. Uncle Ning. Chu Qin declined, but I already have a place. Where? Ning Fengji asked, slightly disappointed. Lamba Academy. Lamba Academy? Why does that name sound familiar? Ning Fengji looked at Jian Douluo in confusion. Fengji, you forgot. Lamba Academy is a school under the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and the head of the academy is Lu Erlong, one of the original Golden Iron Triangle. Jian Douluo replied with a smile. when Lamba Academy was established. You even gave a speech. Ning Fengji suddenly realized, oh, Lu Erlong, the Golden Iron Triangle. Hey, I remember that Shrek's Dean Flinder is also one of the Golden Iron Triangle, right? It seems that Chu Qin and Flinder have already made arrangements. Ning Fengji looked at Chu Qin. Chu Qin nodded. All right, Ning Fengji continued. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and my 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect are both among the top 3 sects, and we have always had a good relationship. Chu Qin note that. After wandering around for a whole morning, Ning Fengji stretched and said, Chu Qin, it's getting late. I need to return to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Uncle Ning, I'll see you off. Chu Qin replied. No need, no need. Ning Fengji shook his head, then took out a gold card from his soul guide container. Chu Qin, this has 5 million gold soul coins in it. Thank you for taking care of Rong Rong all these days. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. No, Uncle Ning, I can't take this card. Chu Qin refused. Just take it. We're not outsiders. There's no need to be polite with me. Ning Fengji insisted. Yeah, Chu Qin, just take it. Ning Rong Rong chimed in. Well, all right then. Chu Qin finally accepted the gold soul coins. He then took out a crystal ball from his soul guide container. Uncle Ning, this is a soul tool that combines both attack and defense. I'll give it to you. This soul tool was the level 7 soul tool he had obtained earlier. He had almost forgotten about it in the soul guide container. Since Ning Fengji gave him 5 million gold soul coins, he thought he should give something back, which is when he remembered it. It was called the Sphere of Light. According to the system's description, it was a level 7 soul tool. Ning Rongrong and the others had too low a soul power to use it effectively, and ZG, having the strength of a soul Douluo, would find it somewhat useless. Giving it to Ning Fengji was just right, an attack and defense soul tool. Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo were both surprised. That's right. Chu Qin nodded, holding the Sphere of Light to demonstrate. When you want to defend, just focus your thoughts on defense and inject your soul power into it, and it will form a golden shield. When you want to attack, input your attack intent, and it can form a ray. If Uncle Ning uses it with your strength, you can at least shoot out an attack not weaker than that of a soul Douluo. Really? Ning Fengji said, slightly excited. Although he was the #1 support soul master in the world, he lacked any offensive power. The soul guide device in front of Chu Qin is incredibly helpful to him. Uncle Ning, you should give it a try. Chu Qin nodded and handed the ball of light to Ning Fengji, while also calling over a soul saint from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. After the test was completed, Ning Fengji was in a great mood. With the soul guide device, he was no longer just a support-type soul master. This was too exciting for him. Chu Qin, are you really giving this to me? Ning Fengji asked as he looked at Chu Qin. Yes. Chu Qin note that, considering it a return gift for the 5 million gold soul coins you gave. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is wealthy enough to rival a nation. 5 million gold soul coins are a sky-high price for ordinary people, but for Ning Fengji, it's nothing. If this ball of light were to be auctioned, let alone 5 million, even 20 million would be easily obtained by Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji then realized how important it is to have a good son-in-law. No need to thank me for such a big favor. Ning Fengji replied, Chu Qin, if you ever need my help or that of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School in the future, I will definitely assist you wholeheartedly. Uncle Ning, you're being too polite. Chu Qin replied, Rong Rong is my woman. We are family. Yes, I was the one being polite. Family doesn't speak as if they're strangers. Ning Fengji smiled back. After parting ways with Ning Fengji, it was already close to the afternoon. Naturally, he couldn't go to the Blue Tyrant Academy, and Chu Qin learned that the invitational competition would take place the next day. The next day at noon, Blue Tyrant Academy. As an affiliated academy of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Blue Tyrant Academy occupies a piece of forest as its campus in the precious land of the Tiando imperial capital. At this moment, the square of Blue Tyrant Academy was bustling with activity. Today was the day of the invitational competition between Blue Tyrant Academy and the Tiando Royal Academy. In the previous qualifying round of the Senior Soul Master Elite competition, the team from Blue Tyrant Academy eliminated one of the participating teams from Tiando Royal Academy. And with less than a year until the next elite competition, this match was naturally highly anticipated. In addition to the 2 academy presidents and the education committee, many high-ranking officials and elite disciples from nearby academies and forces also came to watch. Who do you think will win this time? It should be the Royal Academy. The Blue Tyrant Academy team is all Soul Masters below level 35, while the Royal Academy has a level 36 Soul Master. There shouldn't be much suspense in the match. I wouldn't say that. The Blue Tyrant Academy's Yu Tianqiao is a level 34 soul master and possesses the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul inheritance, so their strength shouldn't be weak. The Blue Tyrant Academy will definitely win. The president of Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong, even said that if her academy loses, she will run around the Tiando Imperial capital wearing a lace outfit. Is that true? You don't know. Recently, students from the Royal Academy and Blue Tyrant Academy had a brawl, creating quite a stir. The Tiando royal family's Prince Xuexing and the head of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family were both alarmed, and in the end, the emperor personally intervened to mediate. President Lu Erlong made that promise in front of the emperor. Wow, then the Royal Academy must win. Just as everyone was discussing the strengths of both sides. On the podium, a stunning figure was sitting cross-legged, resting her chin on her hand, looking extremely proud. This person had flowing black hair, sharp eyes full of spirit, and was dressed in black armor, beneath which was a figure with a perfect and alluring body that no girl could compare to. She was none other than Lu Erlong, the president of Blue Tyrant Academy. At this moment, Lu Erlong was sitting with her legs crossed, showcasing her perfect figure, attracting many longing gazes from men. Just thinking about Lu Erlong running around in a revealing outfit, drenched in sweat, made everyone's hormones surge. President Erlong. At this moment, the short and stout Bai Baishan, the teacher from Tiando Royal Academy, smiled at Lu Erlong and said, "It's about time, let's get started." At this moment, Bai Baishan looked at Lu Erlong's charming figure and secretly smiled, thinking, "You are bound to lose in this invitational competition. Then let's begin." Lu Erlong nodded slightly with indifference. Both teams went on stage. Under the referee's voice, 14 tall figures walked onto the arena. This competition is a defending system. The referee announced that the winning team stays to face the next team. The last team remaining on the arena will win this competition. Now, we have the Blue Tyrant Zero team facing the Royal Team 3. Hearing that the Zero team was taking the stage, the audience immediately began to discuss. It seems that Blue Tyrant Academy is really determined to win, bringing out their seed team directly. Brothers, the president made a promise in front of the emperor. The captain of Blue Tyrant Zero team, Yu Tianqiao, said, "We absolutely cannot let her down. Go for it. Go for it." Similarly, the captain of the Royal Academy's team 3 shouted, "Brothers, let's go. If we win a match, we can see President Lu Erlong wearing a lace outfit running in our academy." Oh, following that, the entire arena opened their martial souls and soul rings. Engaging in a fierce battle, there was no suspense in this match. The Blue Tyrant Zero team won. After all, this was the seed team of Blue Tyrant Academy. In the first battle, Blue Tyrant Academy won. The Royal Academy's team 4 took the stage. Team 4 of the Royal Academy could be considered the weakest participating team of the Tiando Royal Academy, all of whom were level 31 Soul Masters. So the Blue Tyrant Zero team won again. It seems that Blue Tyrant Academy is not as weak as imagined, having defeated 2 teams from Tiando Royal Academy. Not necessarily. These were just the 2 weakest teams from Tiando Royal Academy. The first and second teams haven't come out yet. Moreover, they also have a Zero team. Sure enough, the next announcement from the referee shocked everyone. In the third match, the Royal Academy's Zero team, the Emperor's fighting team, will take the stage. Sure enough, the Zero team, the Emperor's fighting team. It seems that the Tiando Royal Academy is serious. Everyone was taken aback. The Zero team is undoubtedly the core team of the Tiando Royal Academy. A team said to be capable of winning the championship of the Senior Soul Master Elite Competition. The captain, Yu Qianheng, and the vice captain, De Yin, are level 39 and 38 Soul Masters respectively. It is worth mentioning that generally, in invitational competitions, both academies do not use their real seed teams. After all, these are the trump cards of the various academies, and they will only appear in the actual Senior Soul Master Elite Competition. This time, Blue Tyrant Academy had to bring out their seed team due to Lu Erlong's promise. And now, the seed team of the Tiando Royal Academy has also appeared. Upon hearing the name Emperor's Fighting Team, the Blue Tyrant team, led by Yu Tianqiao, all had slightly solemn expressions. They felt a powerful aura approaching. Under everyone's gaze, the Emperor's Fighting Team slowly stepped onto the arena. Standing at the front were 2 extremely burly men with straight noses and square jaws, who were the signature shields of the Emperor's Fighting Team, Shimo and Shimo. Following them were Yu Feng and Aosaluo. However, what was somewhat surprising was that the last 3 people were not Yu Tianheng, De Yin, and Yi Lingling. Instead, they were 3 other masked men. It seems that the strongest trio of Yu Qianheng, Yin, and Yi Lingling from the Emperor's fighting team did not come. Lu Erlong. Be My Woman, 5,000-word chapter. It seems that the Tiando Royal Academy still hasn't revealed its trump card. What the hell? Yu Qianheng is a member of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect. How could he possibly come to fight against the Blue Tyrant Academy? And that Yin and Yi Lingling didn't come with Yu Qianheng. So that's how it is. It seems that the Blue Tyrant Academy still has a chance to win. You're wrong. Even if Yu Qianheng and the other three didn't come, the Shimo and Shimo brothers are both genuine level 38 Soul Kings. What can the Blue Tyrant Academy use to fight against them? So it seems that the Blue Tyrant Academy is bound to lose. Bang. Sure enough, with a loud bang. All 7 members of the Blue Tyrant Team 1 were ultimately defeated. The defeat of Team 1 was too miserable. They didn't even break through the shields of Shimo and Shimo before being completely eliminated. Alas, the Tiando Royal Academy really shows no mercy. Now that the seed team of the Blue Tyrant Academy has lost, the Royal Academy is probably guaranteed to win. Blue Tyrant Team 2, the Tyrant Dragon Team, lost. Blue Tyrant Team 3, the Yuanlong Team, lost. Blue Tyrant Team 4, the Xianlong Team, lost. Next, the Blue Tyrant Academy can be said to be in complete collapse. They lost too badly. The 2 defense-type Soul Kings, Shimo and Shimo, stood there while the Blue Tyrant Academy attacked, and they couldn't even break through the opponent's shields. The situation on the battlefield is already very clear. The Blue Tyrant Academy only has a pitiful team 5 left. The Blue Tyrant Academy is bound to lose. It seems that Goddess Lu Erlong is going to wear a lace outfit for a lap. Dean Erlong. At this moment, Bai Beishan smiled mysteriously at Lu Erlong and said, "Do you still remember the promise you made in front of the Emperor?" Although Bai Beishan has no interest in women, he felt excited to see the usually overbearing Lu Erlong being put in a difficult position. Oomph. Lu Erlong glared at Bai Beishan and snorted. However, she was helpless. She didn't expect that the Tiando Royal Academy would bring out the Zero team just to win against her. The Blue Tyrant Academy had a total of 5 teams, and 4 of them had already lost. The remaining one, at best, has a Grand Soul Master. If they come out, it would probably be embarrassing. Dean Erlong. Someone asked me to give you a letter. At this moment, a mentor from the Blue Tyrant Academy handed a note to Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong frowned slightly upon seeing the content of the letter and then whispered something in the ear of that mentor. Next, the referee continued to announce the 7th match. Blue Tyrant Academy Team 5, the Qinglong Team, take the stage. This Qinglong Team is probably just here to make up the numbers. Alas, the Blue Tyrant Academy is helpless. However, the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They saw the 5 figures of the Blue Tyrant Academy's 5th team, the Qinglong Team, walking confidently towards the arena. These 5 people, 4 women and 1 man, all wore masks, but their temperament and figures were off the charts. The first impression they gave was that they were stunningly beautiful and walked with an air of confidence. Wow, the 5th team of the Blue Tyrant Academy has such high quality? They look a bit different. A male god paired with 4 goddesses. What a pity. What good is it to be good looking? A bunch of pretty faces, and what's even more ridiculous is that the 5th team can't even gather 7 members. However, some mentors and students from the Blue Tyrant Academy were a bit confused because they had never seen these 5 people before. But they didn't say anything, after all. The dean hadn't spoken. At this moment, the 4 women and 1 man walked onto the stage, and the male looked at the royal fight team in front of him, smiled calmly, and said, "Blue Tyrant Academy Team 5, Qinglong Team Captain, Chu Qin, please give us guidance." Yes, these 5 people are not members of the Blue Tyrant Academy at all. They're actually Chu Qin, Ning Rongrong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Mengaran, the temporary captain of the Tiando Zero Team, Shimo. The tall Shimo replied, his words carrying a hint of disdain. In their view, the Blue Tyrant Academy's 5th team simply didn't qualify to compete with their Zero team. Release your martial souls and soul rings. Chu Qin smiled calmly at Xiaowu and the 4 women. Upon hearing this, the soul rings on Chu Qin's side all lit up. Mengaran and Xiaowu both had 2 yellow and 1 purple, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing both had 200-year soul rings. Didn't they say that the strongest in the 5th team was a Grand Soul Master? How could there be Soul Kings? Not only Soul Kings, there are even disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. What use is that? The defeat of the Blue Tyrant Academy is already set in stone. The audience below mocked. In their view, the Blue Tyrant Academy was doomed to lose. At this moment, Shimo also looked at Chu Qin and the 5 of them with a slight smirk and said, "How about this? Don't say that our royal fight team is bullying you. As long as you can hold on for an eighth of an incense sticks time on stage, I will consider you the winners. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but smile. This guy is even more arrogant than Zhao Wujin, Flinder, and Meng Shu. What are you laughing at? Shimo looked at the four women, his expression darkening. They are laughing at you. Chu Qin said. Laughing at me? Shimo asked in confusion. All right, I won't waste time talking to you. Soul rings, activate. Chu Qin shouted, and under his feet, for soul rings of yellow and purple lit up. Clearly, Chu Qin was being low-key. After all, there were too many people here, and being too famous on the Douluo continent could bring Chu Qin too much trouble, such as attracting the attention of many forces. Although Chu Qin was not afraid, he was truly wary of the troubles that the many women around him could bring. If some unscrupulous forces threatened him using his women, that was something Chu Qin did not want to see. Soul Master. Even so, when the audience saw Chu Qin's soul ring, both the royal battle team and the spectators were shocked. A soul master at this age could be said to stand out in the entire senior soul master elite competition. Even Yu Tianheng was only at level 39. Lu Erlong looked at Chu Qin with great interest and secretly smiled, saying, Boss Fu is quite good to me. As a battle-hardened team, Sure Mo and the others quickly rallied, thinking, come on, what if he is a soul master? It's not that easy to break through the defense of our brothers. Swanwu Turtle Merge. As Sure Mo's voice fell, he and Sure Mo activated their Xuanwu turtle martial soul, and the two shrank into the turtle shell that appeared on them, standing before the royal battle team like two shields. So it's a turtle hiding in its shell. Chu Qin smiled indifferently and thrust the god-killing spear forward. With a loud boom, a gust of wind suddenly arose, and the turtle shells of Sure Mo and Sure Mo were blown to the edge of the arena. Fortunately, they managed to stabilize themselves in time and did not fall off the stage. What? Seeing this scene, the audience gasped in surprise. Just moments ago, the Blue Tyrant's four major teams had struggled greatly, but could not shake these two turtle shells. Yet Chu Qin pushed them away in an instant. Not to mention them, even Sure Mo and Sure Mo were shocked. Their pupils constricted as they looked at Chu Qin. Up, let us defeat him first. Sure Mo gritted his teeth and shouted to his teammates behind him. Sisters, let us go. The seven treasures have a famous saying. First is strength. There was absolutely no suspense. It was impossible for even a soul venerable team or a soul sage team to gain any advantage against Chu Qin. The rare thing was that Chu Qin had to pretend it wasn't that easy. However, in the end, the royal battle team was kicked off the stage by Chu Qin. The arena fell silent for a second. The royal battle team lost? They lost to the Blue Tyrant's fifth team? Could it be that this Blue Tyrant's fifth team, this Chu Qin, is the true trump card of Lu Erlong and the Blue Electric Overlord sect? Someone suddenly realized. Alas, it seems Lu Erlong's lace cool outfit won't be seen anymore. The defeat of the Heaven Do Royal Academy is already set. Now, the Heaven Do Royal Academy lost a lot of face. The invitation match S0 number team actually lost. This time, there were no twists. The next Heaven Do first team and second team were easily knocked off the stage by Chu Qin. The Blue Tyrant Academy won the final victory of the invitation match. The Heaven Do Royal Academy and Bai Baishan left in disgrace. Half an hour later, in a remote wooden hut in the Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong led Chu Qin to the wooden hut. Chu Qin, thank you. Lu Erlong was the first to speak, breaking the silence in the room. You helped our Blue Tyrant Academy win the invitation match and severely humiliated the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Are you really a student from Boss Flander? Lu Erlong looked at the note in her hand and said. It read, Blue Tyrant Academy's fifth team, Qinglong team, Shrek Academy's Flander, can win the invitation match. Actually, I am not a student of Shrek Academy. I am a mentor. Chu Qin replied calmly and handed Lu Erlong Flander's handwritten letter. Take a look. Lu Erlong was slightly surprised, opened the letter, and read, Sister Erlong. I hope you are well, and if you want, I can give you this money tree, Chu Qin. Lu Erlong read the entire letter with great interest and then nodded. This handwriting is indeed Boss Flanders. What does it say? Chu Qin asked. The letter says you have great talent, and I should give you the position of Vice President of Blue Tyrant Academy. Lu Erlong replied. Hearing this, Chu Qin felt delighted. Flander was quite righteous, and this made it much easier to become a mentor at Blue Tyrant Academy. However, Lu Erlong then looked into Chu Qin's eyes and said, but there is one premise. What is it? Chu Qin asked, slightly puzzled. Boss Flander said, I should fight you. If you win, you can stay. Lu Erlong frowned slightly. She was very surprised that Chu Qin could possibly defeat her. However, Chu Qin smiled easily and said, that is not difficult. Lu Erlong raised an eyebrow in surprise. How could you, a soul master, possibly win against me? Why, who said that a soul master cannot win against a soul sage? Chu Qin smai fi li. A soul master can never win against a soul sage. Lu Erlong said proudly. Then how about this? Let's make a bet. If I win, besides being the vice president of Blue Tyrant Academy, you must agree to one of my conditions. Chu Qin zipped. All right, I agree. Lu Erlong said, but if you lose, you can still be a mentor at Blue Tyrant Academy, as that was Boss Flanders' instruction, and this counts as your reward for helping me win the invitation match. And you must also agree to one of my conditions. Lu Erlong tossed her long hair. It's a deal. Chu Qin extended his fist. Seeing this, Lu Erlong also extended her delicate fist to collide with Chu Qin's. Lu Erlong, before this, let me ask you a question. Chu Qin smiled faintly. Ask away. Chu Qin's lips curled slightly as he leaned close to Lu Erlong's ear and whispered, have you been with a man? Upon hearing Chu Qin's words, Lu Erlong's face flushed with anger, and she exclaimed, Chu Qin, you're looking for death. How dare you take advantage of me? If I don't beat you to death today, I won't be called Lu Erlong. Calm down. Chu Qin replied with a smile. Isn't it normal for someone as beautiful as you to not be taken? Otherwise, you wouldn't agree to wear a lace outfit and run around. I've lived for decades, clean and pure. Lu Erlong retorted angrily. How dare you ruin my reputation? Hearing this, Chu Qin was thrilled, as it indicated that Lu Erlong was indeed still pure. Just then, Lu Erlong was engulfed in flames and launched a heavy punch towards Chu Qin. Such personality, I like it. Chu Qin said to Li Chuke. Immediately, he thrust out his right palm, colliding directly with Lu Erlong's fiery punch. Boom! A loud explosion echoed through the air. Chu Qin and Lu Erlong's soul power collided in an instant, and the powerful shockwave directly destroyed Lu Erlong's wooden house. My house. Lu Erlong was furious. You started it. Chu Qin replied calmly. Fire dragon, possess. In her fury, Lu Erlong's feet glowed in yellow, purple, black, and 7 rings flickered. A gigantic fire dragon emerged behind her alluring figure. Azure dragon, possess. Chu Qin smiled indifferently and summoned his Azure Dragon Martial Soul as well. The moment the Azure Dragon Martial Soul appeared, Lu Erlong felt an almost suffocating pressure. This was a complete pressure of a superior being. What kind of martial soul is this? Lu Erlong exclaimed in shock. Her fire dragon was a mutation of the world's #1 beast martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, but now it was completely suppressed by Chu Qin. Wait, isn't your martial soul a spear? Lu Erlong asked in surprise. And how did you catch my punch just now? Are you really just a soul zone? You have too many questions. Chu Qin smiled lightly. If you fight me, I'll tell you everything. Lu Erlong suddenly calmed down a bit as she recalled Flender's words. How could Flender let her fight a soul zone for no reason? Could this guy be pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Even so, I'm not a pushover. Dragon transformation. With a low roar from Lu Erlong, dragon scales and spikes appeared on her hands, feet, head, and massive chest, as if she were wearing a suit of dragon scale armor. Lu Erlong's dragon transformation was somewhat similar to Chu Qin's dragon god transformation, but Chu Qin was not surprised. Lu Erlong's dragon transformation was merely due to the uniqueness of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and couldn't compare to his massive enhancement from the dragon god transformation. Even so, after transforming, Lu Erlong became incredibly powerful, leaping into the air with a fiery dragon fist aimed down at Chu Qin. However, no matter how strong Lu Erlong was, she was ultimately just a soul sage. And who was Chu Qin? Dragon God Transformation. In the next moment, Chu Qin activated his Dragon God Transformation, turning his arms into dragon form, and then collided head-on with Lu Erlong's fiery fist. Lu Erlong's punch was terrifying. Chu Qin felt that even an average soul Douluo might not unleash such power. Even so, how could Lu Erlong compete with Chu Qin after his Dragon God transformation? Boom! With a loud crash, Lu Erlong was knocked off her feet by Chu Qin's punch. Fortunately, she managed to stabilize herself and did not fall. You're definitely not a soul zone. Lu Erlong's beautiful eyes widened. She absolutely could not believe that a soul zone could take her fire punch head-on. All right then, I won't pretend anymore. I'll show my cards. Chu Qin smiled slightly, withdrew his Azure Dragon Martial Soul, and summoned the Destruction God's spear into his hand. While the rings beneath his feet glowed in yellow, purple, black, red, and rose gold, with 7 rings swirling. Dual Martial Soul Sage. Lu Erlong looked at the 7 soul rings beneath Chu Qin's feet in astonishment, especially the red and rose gold soul rings, her face turning pale with shock. Flinder's letter said, "You were only 17? After a while, Lu Erlong finally asked. "That's right." Chu Qin nodded calmly. Hearing this, Lu Erlong pondered for a moment, then sighed. "I lost." Chu Qin had just not released her soul rings, yet she had already completely transformed into a dragon. All that remained was her true martial spirit. And Chu Qin was also a soul sage. She was very self-aware that she could not possibly be Chu Qin's opponent. "I concede." Upon hearing this, Chu Qin retracted her martial spirit soul rings and smiled calmly. Ding! The system detected that the host goddess task was completed, gained 100 favorability from Lu Erlong. 1 level 4 soul power inner pill, and the Liuli diamond body can be passed on. As soon as the system prompt sounded, Lu Erlong fell a daze in her mind and stared at Chu Qin in astonishment, murmuring to herself, "Why does this man in front of me make my heart flutter?" Lu Erlong. At this moment, Chu Qin happened to call out to Lu Erlong. "What is it?" Lu Erlong immediately replied, her tone noticeably softer than before. Hearing this familiar tone, Chu Qin knew that Lu Erlong had been conquered by her, so she smiled and replied, "Don't forget, you just promised me a condition. A bet is a bet." Lu Erlong responded, saying, "Go ahead, what is your condition?" "Very simple. I want you to be my 6th woman." Chu Qin was straightforward. Yin. The Sunset Forest 4005 great chapters was in front of him, and he would pursue what he liked. As for feelings, they could be cultivated slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's mind shook, and she was extremely moved. However, another figure quickly emerged in her mind, so she replied to Chu Qin, "I, Lu Erlong, always keep my word. But Chu Qin, let me think about this for a moment." Chu Qin was somewhat surprised. Logically speaking, Lu Erlong should have directly agreed. System. What's going on? Chu Qin thought to himself. Host, in the heart of the goddess Lu Erlong, besides you, there is another man who has 100% favorability. This has caused the program to be unable to make a judgment. Hence, the goddess Lu Erlong is hesitating. The system replied. However, host, rest assured as time goes by, the goddess Lu Erlong's heart will gradually lean towards you, because the favorability given by the system is always constant. Of course, the host can also use some means to reduce the goddess's favorability towards the other man. Another man? You Xiaojiang. Chu Qin was shocked in his heart. Of course, if the host were to force the goddess to engage with you now, she would refuse. Moreover, the more the goddess loves the host, the more she will hate that other man. In the end, it will be a life and death rivalry. This man is doomed for daring to interfere with the system. So it's like this. Wait, system, what do you mean? Am I pursuing women just for this? Chu Qin cursed inwardly. I want to force her. However, my woman, Chu Qin, can only like me. Chu Qin thought to himself, take it slow, if I can't even handle a Yu Xiaojiang. How can I chase girls in the future? I'm sorry, Chu Qin, I can't agree to this condition for now. Lu Erlong said apologetically after a long internal struggle. It's okay. Chu Qin walked to Lu Erlong's side and smiled gently. There is plenty of time. I will make you accept me. Hearing this, Lu Erlong's heart raced, and she eventually nodded. A month later, at the forest square of Lamba Academy, a purple flame from Ziji was thrown towards Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiaowu, and Meng Yiran. In the next moment, a faint golden glow enveloped Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiaowu, and Meng Yiran, while Ziji's flame struck their bodies but did not harm them at all. Rongrong, Xiaowu, Zhuqing, your skill is too strong. Ziji exclaimed in surprise. I just used soul master level power, and you didn't use any soul power, yet you weren't harmed. Hee, Sister Ziji. Of course. This is the life-saving technique that Chu Qin taught us. Ning Rongrong said with a secret smile. Yes, Chu Qin said that with our great soul master strength, we can at least withstand the power of a level 38 soul master. Zhu Zhuqing added, and with Xiaowu and Yiran's soul master strength. Ordinary soul ancestors can't hurt them, but it has a flaw. It can only be used once every 3 days, Xiaowu explained. This biased man didn't teach me, Ziji said, crossing her arms with a hint of grievance. Sister Ziji, don't be angry, Xiaowu replied. Maybe Chu Qin thinks you're strong and doesn't need this. I don't care. Where did this biased man go? I'm going to find him. Ziji huffed. Ziji, I'm here. Just then, Chu Qin walked in alongside a graceful woman, who was Lu Erlong. Chu Qin, Dean Erlong, Xiaowu and the others shouted in unison. Biased man, where have you been? Ziji looked at Chu Qin with a hint of grievance. Sister Ziji, Didn't we agree to take Chu Qin and Rong Rong to the Sunset Forest to get the third spirit ring today? Before Chu Qin could speak, Lu Erlong replied first. Chu Qin and I went to handle some academy matters. Chu Qin nodded. Ziji, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? Why was the Lioli King Kong body only taught to 4 women and not to me? Ziji asked with a hint of grievance. So that's what it is. Chu Qin smiled calmly. Ziji, do you know what the prerequisite for learning the Lioli King Kong body is? What? Ziji frowned. The Lioli King Kong body belongs to the pure, yang, ultimate skill. To learn it, you can't, Chu Qin said, gesturing with his thumbs in front of him. Ziji's face turned red as she immediately understood Chu Qin's meaning. Ziji, if you can do it, I will teach you, Chu Qin replied. Then forget it. Ziji shook her head. I can learn it when I leave you one day. But wait, Ziji said, looking at Ning Rongrong and the others. Have you not been with Chu Qin for a month? Ning Rongrong and the others all nodded meaningfully. Ziji was a bit stunned. How is this possible? Dragons are usually lecherous, and the yang fire is very strong. Ziji can't do it anyway. Thinking about it, Ziji became a bit excited and flirtatiously smiled. That's perfect. Chu Qin, from today on, you will sleep with me. Lu Erlong first looked confused, then seemed to understand Ziji's meaning, and her ears immediately turned red. At this moment, Lu Erlong didn't know why, but she also had some thoughts in that regard. Cough, cough. Chu Qin noticed he had strayed off topic, so he coughed a couple of times and continued, since we're all ready. Let us prepare to head to the Sunset Forest. At the same time, at the entrance of the Tiando Royal Academy, 2 carriages were also heading towards the Sunset Forest. In the first carriage, there sat a young man and woman. Both were in their early 20s. The man wore blue armor, had a medium short hairstyle, and although he wasn't handsome, he was quite decent. The woman had deep purple hair, green eyes, and an extremely beautiful appearance, wearing blue-fitted armor paired with royal blue high-heeled boots, giving a visual impact of temptation with every move. The only flaw was that the woman's nails were a dark green. These 2 were the outstanding talents of the Tiando Royal Academy, Yu Qianheng and De Guiyin. Today happened to be the day De Guiyin broke through to level 40, and they were about to go to the Sunset Forest to obtain the 4th spirit ring. The Sunset Forest, like the Sodto Great Forest, is one of the gathering places for soul beasts. Although it doesn't have the terrifying atmosphere of the Sodto Great Forest, where ancient trees can reach heights of 20 meters. The trees in the Sunset Forest are generally below 10 meters, which is a normal level. Even so, the trees are still extremely lush, and in the forest, only a few patches of sunlight can be found. Chu Qin led Ziji and the 6 girls to this place. Chu Qin, where do you think we can find a 700-year-old spirit ring? Ning Rongrong asked first. Rongrong, 700 years? Chu Qin smiled slightly. Yes. Ning Rongrong widened her eyes and nodded. Isn't the age of the 3rd spirit ring 700 years? If that's the case, then your glazed diamond body is for nothing. Chu Qin put his arm around her shoulder and said with a smile, Ah. Ning Rongrong was slightly taken aback. Not only Ning Rongrong, but Xiaowu also exclaimed in surprise. Chu Qin, do you mean that the glazed diamond body can also increase the age of our spirit rings? Of course. The age of the spirit ring is determined by a person's physical quality. The higher the spirit power, the better the constitution. The higher the age of the spirit rings that can be endured, and the glazed diamond body, besides being a defensive, life-saving skill, can also enhance and strengthen your physiques. Chu Qin nodded. Wow. Ning Rongrong exclaimed excitedly. Then Chu Qin, what is the age limit we can endure for the 3rd spirit ring now? At least 5,000 years for the 3rd spirit ring, and at least 10,000 years for the 4th spirit ring. Chu Qin said firmly, remember, at least. Hearing this, Xiaowu and the other 3 girls were overjoyed. This meant that their 3rd spirit ring could reach the upper limit of the 4th spirit ring, and the 4th spirit ring could even embed a 10,000 year spirit ring. Chu Qin, your glazed diamond body is too strong. Lu Erlong frowned. Erlong, do you want to learn it? Chu Qin smiled slightly. Can I? Lu Erlong smiled back. Of course. Chu Qin replied. Just promise me that condition. Then I'll think about it. Lu Erlong said with a playful smile. It's up to you. Chu Qin waved his hand. Rongrong, Zhu Qin. I've already picked the soul beast for you 2. Saying this, Chu Qin handed them 2 albums of soul beasts. Starlight Firefly Beast. Ghost Leopard. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qin said simultaneously. Not bad. The Starlight Firefly Beast is a mental-type soul beast and very beautiful. Just perfect for you, Rongrong. While the Ghost Leopard is extremely agile and can give you, Zhu Qin, a nice spirit skill. Chu Qin nodded. MHM. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, both extremely satisfied. Seeing the harmonious scene of Chu Qin and the 5 girls, Lu Erlong felt a surge of envy in her heart. What kind of magic does he possess? Lu Erlong stopped, her brows slightly furrowed. Should I agree to be his woman? But I, Lu Erlong, once vowed to only marry Yu Xiaojiang in this life. How could I be someone who doesn't keep promises? Sigh, it's really bringing myself trouble. Erlong, what are you thinking? Catch up. Chu Qin turned around and shouted. Coming. Lu Erlong smiled and nodded, jogging along to catch up. Chu Qin and his companions searched in the sunset forest, but they had yet to find a suitable ghost leopard and starry firefly beast. This sunset forest is too vast. Chu Qin sighed softly, saying, if we keep searching like this, we might not find anything by nightfall. How about we split up? Erlong, Iran, and Xiaowu. You take Zhu Qing to look for the ghost leopard. ZG and I will take Rongrong to find the starry firefly beast. The arrangement of Chu and Qin makes sense. With the dual protection of Lu Erlong and the Blue-Eyed Dragon King, Xiaowu and the others can be absolutely safe. Good. The women all nodded in agreement. After speaking, the group went their separate ways. The starry firefly beast usually gathers in densely forested areas, while the ghost leopard prefers to run in open spaces. 2 hours later, Chu Qin and the others were the first to find a 5,000-year-old starlight firefly beast. After Chu Qin severely injured the starlight firefly beast, Ning Rongrong delivered the final strike with a small knife. Then, Ning Rongrong sat down to absorb the soul ring, while Chu Qin and ZG sat beside her to protect her. ZG, you're also a soul beast. Chu Qin smiled at ZG and said, don't you feel pain for the soul beast? Chu Qin found it strange that every time he hunted soul beasts, Xiaowu would retreat, while ZG seemed unaffected. You mean Xiaowu? ZG smiled and replied, she's a herbivorous soul beast, so she naturally doesn't like killing. As for me, the Hell Dragon King, I've devoured countless soul beasts over my 200,000 years. I can't tell you're so brutal. Chu Qin said with a frown, intentionally. If a dragon isn't brutal, how can it be called a king? ZG calmly replied. However, in front of you, I'm just a gentle little dragon. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin immediately trembled slightly. It must be said that his resistance to mature women like ZG was simply too low. Next, as ZG made a circle on Chu Qin's chest, she nestled into his arms and lay down. At this moment, from Chu Qin's perspective, ZG's figure was too alluring, especially the white skin and the curves in front, making it hard for him to resist reaching out. On the other hand, with a loud bang, Lu Erlong slammed a ghost leopard to the ground with one hand, almost ending its life. Lu Erlong clapped her hands and angrily cursed, damn it, how dare you hurt my sister? Just moments ago, this ghost leopard had suddenly attacked them, taking advantage of Lu Erlong's distraction to scratch Meng Iran. Iran, are you okay? Lu Erlong immediately turned around, walked over to Meng Iran, and gently asked as she looked at the bandaged wound on her shoulder. I'm fine, Director Erlong, just a minor injury. Meng Iran smiled and shook her head gently. Sigh. Lu Erlong sighed lightly. Chu Qin entrusted Meng Iran and the others to his care, but unexpectedly, they got injured. Lu Erlong felt extremely guilty. Zhu Qing. This ghost leopard has been around for almost 5,000 years. At this moment, Lu Erlong smiled at Zhu Qing and said, hurry up and absorb it. I'll protect you. Okay, Sister Erlong. Zhu Qing nodded. You call me sister? Lu Erlong was slightly surprised. What's wrong? Zhu Qing was momentarily taken aback. Your little mouth is really sweet. Zhu Qing smiled slightly, then walked towards the seriously injured ghost leopard, preparing to deliver the final blow. However, at that moment, 6 figures suddenly sprang out from the forest and landed in front of Zhu Qing. These 6 people were all wearing the uniforms of the Tiando Royal Academy. Among them, 4 were familiar to Zhu Qing: Osro, Yu Feng, Shimo, and Shimo from a month ago's invitational tournament. The remaining 2 were Yu Tianheng and Duge Yin. What do you want? Zhu Qing immediately summoned her martial soul spirit rings, becoming vigilant, while Meng Iran and Xiaowu also walked to Zhu Qing's side. Sorry, this ghost leopard. My Yin has taken a liking to it. Seeing the spirit rings of the 3 girls, Yu Tianheng said coldly and disdainfully, you all can find other soul beasts. Who are you to steal spirit rings from our Lamba Academy? Xiaowu exclaimed angrily. Sorry, little sister, I'm taking it from your Lamba Academy. Yu Tianheng chuckled softly. Yu Tianheng, how dare you steal spirit rings in front of me? Lu Erlong stepped forward, crossing her arms. I thought who it was. Turns out it's the Dean of Lamba Academy, Lu Erlong. I didn't expect you to be so fearless. Yu Qianheng seemed completely unafraid of Lu Erlong. No respect for your elders. Lu Erlong said coldly, since you are my nephew's matter, I won't hit you this time. Lu Erlong, with your status. You think you're worthy to be my aunt. Yu Qianheng said coldly, you've already been expelled from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Moreover, you are just a woman born from the brothel, and if it weren't for you, Uncle Xiaojang Wunti have been expelled. The more Lu Erlong listened, the angrier she became, and 7 spirit rings of yellow, purple, and black lit up beneath her feet. Immediately, with bared teeth, Lu Erlong, enveloped in soul power and flames, punched towards Yu Qianheng. However, at the next moment, a bolt of lightning flashed before Lu Erlong, and a towering figure landed in front of her. Lu Erlong's heavy punch landed on the figure's abs, but didn't cause any damage. Seeing this, Lu Erlong and the 3 girls were all shocked. Without a doubt, as the designated successor of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, it was impossible for Yu Qianheng not to have strong followers. The burly old man before them was Yu Luozhong, the leader of the Shadow Hall sent by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to protect Yu Qianheng. Lu Erlong, you're quite impressive. Yu Luozhong looked at Lu Erlong with a cold smile. A person expelled from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect actually dares to attack the successor of the sect. If this gets out, even the second master won't be able to protect you. Yu Luozhong, are you blind? Lu Erlong sneered. It's obviously Yu Qianheng who first stole my Lamba Academy's spirit ring and insulted me. Yu Luozhong let out a cold laugh. Ignoring Lu Erlong's words, Lu Erlong, considering you still have the bloodline of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the second master's connection, I won't attack you today. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Hearing this, the 3 girls, including Xiaowu, were all extremely angry. Today I want to see how rude you can be. Lu Erlong shouted angrily. With that, a giant dragon engulfed in flames emerged behind Lu Erlong. 4th soul skill, Bloodthirsty Flame. As Lu Erlong unleashed this move, countless flames appeared around her, and then they descended like a sea of fire toward Yu Qianheng and Yu Luozhong. Yu Luozhong snorted coldly, his feet glowing with 8 spirit rings as a ball of lightning gathered in his hand to meet Lu Erlong's sea of fire. With a loud bang, Lu Erlong's sea of fire was shattered by Yu Luozhong's lightning, and Lu Erlong flipped onto the ground. Lu Erlong, good, you initiated the attack. Yu Luozhong said with a cold smile, today, even if the second master is here, you are still in the wrong. To be honest, Lu Erlong, your birth is a huge stain on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Later, you even entangled with your cousin Xiaojang, resulting in an incestuous relationship that got him expelled, which brought disgrace to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. If it weren't for your decent talent and reaching the Soul Sage level, and if you and made a name for yourself with the Golden Iron Triangle, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect would have long made you disappear. Hearing Yu Luozhong's words, Dugian beside Yu Qianheng and the 3 girls were all somewhat angry. They thought, why would a man make things so difficult for a woman? However, Yu Qianheng's gaze was very firm. Since childhood, he had been forced to undergo devilish training, and the only person he could talk to was his uncle, Yu Xiaojang. But all of this changed because of Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong herself had red eyes. Filled with rage, Lu Erlong cried. Yu Luozhong's words pierced her heart like daggers. At this moment, Lu Erlong wished she could tear Yu Luozhong into pieces. 7th soul skill, Fire Dragon True Body. Accompanied by Lu Erlong's scream, her original body disappeared, replaced by a Fire Dragon King, several meters long. 7th soul skill, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon True Body. Yu Luozhong also refused to back down, transforming into a blue dragon covered in lightning. Roar! Roar! Next, the 2 dragons collided and began to fight in the sky above the forest. However, it was evident that Yu Luozhong's Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon was superior. He was not only a soul Douluo, but also had a soul power level of 85, whereas Lu Erlong, no matter how strong, was only level 75. In the confrontation of equal martial soul strength, her chances of winning were minimal. Xiaowu and the 3 girls watched with great anxiety, feeling helpless, and they immediately thought of Chu Qin. If Chu Qin were here, he would definitely beat Yu Luozhong until he didn't recognize his own mother. Damn Chu Qin. Why isn't he here at this time? Xiaowu said resentfully. Master Xiaowu, how could you forget about me? At that moment, a melodious voice echoed in Xiaowu's mind. You are the Azure-Eyed Dragon King? Xiaowu exclaimed in surprise, right? How could I forget you? Azure-Eyed Dragon King. Go. Yes. The necklace transformed from the azure-eyed Dragon King replied. Xiaowu could no longer hold back. However, just as the azure-eyed Dragon King was about to make a move, a 10-meter-long black spear sliced through the air and stabbed towards Yu Luozhong. Seeing this, Yu Luozhong immediately forced Lu Erlong's fire dragon to retreat momentarily, and then raised his dragon claw to strike at the black gold spear. The black gold spear, covered with ancient patterns, was extremely imposing. God Slayer spear. Chu Qin, the three girls exclaimed in surprise. Boom! The clash between the Destruction God Gun and the Jade Luo Bell lasted a full 3 seconds. In the end, the Jade Luo Bell was unable to withstand it and was knocked to the ground, releasing its martial soul true form. At the same time, seeing the Destruction God Gun, the exhausted Lu Erlong also fell weakly to the ground after her martial soul true form disintegrated. You dare to bully my woman, you blue electric tyrant sect. Truly have some guts. At this moment, a voice full of imposing dominance rang out. Yu Luozhong and Yu Tianheng looked on in surprise as 3 figures flew in like the wind from the forest behind Chu Qin and the other 2 girls. 2 girls and 1 boy, with the boy firmly catching Lu Erlong's body in midair. These 3 were none other than Chu Qin, Ning Rongrong, and Ziji. Young master, don't be afraid. Yu Luozhong comforted, blocking Yu Tianheng behind her, saying, in the Heavendo Empire, no one dares to lay a hand on the people of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. Even so, Yu Tianheng and the others were still greatly shocked. The only one whose expression was different might be Du Guyan. She looked at Chu Qin, feeling both fear and a bit of nervousness. Chu Qin, you finally came? Zhu Qin exclaimed with joy. Chu Qin, they stole Zhu Qing's spirit ring and even injured Sister Erlong. Meng Yaran pointed at Yu Luozhong and the others. Ziji, take good care of Erlong. Chu Qin coldly handed over Lu Erlong in his arms to Ziji. Ding, the goddess mission has started. Help Dugabo and Duguyan detoxify. Gain Duguyan's affection at 100. Dugabo's loyalty at 100. A one-time experience card for the 100. 000. Year Soul Beast, Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear, and a Shantian treasure record. Following this, Chu Qin slowly walked towards Yu Tianheng, Yu Luozhong, and others. Stop! Yu Luozhong stretched out his hand to block Chu Qin's path. However, as soon as he reached out, his palm was grasped by a jade-like hand. Yu Luozhong looked in surprise at the owner of that hand. She was wearing a purple ancient robe with an open chest and an ancient hairpin on her head. Who else could it be but Sudaji? I advise you not to move, Sudaji said with a haunting smile. Her voice was enchanting, yet carried a dominating aura that commanded respect. Yu Luozhong was startled at first, then tried to use his soul power to break free from Sudaji's grip. However, no matter how hard he struggled, his hand did not budge an inch. Soon after, Sudaji gently tightened her grip, and Yu Luozhong felt as if his arm was about to break, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Hearing Yu Luozhong's miserable cries, Yu Tianheng and Duguyan, among others, were filled with terror and instinctively stepped back. What do you want to do? Yu Tianheng finally spoke to Chu Qin, trembling. I must tell you, I am from the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. As Yu Tianheng spoke, for soul rings lit up beneath his feet, yellow and purple. Blue Electric Tyrant sect. Chu Qin's lips twitched slightly, and then he punched Yu Tianheng's abdomen. Chu Qin's speed was extremely fast. Yu Tianheng didn't even have time to react before being knocked away by Chu Qin, his body crashing sideways into a large tree. Blood spraying out directly. Chu Qin had no intention of letting Yu Tianheng go. A shadow suddenly appeared in front of Yu Tianheng, repeatedly throwing punches at his fairly ordinary-looking face. Every punch from Chu Qin was drenched in blood, and the scene was terrifying to the extreme. Spare me, spare me. Yu Tianheng, covered in blood, looked at Chu Qin in fear, gasping for breath as he trembled and spoke. Du Guyan and the others were shaking, not daring to utter a word. Even Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong felt a bit scared. Is this still the Chu Qin they usually knew, who often joked and laughed? They now realized just how gentle Chu Qin had been towards them in daily life. Let go of the young master. Yu Luozhong shouted desperately. Yu Tianheng was the designated successor of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. If anything happened to him, Yu Yuanjin would never let him off the hook. However, as soon as Yu Luozhong's words fell, Sudaji pressed her palm down, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Then, Sudaji imitated Chu Qin's movements, throwing punch after punch at Yu Luozhong's face. Almost done, it's time for you to go. Chu Qin looked at Yu Luozhong expressionlessly, preparing to deliver the final blow. Chuing, no. At that moment, a weak yet melodious female voice sounded from behind Chu Qin. Chu Qin was slightly startled, as the voice belonged to Lu Erlong. He immediately turned to look, and sure enough, ZG was supporting Lu Erlong as they walked towards him. "Erlong, what did you say?" Chu Qin gently asked. "Chu Qin, don't kill them," Lu Erlong replied weakly. "After all, they're from the Blue Electric Overlord sect, connected by blood to me. Besides, it was my fault to begin with. They have a right to hit me. Moreover, Yu Qianheng is the heir of the Blue Electric Overlord sect. If you kill them, not only you but the entire Blue Overlord Academy will be hunted down." To be honest, Lu Erlong had just hated these two people to the core. But being of the same clan, seeing them suffer a cruel lesson from Chu Qin made her feel pity. Most importantly, she was unaware of Chu Qin's influence and feared that it would implicate him. Hearing this, Chu Qin ultimately did not strike. It was only because of Lu Erlong's plea. In fact, he was not afraid of Yu Yuanjin or the Blue Electric Overlord sect at all. "For Erlong's sake, I want to kill you," Chu Qin said coldly to Yu Qianheng. "Kneel in front of her and apologize." Yes, yes, yes. Yu Qianheng repeatedly begged for mercy, blood still in his mouth. He and Yu Luozhong immediately knelt down in front of Lu Erlong, bowing 3 times and repeatedly saying, "Aunt Erlong, I was wrong, please spare our lives." Lu Erlong looked at the two bloodied faces with indifference and anger, then turned her head and said, "Get lost." Upon hearing Lu Erlong's words, the two quickly turned their gaze to Chu Qin. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Chu Qin said coldly as well. "Yes." Yu Qianheng and Yu Luozhong immediately got up to leave, and the other members of the Emperor fighting team also felt as if they had been granted amnesty and were eager to leave. "Wait." At that moment, Chu Qin called out. The crowd turned in horror. "She stays." Chu Qin pointed at Douluo Yan. Just now, Chu Qin was angry, but he vaguely heard the system prompt. Douluo Yan's goddess task had arrived. "My lord," Yu Qianheng said, glancing at Douluo Yan. "My lord, her grandfather is the poison Douluo, known as the poison on the Douluo continent." Yu Qianheng wanted to use Douluo Bo's name to scare Chu Qin. After all, Douluo Yan had come out with him. If Douluo Yan couldn't return, the poison Douluo would never let him go. "I know," Chu Qin replied coldly. "Stop the nonsense, or none of you will get away." "Yes, yes, yes." Yu Qianheng sighed lightly, without any hesitation, and took Yu Luozhong and the others away in a hurry. "Yu Qianheng, Douluo Yan was left stunned in place. Yu Qianheng, this was the boyfriend she had identified, the one who claimed he would love her for a lifetime, the man who said he would face any danger. Yet, when disaster struck, he ran away. "Daji, watch her." Chu Qin pointed at Douluo Yan and said to Su Daji. "Yes." Su Daji nodded and instantly teleported behind Douluo Yan. Douluo Yan immediately trembled. However, she noticed that Su Daji did not seem to have any intention of attacking her. Meanwhile, Xiaowu, with an apologetic expression, said to Chu Qin, "Chu Qin, it's my fault. I forgot about the necklace and caused Sister Erlong to get hurt." Hearing this, Chu Qin gently stroked Xiaowu's smooth hair and said softly, "Don't forget next time." Xiaowu nodded repeatedly. Then, Chu Qin walked over to Lu Erlong's side and asked, "Erlong, are you okay? How do you feel?" Lu Erlong shook her head and smiled. "I'm not injured. It should just be that my soul power output was a bit excessive." "Thank you, Chu Qin. It's good if you're fine." Chu Qin smiled back and then took out a few pills from the soul guide container, saying, "Take these pills. They should help with your soul power recovery." Lu Erlong stared at Chu Qin with admiration. At this moment, her heart felt warm. Chu Qin had given her an unprecedented feeling. This feeling was called a sense of security. In the past, Lu Erlong was fearless, but from now on, her feelings would change. She had gained a sense of security. This feeling was something that Yu Xiaojiang could never provide, and Chu Qin might be the only one who could give her this feeling right now. At this moment, the 100 favorability of Yu Xiaojiang in Lu Erlong's heart had crumbled. Perhaps I can consider agreeing to his conditions. Lu Erlong thought to herself. "Erlong, what are you thinking about? Take it." Chu Qin shook the pills in his hand. Thank you." Lu Erlong finally came to her senses and took the pills from Chu Qin's hand. As she took the pills, Lu Erlong deliberately brushed her hand against Chu Qin's palm. Next, Zhu Zhuqin began to absorb the soul ring of the ghost leopard, while Chu Qin and the others stood by, protecting her while barbecuing and chatting. At this moment, Douluo Yan was filled with extreme confusion. What does Chu Qin want her to stay for? To rob her of money or to rob her of her body? The key is, she hasn't eaten anything since she went out early in the morning, and the tempting smell of meat is making her drool. But Douluo Yan doesn't dare to move. Su Daji can pin down someone like Sol Douluo with one hand. Moreover, Douluo just heard that Chu Qin knows her grandfather is Douluo, yet the latter seems unafraid. Enlightening Lu Erlong. Douluo is coming, 5,200 words. At this moment, Chu Qin walked up to Douluo and handed her a chicken leg. Douluo, take it. I want to eat it. Douluo coldly refused. Do whatever you want. Although Chu Qin is very handsome, she was truly scared when he got angry just now. Who wants to kill you? Just eat a little, otherwise, when you see your grandfather, he will say, I mistreated you. Chu Qin smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, Douluo's eyes lit up. You know my grandfather? Yes. He should be in this sunset forest. Chu Qin nodded. Are you my grandfather's friend? Douluo asked in surprise. Sort of. Chu Qin replied with a smile. Since you're my grandfather's friend, why didn't you tell me earlier? Douluo asked in astonishment mixed with some joy. If you had told me, we would never have taken your friend's soul ring. Huh? Chu Qin chuckled. If that were the case, how would you recognize a scumbag? If I'm not mistaken, that scumbag is your boyfriend, right? That's true. Douluo frowned slightly. That scumbag, Yu Tianheng, actually abandoned me at such a critical moment. What is your name? Douluo paused and asked. Chu Qin. Chu Qin, not that. Chu Qin. Are you really my grandfather's friend? Douluo confirmed again. Whether I am or not, you'll know when you see your grandfather. Chu Qin replied calmly. Don't worry, Sister Douluo. At this moment, Ning Rongrong walked over and smiled at Douluo. Chu Qin is not a bad person. Hey, Rongrong, what are you doing here? Chu Qin said in slight surprise. Sister Douluo, let me introduce myself. I am the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong, and Chu Qin is my boyfriend. Ning Rongrong ignored Chu Qin and continued. You are the daughter of the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Douluo was taken aback. He is your boyfriend? Douluo immediately felt much more at ease. If the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is Chu Qin's woman, then how could Chu Qin have any bad intentions toward her? Yes, yes. Ning Rongrong nodded and continued. Sister Douluo, don't worry. If you agree to be Chu Qin's girlfriend, you will definitely be very happy. Huh? At this moment, not only Douluo, but even Chu Qin was surprised. How did Ning Rongrong say that in front of him? Don't worry. Ning Rongrong continued cheerfully. Not just me. Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, and Yidian Jie. All of us are Chu Qin's women. We want to mind you. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Chu Qin felt that something was off, and he interrupted Ning Rongrong's words. Right now, he didn't even have 100% favorability from Douluo. Ning Rongrong, you said this a bit too early. In fact, Ning Rongrong was indeed mistaken. But it's not her fault. After all, every woman she met, especially beauties, became her best sisters. Seeing Chu Qin and Douluo whispering, she assumed Douluo was the same. Douluo was a bit confused. She glanced at Xiaowu, Zhu Ji, Zhu Qing, and Meng Yidian, then looked at Chu Qin with surprise and fear. Could it be that you want me to stay for you to possess me? Douluo, what are you thinking? Chu Qin said easily. Rongrong, Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, and Gigi are indeed my women, but I never said for you to be my woman too. Saying this, Chu Qin shot a discontented glance at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong finally realized she had misspoken, slightly opening her mouth. Sorry, Douluo, I might have misunderstood. So that's how it is. Douluo sighed in relief and nodded. She admitted that Chu Qin was indeed very handsome. But she was still not broken up with Yu Tianheng. How could she immediately like another man? Wouldn't that make her a complete scumbag? Douluo, it's getting late. Let us rest in the forest tonight, and tomorrow, after helping you get the soul ring, we will go find your grandfather. After saying this, due to Ning Rongrong's interruption, Chu Qin no longer continued talking to Douluo and instead sat back next to Xiaowu and the others. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing successfully absorbed the soul ring of the ghost leopard. Chu Qin, the glazed golden body, is really useful. I have successfully absorbed the 5,000-year ghost leopard soul ring, and my soul power has reached level 35. Zhu Qing said excitedly. Zhu Qing, you are just like me. Ning Rongrong smiled back. I am also at level 35. Alas, it seems that I and Xiaowu absorbed our soul rings too early. Meng Yidian sighed slightly. Our soul rings are only 1,700 years. Now, one of us is level 35 and the other is level 36. It's okay, Yidian Jie. Ning Rongrong replied. Your fourth soul ring will be able to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. Well, that is true. Meng Yidian smiled proudly. Hearing this, Douluo was suddenly shocked. How could a 10,000-year fourth soul ring be possible? But she had indeed just seen Zhu Qing successfully absorb the 5,000-year ghost leopard soul ring. Rongrong is right. Chu Qin spoke. There is less than a year until the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. I will make sure that you all reach the soul sect before the competition starts. Especially Zhu Qing. She said she wants to defeat her sister in the competition. Chu Qin is very confident that he can complete the goddess task for Douluo tomorrow. Take down Douluo and conveniently obtain the immortal herbs. After all, rather than letting these immortal herbs go to waste in the wilderness with Douluo, it's better to use them to enhance the spirit power of Xiaowu and the others. Chu Qin believes that with these celestial herbs and the glazed diamond body, Xiaowu and the others will surely experience a qualitative leap. Thank you, Chu Qin, Zhu Zhuqing said with a slight smile. She knew she had followed the right person. She had only mentioned it casually, yet Chu Qin was so attentive. That night, Chu Qin and the 5 girls camped in the wild. With Douluo nearby, it was naturally impossible for anything unbelievable to happen, and everyone fell asleep peacefully. At midnight, Lu Erlong suddenly woke up from her dreams and quietly left the campsite. Chu Qin was closest to Lu Erlong's position. He opened his eyes and didn't see Lu Erlong, and was immediately startled. Master! At this moment, Su Daji whispered to Chu Qin and pointed in the direction of the east. Chu Qin smiled and nodded, then replied, Daji, I have a task for you. Following that, Chu Qin whispered a few words into Su Daji's ear. It's so late, and you want me to find a soul ring? Su Daji frowned slightly and replied with a hint of pity. Unless the master gives me a kiss, Su Daji said with a proud smile. Wait for me to come back, okay? Chu Qin smiled. Su Daji smiled sweetly and disappeared into the jungle. Then, Chu Qin walked towards the east side of the jungle. To the east was a cliff. At this moment, under the bright moon, a stunning figure stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing up at the moon. It was Lu Erlong. Under the bright moon, Lu Erlong was not only incredibly beautiful, but her figure was also perfect. Dressed in a black leather outfit, her alluring body was showcased to perfection. Moreover, it emitted a faint plastic sheen, especially her round and perky backside, which was captivating. Chu Qin didn't pay much attention to these for the time being. He could see Lu Erlong's profile, and on that peerless celestial face, Chu Qin seemed to catch a glimpse of a tear. Erlong, what are you thinking? Chu Qin spoke up, breaking the silence. Lu Erlong was taken aback at first, then quickly wiped away the tears, turned around, and pretended to smile at Chu Qin, saying, Oh, Chu Qin, it's so late. Aren't you asleep? Chu Qin did not smile back at Lu Erlong, but sincerely said, The dignified president of the Blue Overlord Academy, the invincible golden iron triangle of slaughter, is actually here, secretly shedding tears. Upon hearing Chu Qin's compliment, Lu Erlong felt a slight joy in her heart, but her expression still darkened as she looked at Chu Qin and sighed. Chu Qin, do you really think I am a disaster? Why do you say that? Chu Qin frowned and asked. What that Luozhong said is not wrong. My mother is a woman of the world, tarnishing the reputation of the Blue Electric Overlord sect. Lu Erlong sighed. Later, because I fell in love with my cousin, he was also expelled from the sect. Chu Qin smiled faintly, walked to Lu Erlong's side, and said, No one can decide their own birth. Where you are born is determined by fate, but my fate is in my own hands, not determined by the heavens. Our destinies can be changed by ourselves. Your background is not your fault. Furthermore, the cousin you mentioned, is it Yu Xiaojiang? Lu Erlong nodded slightly. This Yu Xiaojiang, due to his martial soul mutation, has always been a waste. Do you think someone as arrogant as Yu Yuanjin would tolerate a useless son by his side? In other words, was Yu Xiaojiang really expelled from the sect just because of his relationship with you? Chu Qin asked. Moreover, the power in Yu Yuanjin's hands is immense. Perhaps he already knew about your relationship with Yu Xiaojiang, but Yu Yuanjin just used you to find a reason to expel Yu Xiaojiang along with you from the sect. It can be said to be a 2 birds with 1 stone strategy. Of course, this is just my speculation. Lu Erlong was somewhat stunned, and tears fell once again. Yu Xiaojiang's expulsion was not because of her. Instead, she was the one who was victimized. Lu Erlong's mood instantly brightened. She had been troubled by the accusations of Yu Luozhong, but after Chu Qin's guidance, it seemed that her birth was not her fault, nor was Yu Xiaojiang's expulsion from a sect. And Erlong, as far as I know, Yu Xiaojiang once had a first love, who seemed to be the disciple of a leader from a powerful force. That leader did not approve of his disciple's relationship with Yu Xiaojiang and forcibly took her. And what about Yu Xiaojiang? This weak and incompetent person chose to abandon her at that time. Moreover, after abandoning her, he chose you, only to later discover that you are his cousin, and then he abandoned you again, while still being reluctant towards that person. If someone like him isn't a scumbag, then there wouldn't be any scumbags in the world. Does he really deserve your affection? Lu Erlong immediately fell into deep thought. For so many years, she had held a preconceived notion that she was the one entangled with Yu Xiaojiang, but after Chu Qin's guidance, she realized a fact. Yu Xiaojiang was a weak and incompetent person who began and ended relationships carelessly. How could she possibly like someone like that? Instead, the Chu Qin in front of her treated her well. Although Chu Qin was a bit flirtatious, he was loyal and righteous, far better than Yu Xiaojiang, who was all show and no substance. Actually, Chu Qin, there's something else that's been bothering me. Lu Erlong continued. Chu Qin asked. During the day, I seem to hear you say that I am your woman. After calming herself for a long time, Lu Erlong gathered her courage, bit her lips slightly, and shyly asked, Is that true? Chu Qin smiled faintly and gently wiped away the tears at the corner of Lu Erlong's eye with her thumb. Of course it's true. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong couldn't help but throw herself into Chu Qin's arms. Chu Qin smiled faintly and reached out to gently stroke Lu Erlong's hair. The next morning, Yen, how'd you sleep last night? Chu Qin held Lu Erlong's hand and asked Yen, How is it? It's okay. Yen smiled and nodded. Completely devoid of the coldness she showed towards Chu Qin yesterday, Yen had a good night's sleep last night. Because she overheard the conversation between Chu Qin and the 5 women, she realized that he is indeed a considerate, gentle, meticulous, and loyal man. Perhaps yesterday, it was truly Yu Qianheng who touched his reverse scale, which made Chu Qin genuinely angry. Thinking about it, a man who can be so angry for his woman is definitely a good man. Yen thought to herself, what are you thinking? With so many women, how could he possibly like you? However, Yen still hopefully asked, Chu Qin, is it true that you said you would take me to find the 4th spirit ring? Well, I said cannot be false. Chu Qin nodded. Just wait, the spirit ring will be here soon. Soon? Ning Rongrong looked at Chu Qin, Lu Erlong, and Yen, and asked Ziji, it seems that Erlong has also been conquered by Chu Qin. Do you think Yen will become our sister? Isn't that obvious? Ziji smiled lightly. Have you ever seen Chu Qin care about anyone other than us? Ziji felt indifferent. After all, Chu Qin has to rely on himself to purify the Dragon King's bloodline. No matter how many women he has, her place will not be lost. I think so too, but Ziji, why was Chu Qin somewhat unwilling when I tried to match Yen and him yesterday? Rongrong, Yen just broke up. Ziji replied. Don't you understand Chu Qin's character? Is he the kind of person who takes advantage of others' misfortunes? Oh, at that moment, a black, giant snake tied up with colorful ropes was thrown in front of everyone by Su Daji. The black, giant snake emitted a black light all over its body. And on its forehead, there was actually a black horn. The ancient mythical beast, the Blackhorn Python King. Xiaowu and Yen exclaimed in surprise. Sister Daji, where did you find this? Xiaowu asked. My master asked me to find it overnight. Su Daji smiled. Yen, this Blackhorn Python King is yours. Quickly absorb the spirit ring. We still have to go meet your grandfather. Chu Qin said to Yen. For me? Yen was astonished. Among the highest quality spirit beasts for snake-type martial souls are the Sky Blue Bull Python, the Titan Giant Python, and the Blackhorn Python King in front of her. Her grandfather had said that there were several Blackhorn Python Kings in the core of the Sunset Forest. However, the largest one had a lifespan of 8,000 years and a cultivation of 80,000 years. Even her grandfather did not dare to easily step there. And now, the Blackhorn Python King was tied right in front of her. It would be a lie to say she wasn't excited. Chu Qin calmly nodded. Hurry up and absorb it. Thank you. Yen sincerely thanked Chu Qin, walked to the side of the Blackhorn Python King, and began to absorb the spirit ring. Half an hour later, Yen successfully absorbed the spirit ring of the Blackhorn Python King, directly reaching level 44. All done. Chu Qin smiled. At this moment, Yen was extremely excited. To leap 4 levels at once was absolutely unexpected. Let's go. Then we'll meet Poison Douluo. Chu Qin nodded. No need to meet. I was just looking for you. At that moment, an old voice sounded. Suddenly, the temperature around dropped sharply, and the surrounding trees withered significantly. As the voice fell, 3 figures appeared in front of Chu Qin. Besides Yu Tianheng and Yu Luozhong from yesterday, there was also an old man with green hair, green eyes, and green clothing. The old man had sunken cheeks and looked quite elderly, but his spirit was very vigorous, and his green eyes sparkled with brilliance. This person was Poison Douluo. Grandpa, Yen exclaimed in surprise. Yen, I'm here. You don't need to be afraid. They dare not harm you. Douluo replied to Yen, come to Grandpa. Ah, Grandpa, isn't Chu Qin your friend? Yen looked at Chu Qin, slightly surprised. What friend? I don't have such a friend. Douluo was scroting his Chu Qin, and his eyes turned cold. Chu Qin smiled faintly and did not answer. Yen was a bit surprised, but Chu Qin was indeed very good to her. So she did not immediately listen to Douluo's words. Yin Yin, don't be fooled by this guy named Chu Qin. Yu Qianheng spoke up. He is not your grandfather's friend at all. Come over quickly. Yu Qianheng. Upon hearing this, Douluo firmly stopped in her tracks and coldly said to Yu Qianheng, do you think I will come just because you told me to? Yin Yin, Yu Qianheng frowned and said, I left you yesterday because... Because of what? Because you were afraid of dying? Douluo replied coldly. Then did you just abandon me and watch me die? Perhaps I shouldn't expect you to stay, because you have no obligation to protect me, but I'm sorry, young master Yu, I am not worthy of you. Douluo immediately looked at Yu Qianheng with slight anger. Yin Yin, I'm here now, right? Can we talk about this when we get back? Yu Qianheng pleaded, just come over. Forget it, Yu Qianheng. Douluo's pupils constricted as she said, from today onwards, we are done. What? Yu Qianheng felt a bit heartbroken. Yin Yin, what nonsense are you talking about? Douluo said in surprise, slightly scolding her. Yu Qianheng is the next heir of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. Grandpa, Douluo replied, yesterday. He left me all alone here. I knew it. It's impossible for me and him now. Douluo, are you serious? Yu Qianheng said, slightly angry. Yes, Douluo replied. From now on, our relationship is severed. You go your own way, and I'll go mine. Yu Qianheng was furious. Yin Yin, you must be joking. I don't believe it. I've been so good to you. Unless you tell me you have someone you like, otherwise, I could never cut ties with you. Yes, I have someone I like. Douluo replied. The person I like is Chu Qin. Saying this, Douluo even directly gave Chu Qin a kiss. Chu Qin was momentarily taken aback, standing still in place, but soon felt a sense of secret delight. However, Ning Rongrong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, Lu Erlong, and Ziji seemed completely unfazed, as if they had already guessed it. Douluo looked at Chu Qin with surprise and anger. Yu Qianheng, the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, whom he had chosen as his grandson-in-law, was being messed up by Chu Qin? Douluo was somewhat filled with killing intent. At this moment, Chu Qin quickly reacted and naturally wrapped his arm around Douluo's shoulders. After all, Douluo was his predetermined wife. This time, it was Douluo's delicate body that trembled. However, she did not resist, as she thought that this could make Yu Qianheng give up. Furthermore, her heart was actually beating slightly, feeling a sense of excitement. Under these circumstances, Douluo revealed a smile. Seeing this scene, Yu Qianheng's eyes turned red, filled with uncontrollable anger. He had treated Douluo so well, yet she was so heartless today. The main point was that Douluo had once told him that Douluo harbored snake venom and couldn't engage in intimate relations before the age of 30, because he had never enjoyed it even once. Yu Qianheng was almost driven to madness. The next moment, for soul rings lit up beneath his feet, and he dashed towards Douluo, lightning flickering in his palm, wanting to kill her. Douluo's pupils immediately constricted, revealing a fierce expression. At the same time, in his frenzied state, Yu Qianheng seemed to forget Chu Qin's presence. He only saw Chu Qin gently move and place his claw-like hand against his neck. You were spared yesterday, but you don't cherish your life, so don't blame me, Chu Qin said with a faint smile. Stop, Yu Luozhong exclaimed. He wanted to intervene, but after glancing at Su Daji beside him, he turned to Douluo and said, Lord Douluo, if young master Yu dies, the sect master will surely be enraged. So please take action. I should take action. Douluo replied with a faint smile, turning to Yu Luozhong and saying, but it's just for you. What? Yu Luozhong was shocked to the core. Hearing this, Douluo was startled, while Chu Qin smiled. Anyone who dares to harm Yin Yin in front of me has already died, Douluo said coldly. He wasn't blind. He had seen Yu Qianheng almost strike Douluo with lethal force. Seeing Douluo's snake-like sharp gaze, Yu Luozhong's body trembled, and he hurriedly summoned his martial soul rings. However, before his soul rings could manifest, a beautifully manicured jade hand appeared on his shoulder. Better not move. Su Daji had unknowingly appeared behind Yu Luozhong. At that moment, not only Yu Luozhong but also Douluo's expression changed to one of terror. Because of Daji's youthful appearance, Douluo hadn't paid much attention to the woman standing beside Chu Qin, but now he was utterly unable to perceive Daji's soul power fluctuations. Douluo was a title Douluo. How strong was this woman before him? At this moment, Chu Qin gently pressed down, causing Yu Qianheng's knee to sink into the ground, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. Chu Qin, you can't kill me. In the face of death, Yu Qianheng finally regained some clarity and desperately pleaded. However, after humiliating Lu Erlong and attempting to kill Douluo, how could Chu Qin let him go? The next moment, accompanied by a gathering of soul power in Chu Qin's palm. A crisp sound of breaking bones echoed, and Yu Qianheng died on the spot. Seeing this scene, both Dugu Yin and Lu Erlong closed their eyes. You dare to kill the young master. The sect master won't let you go, Yu Luozhong shouted. But as soon as he finished speaking, Su Daji's soul power enveloped his body. After a scream, Yu Luozhong was reduced to ashes, leaving only a soul bone behind. Now, Dugabo was somewhat panicked. Su Daji's methods were too terrifying. She had crushed a soul Douluo with her bare hands. Chu Qin did not pay attention to these matters. He walked in front of Dugu Yin and said softly, "Are you okay?" Dugu Yin shook her head vigorously and said, "Thank you. Chu Qin, you saved my life. It's good if you're fine." Chu Qin replied with a faint smile. "Chu Qin, I'm sorry for what I said earlier." Dugu Yin said apologetically, "Is just saying sorry enough? Is my kiss so worthless?" Chu Qin frowned slightly, but he no longer paid attention to Dugu Yin and turned his gaze toward Dugabo. "Chu Qin, I owe you an apology." Dugabo immediately spoke up, looking at Chu Qin with some regret. "I misunderstood you earlier." Dugabo initially thought that Dugu Yin had been brainwashed by Chu Qin, but since Chu Qin had just defended Dugu Yin so much, how could he harm her? At the same time, he felt fortunate that he had not acted against Chu Qin. Otherwise, he would have been the one to die at Su Daji's hands. "It's okay." Chu Qin smiled slightly, "But Dugabo, I need to talk to you about something." "What is it?" Dugabo asked in confusion. An hour later, in the cave of the ice and fire Yin Yang Ai. "Grandpa, have you really been poisoned by the backlash of your martial soul?" Dugu Yin asked Dugabo in surprise. Earlier, Chu Qin had recounted Dugabo's symptoms in front of her, and Dugabo, now that it has come to this, how can I hide it any longer? Dugabo said, "Then why didn't you tell me?" Dugu Yin furrowed her brows. "If it weren't for Chu Qin just now, how long were you planning to keep it from me?" "As long as I could. You're still so young. Do I want to burden you with this for the rest of your life?" Dugabo asked, "But I told you Qianheng, hasn't he never been intimate with you?" Dugu Yin nodded with a complicated mood. "Then that is it." Dugabo clasped his hands behind his back and sighed. "For all these years, I have been looking for a way to cure the backlash of the martial soul poison, but I have never succeeded. Grandpa, Yu Qianheng is dead. He came to the Sunset Forest with me, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect will know soon." Dugu Yin said, "They want to let me go." "Yin Yin, you're overthinking it." Dugu Bo replied, "That Yu Qianheng wanted to kill you. That means he is against me, Dugu Bo, let alone a small Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Even the Spirit Hall wouldn't dare. If they dare to act against you, I can poison the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. But don't worry, I'll handle this matter. They want to suspect you or Chu Qin." "Grandpa, do you think Chu Qin will really help us detoxify?" Dugu Yin let out a sigh of relief and continued to ask. "Chu Qin seems to be someone who speaks honestly." Dugabo replied, "Yin Yin, how did you meet him? I had never seen him before." "He said he was your friend." Dugu Yin recounted her experiences with Chu Qin. "What? The Blackhorn Python Emperor's soul ring?" Dugabo exclaimed in surprise. Dugu Yin replied, "It's the fourth soul ring I have now. It seems this Chu Qin has an interest in you." Dugabo said with a slight smile. Dugu Yin was momentarily taken aback. "Girl, are you silly? If he was interested in you, would he specially find the Blackhorn Python Emperor's soul ring for you? No wonder he agreed to help us detoxify. I understand now." Dugabo stroked his beard and smiled. Dugu Yin fell silent, lowering her head slightly. "Yin Yin, honestly tell Grandpa, do you have feelings for him too?" Dugabo asked. "Otherwise, you wouldn't have kissed him in front of Yu Qianheng." Just a little bit," Dugu Yin replied. "Really only a little bit?" Dugabo chuckled. "Don't forget, you are my own granddaughter. You can't hide it from me." "But Grandpa," Dugu Yin continued, "he has many women around him. Those 5 women seem to all belong to him. I noticed it a long time ago." Dugabo replied, "Actually, it's not a bad thing. Yin Yin, if you like him, then go pursue him boldly. Grandpa has been in the continent for decades and is very accurate in judging people. I guarantee you, being with him will not be a loss. Not to mention anything else, just based on that Su Daji next to Chu Qin, Grandpa can assure you that my granddaughter will not suffer." "Then I'll think about it," Dugu Yin replied, lowering her head. At the same time, Chu Qin walked into the cave, holding a blood vial. Dugu Yin, you just need to take the blood in this vial and push the poison from your martial soul backlash into your soul bone." Chu Qin handed the blood vial to Dugabo, smiling as he explained. "Is it that simple?" Dugabo was overjoyed. He had searched for a way to detoxify for a lifetime and had never found it. How could it be so simple in Chu Qin's hands? "Just try it and you'll know." Chu Qin smiled slightly. "All right then." Dugabo nodded. He believed that Chu Qin would never harm him. Otherwise, Su Daji could have just killed him directly. Ding. Detected that the host successfully detoxified Douluo and Yin. Congratulations to the host for gaining Yan's affection level of 100, Douluo's loyalty level of 100, and the Tian treasure record. 3 days later, in the Heavendo Empire, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, an old man wearing a blue lightning purple gold crown sat in a Grandmaster chair. This person had an imposing presence without being angry, and he was the sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Yu Engine. He looked extremely angry. He had just received the news that Yu Qianheng's corpse had appeared in the Sunset Forest. Who did this? Yu Engine exclaimed angrily. Yu Qianheng was his designated successor, and he had been killed without any explanation. Sect Master, we have investigated clearly. An elder replied before the incident. Yu Qianheng was with Yin in the Sunset Forest looking for soul rings, and not long ago. Yin announced that she was severing her ties with Yu Qianheng and the Royal Academy of Heavendo, joining the Blue Tyrant Academy instead. Yu Qianheng was protected by Yu Luozhong. In the entire Heavendo Empire, not many could move him. It goes without saying that it was mostly Douluo, that old bastard. He is known to be ruthless. It must be that Qianheng left Yin, which made him want to kill Douluo. Hearing this, Yu Engine frowned. In terms of one-on-one combat, he was not afraid of Douluo, but Douluo was formidable, especially with his snake poison. It was said that he had methods that could wipe out a city in an instant, which made even the Spirit Hall dare not act against him. No matter who he is, anyone who dares to kill the heir of my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect must pay the price. Yu Engine thought for a moment, his expression fierce. No need to look. Just then, a captivating voice suddenly echoed in the hall. Hearing this sudden voice, Yu Engine and the elders were all startled. The next moment, a masked figure, looking extremely enchanting, appeared before them. This person was none other than Su Daji. Who are you? A Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect member asked in surprise. I am the person you're looking for. Su Daji smiled lightly. Yu Qianheng was killed by my master. Your master? Yu Engine's booming voice echoed. That's right. Yu Qianheng offended my master and was killed by him. Su Daji said calmly, moreover, that Yu Luozhong, I crush him to death with my bare hands. By the way, my master said, if you want to seek revenge, he doesn't mind destroying the entire Blue Electric Tyrant sect. Presumptuous. The elders of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect were simultaneously enraged, gathering their martial souls and charging towards Su Daji from all sides. However, before they could even touch the corner of Su Daji's clothes, they were intercepted by her soul power. Seeing this scene, all the elders were taken aback. They are all true soul Douluo powerhouses. Yu Engine's pupils also constricted, and in the next moment, 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 3 red, lit up beneath his feet. With a roar of a dragon, Yu Engine charged towards Su Daji as well. Su Daji smiled leisurely, with 9 soul rings beneath her feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 3 red. Under the overwhelming pressure of Su Daji, the peerless Douluo, Yu Engine found himself unable to move. Don't waste your effort, Su Daji said lightly with a smile. Not to mention you, the entire Blue Electric Tyrant sect combined might not be my opponent. Upon hearing this, Yu Engine and the elders were all shocked to the extreme. I've already made my point. Su Daji continued to smile and said, if you continue to pursue this matter, my master previously mentioned that he would destroy the entire Blue Electric Tyrant sect, and it wasn't just talk. As soon as her words fell, Su Daji floated away. Su Daji came quickly and left just as quickly, leaving Yu Engine and the elders in a state of lingering shock. What kind of person is this? One elder said with lingering fear. Even the sect master couldn't break through her defense. A peerless Douluo. Yu Engine looked outside the door, his face filled with terror. What? A peerless Douluo? The elders exclaimed in unison. They couldn't understand how they had offended such a formidable being. Moreover, this peerless Douluo had repeatedly claimed that her master killed Yu Qianheng. Could it be that the peerless Douluo is not the strongest? What on earth did Yu Qianheng do? Yu Engine slumped onto the high-back chair. This was definitely the most humiliating day of his life. Send out orders to seal off the news of Yu Qianheng's death. Yu Engine replied, recalling all members of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. During this period, no one is allowed to go out without my orders. Yes, Yu Engine was terrified. Su Daji was too horrifying. 3 months later, at Blue Tyrant Academy, in the president's office, Lu Erlong and Chu Qin were sitting in chairs. Chu Qin, I have decided to rename Blue Tyrant Academy to Azure Dragon Academy. Lu Erlong spoke, breaking the tranquility in the room. Also, how about you being the president and I the vice president? Why? Chu Qin replied with a smile. You are a man. It's more suitable for you to be the president. Lu Erlong smiled. Is that so? Chu Qin responded nonchalantly. Erlong, haven't you always been a feminist? This doesn't seem like your style. Lu Erlong smiled and walked over to Chu Qin's side, charmingly saying, because I want to be your little woman. Chu Qin was slightly stunned. What happened to Lu Erlong today? She seemed different from usual. Normally, such things should be handled by Ziji, right? Erlong, what's wrong with you today? Chu Qin smiled with some confusion and said, to be honest, did Ziji teach you this? Just as Lu Erlong was about to speak, Chu Qin narrowed his eyes and said, all right, she taught me. Lu Erlong bit her lip and replied with a slightly pitiful look, Chu Qin, do you not love me? Why do you ask that? Chu Qin was surprised. I heard Ziji say that you occasionally ask her to purify some Dragon King bloodline, Lu Erlong replied. Since we confirmed our relationship, you haven't done that with me even once. Is it because I'm older? Do you find me undesirable? What are you talking about? How could I find my own woman undesirable? Chu Qin smiled softly, pushing Lu Erlong down to the ground. You never told me. I thought you weren't willing. What woman wouldn't want a man like this? Lu Erlong's face blushed. I understand now. Chu Qin smiled lightly as he slowly slid down Lu Erlong's skin-tight leather outfit. Since they were in the dean's office, Lu Erlong covered her mouth and didn't make a sound. An hour later, after their battle, they sat side by side on the sofa. At this moment, Lu Erlong looked even more delicate and dependent. Chu Qin, how have you considered what I said earlier? Lu Erlong asked comfortably. No way. Chu Qin replied. I have no objection to renaming Lanba Academy to Qinglong Academy. However, I plan to form a battle team to give Zhu Qing a chance to participate in the Senior Soul Master Elite competition. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to participate as the dean, so you should still be the dean. Well, that's fine then. You no dead. Chu Qin, Chu Qin. At that moment, a light and pleasant voice sounded from outside the room. Chu Qin and Lu Erlong quickly tidied up the mess inside. It's Yen Yen. Creak. The door opened, and two women stood outside. Besides Dugu Yin, there was also a purple-haired girl, who seemed to be about 20 years old. Her figure wasn't exceptional, but she had what she needed and was quite tall and slim. Especially her legs, wrapped in blue stockings, provoked endless imagination. In addition, the girl's appearance was also very high, not inferior to Dugu Yin. Who is this? Chu Qin asked with slight confusion. I knew you would ask that first, Dugu Yin said with a delicate snort. But Chu Qin, you can't have any ideas about her. Yin Yin, I haven't said anything yet. Chu Qin said innocently. All right. She is my good sister from the Tiando Royal Academy, Yi Lingling. Dugu Yin replied. You just happen to be short a person to form a battle team, right? Lingling heard that I came to Lanba Academy, so she came along. Lingling, let me introduce you. Dugu Yin turned to Yi Lingling and said, this is the vice dean of Lanba Academy, the captain of our Qinglong battle team, and also my new boyfriend, Chu Qin. Double Goddess Mission. Dragon Blood Begonia, Yi Lingling, 6200. I've always heard Yin Yin talk about how handsome her boyfriend is. Yi Lingling said shyly. Seeing you today, indeed. Indeed what? Chu Qin asked with interest. Much more handsome than Yu Qianheng. Oh no, way more handsome than those so-called handsome guys from the Tiando Royal Academy. Yi Lingling simidet. Ha ha. Chu Qin immediately laughed in return. If you remember correctly, Yi Lingling was also within the goddess system, but without the system, Chu Qin didn't plan to be reckless. If it were in the past, when he was alone, he would have been confident in winning her over without relying on the system. But now, with 6 women, it was different. After all, the goddesses within the goddess system were all top-tier women, and top-tier women generally had aloof personalities. It was hard to conquer them with just looks and talent. Chu Qin, Sister Erlong, you may not know, Dugu Yin continued. Lingling's martial soul is one of the rarest martial souls in Douluo continent. What is it? Chu Qin and Lu Erlong asked in unison. In fact, Chu Qin knows that Yi Lingling's martial soul is very special. 9 Heart Begonia. Dugu Yin replied. This martial soul not only has very special soul skills, but for some unknown reason, there are only 2 people in the entire continent who possess it. Only when one of them passes away will a new 9 Heart Begonia appear. How amazing. Lu Erlong was slightly surprised. Lingling, let Sister Erlong take a look. Yi Lingling nodded, then held her hands in front of her chest, and the stunning 9 Heart Begonia slowly bloomed in her hands. The 9 Heart Begonia was extraordinarily gorgeous and vibrant, even affecting the surrounding environment, presenting a faint white color. Seeing this 9 Heart Begonia, both Lu Erlong and Chu Qin showed expressions of amazement, especially the latter. Under the reflection of the nine-heart begonia, Yi Lingling seemed to become even more beautiful. Wow, what kind of martial soul is this? So beautiful. At that moment, Chu Qin, Meng Iran, and Ziji happened to walk in together. Women are naturally fond of beauty, and they were immediately attracted by the nine-heart begonia in Yi Lingling's hands. Ziji Iran, you're just in time. Chu Qin smiled and said, let me introduce you, the new member of the Qing Long battle team, Nine-Heart Begonia Soul Zun, Yi Lingling. Hello, Sister Lingling. Chu Qin and Meng Iran said simultaneously. Hello. Yi Lingling smiled as she put away the nine-heart begonia. Oh, Ziji chuckled and said, looks like I've inexplicably gained another sister. Hearing Ziji's words, Chu Qin felt inexplicably happy, but still replied, Ziji, don't say that. Yi Lingling is Yin Yan's best friend. I understand. Ziji smiled meaningfully, but it seems that from Sister Erlong, Sister Yin Yan, these beautiful women, none of them have escaped your grasp, right? Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling's expression froze slightly as she looked at Dugu Yin. Lingling, don't be afraid. Dugu Yin replied. With me here, this guy Chu Qin wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Yi Lingling nodded. Exactly. Ziji, you need some discipline. Chu Qin said with a gentle smile, lightly reprimanding her. Come on. Unexpectedly, Ziji traced her finger across her chest and said with a charming smile, anytime. Seeing Ziji's seductive state, Chu Qin, who had just finished a battle, felt his hormones rise slightly. To avoid losing composure in front of others, he immediately changed the topic. Oh, Chu Qin, where's Xiaowu and Rongrong? Chu Qin, they said they want to stay at the seven-treasure glazed tile school for a day and will come back tomorrow. Chu Qin replied. I was just about to tell you. Those two. Chu Qin said, not in a good mood. I suspect Rongrong didn't go back to stay at the seven-treasure glazed tile school. She went back to show off her nine-treasure glazed tile pagoda to her dad. You guessed it right. Chu Qin said with a smile. I know her well, right? Chu Qin turned to Yi Lingling and said, Ah. Yi Lingling exclaimed softly. Chu Qin smiled lightly and took out a purple immortal herb from the soul guiding container, handing it to Yi Lingling. Lingling, take this. What is this? Yi Lingling asked in surprise. Lingling, this is the immortal herb I told you about. Before Chu Qin could speak, Dugu Yin smiled and said, if you eat it, you can enhance your soul rank. Ah, it's too precious, I don't want it. Yi Lingling shook her head. Lingling, since you want to join the Qinglong battle team, then accept it. Chu Qin in si. This herb is called Dragon's Saliva Rainflower, and it's extremely beneficial for healing-type martial souls. Although I'm not sure if it can cause your martial soul to mutate, having it will make our team stronger. All right then. Thank you, Captain Chu Qin. Yi Lingling finally accepted the immortal herb. I will definitely work hard. The next day morning, Chu Qin was awakened by a system notification sound, announcing the release of a dual goddess mission. Task: upgrade the Azure Dragon team to a Gold Soul team in the Great Soul Arena, achieve 100 favorability with Shui Binger, and obtain an external Ice-type Soul Bone. Train a pure goddess team. Win the championship in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition and gain a mysterious goddess from another realm. Mysterious goddess team from another realm. Chu Qin was slightly surprised and said, it seems I need to visit the Great Soul Arena again. Just as Chu Qin was deep in thought, an arm suddenly swung toward his neck, belonging to the sleeping Ziji who was leaning nearby. This lazy bug. Chu Qin couldn't help but lightly slap Ziji's perky butt. Ziji immediately stifled a laugh. Now that you're awake, don't go back to sleep. Chu Qin said to Ziji with a doting smile. Hearing this, Ziji opened her eyes and looked at Chu Qin as obediently as a ragdoll cat. Ziji, by the way, is there any news from Guyana? Chu Qin asked. Huh, Chu Qin, how do you know the master's name? Ziji said, slightly surprised. You told me, have you forgotten? Chu Qin replied with a calm smile. Maybe I really forgot. Ziji's expression changed slightly as she said, the master and Emperor Tian have been urging me. Not long ago, they communicated with me through secret techniques, but I managed to bluff my way through. Chu Qin, I've always been puzzled. Ziji continued. Since the first Dragon King isn't you, then who could it be? I don't know either. Chu Qin deliberately shook his head. He wasn't foolish. It was best not to let Ziji know about the Azure-Eye Dragon King. It wasn't that he didn't trust Ziji, but he was afraid that Guyuna might overhear. After all, his future wife, Guyuna, was an existence that transcended the human realm. Besides, Chu Qin continued, if you tell Guyuna where the Dragon King is, won't you have to return to the Sodto Forest? We won't be able to meet. That's true. Ziji nodded. Oh no. Du Guyan's voice sounded from outside the room. and Chu Qin and Ziji immediately got dressed. What's wrong, Yin Yin? Chu Qin asked in surprise. Something's happened. Ling Ling is in trouble, Du Guyan said, her face shocked. What happened? Chu Qin's heart rate quickened slightly. Ling Ling took the immortal herb you gave her, and now Du Guyan's eyes are red. Yin Yin, don't worry. Chu Qin reassured her. Take me to see. Chu Qin, what's going on? At that moment, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Ning Fengji the Sodto happened to walk in through the academy gate. Uncle Ning, you're just in time. Come with me. Chu Qin said without looking back. All right. Ning Fengji nodded slightly. Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Douluo changed their expressions slightly and immediately followed. The group arrived at the room of Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling, only to find Yi Lingling curled up on the bed, her whole body emitting a faint blood-colored glow and trembling continuously. Lingling, Chu Qin is here. Dugu Yin said to Yi Lingling. Lingling, how are you? Chu Qin asked with a slight frown. Hot. So hot. Yi Lingling said, drenched in sweat. It shouldn't be like this. Chu Qin thought to himself. The Xiantian treasure record didn't mention any side effects of the dragon saliva rainflower plant. Chu Qin, can I take a look? Just as Chu Qin was at a loss, Ning Fengji spoke up. All right. Chu Qin nodded. Then, Ning Fengji walked to Yi Lingling's side, activated his soul power, and gently swept his hand over her body. How is it, Dad? Ning Rongrong asked eagerly. Strange. Her meridians are smooth, no problems. Ning Fengji frowned. Why is there a fever? Then, Ning Fengji activated the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda in his hand, using healing-type soul power to cover Yi Lingling. However, no matter how Ning Fengji treated her, Yi Lingling's symptoms showed no signs of changing. How strange. Ning Fengji frowned tightly. Chu Qin, did she eat something? A divine herb. The dragon saliva rainflower plant. Chu Qin deeply. Divine herb? Ning Fengji was somewhat surprised. Is it the same as what Rongrong ate? Not the same. Chu Qin shook his head. Rongrong's is the Chihuahua tulip. Sigh. Ning Fengji sighed slightly. Perhaps there's some factor in this girl that conflicts with the dragon saliva rainflower plant. How about this? Uncle Jian, you go to the palace and find the best imperial physician. No need to trouble yourself. Just then, Ziji walked in from outside. Ziji, what did you say? Chu Qin asked. Do you know what's wrong with Lingling? I only remembered last night. Ziji replied. The dragon saliva rainflower plant is said to be a unique divine herb cultivated from dragon blood, but it cannot be fed to female creatures because they are eaten. The dragon saliva rainflower plant is a yang thing. What should we do? Chu Qin asked anxiously. It needs to be suppressed with stronger yang blood. Ziji smiled calmly, took out a dagger from a soul guide container, and cut her finger. Then, Ziji dripped her blood onto Yi Lingling's lips. Ziji is the Hell Demon Dragon King, with a pure dragon god bloodline. When it comes to yang blood, there's no one more yang than her. Under the suppression of Ziji's blood, Yi Lingling's trembling body gradually returned to normal. Yi Lingling also opened her enchanting eyes. Lingling, how do you feel? Chu Qin immediately asked. Good, much better. Yi Lingling replied weakly. That's great. Chu Qin breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Ziji. Thank you, Ziji. No need to be polite with me. Ziji smiled back. Oh, me see. Ning Fengji asked in surprise. You are also female. How can you have yang blood? That's because my martial soul is the Hell Demon Dragon King. Ziji replied calmly. It's considered half dragon blood, so that's how it is. Ning Fengti noted it. Since Lingling is fine now, Chu Qin said, Yin Yin, stay here to take care of her. The rest of us will go out. Okay. After saying that, everyone left Yi Lingling's room. Chu Qin, it seems you have more women now. Ning Fengji said to Chu Qin with a half smile. Uncle Ning, Chu Qin said somewhat shyly. You don't have to explain this to me. I was mentally prepared long ago and even asked Rongrong. Ning Fengji smiled back. However, I have one thing I want to ask. You want to ask about the Chihuahua tulip, right? Chu Qin said knowingly. Yes. Ning Fengti noted excitedly. You also know that our 7-treasure glazed tile sect has limitations and can only reach level 79 at most. This Chihuahua tulip actually allowed Rongrong's martial soul to transform into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, which is simply unimaginable. Do you still have any? I'm willing to pay 20 million gold soul coins. Yem sorry, unklening. Chu Qin shook his head. If I still had it, I would definitely give it to you. But I really don't have any left. Sigh, then that's fine. Ning Fengji sighed with a disappointed expression. It seems my fate is like this. Uncle, you are already the strongest support-type soul master in the entire continent. At this time, Xiaowu spoke up. When Ning Fengji heard this, he finally revealed a smile. Xiaowu, you are right. One should be content. especially since Rongrong will definitely reach title Douluo in the future and carry forward the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Dad, Ning Rongrong replied, I don't want to carry forward the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. I just want to stay with Chu Qin, Xiaowu, Chu Qin, Ziji, and my elder sisters. Oh, and Yin Yin's sister. Sigh, after all, a girl grows up and can't be kept. Ning Fengji sighed. Chu Qin, then we'll head back first. Ning Fengji continued. Rongrong, I'll leave her to you. Chu Qin nodded. Just as Ning Fengji left, Dugu Yin brought Yi Lingling to the garden. Yin Yin, why did you bring Lingling over? Chu Qin immediately led the girls forward, saying a bit anxiously. Chu Qin, it wasn't me who brought her over. It was Lingling who wanted to come, Dugu Yin replied. Young Master Chu, it was I who wanted to come. Yi Lingling said, I want to thank you and Sister Ziji. It's fine, we're not outsiders. Chu Qin smiled slightly. No, thank you, and Sister Ziji for curing my fever. Yi Lingling looked at Chu Qin and Ziji, smiling at each of them. By the way, young Master Chu, because of your divine herb, I've already reached level 40. Most importantly, as Yi Lingling spoke, she brought her palms together and summoned the 9-heart begonia. To Chu Qin and the other surprise, the 9-heart begonia had changed dramatically. No longer the pure white color it once was. Among the white, delicate petals, there were now some blood-colored patterns. The patterns were very peculiar, resembling a blood dragon coiling around them. The martial soul has mutated. Chu Qin and the others exclaimed in unison. Yes, Yi Lingling nodded. It has transformed from 9-heart begonia to dragon blood begonia. Dragon blood begonia. Chu Qin exclaimed, what kind of martial soul is that? Our 9-heart begonia martial soul is already extremely rare. Yi Lingling replied, this dragon blood begonia has only appeared once in martial soul history. That person is the ancestor of 9-heart begonia, the dragon blood peerless Douluo. Hearing this, although the others did not know who the dragon blood Douluo was, they understood that to become a peerless Douluo was no ordinary feat. Lingling, after your dragon blood begonia mutated, does it have any special characteristics? Dugu Yin asked. Yes. Yi Lingling replied, in the future, I can not only have stronger healing abilities, but also I can comprehensively enhance a soul master with a beast martial soul. Especially the enhancement effect on dragon-type martial souls is particularly significant. Of course, how much I can enhance specifically, I don't know yet. I'll need to test it. However, my ancestor, the dragon blood Douluo, and a dragon god Douluo, fought across the entire continent without encountering any opponents. Dragon-type martial soul masters. Sister Long and Sister Ziji are both dragon-type martial souls. Xiaowu spoke up, oh, and Chu Qin too. He has the twin blue dragon martial souls. And our battle team is named after his martial soul. All right, Lingling, then I'll test it against you. Chu Qin said gently with a smile. Okay. After speaking, Chu Qin walked to an open square and summoned his blue dragon martial soul. Dragon blood descends, dragon blood begonia, dragon's enhancement. Following this, 3 soul rings of yellow, purple, and purple lit up beneath Yi Lingling's feet. In the next moment, a blood-red light emerged from the dragon blood begonia, instantly surging into Chu Qin's blue dragon martial soul. Then, under the enhancement of the dragon blood, Chu Qin's blue dragon underwent a qualitative change. Its mane turned blood-red, and its pupils were filled with blood patterns. Not only that, but a violent aura also emanated from within the blue dragon martial soul. Roar! That violent aura quickly spread throughout the entire square. At the same time, Chu Qin felt a tremendous enhancement in his body. What a strong boost! Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. Her 9-treasure glazed tiles enhancement could already be described as terrifying. But the enhancement from the dragon blood begonia to Chu Qin's blue dragon martial soul was unprecedented. Yi Lingling was left stunned in place. She originally thought that Chu Qin was at most a soul's own, but the power he unleashed now was even stronger than the 3 instructors of the Tiando Royal Academy. How strong is Chu Qin really? This power. Chu Qin was equally shocked. The dragon blood enhancement was too terrifying. He even felt that he could contend against the title Douluo. It should be known that Chu Qin was only a 78th level soul sage at this moment. Just then, a green figure landed in front of Chu Qin. It was Douluo. Chu Qin? Douluo looked at Chu Qin, and his pupils constricted. He actually sensed a soul power fluctuation from Chu Qin that was not weaker than his own. Grandpa, what brings you here? Dugu Yin asked in surprise. I sensed a powerful soul power fluctuation. Douluo replied, thinking a strong enemy had arrived, but it turned out to be Chu Qin. Since you're here, Let's have a spar. Chu Qin said confidently, looking at Douluo. You want to test if he could defeat a title Douluo now? That might not be a good idea. Douluo replied. What if I hit too hard and injure you? How will we know if we don't try? Come on, let's just have one move. Chu Qin smiled back. All right then, I'll spar with you for a few rounds. Douluo, who had 100 loyalty to Chu Qin, naturally complied. In the next moment, 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black lit up beneath Douluo's feet. At the same time, the emerald scale Snake Emperor emerged from behind him with an imposing presence. At this moment, Chu Qin looked at Yi Lingling and asked, Lingling, can you hold on? A title Douluo, Yi Lingling said with extreme lack of confidence. She was shocked to the core. Could it be that Chu Qin intended to take on a title Douluo by himself? Be a bit more confident. Seeing Yi Lingling's astonished expression, Chu Qin smiled back. Yi Lingling still looked somewhat doubtful, but nodded. Chu Qin, you go first. Just one move, Douluo said. Okay. Chu Qin nodded and activated his soul bone skill. Blue Dragon subdues demons. One could see that Chu Qin's Blue Dragon subdues demons originally unleashed a Blue Dragon shadow, but under the enhancement of Yi Lingling's Dragon Blood Begonia, it transformed into a blood color. First soul skill, Emerald Scale, Snake Emperor Swallow. Douluo's soul ring lit up, and the Emerald Scale, Snake Emperor, behind him opened its mouth, spitting out a stream of green venom. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise. Chu Qin's blood-colored dragon shadow collided with Douluo's Emerald Scale, Snake Emperor in midair. The two sides faced off for a full 10 seconds. Everyone was dumbfounded. To withstand a title Douluo without a soul ring, how terrifying was that? However, in the end, Yi Lingling couldn't hold on first, causing Chu Qin's blood dragon to turn blue and ultimately be defeated by Douluo's Emerald Scale Snake Emperor. Lingling, are you alright? Chu Qin immediately looked at Yi Lingling and asked. Yi Lingling shook her head. I'm sorry, Chu Qin, I held you back. No, you're already very strong. Chu Qin shook his head. If it were the past, his blue dragon would have been instantly defeated in front of Douluo. After all, the blue dragon martial soul had no soul rings. With Yi Lingling's assistance, Chu Qin was already able to withstand a title Douluo for 10 seconds. If it were a soul Douluo, Chu Qin could directly defeat and even eliminate them. It should be noted that Chu Qin still had many trump cards like Dragon God Transformation yet to be revealed. Most importantly, Yi Lingling was only at level 40 now. If her level were a bit higher, Chu Qin felt that she would definitely be a great help to him. Chu Qin has made up his mind. He must keep Yi Lingling by his side. Next, Yi Lingling tested the enhancement effects of Zhu Zhuqing's Nether Spirit Cat and Xiaowu's Soft Bone Charm Rabbit. But the results were nowhere near as outrageous as Chu Qin's Dragon Blood enhancement. The Dragon Blood enhancement of Chu Qin is preliminarily estimated to be around 200%, while the enhancement of Zhu Zhuqing and the others is only about 20%. It should be noted that Chu Qin is a soul saint, while Zhu Zhuqing and the others are only soul sect. The next day, Chu Qin led Yi Lingling and the others to the Sunset Forest to obtain the 4th soul ring. Yi Lingling successfully advanced to level 42. With this, Chu Qin's battle team was fully established, and they could go to the Great Soul Arena to complete the goddess task. On that day, Chu Qin gathered the 6 girls at the square of the Blue Tyrant Academy. At this moment, all 6 girls were wearing tight-fitting leather outfits, each one more graceful than the last. Looking at the 6 girls' charming postures, Chu Qin felt extremely happy in his heart. He had been waiting for this day. Captain Chu Qin. At this moment, Yi Lingling asked, You're so powerful. I think you could single-handedly win the high-level Soul Master Elite Tournament. You're mistaken, Lingling. Chu Qin replied, I want to participate in the high-level Soul Master Elite Tournament. The system's dual goddess task required him to train a goddess battle team to compete in the high-level Soul Master Elite Tournament. Naturally, he couldn't participate himself. He had decided to first take down the Great Soul Arena and recruit Shui Binger into the goddess team. After that, he had other matters to attend to. Don't forget, even if Xiaowu and the others are soul sect, it's impossible for them to defeat the likes of Hulayina and Xiaowu, who possess martial soul fusion techniques. That's right. Ning Rongrong spoke up. Chu Qin wants us sisters to become stronger. If he participates, we want to even need to take the field. Besides, we should work harder, otherwise, we want to be able to keep up with him. Rongrong's words made sense. Xiaowu nodded and said, We need to work hard to get stronger and not fall too far behind him. Duguyen and Meng Yiran both nodded in agreement. Yi Lingling unconsciously nodded as well. They were now very confident. With an all-soul sect team, even the royal fight team was nothing special. So what are we going to do next? Chu Qin asked. Of course, we're going to train at the Great Soul Arena, Chu Qin said with a confident smile. Before participating in the high-level Soul Master Elite Tournament, I want you to secure the Golden Soul Battle Team within a month. But Chu Qin, if you don't participate, our team will be one person short. Douluo Yin spoke up. Yin, I have already thought of a solution for that. Chu Qin smiled and replied before that. I will fill this vacancy. However, I will only intervene at critical moments. The 6 girls replied in unison. This was exactly what they hoped to see. If Chu Qin kept taking action, they would never have the opportunity to improve. Let's go. We'll head to the Great Soul Arena first. Just as Chu Qin was about to lead the 6 girls out of the Blue Tyrant Academy, a shout filled with soul power came from the entrance. Lu Erlong. Come out. This soul power was extremely thick. Chu Qin estimated it to be at least above Soul Douluo. He immediately led the 6 girls toward the academy entrance. At this moment, 3 elderly men and a carriage were standing at the entrance of the academy. Among these 3, one was tall, one short, and one thin, all wearing specially made golden red robes from the Spirit Hall. These 3 were none other than the 3 major committee members of the Tiando Royal Academy, Meng Xinji by Bao Shan, and Ji Lin, who was shouting in front of my door so early in the morning. Lu Erlong was the first to walk out of the Blue Tyrant Academy and shouted somewhat resentfully at Meng Xinji. Lu Erlong, I thought you wouldn't dare to come out. Bai Baoshan glared at Lu Erlong, pointing at her angrily. Why wouldn't I dare to come out? Lu Erlong crossed her arms. Lu Erlong, your Blue Tyrant Academy is going too far, Bai Baoshan said angrily, with the high-level Soul Master Elite Tournament approaching. You actually poached Douluo Yin and Yi Lingling from our Royal Fight team, and Yu Tianheng has also disappeared. The disappearance of Yu Tianheng was very suspicious. But the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect hadn't taken any action. Naturally, Meng Xinji couldn't investigate either. But how could Douluo Yin and Yi Lingling be at the Blue Tyrant Academy, which was working against him? What does it matter to me? Lu Erlong smiled indifferently and said, those legs are on their bodies. If your Tiando Royal Academy doesn't offer enough treatment, they will naturally come over. Douluo Yin, Yi Lingling are gone. As the Royal Fight team that directly enters the finals, we're now scattered, making it impossible for us to report back to the Emperor. If you don't give us an explanation today, we want to be polite. As Meng Xinji's angry words came out, the 3 of them simultaneously summoned 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black soul rings. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lu Erlong also summoned her martial soul rings. However, even after taking the celestial herbs given by Chu Qin, Lu Erlong was only at level 77. Facing 3 high-level Soul Douluo, she was still somewhat unable to hold her ground. How dare you cause trouble at the Qinglong Academy? You have some guts. At this moment, an old voice sounded, and then a green shadow landed in front of Lu Erlong. Underneath him were 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black 9 soul rings flashing. And it was none other than Douluo Bo. Under the pressure of Douluo Bo, the 3 of Meng Xinji were immediately pushed back a bit. Who are you? Seeing Douluo Bo, the 3 of Meng Xinji exclaimed in surprise. I am surnamed Douluo, with the single name Bo. Douluo Bo narrowed his eyes and smiled as he stroked his beard. Poison Douluo, Douluo Bo. The pupils of Meng Xinji and the others shrank. Since you know my name, why don't you hurry up and leave? Douluo Bo's expression became serious. Douluo Bo, what are you doing here? The 3 of Meng Xinji were puzzled as to why Douluo Bo would appear at the Blue Tyrant Academy. What? Am I not supposed to be here as a consultant for the Blue Tyrant Academy? Douluo Bo smiled indifferently. Just as the 3 hesitated, a clear and crisp voice of a young man came from inside the carriage. I didn't expect that the dignified Tiando guest minister, a title Douluo, would deign to come to this small Blue Tyrant Academy. Hearing this voice, both Douluo Bo and Lu Erlong turned their gazes toward the carriage. The former frowned. This voice is. At this time, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a young man dressed in luxurious clothing with golden hair stepped down from the carriage. This person looked quite standard, with clear brows and handsome features, not exceptionally handsome, but much more refined than an average man. Greetings, Your Highness. Meng Xinji and the others immediately retracted their martial soul rings and bowed to the young man. This person was none other than the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Shui Qinghe. Of course, his true identity was actually the granddaughter of the Grand Offering of the Spirit Hall, Qian Douluo, the Holy Maiden of the Elder Hall, Qian Renxue. Welcome, Your Highness. The guards of the Blue Tyrant Academy respectfully bowed. Only Douluo Bo and Lu Erlong did not kneel, and their expressions were not very good. After all, this crown prince came along with Meng Xinji and the others, and there was nothing good about it. However, Douluo and Liu Erlong had already made up their minds that they would never let Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling return to the Royal Academy, because this was summoned by Chu Qin. Your Highness, I didn't expect you to come as well. Douluo smiled slightly at Shueqinghe. It has been a long time since we last met. Lord Dugu, it has been a while. You seem to have aged quite a bit. Shueqinghe also smiled back. Where? Douluo feigned modesty. May I ask, Your Highness, what brings you to the Blue Tyrant Academy? Liu Erlong was not as flattering as Douluo and straightforwardly asked, Is it for Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling? That's right. Shueqinghe nodded. I won't beat around the bush. Under Dugu Mian, Liu Erlong. What you said is correct. It's their freedom to choose which academy to attend. However, you should know that the Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition is jointly organized by the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Star Luo Empire. It is not just a competition, but a contest between nations. What do you want to say? Liu Erlong asked calmly. The Spirit Hall and the Tiando Star Luo royal family both have reserve spots, and the royal fighting team was submitted as a reserve team by the Emperor himself. If, at this time, the royal fighting team disbands, the team reserved by the Tiando Empire will inevitably be too weak, which will damage the prestige of the Tiando Empire. You wouldn't want the Tiando Empire to lose face in front of the Star Luo Empire and the Spirit Hall, would you? Shueqinghe said clearly. Both Douluo and Liu Erlong fell silent. Shueqinghe's words had already reached the national level, leaving no room for them to refute. Meng Xinji and the others secretly laughed. Your Highness, does the Tiando Empire only have the royal fighting team that can fight? At this moment, a strong yet youthful voice rang out. Shueqinghe, Meng Xinji, and the others turned to look, only to see Chu Qin walking over with 6 girls. Upon seeing Chu Qin, Shueqinghe's pupils noticeably contracted, and she thought to herself, this person is so handsome. However, Shueqinghe quickly calmed down and asked Chu Qin, Who are you? Your Highness, he is our Vice Dean of Lamba Academy, Chu Qin. Liu Erlong said first. Such a young Vice Dean. Shueqinghe was slightly surprised and then turned to Chu Qin. Vice Dean Chu, what did you just say? I just heard it. Chu Qin replied, Your Highness, in order to uphold the prestige of the Tiando Empire, you want to retrieve Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling. But why must the reserve spots be given to the royal fighting team? Meng Xinji snorted coldly. Who doesn't know that the Tiando Royal Academy is the #1 academy in Tiando, besides our Tiando Royal Academy? Can you find a second academy that has a full soul sect team? Chu Qin chuckled and replied, Does this committee member think that a soul sect is the limit of elite soul masters? The soul sect is indeed not the limit. However, the competitors in the Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition cannot be over 25 years old. Can you find a Soul King under 25? Meng Xinji said coldly. What if I can find one? Chu Qin said with a smirk. Impossible. Bai Baoshan replied. If you can find a Soul King under 25, I. Just as Bai Baoshan was about to make a promise, Shueqinghe interrupted. All right, committee member Bai, don't be too impulsive. Reserve for the finals. Tianshui Academy, 6,300. Although she herself is a 25-year-old Soul Emperor, and the Spirit Hall has Soul Kings, Shueqinghe indeed does not believe that the Tiando Empire can find a Soul King. After all, she knows how good her resources are, innate soul power level 20, and a divine level 6-winged angel martial soul. Moreover, the genius of the Spirit Hall has been given so many high-quality resources that even the entire Tiando royal family might not be able to afford. However, at this moment, Shueqinghe has suddenly thought of something. Vice Dean Chu, Shueqinghe continued, How about this if you can find a team with a Soul King? I will explain to my father that the reserve spot for the royal fighting team can be given to them. I've been waiting for this sentence. Chu Qin secretly smiled in his heart. Then he turned to the little dance behind him and smiled slightly. Little Dance immediately understood Chu Qin's meaning. Sisters, open your soul rings. As soon as Little Dance's voice fell, 4 dazzling soul rings lit up beneath their enticing bodies, and except for Yi Lingling, all of their 4th soul rings were 10,000-year soul rings. What? Shueqinghe and Meng Xinji were both shocked. Little Dance, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing looked so young, yet they had all reached the soul sect level. Little Dance, you all introduce yourselves to His Highness. Little Dance, 44th level Soft Bone, Charm Rabbit Battle, Soul Sect. Ning Rongrong, 44th level 9 Treasure, Glazed Tile, Auxiliary System, Soul Sect. Zhu Zhuqing, 44th level Nether Cat Battle, Soul Sect. Ye Yingling, 42nd level Dragon Blood, Begonia, Auxiliary System, Soul Sect. Dugu Yin, 46th level Green Scale, Snake Battle, Soul Sect. Meng Yiran, 45th level Snake Staff Battle, Soul Sect. Meng Xinji and the others were frozen in place. This level configuration was even higher than the Royal Fighting Team. It should be noted that there is still some time before the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, and their levels can still improve. Especially since they all had 10,000-year soul rings beneath their feet. Yi Lingling, has your martial soul mutated? Ji Lin asked in surprise. Yes. Committee member Ji Lin, the honest Yi Lingling replied. It's the result of devouring a fairy herb. Fairy herb. Shui Qinghe and Meng Xinji were both shocked at the same time. Your Highness, what do you think? Is this team enough to replace the Royal Fighting Team and secure a spot in the finals? Chu Qin asked. No, Meng Xinji said decisively. Although it's a full soul sect, it doesn't have a soul king. Chu Qin's mouth curled slightly, and beneath his feet, 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black lit up after the simulation. So now, Chu Qin, level 54 God-killing spear battle soul king. Level 54. The expressions of Meng Xinji and the others froze. And Shui Qinghe also appeared somewhat surprised, but no one noticed the wicked smile that flashed across her face. An hour later, in the Heaven Do Grand Soul Arena. I didn't expect that we would directly advance to the finals. Xiaowu exclaimed joyfully, bouncing around. Xiaowu, this is just a promise made by the prince. We may not necessarily be guaranteed a spot. Zhu Qin replied. Ning Rongrong laughed and added. But thinking about Shui Qinghe's reaction when he saw that Chu Qin was a soul king, his face looked so long that I could laugh all day. It's mainly because Chu Qin concealed his strength. Meng Iran chimed in. If Shui Qinghe knew that Chu Qin was a soul sage, I wonder if he would be scared to death on the spot. Ha ha. The 6 girls laughed together. Even the usually aloof Zhu Qin couldn't hold back. All right, stop laughing. Chu Qin said. Chu Qin knew that the Qinglong team was very likely to be directly admitted. All of this was part of his plan. Even if Shui Qinghe didn't come to assist, Chu Qin would find a way to ensure Xiaowu and the others made it to the finals. Now, with Shui Qinghe helping him save so much trouble, what a great future wife he has. Xiaowu and Rong remain calm as always. Starting today, we will begin training for the Grand Soul Arena, Chu Qin said gently. Okay, the girls replied confidently. Meanwhile, in the Tiando Imperial Palace, the Emperor Shui Yi, clad in a crimson and gold robe, was playing chess with Ning Fengji. Your Majesty's chess skills are superb. I have lost again. Ning Fengti Siket. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty smiled. Sect Master Ning, don't think I can't see it. You are deliberately letting me win every time. Not at all. It's just that my chess skills are inferior to your Majesty, yes. Ning Fengji smiled. Sodto, Prince Shui Xing. Don't you think Sect Master Ning is letting me win? Shui Yi looked at Sodto and Prince Shui Xing beside him. Your Majesty's chess skills are exceptional. Sect Master Ning is indeed lacking. Shui Xing replied. Your Majesty, Sect Master Ning truly let you win. Douluo glanced at Ning Fengji and smiled back. Prince Shui Xing frowned slightly. Come, Sect Master Ning. Let us have a fair game. At this moment, Shui Qinghe approached. Uncle, teacher, I didn't expect you 3 to be here. Shui Qinghe smiled at Ning Fengji and the others. Qinghe, how did the matter I entrusted to you go? Shui Yi asked. Did you send Douluo Yin and Yi Lingling back to the Royal Academy? Shui Qinghe shook his head. Hearing this, Shui Yi's expression changed immediately. What did you say? Ning Fengji and Douluo exchanged glances, their brows furrowing. Father, don't be angry. Shui Qinghe replied. Although I didn't bring Douluo Yin and Yi Lingling back to the Royal Academy, I have good news. What good news? Shui Yi asked. I have found a team that can win a championship in the finals for you. Shui Qinghe smiled. Oh. Shui Yi raised an eyebrow. Next, Shui Qinghe recounted the encounters at Lamba Academy in detail. Soul King? Shui Yi said, slightly excited. Qinghe, does Lamba Academy really have a Soul King under 25? Ning Fengji and Sodto exchanged smiles, knowing that this person must undoubtedly be Chu Qin. Yes. Shui Qinghe nodded. Moreover, father, besides Chu Qin being a Soul King, what surprised me the most is that all members of the Qinglong team, except for Yi Lingling, have a full set of 10,000-year spirit rings. Upon hearing this, Shui Yi's eyes revealed a complex expression, a mix of excitement and unease. I heard not long ago that Lamba Academy won the invitation match against the Tiando Royal Academy. After a pause, Shui Yi said with slight joy, it seems that Lamba Academy is indeed hiding its strength. Father, I have already agreed to have the Qinglong team directly admitted to the finals. Seeing Shui Yi's happy expression, Shui Qinghe took the opportunity to say, What? Unexpectedly, Shui became angry again. Qinghe, are you confused? No matter how strong Lamba Academy is, the Tiando Royal Academy represents the royal face. If you admit Lamba Academy to the finals, what face does the royal family have? Please forgive me, father. Xue Qinghe immediately knelt down. Qinghe, you have gone too far. Prince Xue Xing also said, taking matters into your own hands and admitting Lamba Academy to the finals. Do you have ulterior motives? Hearing this, Ning Fengji spoke up. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. I believe that what the Crown Prince did is not wrong. With Yu Qianheng, Du Guyan, and Yi Lingling leaving one after another from the Tiando Royal Academy, it shows that the Tiando Royal Academy has poor discipline. If we allow the royal fighting team to be directly admitted to the finals under such circumstances, losing in the arena would be too embarrassing. Wouldn't it damage the prestige of our Tiando Empire? Upon hearing this, Xue Xing frowned tightly, as the person in charge of the Tiando Royal Academy was him. Shui, hearing Ning Fengji's words, softened slightly. Sect Master Ning, what do you think? To speak frankly, Your Majesty, I know Lamba Academy very well. My daughter Rong Rong is one of the members of the Qinglong team. What? Sect Master Ning's beloved daughter is in the Qinglong team? Shui was slightly surprised. Indeed, Ning Fengji replied. Moreover, the captain of the Qinglong team, Chu Qin, has a close relationship with me. Shui immediately felt relieved. Since Chu Qin had a close relationship with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it indicated that he would definitely support the Tiando Empire. And he even thought that the latter might join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which was considered a force of the royal family. Sect Master Ning, please continue. Shui said, this Chu Qin has extremely strong talent. Ning Fengji continued, I believe that the champion of this advanced Soul Master Elite competition will undoubtedly belong to the Qinglong team. When the Qinglong wins the championship, it will not only showcase the prestige of the Tiando Empire, but also allow the citizens to feel that Your Majesty is magnanimous, granting the admission spots based on strength rather than personal motives. Your Majesty, you cannot. Xue Xing quickly replied. After all, the Qinglong team belongs to Lamba Academy. Shui pondered for a moment and then said, how about this? Change Lamba Academy to the Royal Qinglong Academy and grant the Qinglong team admission spots. Your Majesty is wise. Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe said simultaneously. Shui Ye's move was brilliant. It would make outsiders think that the Qinglong team was a royal academy while greatly increasing their chances of winning. Only Prince Xue Xing revealed a trace of a sinister expression. Not long after, at the Tiando Imperial Palace, in the Crown Prince's residence, Your Highness the Saintess, how could you agree to admit the Qinglong team to the finals? Why does the Tiando Empire have such a young soul king? An old man asked Xue Qinghe. We at the Wuhuan Temple are completely unaware. Xue Qinghe shook her head, appearing absent-minded. In her heart, she was still reminiscing about Chu Qin's face, which left her somewhat unsettled. Should we inform the Wuhuan Temple about this? The old man continued otherwise. I am worried that there might be unexpected changes in this advanced Soul Master Elite competition. Unexpected changes would be good. I have long suspected that this Chu Qin is extraordinary. Xue Qinghe said with a smirk. This time, the representative team of the Wuhuan Temple is that woman's disciple. If she loses in the advanced Soul Master Elite competition, that woman will definitely lose face. Isn't that exactly what I want to see? The Porcupine Douluo. There is no need to tell the Wuhuan Temple about Chu Qin. However, you go find someone to investigate his background. Understood. In the Tiando Imperial capital, at the Grand Soul Arena. The Grand Soul Arena is a unique coliseum of the Douluo continent. It is similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum, but here, the duel is not between humans and beasts, but between humans. At this moment, inside a ring of the Grand Soul Arena, the circular spectator stand can accommodate 2,000 people and is already filled to capacity. Various shouts and screams echoed like thunder. Next up, the Fierce Fire Team and the Qinglong team will take the stage. The Fierce Fire Team is a full Soul Emperor team that has already achieved 6 consecutive victories this month, while the Qinglong team is a newly formed team. Will the Fierce Fire Team continue its legend, or will the Qinglong team rise as a dark horse? Let us wait and see. Under the microphone of the host, the audience's enthusiasm rose even higher, and the cheers for the Fire Squad seemed to be quite high. Various shouts like fire, fire, and passionate as fire. When a fire comes out, nothing grows. Keep ringing out. Amidst the cheers, a group of youths with chamade hairstyles confidently stepped onto the stage. On the side of Chu Qin, the attention is pitifully low. Because they are all wearing full-face masks, their stunning looks cannot be revealed. Oomph. A group of Soul Master teams has taken all our limelight, Xiaowu said indignantly. Exactly. Ning Rongrong pouted. What a bunch of ignorant guys. Xiaowu Rongrong, after all. We just arrived. Chu Qin smiled calmly and said, soon, let this group see what it means to be at the peak upon entering the stage. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. Under the gaze of the crowd, the two teams stepped onto the stage. Oh, where did this group of little brothers and sisters come from? Before the match even started, the captain of the fire squad, Huolai, couldn't help but mock. In his eyes, this battle had no suspense. In the eyes of the strong, there are no weaklings. You are the small one. Your whole family is small. Ning Rongrong immediately retorted upon hearing this. For some reason, she couldn't stand others calling her small. TSK, this little sister is quite a big mouth. Huolai said with a sly smirk, just a bit flat-chested. Say that again. Ning Rongrong said angrily. Don't be mad, little sister. Huolai laughed at your age. It's fine to be flat-chested. After all, no one wants you anyway. Ning Rongrong was instantly furious, but was pulled back by Meng Yiran. Xiaowu's eyes turned cold as she glared at Huolai, filled with anger. Ning Rongrong is her best sister. Chu Qin remained silent for the moment, because mere words cannot make people remember. At this time, the reckless Huolai turned to Zhu Qin, who indeed had a rather large chest. Hearing this, the 6 members of the Killing Mat team nearby couldn't help but snicker secretly. Huolai was naturally a shameless person. Cough, cough. The beautiful female commentator beside them couldn't take it anymore, cleared her throat, and announced, the match begins. As soon as the commentator's voice fell, a pink figure from the Qinglong team dashed out, leaping 3 meters with long, beautiful legs, delivering a straight kick to Huolai's neck. The one who struck was Xiaowu. Little sister, what if I let you hit me a couple of times? Huolai chuckled, standing still. However, in the next moment, the reckless Huolai finally learned how to write the word death. As Xiaowu's kick landed on Huolai's neck, it instantly unleashed a tremendous force, sending the 2-meter-tall Huolai flying with his neck twisted, crashing down at the edge of the arena. At this moment, the other members of the fire team and the audience below fell into silence, their mouths agape. What just happened? Xiaowu kicked Huolai away with just one leg. Not only that, but Xiaowu chose to pursue the attack, darting like a pink lightning bolt to Huolai's front, lifting his legs with both hands and spinning rapidly in place. Boss! The members of the fire team finally reacted and rushed towards Xiaowu. However, as soon as they moved, Chu Qin had already appeared before them, and in the next moment, his palms struck like a swift wind, sending all 6 of them flying off the stage. Chu Qin still couldn't hold back. The Flame Battle team actually dared to tease his woman in front of him. However, Chu Qin didn't care at all. With a Soul Master Battle team like this, apart from Ning Rongrong, any of his women could probably take on 7 of them, which really wouldn't have any training effect. At the same time, Xiaowu also threw down the Fire Phoenix, which she had spun nearly 100 times in her hand. Off the stage, it fell heavily to the ground, spewing white foam and blood from its mouth. Chu Qin and Xiaowu moved at lightning speed, and the audience felt as if the moment the host shouted for the match to begin, the fire team had already been completely defeated. By the time they reacted, thunderous applause erupted. The fire team was defeated in an instant, and by 2 members of the Azure Dragon team? My goodness, what is the background of this Azure Dragon team? Xiaowu, thank you. Ning Rongrong said as she walked over to Xiaowu. Who are we to each other? Xiaowu smiled back and asked, so, you're not angry anymore, right? Ning Rongrong nodded with a smile. At that moment, the host finally reacted and shouted loudly, congratulations, the Azure Dragon team wins. It seems that this team competition in the Great Soul Arena is much easier than I imagined. Everyone keep up the good work. Chu Qin said with a smile at the girls. For the next month, Chu Qin would take the Azure Dragon team to compete at the Great Soul Arena every day. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and Chu Qin and the others were just 1 match away from qualifying for the Golden Soul. At this time, in a closed room within the Great Soul Arena, a middle-aged man reported to the supervisor, boss, the Azure Dragon team has achieved 30 consecutive victories. He complained. During this time, those wealthy patrons have placed heavy bets on the Azure Dragon team. If this continues, our Great Soul Arena will be closing down. Damn it, the old man said angrily. Have you figured out the background of this Azure Dragon team? No way. The middle-aged man shook his head. These people are too mysterious. Have the teams we invite arrived? The old man paused and frowned. They've arrived. They're the Golden Soul team from the Heavenly Water Great Soul Arena. The Ice Phoenix team from Tian Shui Academy. The middle-aged man replied. Tian Shui Academy. Is that the all-female Tian Shui Academy? The old man's expression stiffened. That's right. The middle-aged man replied. There's no way, supervisor. In the entire Tiando Empire, only Tian Shui Academy stands out among the common folk. The other academies are not short of money. It was incredibly difficult for us to invite this Tian Shui Academy. But don't worry, supervisor. Although it's an all-female team, they haven't lost a single match since entering the Great Soul Arena. Moreover, the middle-aged man lowered his voice and said to the old man, "All right, let us go with them." The old man said with a smirk, "Bet 5 million gold soul coins on them. I want to win back everything I lost at once." Yes, at the main venue of the Great Soul Arena, the atmosphere was boiling. Coming up soon is the greatest dark horse in the history of the Great Soul Arena, the Azure Dragon team, and their opponent, known as the strongest female team in the history of the Great Soul Arena, the Ice Phoenix team. Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon. As the name of the Azure Dragon team was heard, the audience erupted. Compared to a month ago, the Azure Dragon team had gained immense fame. For in this past month, the Azure Dragon team had been unstoppable, delivering too many shocks and miracles. They entered the arena at their peak. On the other hand, the Ice Phoenix team came from Tian Shui City and was not well known in Tiando City. Moreover, up to now, apart from Yi Lingling and Chu Qin revealing their martial soul rings, the other 5 had not shown their soul rings. It was no wonder. The Great Soul Arena was a place where life and death were at stake, and, generally, soul masters above the Soul King level had extraordinary status and wouldn't come here. Therefore, it was very difficult for Chu Qin and the others to reveal their full strength. The Ice Phoenix team? Hearing this name, Chu Qin's pupils shrank slightly as he looked towards the opposite platform. They're all women too. Meng Yuran exclaimed in surprise. There across from them appeared 7 beautiful figures. These 7 not only had tall and exquisite figures, but also exuded an indescribable aura. Even though their faces were covered by masks, one could still tell that their looks were extraordinary. Of course, the 7 were slightly inferior to Ning Rongrong and the others. Perhaps only the woman standing in the middle could be compared to Chu Qin's 6 women. This woman's figure was not particularly tall, but her temperament was extraordinary, and her body proportions were perfect. She had a proud chest, a curvy waist, and a beautiful silhouette. She wore a light blue long dress, with 2 slender legs exposed, looking flawless, while her stockings added a touch of allure, especially her eyes, which were a light blue, sparkling like sapphires. "Hello." At this moment, the woman in the middle walked forward and politely smiled at Chu Qin, captain of the Ice Phoenix team, Shui Binger. Shui Binger indeed. Hearing this, Chu Qin smiled even more. Captain of the Azure Dragon team, Yu Mian Qinglong. Shui Binger nodded gently and returned to her team, while Chu Qin also walked to the center of the Azure Dragon team. "Sisters," Shui Binger said, "we must win this battle. We must win." The other members of the Tian Shui team nodded, and then their soul rings lit up. All rings were yellow and purple. It is worth mentioning that the Great Soul Arena is different from the elite competition for high-level soul masters. There is no age limit. Therefore, this Tian Shui team is naturally different from the team participating in the elite competition. Besides Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and Xiaowu, the other 4 members were graduates from the previous generation of Tian Shui Academy. This battle is the most interesting one in this past month. Chu Qin said with a smile, "Lingling, Rongrong, you 2 step back. Yin Yin in the center, Zhu Qing and Xiaowu, you remain as the main output." In this month, they had only encountered small fry, and the improvement in coordination among Xiaowu and the others was minimal. Therefore, Chu Qin would not miss this opportunity. Yes, the girls responded and arranged themselves in a 3-1-3 formation. "Open soul rings," Chu Qin said with a smirk. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu and the others simultaneously activated their martial soul rings. Except for Yi Lingling, who had 2 yellow and 2 purple rings, the others all had 2 yellow, 1 purple and 1 black. What? The audience and the Tian Shui team were stunned at the first sight of the Azure Dragon team's soul ring configuration, especially the 4th 10,000-year soul ring, which they had never seen before. Moreover, now so many 10,000-year soul rings appeared simultaneously. Everyone was simply dumbfounded. "It seems our opponent is very strong, but we can't lose." Shui Binger frowned slightly, but still calmly said, "Let us take the initiative." Shrek Academy has arrived. 8,400 words. First soul skill. Ice Seal. The moment Shui Binger's melodious voice fell, the Azure Dragon team's front row members, Xiaowu, Zhu Qin, and Meng Yuran were simultaneously covered in ice crystals and directly frozen by Shui Binger. At the same time, Shui Binger's second soul ring lit up, and all members of the Ice Phoenix team were covered in a layer of blue armor. So strong. Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Shui Binger can freeze the opponent and enhance her teammates' attributes? Immediately after, Shui Yuer, along with two other agile attack-type team members, Yu Shuang and Yu Ling, charged toward Xiaowu and the others like a blue lightning bolt, aiming to strike first. However, they overlooked the presence of Duguyan. As Duguyan's third soul ring lit up, some purple toxins immediately enveloped Shui Yuer and the others. Be careful. Shui Yuer was slightly startled and immediately dodged Duguyan's attack. At the same time, Xiaowu, Zhu Qin, and Meng Yiran also used their soul power to break free from Shui Binger's freezing. The Nine Treasure turned to Glorious Glass. First said, Speed. The Nine Treasure turned to Glorious Glass. Second said, Soul Power. Dragon Blood Enhancement. Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling immediately seized the opportunity to use the Nine Treasure Glaze Tile and the enhancement of Dragon Blood. Under the boost from Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling, Xiaowu and the other three women's speed reached its peak, turning from defense to offense as they launched an attack on Shui Yuer and her companions. Water God Spirit. First Soul Skill, Water God's Blessing. Ice God Spirit. First Soul Skill, Ice God's Blessing. At the same moment, behind Shui Binger, two members of the Ice Phoenix team raised their blue staves, which shone with light, and 6 blue beams of light surged into Shui Yuer and her companions. The Water God Staff and Ice God Staff are clearly two types of support-type martial souls. Although they are not as strong as Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling's boosts, the two support-type soul masters from the Ice Phoenix team are older, with soul power reaching level 46, 2 levels higher than Xiaowu and 4 levels higher than Yi Lingling. Therefore, under their simultaneous enhancement, Shui Yuer and her companion speed was no weaker than that of Xiaowu and her group. Duguyan and Shui Binger were of comparable strength. Although the latter had weaker soul power than the former, the Ice Phoenix was a top-tier beast martial soul, while Duguyan's Green Scale Serpent had not yet evolved into the Green Scale Serpent King, making it inferior in quality to the Ice Phoenix. As a result, the two teams were evenly matched for the time being. 10 enchanting women fought fiercely on the stage, making the audience below feel their blood boiling. The commentator became more and more excited, to the point of almost losing breath. Sisters, it seems we can't hold back any longer. Xiaowu, as the true captain, smiled slightly. Good. Zhu Qin and Meng Yiran nodded simultaneously. Fourth Soul Skill, Invincible Body. Fourth Soul Skill, Netherworld 100 Prison Slash. Fourth Soul Skill, Spirit Serpent Seeking Holes. At the same moment, the fourth 10,000-year soul ring of Xiaowu, Zhu Qin, and Meng Yiran lit up. In an instant, 3 brilliant black lights illuminated the entire arena, and the 3 women charged toward Shui Yuer and her companions like snakes, rabbits, and cats. If we talk about where Xiaowu and the others have the advantage, it is definitely the 10,000-year soul rings. With the support of the 10,000-year soul rings, the 3 women's attack and speed have increased by more than double. Not good, Shui Yuer exclaimed, knowing they could not withstand this move. Yuer, come back. Shui Binger frowned and then turned to Shuewu behind her. Shuewu, get ready. Hearing this, Shuewu immediately nodded and began to dance in place. At the same time, Shui Binger's third soul ring lit up and the third soul skill, Anti-Ice Ring, activated. At that moment, the 2 support-type soul masters from the Ice Phoenix team directed their attribute boosts towards Shui Binger. Under this enhancement, a huge ice ring appeared under Shui Binger's feet, and the attacks from Xiaowu, Zhu Qin, and Meng Yiran were briefly deflected by this ice ring. This Ice Phoenix team is incredibly agile. Yes, 3 10,000-year soul skills, didn't he immediately defeat the opponent? Chu Qin also nodded slightly. Indeed, compared to the well-trained team from Shrek Academy, Xiaowu and her 3 companions lacked some synergy and cooperation. Moreover, Chu Qin looked at the dancing Shuewu. He knew that Shui Binger was still hiding a killing move. However, Chu Qin could not intervene. This was still the Tianshui battle team, and Xiaowu and her friends had to overcome this challenge if they wanted to win the championship of the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. Sure enough, after knocking Xiaowu and the others away, 4 soul rings simultaneously lit up beneath Shui Binger's feet. Following that, she made a gorgeous turn and stood back-to-back with Shuewu. Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Ice and Snow Falling. As this move was unleashed, the vast arena of the soul fighting field was instantly shrouded in ice, and snowflakes began to fall within the arena. Seeing the scene, Not only the onlookers, but also Xiaowu and the 6 girls were taken aback. Everyone gathered together. Xiaowu immediately ordered, and, at the same time, Douluo Yin's 4th soul ring lit up, activating her 4th soul skill, Blue-Scaled Serpent's Blessing. A giant blue-scaled serpent coiled around, protecting Xiaowu and the other 3 within its body. At that moment, the seemingly gentle snowflakes suddenly burst forth with sharp cold light, resembling blades, and began to strike down towards the blue-scaled serpent. At this moment, a crisp sound like metal clashing could be heard. Douluo Yin struggled to support the blue-scaled serpent, and it seemed very strenuous. The falling snowflakes appeared to be extremely powerful. Ning Rongrong immediately cast an attribute enhancement on Douluo Yin, but even so, the coiling blue-scaled serpent gradually became illusory. Qinglong Battle Team. At this moment, seeing the Qinglong Battle Team in trouble, Shui Binger gently spoke, "I'm sorry, I had no choice. We have reasons we must win. If you admit defeat now, I won't harm you." Shui Binger was indeed a kind person. Chu Qin thought to himself, "Wait, why did she say there are reasons they must win? Who knows who will win or lose?" Xiaowu replied, "She has always been the type who refuses to admit defeat. How could she possibly surrender?" "Exactly," Ning Rongrong chimed in. "Until the end, the outcome is uncertain." As she spoke, Ning Rongrong cast a pitiful glance at Chu Qin. Her eyes were clear. "Chu Qin, help us. We don't want to lose." Chu Qin only returned her smile. Seeing that Chu Qin was indifferent, Ning Rongrong shot back an unhappy glance. What to do? Shui Binger thought to herself. Once the Ice Phoenix activates, they will definitely be hurt. But alas, after a struggle in her mind, a cold Ice Phoenix lit up behind her, and her source power began to infuse into the martial soul fusion technique. In the next moment, under the condensation of Shui Binger's soul power, all the snowflakes gathered at a visible speed, ultimately forming a huge Ice Phoenix in the sky. At the same time, the temperature on the arena suddenly dropped, and the hair of Xiaowu and the others was covered with a layer of visible frost. "It's the Ice Phoenix. What skill is this?" The spectators were all astonished. "Qinglong Battle Team, I ask you one more time. Do you concede?" Shui Binger asked. "Sigh, it seems that Xiaowu and the others have reached their limit." Chu Qin finally sighed, and then a green light quietly blossomed from his fist. In the next instant, the Ice Phoenix above them suddenly shattered, turning into countless ice shards. At the same time, a dazzling brilliance surged from Chu Qin's body. The light was so bright that everyone couldn't help but cover their eyes. When they reacted, the 7 members of the Ice Phoenix battle team had already disbanded their martial soul rings and were kneeling on the ground. What happened? How did the Ice Phoenix battle team lose? At this moment, the Ice Phoenix battle team looked completely astonished, as just moments ago, they felt as if time had stopped, and a green shadow flashed before them, causing all their martial soul rings to disband. Only Shui Binger was staring intently in Chu Qin's direction. She was always meticulous, and although everyone else hadn't noticed, she saw Chu Qin's palm radiating a strange light, and then the Ice Phoenix battle team lost. At this moment, Chu Qin was smiling as he looked at Shui Bing. What just happened? The host was also shocked and stunned in place, and when he reacted and picked up the amplification soul tool to shout loudly, he asked, "How did the Ice Phoenix battle team suddenly fall to the ground?" "Referee, we lost." Shui Binger stared at Chu Qin for a few seconds before turning to the host, her words filled with unwillingness and helplessness, instantly breaking her martial soul fusion technique. How strong must one be to do that? This jade-faced Qinglong is hiding so deeply. Hearing this, the other members of Shrek Academy had red eyes. "Concede? Fine, congratulations to the Qinglong battle team for winning this match." Moreover, with the continuous victory points accumulated by the Qinglong battle team, they smoothly advanced to the Golden Fighting Soul team. "Qinglong! Qinglong!" After a brief silence, the audience erupted in cheers and applause thundered, detected that the Qinglong battle team has advanced to the Golden Fighting Soul team, gained 100 favorability from the goddess Shui Binger, and obtained the Cold Ice Sword Soul Bone. At the same time, the system prompts sounded. Before long, in the resting room of the Great Fighting Soul Arena, Ning Rongrong excitedly held the golden trophy as she walked in. "Chu Qin, we have qualified for the Golden Fighting Soul team," Ning Rongrong said with a smile. "Does that mean we don't have to train anymore?" "What do you think, Rongrong?" Before Chu Qin could speak, Xiaowu, sitting at the table, said first. If it weren't for Chu Qin's intervention just now, we would have lost. It was obvious that Xiaowu's words carried some unwillingness. "From today on, I will work even harder." Zhu Qin pouted, very unwilling to admit defeat. Xiaowu, Chu Qin, you shouldn't say that. Chu Qin gently patted their heads and smiled. You all saw just now. The Ice Phoenix battle team had many soul masters over 30 years old. How old are you? Losing is normal. Moreover, you have worked very hard this month. Don't overexert yourselves. All right, Chu Qin, you have a point. Xiaowu finally smiled and nodded. Chu Qin, no matter what, our training this month can be considered complete. Douluo Yin spoke up. Can we prepare for the celebration banquet now? Yes, barbecue, barbecue. Ning Rong said excitedly. All right, we will prepare a barbecue feast tonight. Chu Qin nodded while hugging them. You wait for me here for a moment. I have something to do. I'll step out for a bit. Okay. After saying that, Chu Qin walked out of the resting room alone and went to a secluded corner, where Douluo's figure appeared. Douluo, have you found out why Shui Academy came to the Tiando Great Fighting Soul Arena? Chu Qin asked. Just now. Shui Binger said she had a compelling reason to win, and Chu Qin was very puzzled. So he asked Douluo to investigate secretly. My subordinate has heard. Douluo replied. It was the supervisor A.O. Ba of the Tiando Great Fighting Soul Arena who spent a lot of money to invite them over. And it seems that Shui Academy has encountered some changes. They recruited commoners, which has aroused hostility from some noble academies, so they urgently need money. Chu Qin suddenly realized that no matter which world it is, commoners will never be able to compete with nobles. Moreover, it seems they have been manipulated by the Great Soul Arena and have signed some kind of treaty, putting them in a very difficult situation. What treaty? Chu Qin continued to frown. This subordinate does not know. Douluo shook his head. All right, I understand. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin immediately had a plan in mind. If it weren't for the overwhelming prominence of the Azure Dragon battle team, Shui Binger wouldn't have been invited here to set up a trap. Moreover, Shui Binger is his wife. This matter is under Chu Qin's control. In the Heavenly Fight Great Soul Arena, in a luxurious suite. Losing means losing. 5 million gold soul coins. The old man known as A.O. Ba angrily flipped the table in front of him. Director, please calm down. A middle-aged man tremblingly knelt on the ground. Calm down. Calm your damn anger. A.O. Ba furiously said, Li Sai, what did you tell me? You said the Heavenly Water Academy has a martial soul fusion skill. Said they would definitely win. Director, I didn't know either. Li Sai replied at that last moment. No one knew what happened on the arena. My subordinates were blameless. If there's a mistake, it's with the Heavenly Water Academy. By the way, Director A.O., the Heavenly Water Academy signed a contract with us. If they lose, they will all stay behind and serve you as slaves. Li Sai seemed to think of something and smiled faintly. What use do I have for them? A.O. Ba angrily said. These women from the Heavenly Water Academy all look very charming, and each one is as beautiful as jade. If we secretly sell them to the royal relatives and dignitaries in the palace, think about it. A soul master-level Azure girl must be worth a considerable fortune. Interesting. A.O. Ba's lips curled, his lustful thoughts rising. Take me to see if this batch of goods is worth 5 million gold soul coins. At that moment, in a closed room of the Great Soul Arena. I'm sorry, everyone. It's my fault that you got involved. Shui Binger said apologetically to the other members of the Heavenly Water team. Binger, this isn't your fault. Coming to this Great Soul Arena was something we decided together. Yuling replied. But do we really have to sell ourselves to the Great Soul Arena? These bastards actually tampered with the contract. Xiaowu angrily said. Selling ourselves to the Great Soul Arena means we have to stay here for life, competing for them. Shui Yuer frowned. Yuer, you're too naive. Yu Shuang sighed. That Li Sai has a naturally despicable demeanor. He won't let us go easily. Why don't we run? Shui Binger shook her head and sighed. The guards outside are 2 soul emperors. We can't escape. Moreover, if Shui and Ro are still in their hands. For now, we can only stall them. The Soul Emperor from the Heavenly Fight Royal Academy, Nan Fangong, is an old acquaintance of our teacher. We need to find a way to contact him. Director, they're all inside. Just then, a lewd voice came from outside the door. Following that, A.O. Ba and Li Sai walked in from outside. Upon seeing these two, Shui Binger and the others immediately became alert. A.O. Ba, upon seeing the beauty of Shui Binger and the others, immediately felt his anger dissipate significantly. You must be the Ice Phoenix battle team, right? A.O. Ba asked with a sly smile. Yes. Shui Binger nodded. A.O. Ba said angrily, do you know that I've wagered 5 million gold soul coins on you? I didn't expect you to lose to the Azure Dragon battle team. How do you plan to compensate for this 5 million? Jita Douluo, Shui Binger said coldly. The 5 million is your wager. It has nothing to do with us. We agreed beforehand that if we win, we can earn 1 million gold soul coins. If we lose, If you lose, then you sell yourselves, right? AO boss said coldly, then sell yourselves. You clearly said that if we lose, there would be no compensation. Selling ourselves was your manipulation. Shui Yue shouted angrily. You shameless scoundrel. Once we get out of here, we will definitely expose the dark side of your great soul arena. Don't speak carelessly. AO boss said, taking out the contract. This is written in black and white. Shui Yue couldn't bear it anymore. She reached out to tear the contract, but as soon as she moved, AO Ba's hand tightly gripped hers. Upon seeing this, Shui Binger and the others were furious and wanted to confront AO Ba. However, in the next moment, AO Ba's 7 soul rings lit up, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 2 black. It turned out that AO Ba was a soul sage. With the power of a soul sage unleashed, Shui Binger and the others were repelled. Did you think you could run a great soul arena in Heavenly Fight City without strength? AO Ba said with a cold smile. You little soul masters should just stop humiliating yourselves in front of me. Hearing this, Shui Binger and the others showed despair and withdrew their attacking motions. Their strength was utterly insignificant in front of Soul Sage. You're the captain, right? Seeing the women submit, AO Ba smiled proudly and looked at Shui Binger. Yes. Shui Binger nodded with a pale face. Very well, I give you 2 choices. AO Ba replied. First, sell yourselves. Second, suffer torture. Then sell yourselves. Shui Binger bit her lip, her eyes reddening, unable to speak. Seeing this, AO Ba gently squeezed his hand, and Shui Yue immediately let out a sharp, tragic scream. I'll be a shuklad softly. Stop. Shui Binger gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening. We choose the first option. Very well. AO Ba smirked, releasing Shui Yue, and then said lewdly, now strip off your clothes. What? Upon hearing this, Shui Binger and the others all became furious. Who the hell are you people? AO Ba seemed unconcerned with their anger. Do you know what selling yourselves means? It means everything about you is now mine. I need to check whether any of you have been defiled. The royal relatives cannot have women who have been sullied. Shui Binger and the others trembled. They understood the meaning of his words, their eyes reddening. They were all geniuses. How could they endure such humiliation? Hurry up, or do you want to make a move? AO Ba said coldly with a smile. I know your mentor is a soul emperor, but just a mere soul emperor is nothing in my eyes. So, don't think anyone will come to save you. From now on, this will be your nest. You will never think of leaving. Oh, a soul sage is impressive. Just then, a crisp voice echoed behind AO Ba. AO Ba and Li Datsai were startled and turned around, only to see an old man and a young man who had appeared behind them. And these two were none other than Chu Qin and Du Gubo. Shui Binger and the others looked at Chu Qin and Du Gubo in surprise. Especially Shui Binger, whose eyes were filled with excitement. AO Ba glanced at the 2 soul emperors lying at the door in shock, terrified. Who are you, daring to cause trouble here? However, Chu Qin ignored his words, glancing slightly, and Du Gubo immediately understood, conjuring a jade bead in his palm. Diamond Lion, possess. AO Ba was surprised, but immediately summoned his martial soul. However, he only saw Du Gubo smiling faintly, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings lighting up. Title Douluo. Shui Binger and the others were shocked, and AO Ba gulped, quickly saying, Your Highness, I don't know where I offended you. I hope Your Highness will spare my life. Du Gubo smiled funny, and a shadow of a green-scaled snake rushed out from his palm. The speed of that green-scaled snake was extremely fast, instantly breaking through AO Ba's protective soul force, killing him on the spot. At the same time, Li Datsai also died. A soul sage was simply no match for a title Douluo. Seeing this scene, Shui Binger and the others were all taken aback, their expressions complex as they looked at Chu Qin and Du Gubo, unsure of what to do. This man seems to have some kind of attraction to me, Shui Binger thought to herself. You don't need to be afraid. Chu Qin spoke up. We are here to save you. Save us? Xiaowu and the others looked at Chu Qin with some surprise. Who are you? Holding back her inner excitement, Shui Binger asked Chu Qin and Du Gubo. Shui Binger was very shocked. A title Douluo would actually come save them. Binger. At that moment, Xiao Ruoshui and Yu Heru walked in from outside. Ruoshui Heru. Seeing their teammates safe, Shui Binger and the others finally felt relieved. Xiao Ruoshui and Yu Heru first looked surprised at the fallen AO Ba, then asked Shui Binger and the others, Binger, are you all okay? We are fine. Shui Binger shook her head. Ruoshui, Heru, could it be that these 2 benefactors were invited by you? Xiao Ruoshui shook her head. We were also saved by young Master Chu and Lord Dugu. Upon hearing this, Shui Bing'er and the others gratefully approached Chu Qin and Douluo, thanking them for their rescue. As they spoke, they were about to kneel down. However, as soon as their knees bent, Douluo's soul power swept over them, making it impossible for them to kneel. There's no need to kneel, Chu Qin said. It's just a small effort, not worth mentioning. No, Xiaowu shook her head. If it weren't for the young master and lord, we would have. As Xiaowu thought about it, her delicate body trembled, feeling a bit scared. Everyone, it's not suitable to stay here for long. Chu Qin smiled and said, let's leave here first, and then I'll explain everything to you slowly. After saying that, Chu Qin led them to a nearby tavern. After an in-depth conversation, Chu Qin asked, since you were talented students from Shrek Academy, how did you end up at the Tiando Great Soul Arena? Was it a trap by Ao Ba? Young Master Chu, this is a long story. Shui Bing Ezite. Because our Shrek Academy has always been open to commoners, we have been oppressed by those high-threshold, noble academies. Our original academy was designed by evildoers and taken over. Our mentor led us to want to rebuild the academy, but rebuilding requires a large amount of funds, so we came to the Great Soul Arena. Shui Bing Ezite, coincidentally. Li Datsai of the Tiando Great Soul Arena spent a lot of money to hire a battle team, saying he wanted to defeat the Qinglong battle team. So we came here. Unexpectedly, Sai. The girls all sighed repeatedly. You are so foolish, Chu Qin said, almost risking yourselves for this little bit of funding. Chu Qin was heartbroken. His own wife, almost costing him everything over such a trivial matter. We never expected that Ao Ba would be so vicious. Shui Bing'er lowered her head in shame, tears unable to hold back. Seeing this, Chu Qin felt even more heartbroken and took out a handkerchief to hand to Shui Bing'er. Thank you, young Master Chu. Shui Bing'er took the handkerchief and wiped her tears. What do you plan to do in the future? Chu Qin continued to ask. We will continue to raise funds, Shui Bing'er said with determination in her eyes. The Shrek Academy must not be destroyed by us. Hearing this, Chu Qin took out a gold card from the soul guide container. This card contained 1 million gold soul coins. You can take this and use it. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu, Shui Yiwer, and the others were all taken aback. No, young Master Chu, we can't accept this money. Shui Bing'er paused and declined. You have saved our lives, and we are already immensely grateful. If we take your money, we will feel uneasy in our hearts. We will think of another way for the funding. The girls replied in unison. Hearing this, Chu Qin's mouth slightly curved into a smile. I know you urgently need this funding, otherwise you wouldn't be so anxious. Take it. Consider a compensation for me. Huh? Compensation for us? Shui Bing'er was slightly taken aback. To be honest, I am the captain of the Qinglong battle team. Chu Qin smiled slightly. You were defeated by me, and I cut off your financial resources, which also implicated you. Shui Bing'er and the others were stunned for a moment. Then Shui Bing'er quickly said, So you're the jade-faced Qinglong. No wonder I found you somewhat familiar. However, it is indeed our lack of skill. How can we say you implicated us? Yes. Xiaowu and Shui Yiwer nodded in agreement. Then how about this? Seeing Shui Bing'er and the others so persistent, Chu Qin smiled slightly. This money. I will lend to you Shrek Academy. When you have the funds, you can return it to me. It's not too late. Shui Bing'er and the others immediately fell into hesitation and contemplation. In the end, Shui Bing'er nodded. Then I will write you an IOU. No need for the IOU. Chu Qin shook his head. Just remember it. Young Master Chu, great kindness is hard to repay, Shui Bing'er said seriously to Chu Qin. But I have one thing I don't understand. Why do you want to help us? In fact, Chu Qin felt a bit guilty for defeating the Shui battle team. But that reason couldn't stand. After all, this was 1 million gold soul coins. Is there a need for a reason to do good deeds? Chu Qin smiled lightly. You should quickly take the gold soul coins and go rebuild the academy. Thank you, young Master Chu, the girls said in unison. Douluo, please escort Shui Bing'er and the others safely back to Shrek Academy. Chu Qin turned to Douluo and said, also, resolve the troubles of Shrek Academy completely before coming back. Eliminate those who need to be eliminated. Yes, Douluo nodded gently. Upon hearing this, Shui Bing'er and the others were deeply moved. With Douluo, the title Douluo, around, their great revenge against Shrek Academy would surely be achieved. After speaking, Chu Qin smiled slightly and was about to get up and leave. Young Master Chu, may I ask your identity? Shui Bing'er called out to stop Chu Qin. Lanba Academy, Vice President. Chu Qin replied with a smile. Shui Bing'er, if you are willing, you can come to Lanba Academy to find me. Upon hearing this, Shui Bing'er's heart raced. At that moment, she really wanted to agree to stay with Chu Qin. However, Shui Binger knew she had to first deliver the funds back to Tian Shui Academy. Chu Qin did not deliberately try to keep Shui Binger. After all, that would only make Xiaowu and the others think he had ulterior motives. However, Chu Qin was sure that Shui Binger would definitely come and find him. Seeing Chu Qin's departing figure, Shui Binger and the others were all extremely grateful. They knew they would never forget Chu Qin in their lifetimes. 3 days later, at the entrance of Lamba Academy, under the scorching sun, a group of people was walking side by side towards Lamba Academy. They were both old and young, about 10 people in total. These 10 were the Shrek Academy mentors led by Flander and Zhao Wujin, along with Dai Mubai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and another middle-aged man with a crew cut. This middle-aged man was none other than Xiaojiang. Tiando City is really big, Oscar exclaimed. He had never been to such a bustling and lively city in his life. Hey, I wonder if the girls here are pretty. After seeing so many long legs on the way, I can hardly suppress my lecherous thoughts, Ma Hongjun said with a sly smile. Upon hearing this, Flander couldn't help but roll his eyes at Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun, we are newcomers. You better behave yourself. If you embarrass me in front of the dean of Lamba Academy, be careful I confiscate your tools for venting your desires. Ma Hongjun immediately tensed up and obediently shut his mouth. Tang San, what's wrong? You seem a bit down, Flander asked as he looked at Tang San beside him. Dean, why do we have to come to Lamba Academy? Tang San asked. Weren't you all saying you wanted to participate in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition? Flander replied. But why do we have to come to Lamba Academy? Tang San frowned. That's right, Dean. Why not go to the Xingluo Royal Academy that I recommended? I have connections. Dai Mubai Gaim Dean. Tang San and Dai Mubai knew that the people they disliked were at Lamba Academy. Chu Qin and the others were all here. Not to mention that Flander had started to say something, but glanced at Yu Xiaojiang and hesitated. Tang San, Zai Mubai. Yu Xiaojiang spoke up. I know that you have always held a grudge against Chu Qin, but isn't this due to your jealousy? Chu Qin has a higher talent than you, better relationships, and is superior to you in every aspect. However, because of this, I support the Dean's choice of Lamba Academy even more, because your grudge against Chu Qin will turn into a driving force for you. Understood, teacher, master. Yu Xiaojiang was indeed a master of theory, with just a few words. He silenced Tang San and Dai Mubai. Flander. Then, Yu Xiaojiang turned to Flander and said, every time you mention the Dean of Lamba Academy on this journey, you stop. Come on, who is this mysterious Dean? Flander hesitated to speak. Yu Xiaojiang was desperate. Hey Dean, did we take a wrong turn? Zhao Wujin looked at the prominent Word Xinglong Academy on the gate and asked. Impossible. Flander quickly smiled and replied, I've been to Xinglong Academy a few times. Flander, tell us, who exactly is the Dean of Lamba Academy? At this time, Yu Xiaojiang demanded aggressively. Is it her? Hearing this, Flander's smile froze, and then he sighed. Yes, it's her. Sure enough, Yu Xiaojiang frowned, his expression very complicated. Dean, who is it? Zhao Wujin couldn't help but ask. Lu Erlong. Flander was silent for a moment before finally squeezing out this name. Lu Erlong? Everyone was taken aback. Yu Xiaojiang's expression became somewhat dazed. Dean, if I'm not mistaken, this Lu Erlong has a close relationship with you, right? Tang San frowned and asked. Flander nodded. Flander, stop talking. Yu Xiaojiang quickly interrupted. No, I must say. Flander said firmly. Only in this way can you face her. You should know the Golden Iron Triangle, right? Besides me and Xiaojiang, the other is Lu Erlong. And Lu Erlong is also Xiaojiang's lover. Next, Flander recounted the relationships between him, Yu Xiaojiang, and Lu Erlong, as well as Lu Erlong's background and experiences. I didn't expect Aunt Erlong to be such a passionate person, Oscar sighed. She even risked being expelled from her sect to love the master. Yes, teacher. Tang San nodded. I think you shouldn't avoid it. Aunt Erlong has devoted her whole life to you, loving you so much, yet you choose to evade her. That's a sign of irresponsibility from a man. Tang San, do you really think so? Yu Xiaojiang was silent for a moment and asked. Xiao San is right. Flander added. Xiaojiang, you shouldn't continue to avoid this. Sister Erlong has always been thinking of you, and if you keep avoiding this, it's a cowardly act. This time, besides coming here to participate in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, the second thing is to resolve the knot between you and Sister Erlong. Yes, Master. Don't let me look down on you. Zhao Wujin added. Yu Xiaojiang thought for a long time before finally saying, All right, Flander, Xiao San, I will face it and accept Erlong. Great. Flander and the others smiled. Flander. Just then, a melodious voice rang out. Everyone turned to look, and they saw a stunning woman in black armor, with a hot figure, walking out from Lamba Academy. It was Lu Erlong. Sister Erlong, long time no see. Flander exclaimed excitedly, calling out loudly. Lu Erlong replied with a smile, but soon her smile froze as she noticed Yu Xiaojiang's presence. Yu Xiaojiang also saw Lu Erlong and froze in place, staring at her with wide eyes, calling out excitedly. Erlong, Tang San, Daimu Bai, and the others were also shocked. The breathtaking beauty before them was Lu Erlong. At the same age, why did Yu Xiaojiang and Flander seem to be aging while Lu Erlong remained youthful? Seeing Lu Erlong's stunning appearance, Yu Xiaojiang's determination grew stronger. Everyone has a desire for beauty, and even sages are no exception, let alone Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang's heart reignited with a longing for love. Thus, he smiled and walked towards Lu Erlong. However, what surprised everyone was that Lu Erlong completely ignored Yu Xiaojiang and casually walked up to Flander, asking with a smile, Flander, why aren't you staying at Shrek Academy? What brings you here? Flander was startled and then pointed at Yu Xiaojiang with a smile, saying, Erlong, look who I brought you. Lu Erlong didn't even glance at Yu Xiaojiang and then asked, Flander, stop keeping me in suspense. Why are you here at my Lamba Academy? Lu Erlong's indifference instantly shattered Yu Xiaojiang's heart. Hearing this, Flander smiled and replied, Sister Erlong, isn't the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition about to start? My Shrek doesn't have the qualifications to participate, so I wanted to borrow your Lamba Academy's venue. I didn't expect your Lamba Academy to be renamed Qinglong Academy. Flander, sorry. Lu Erlong smiled and said, if you want to join Qinglong Academy, that's not something I can decide. You have to ask my man. What? Upon hearing this, Tang San, Flander, and the others were all taken aback. As Yu Xiaojiang's pupils widened, his body softened, nearly collapsing to the ground. His heart was completely shattered, breaking into pieces. Just moments ago, Yu Xiaojiang had ignited a longing for Lu Erlong, and now he was in despair. The most terrifying thing in life is not despair itself, but being given hope only to be plunged back into despair. Yu Xiaojiang couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe that Lu Erlong had found someone new. Flander let out a long sigh and looked at Yu Xiaojiang, incredulously replying, Erlong, you have a man now? Yes. Lu Erlong replied with a smile. Upon receiving Lu Erlong's definite answer, Flander's expression changed slightly, and he questioned, Erlong, didn't you say you were waiting for Xiaojiang all along? What's going on? Boss Flander, I have long since cut ties with Yu Xiaojiang. Lu Erlong's tone became less polite in response to Flander's questioning. Choosing who to be with is my freedom, isn't it? Flander had no rebuttal, and his tone softened. Erlong, I understand. You just try to make Xiaojiang jealous, right? Xiaojiang has already come to terms with things. He'll come back to you. Give him a chance. Don't provoke him anymore. Give him a chance? Who gives me a chance? Lu Erlong's expression changed. It was he who abandoned me back then, and now he wants to return to my side. Am I Lu Erlong some kind of fool? Or do you, Flander, think of Yu Xiaojiang as your brother, while I, Lu Erlong, am just a tool in your golden triangle? Hearing Lu Erlong's angry words, Flander turned red and looked ashamed. And you, Flander, Lu Erlong continued, I've heard that after abandoning me, Yu Xiaojiang fell in love with another woman. How is it that when that woman dumped him, he now wants to love me again? Am I blind to have liked him? Flander's expression slightly changed. Indeed, Yu Xiaojiang was somewhat of a scumbag. Erlong. Yu Xiaojiang seemed to be overwhelmed by emotions as he stepped in front of Lu Erlong, grasping her hand. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Give me a chance. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang felt utterly desperate. That kind of despair made him eager to seek hope, leading to a somewhat erratic state. Chu Qin violently beat up Yu Xiaojiang. Just as Lu Erlong was about to make a move, she saw another hand already grabbing Yu Xiaojiang's elbow. Who allowed you to touch my woman? The newcomer said coldly. This person, with an extraordinarily handsome appearance, could only be Chu Qin. Chu Qin, upon seeing Chu Qin appear, Flander, Xiaowu, Tang San, and Daimu Bai were all taken aback. It turned out that Lu Erlong's man was actually Chu Qin. Yu Xiaojiang looked at Chu Qin, feeling hopeless, and shouted in fury, Your woman? So you took Erlong away. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin lightly turned his palm, and a heart-wrenching roar suddenly came from Yu Xiaojiang's mouth. Flander, Tang San, and the others changed their expressions. Yu Xiaojiang, you really have no shame. Chu Qin said angrily. The two dragons have long since nothing to do with you. Get lost. Yu Xiaojiang had no way to refute this. The pain made Yu Xiaojiang a little more awake. Besides, who allowed you to touch my woman? As Chu Qin spoke, he threw a left hook directly to Yu Xiaojiang's chin. Instantly, Yu Xiaojiang's body lifted, and he ultimately fell back to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Chu Qin, you dare to hit my teacher. Tang San and Dai Mubai shouted in anger. At the same time, Flinder was also extremely furious, although Yu Xiaojiang was at fault. Chu Qin should not have been so ruthless. Xiaowu did not move. He admired Chu Qin and had just heard Lu Erlong's explanation. Knowing that Yu Xiaojiang was a complete scumbag, it was just that Flinder, valuing brotherhood, did not dare to admit it. However, just as Flinder and the others were about to take action, a green figure suddenly landed behind them. It was none other than Douluo. I advise you not to move, otherwise I cannot guarantee whether you will die here. Douluo said softly in Flinder and the others' ears. Seeing the 9 spirit rings of yellow, purple, black, and black beneath Douluo's feet, Flinder and the others were terrified to the extreme and did not dare to move an inch. Lu Erlong, are you really this heartless? Yu Xiaojiang questioned Lu Erlong with unwillingness and anger. What of it? Lu Erlong said calmly, I realize I am just a fool, waiting for you for so long, only to find out you have fallen for someone else. It's Chu Qin. Chu Qin made me realize you are a complete scumbag. Humph. Yu Xiaojiang clutched his chest and said with a faint smile, Lu Erlong, do you really think Chu Qin is clean? When you know his true colors, you will understand how foolish your decision is. Oh, I want to hear what my true colors are. Chu Qin said coldly. Do you have so many women? Does Erlong know? Yu Xiaojiang said coldly. She knows. Before Chu Qin could speak, Lu Erlong replied first. What? Yu Xiaojiang's expression changed dramatically. He originally thought Lu Erlong would immediately leave him upon learning that Chu Qin was a flirtatious person. Unexpectedly, Lu Erlong seemed completely unconcerned. Yu Xiaojiang was a bit on the verge of collapse. Yu Xiaojiang, I know everything about each of Chu Qin's women. Lu Erlong said, however, as long as I know he is sincere to me, that is enough. As long as I am happy, that is more important than anything. As for you, Yu Xiaojiang, a man who has hurt me deeply, why should I still think about you? Yu Xiaojiang completely broke down. At this moment, Tang San and Dai Mubai were also filled with rage. Clearly, Chu Qin had Xiaowu and Zhu Qin, and now he also had Lu Erlong. Jealousy had made them utterly resentful. At this time, Yu Xiaojiang got back up and looked at Lu Erlong unwillingly, saying, Erlong, do you really not feel a shred of old affection? Have you forgotten the vows we once made? You said we would always love each other. Upon hearing this, Flinder beside them was already in despair. He had shifted from initially supporting brotherhood to a sense of disgust. Lu Erlong had already said that Yu Xiaojiang had broken her heart. Recalling their beautiful memories only hurt Lu Erlong even more. In other words, it was Yu Xiaojiang who first broke the vow and fell in love with someone else, and now he still had the face to mention it. Chu Qin was about to make a move. Bang! In the next moment, Lu Erlong punched Yu Xiaojiang heavily, sending him flying. Yu Xiaojiang fell to the ground, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Her temper was already volatile, and if it weren't for the past feelings she had for him, she would have taught Yu Xiaojiang a lesson long ago. But now, Yu Xiaojiang had hurt and tormented her time and again, making her unable to endure any longer. Yu Xiaojiang, from now on, our relationship is completely severed. Lu Erlong looked at Yu Xiaojiang with a cold expression and said, the golden iron triangle is hereby dissolved. Flinder's body trembled at once, and Yu Xiaojiang, overwhelmed by pain, fainted directly. Flinder, take your people and get out of here. Lu Erlong said coldly to Flinder, never to step foot in the Shrek Academy again. After hearing this, Douluo glanced at Chu Qin, and after receiving the latter's permission, he finally released Flinder and the others. You all remember this from now on. Every time I see Yu Xiaojiang, I'll hit him once. Additionally, anyone associated with Yu Xiaojiang is completely severed from me. Chu Qin. Then, Chu Qin embraced Lu Erlong and looked at the unconscious Yu Xiaojiang with a cold smile. Chu Qin would not kill Yu Xiaojiang directly. He wanted to slowly torment him. Flinder and the others did not dare to stay any longer and hurriedly carried Yu Xiaojiang away. An hour later, in a hotel in the Heaven-Do Empire, Yu Xiaojiang finally woke up from his bed, and beside him stood Tang San. Teacher, you finally woke up, seeing Yu Xiaojiang safe and sound. Tang San couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, Tang San noticed that Yu Xiaojiang's gaze seemed a bit different, as if it contained some resentment. Teacher, you don't need to bother with someone like Chu Qin. This kind of person is just a typical arrogant and conceited individual. Tang San said, since that Lu Erlong chose him with her eyes closed, you just need to draw a clear line with her. Thank you, Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang forced a smile and nodded, but his expression quickly changed. However, I do not plan to give up. Tang San, starting today, I will do my utmost to train you. hoping that one day you can trample him underfoot. Hearing this, Tang San was slightly taken aback. In his heart, Yu Xiaojiang had always been a calm and composed person. The incident of Lu Erlong being taken away by Chu Qin had hit him too hard. At the same time, Yu Xiaojiang's hatred also ignited Tang San's hatred towards Chu Qin, who had humiliated him multiple times and taken Xiaowu from him. This grudge was deeply etched in his heart. All right, teacher, I will work hard, Tang San said seriously. On the other hand, at the Qinglong Academy, Chu Qin, what's wrong with Sister Erlong? I heard they said Sister Erlong was crying. Ning Rongrong quietly asked Chu Qin as she watched him come out of Lu Erlong's room. She's fine. Chu Qin smiled and replied, she just fell asleep. Despite saying this, Chu Qin felt a bit angry. Lu Erlong was ultimately a person who pretended to be strong but was weak inside. She had personally hurt Yu Xiaojiang and probably felt very guilty. Lu Erlong indeed cried. Yu Xiaojiang, Chu Qin Juke Sopti. Chu Qin would torment him step by step, making him wish he were dead. 2 days later, Chu Qin held Lu Erlong's hand as they strolled in the square. Erlong, how are you feeling? Chu Qin asked. What are you talking about? Lu Erlong deliberately said. Am I that kind of melancholic and sentimental person? Isn't that so? Chu Qin replied with a calm smile. Okay, I admit I am. Lu Erlong responded. However, Chu Qin, promise me not to mention this again, and don't talk to me about that wretched person. Chu Qin nodded and held Lu Erlong in his arms. While the two were chatting and laughing, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Meng Eran, and Duge Yan ran over. What's wrong, Xiaowu? Chu Qin's my indulenti. The Senior Soul Master Elite Competition starts in a month. Xiaowu replied, but our team is still missing a person. Dean, Vice Dean, there's a woman outside claiming to be Shui Binger from the Heavenly Water Academy, asking to see you. At that moment, a guard walked in to report. Isn't she here? Saying this, Chu Qin led the girls to the academy's entrance. At that moment, standing at the entrance were Shui Binger, Xiaowu, and Shui Yuer. The three of them were stunning, forming a beautiful scene. Young Master Chu. Upon seeing Chu Qin, Shui Binger happily shouted. Hearing this, Xiaowu and the other 6 girls immediately understood everything. Without a doubt, they had gained 2 more sisters. Shui Binger, what brings you here? Chu Qin asked deliberately. Young Master Chu, you said before that if I wanted, I could come to Lamba Academy to find you. Shui Binger said shyly, is it true or false? If you think it's false, would I appear here? Chu Qin smiled and replied, that's great. Receiving Chu Qin's consent, Shui Binger was overjoyed. Young Master Chu, besides that, Xiaowu, Wearer, and I are inseparable good sisters and also want to join Qinglong Academy. Is that okay? They are both from the Soul Sect. No problem. But you must promise me one thing. Juki not det. Young Master Chu, please say. Shui Binger replied. You 3 must help Qinglong Academy participate in the Senior Soul Master Elite Competition. Chu Qin said with a slight smile. Sure. Shui Binger agreed without hesitation. Young Master Chu has great grace towards me. Not only did you save us, but you also rescued the Heavenly Water Academy. We discussed it before we came here. No matter what young Master Chu asks us to do, we will not refuse. Xiaowu and Shui Yuer nodded in agreement. Don't worry. I will make you do anything. Moreover, you will receive better treatment here than at the Heavenly Water Academy. Chu Qin replied, then turned to Xiaowu and the others, saying, these 3 are the Ice Phoenix team we encountered at the Great Soul Arena. Among them, Shui Binger is their captain, and they're all ice and water. Shui Binger, from now on, you'll be the captain of our Qinglong team. No wonder the voice sounded somewhat familiar. Xiaowu smiled back and said, Sister Shui Bing. Hello, I am Xiaowu, the Dance and Dance. I am Ning Rongrong. A week later, there are still 2 weeks left until the preliminary round of the Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition. At Qinglong Academy, in a secluded courtyard, sitting cross-legged, Chu Qin opened his eyes, looking extremely refreshed. Finally, he had broken through to level 80. Chu Qin slightly tilted the corner of his mouth and said, as long as I have 1 more soul ring, I can advance to Soul Douluo. Master, do you want me to accompany you to the Stark Do Great Forest to obtain your 8th soul ring? Sudaji asked while massaging Chu Qin's shoulders. Chu Qin shook his head, saying that it wasn't safe to go to the Star Do Forest right now. Didn't you hear what ZG said? Guyana and Di Tian have all awakened. Besides, my soul rings are usually given by the system. I don't need to obtain them myself. Then Master, do you need me to help you kill someone? Sudaji asked. No need. Chu Qin continued to refuse. I don't want to kill anyone right now. Just as Sudaji was about to speak, Chu Qin sensed something was off. Daji, do you seem to have something on your mind? The master has been accompanying his woman and hasn't paid attention to Daji, making her feel a bit lonely. Sodahipotev. Hearing this, Chu Qin stood up, turned around, and pressed Su Daji down, chuckling softly. Daji, I'm actually very curious. Do you have the ability to bear children? Upon hearing this, Su Daji's heart raced, her face flushed. Could it be that her master wants her to have a little baby? I do have his thought. Chu Qin smiled and nodded. Then I'm sorry, master. Daji cannot give you offspring. Su Daji replied. However, besides that, Daji can do anything any other woman can do. Hearing this, Chu Qin smiled faintly and reached out. 3 hours later. I'm sorry, Chu Qin said with a bit of heartache. Su Daji, drenched in fragrant sweat, weakly shook her head. Daji's life was given by her master. Even if her master killed her, Daji would still willingly accept it. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin kissed Daji again. Chu Qin, we are back. Soon after, Xiaowu's voice came from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin immediately released Ji, and the two hurriedly put on their clothes. After tidying up the scene, Chu Qin opened the door. Chu Qin, what were you doing alone in the room? Xiaowu asked curiously. Sleeping. Chu Qin replied without hesitation. Rong and Zhu Qing haven't come back yet, right? Xiaowu said, sounding a bit guilty. No, didn't you all go to the palace together to verify your identities? Chu Qin asked in confusion. Great, Xiaowu said with a smirk, lowering her voice. Chu Qin, I've already mastered the Liuli diamond body technique. And I was thinking, Chu Qin was taken aback. Chu Qin, you don't want to? Xiaowu looked at him with her beautiful big eyes, appearing somewhat pitiful. Xiaowu, how about another day? Chu Qin said with a forced smile. Xiaowu said, slightly annoyed. I see. You don't like me anymore. Of course not. Chu Qin frowned, feeling a slight pain in his lower back. That's great. Xiaowu smiled and reached to take off her clothes. In the afternoon, in the city of Tiando, at the Qihua Grand Hotel, as the name suggests, this is a property of the Qihua Academy in the city of Tiando. With the upcoming elite competition for advanced soul masters, academies from all over have gradually arrived in Tiando, and Qihua's academy had arrived a week earlier. At this moment, on the training square of the Qihua Grand Hotel, a man and a woman stood facing each other. The man had a very ordinary appearance, with fiery red hair and eyes that sparkled with brilliance. The woman was dressed in bright red armor. Her figure was not only hot, but her looks were also off the charts. With a pair of large eyes like flames and an oval face, she was stunning. Most notably, her chest was impressively proud, far exceeding that of her peers. These two were the captain of the Qihua Academy battle team, Huo Wushuang, and the vice captain, Huo Wu. Clearly, the two were sparring. Eventually, with a loud explosion, Huo Wu defeated Huo Wushuang, who was possessed by the one-horned fire Tyrannosaurus. Thanks to the unique advantage of her fire, shadow, martial soul. Sister, it seems your combat power has increased again. Huo Wushuang sighed slightly. He was older than Huo Wu, but his soul power level was only 42, one level lower than Huo Wu. Brother, it was clearly you who let me win. Huo Wu replied with a smile. If you hadn't let me, I wouldn't have had the chance to defeat you. No, really, Huo Wushuang said with a bitter smile. He had given it his all, but still couldn't match his sister. All right, stop being modest. At this moment, a middle-aged, beautiful woman approached. She was in her 40s, but there were no signs of aging on her face, only a clean, fair complexion. If not for her extremely voluptuous figure, one might think she was the sister of Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu. Her name was Hua Lingyu, the vice president of Qihua Academy, and also the mother of Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang. Mother. Upon seeing Hua Lingyu, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang greeted respectfully. Wu Wushuang, both of you performed very well. The elite competition for advanced soul masters is coming soon. You two are the only soul sect members of Qihua Academy. How far we can go depends on you. Hua Lingyu said, we will do our best for Qihua Academy's second battle. Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang replied in unison. Dinhua. At this moment, a hotel guard walked over and said to Hua Lingyu, there is a mysterious man wearing a mask outside who says he wants to join our Qihua Academy. Join Qihua Academy? Why come here to take the entrance exam? Hua Lingyu raised her eyebrows. He said he wants to join Qihua Academy just to participate in the elite competition for advanced soul masters. The guard replied, that makes it even less likely for him to join. Hua Lingyu sneered. If anyone could just join the Qihua Academy elite battle team, then where would our academy's reputation go? Tell him that if he wants to join Qihua Academy, he must go to the main campus for the assessment. Dean, he said. With him here, he can guarantee that Qihua Academy will place in the top 3 of the elite competition. The guard hesitated. Ridiculous. Hua Lingyu smirked. Mother. At this moment, Hu Wushuang spoke. This person is so arrogant. He might really have some skills. Let's see how it goes. All right, bring him here. Not long after, the guard led a young man wearing a mask and a black robe to the training square. The man's face was covered by a mask, but one could tell that his eyes were bright and appeared exceptionally comfortable. Upon seeing Hu Wu, the man's heart suddenly filled with joy. It seemed this was Hu Wu. Her figure was even better than Chu Qin's. Indeed, this man was Chu Qin. The system had assigned him the task of ensuring that Xiaowu's team won the championship in the elite competition for Advanced Soul Masters. However, the elite competition not only included the Shinfeng Academy, but also the generation of Golden Spirit Hall, led by Hu Laina. It would be nearly impossible for Xiaowu's temporarily assembled team to win the championship. Therefore, the only thing Chu Qin could do was join another team under a different identity, eliminate the teams from Shinfeng Academy and the Spirit Hall, and then compete in the finals with Xiaowu's team. This way, the championship would basically be secured. After thinking it over, Chu Qin decided to join Qihua Academy. First, Qihua Academy already had a certain level of strength and could advance to the finals, so Chu Qin wouldn't have to participate in the preliminaries. Second, Hu Wu was in Qihua Academy, which was also one of his goddess tasks. Building a good relationship with Hu Wu early on would be beneficial for future developments. Therefore, Chu Qin disguised himself and arrived at Qihua Academy. Upon seeing Chu Qin's eyes, Hu Wu's eyes lit up. These eyes were definitely the most comfortable she had ever seen. Huoling Yu was also slightly surprised, marveling at Chu Qin's eyes, which were too extraordinary, and couldn't help but feel a bit more favorable towards him. You are the one said to ensure that our Qihua Academy will place in the top 3? Huoling Yu asked with interest. Her tone was neither cold nor warm. She liked Chu Qin, but didn't believe he could lead Qihua Academy to victory in the top 3. That's right, Chu Qin replied confidently with a smile. Kid, where are you from? Huoling Yu asked, crossing her arms over her well-developed chest. Do you know that the elite competition for Advanced Soul Masters gathers the elite talents from the entire continent? On what basis do you say that with you? Qihua Academy will definitely place in the top 3? Because of strength. Chu Qin ziplit gan li. Oh, you are quite confident. So, you must be very strong, right? What is your soul power level? Huoling Yu asked. 41. Chu Qin answered. For the elite competition for Advanced Soul Masters, during registration, one must fill in their soul power level. If Chu Qin claims a level that is too high, it would definitely bring trouble to Qihua Academy. Not to mention anything else, he could very likely be assassinated by the Spirit Hall. In the original work, the Spirit Hall did just that. However, even so, Huoling Yu was surprised. Qihua Academy only had 2 soul sect members. If they could have one more, their chances of winning would indeed increase significantly. This brother. Hearing this, Hu Wu smiled lightly. Your soul power level is not higher than mine. How can you guarantee a top 3 finish? I can test it later. Juqin gan li zip li. How about this? I will challenge your entire Blaze team alone. If I win, you will put my name on the list. If I lose, I will leave right now. You are being arrogant. Hu Wushuang chuckled softly. As a level 41 soul master, you may not even be able to defeat me, let alone win against the Blaze team. How I know if I don't give it a try? Chu Qin smiled back. All right, it's a deal. Huoling Yu and Hu Wushuang were about to question him. But Hu Wu interjected. Sister, do you really think he can win against the entire Blaze team? Hu Wushuang asked in confusion. Brother, it's boring anyway. Let's just have a fight. If we lose, we won't lose anything. Hu Wu replied. All right, go call Hui Yun and Hui Yu over. Huoling Yu turned to the guard. Before long, the entire Blaze team, a total of 7 members, assembled. Captain, are we here to beat him? Hui Yun looked at the young figure of Chu Qin, slightly surprised. Captain, you can't be joking, right? Hui Yu responded. I'm not joking, Hu Wushuang replied. This big brother said he would defeat our entire Blaze team and lead us to win a top 3 finish in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. Ha. Upon hearing this, Hui Yu and the others couldn't help but laugh. In their eyes, Chu Qin was simply dreaming. Rein Yuxiang, Uren Vaterbinger. All right, Hu Wu spoke up. We still can't be careless. I feel this person is not ordinary. Sister Hu Wu, you're overthinking it. Hu Wushuang smiled slightly. Brother, overconfident soldiers are bound to lose. Hu Wu frowned. At this moment, Huoling Yu looked at Chu Qin and threw him a glance. Chu Qin immediately understood and nodded. Start, Huoling Yu said in a referee's tone. All right, then let us follow Sister Hu Wu's advice and fight him. Hu Wushuang twisted his neck and summoned his martial spirit soul rings. But before he could finish his words, a green shadow flashed before him. In the next moment, Huo Wushuang was directly knocked off the stage. And Chu Qin, with 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, and purple shining beneath his feet, stood confidently in front of Huo Wushuang. Captain, what? The Blaze team was shocked. Huo Wushuang was taken out in an instant. Huo Lingyu's expression also changed. As a soul king, she couldn't even catch a glimpse of Chu Qin's afterimage. Just how strong is this mysterious man? Be careful. Chu Qin glanced at Huo Wu and the others, and smiled faintly. Huo Wu, Hui Yu, Hui Yun, and the others had their expressions frozen to the extreme, completely devoid of the arrogance and disdain they had just shown, replaced only by surprise and fear. They knew they had to give it their all, but even so, how weak were they in front of Chu Qin? Chu Qin was as fast as the wind and as swift as lightning. 1 minute later, all the members of the Blaze team, except for Huo Wu, had fallen off the stage. Are you really just a soul master? Huo Wu asked in shock as she looked at Chu Qin. Of course. Chu Qin nodded. So, Huo Wu, do you want to continue fighting? E concede? Huo Wu shook her head. Chu Qin's strength filled her with fear. Very well. Chu Qin slai in dai feng. Then turned to Huo Lingyu. Dean Huo, what do you think? Huo Lingyu was frozen for 3 seconds before finally reacting. All right, since the Blaze team has lost, I will agree to your request. Huo Lingyu was also deeply shocked. Chu Qin was definitely the strongest soul master he had ever seen. Perhaps Chu Qin was not exaggerating. He could really lead the Blaze Academy to win a top 3 position. Well, according to our previous agreement. Chu Qin nodded. I will help you in a top 3 position. After saying this, Chu Qin elegantly turned and left. It was this graceful turn that caught Huo Wu's attention, and an inexplicable emotion surged in her heart. By the way, classmate, what is your name? Huo Wu shouted. You, Liu, Xiang. Chu Qin turned around without looking back and said, You Liu Xiang. Fire Dance murmured, revealing a faint smile. What a nice name. Sister, mother, who exactly is this Liu Xiang? After Chu Qin left, Huo Wushuang stood up and asked in surprise. Fire Dance and Huo Lingyu shook their heads simultaneously, the latter smiling and saying, Although I don't know who he is, he should definitely be in the top 3 of the Blaze Academy. Fire Dance, Wushuang. Huo Lingyu continued. Don't tell anyone about you Liu Xiang. Yes. Fire Dance and Huo Wushuang nodded in agreement. Chu Qin walked out of the blazing fire hotel and removed his disguise. Just a short distance from the hotel, he encountered a young woman approaching him. The woman was dressed in a blue, plunging long dress, with blue stockings on the left side and an oddly charming garter on the right. Her face was the kind that one could remember at a glance, especially those captivating big eyes that could draw anyone in. Indeed, as she walked down the street, she immediately attracted the attention of countless adult men. Shui Binga? Chu Qin called out with a smile. Young Master Chu. Upon seeing Chu Qin, Shui Binger was overjoyed and jogged over. What are you doing here? Chu Qin asked. Our Tianshui Academy's base is not far from here. Shui Binger replied with a smile. Is your Tianshui Academy also participating in the Senior Soul Master Elite competition? Chu Qin asked, slightly surprised. Yes. Shui Binger nodded. Although we don't have me, or Xiaowu, Tianshui Academy is still quite strong. Do you think young Master Chu looks down on our Tianshui Academy? Shui Binga uskatis ingli. Not at all. I believe your Tianshui Academy is very strong. Chu Qin shook his head. Are you going back to the Qinglong Academy now? How about accompanying me for a walk? Chu Qin suggested. Okay, Shui Binger said happily. With that, the two walked side by side on the streets of Tiando City. Along the way, their good looks attracted countless gazes. However, Chu Qin paid no attention. In his eyes, there was only the person he liked. Young Master Chu, Shui Binger, took the initiative to speak, opening up the conversation. What is it? Chu Qin replied with a smile. May I ask you a question? Shui Binger said, slightly biting her red lips, somewhat shyly. Go ahead. Chu Qin not that. I heard from Xiaowu and Ron that they're all your women, right? It seems even teacher Ziji and Dean Erlong are. Shui Binger replied. Yes. Chu Qin admitted without hiding. Shui Binger, you don't think I'm a playboy, do you? Shui Binger shukia hid repeatedly. It's rare for a man not to be a playboy. However, many people lack the ability to manage so many women. But young Master Chu is different. Not only can you manage them, but you also make each of them treat you sincerely. I didn't expect your thoughts to be so open-minded. Chukin chukka. Hee. Shui Binger smiled, her dimples appealing. Young Master Chu, what do you think of me? Shui Binger lowered her voice. What did you say? Chu Qin was slightly surprised. Young Master Chu, what I mean is, can I be your girlfriend? Shui Binger said, her face flushed, her voice slightly raised. Of course you can. Chu Qin had long wanted to hold Shui Binger in his arms, and as soon as he finished speaking, he kissed Shui Binger's red lips. Shui Binger first trembled in surprise. She didn't expect Chu Qin to be more direct than her, but soon she closed her eyes and began to enjoy and reciprocate. Just then, a luxurious carriage adorned with gold and jade approached. The carriage curtain was lifted, revealing the face of a young man, who was none other than Shui Qinghe, also known as Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue immediately spotted Chu Qin and Shui Binger kissing by the roadside. Chu Qin, Qian Renxue frowned, wondering if he actually had a woman now. Qian Renxue was quite the beauty enthusiast, having roamed the Tiando imperial city for over a decade. She had seen countless noble young masters, but the only one who left a lasting impression on her was Chu Qin. Chu Qin's face was too perfect, even last night. Qian Renxue dreamed of him. To her surprise, she saw him at that moment kissing Shui Binger. Coming from a noble background and possessing an extremely proud personality, Qian Renxue felt a surge of inexplicable anger and unwillingness in her heart upon seeing the man she longed for already taken by someone else. Young Master Chu, unable to restrain herself, Qian Renxue shouted in Chu Qin's direction. However, at that moment, Chu Qin was completely immersed in Shui Binger's gentle embrace and could not hear her call. Your Highness, should I go call him? The accompanying guard asked Qian Renxue. No need. Let's hurry to the Moon Pavilion. Qian Renxue frowned, glancing angrily in Chu Qin's direction before lowering the carriage curtain. The Advanced Soul Master Elite competition was approaching, and as the carriage departed, Chu Qin and Shui Binger awoke from their tender moment. Young Master Chu, I think I just heard someone calling you. Shui Binger said. I heard it too, but who cares? Chu Qin replied with a smile. Binger, from now on you are mine. Upon hearing this, Shui Binger smiled and nodded vigorously. Time flew by, and soon the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition began as scheduled. The competition, the grandest event in the entire Douluo continent, was second only to the continent's Soul Master ranking competition. In the center square of the Tiando imperial capital, lighting soul devices surrounded the area, creating a luxurious and grand atmosphere. At that moment, the circular square, which could accommodate 80,000 people, was already filled to capacity, with the audience chatting excitedly, creating a thunderous roar. Wow, it's so lively. Upon seeing such a bustling scene, Xiaowu exclaimed happily. Indeed, is this the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition? Meng Yiran followed with admiration. Ere long, Sister Ziji, where's Chu Qin? Ning Rongrong asked, looking around at Ziji and Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong shook his head. I don't know. I haven't seen him much lately. That guy is probably off flirting with girls again. Ziji said with a hint of resentment. Achoo! Not far from the Qinglong Team's resting area, a man wearing a black cloak and a mask sneezed. This person was none other than Chu Qin, disguised as Yu Liuxiang. Young Master Yu, what is wrong? Huoling Yu asked with concern. It's nothing. Chu Qin shook his head. Director Hua, who are we facing later? Huoling Yu smiled slightly. We need to wait for the podium to draw lots. Hearing this, Chu Qin turned his gaze toward the podium. There sat 3 men. Besides the familiar leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, there were 2 old men. One of them wore a golden diamond crown. His appearance was not outstanding, nor did he exude any authority. On the contrary, he appeared somewhat aged. However, despite this, his gaunt figure standing there gave off an aura that dominated the entire square, as if he were the sole ruler of the sun and moon. The other man wore a 5-pointed purple gold crown, and his appearance was also somewhat thin, with a murky look in his eyes. Chu Qin had already guessed their identities. The Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, Shui Yi, and the Pope of the Heaven Do Spirit Hall, Salus. Chu Qin feels completely indifferent to those in high positions. The so-called Emperor is actually exhausted, dealing with state affairs every day. The only advantage is the freedom to do as one pleases and having a harem of 3,000. However, Chu Qin has all of this and is even more at ease than the Emperor. Moreover, looking at the image of the Snow Knight Emperor, one can tell it's a typical manifestation of kidney deficiency. I really don't understand why Qian Renxue cares so much about the throne. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats and sit tight. The exciting and highly anticipated Elite Soul Master competition, held once every 5 years, is about to begin. Now, we will have a speech from the Tiando Emperor. At this moment, a female host with wings on her back and a bird martial soul shouted loudly. Next, the Snow Knight Emperor and Ning Fengji delivered their speeches, followed by Salus conducting the draw. Below, I announce the draw results. In the first round, Songhui Academy will face Zixing Academy. Oakland Academy will battle against Flame Radiance Academy. Tiando Royal Academy Team 1 will compete against Chihua Academy. Tiando Royal Academy Team 2 will fight against Shunkong Academy. Upon hearing these draw results, everyone immediately began to discuss. Shouldn't Tiando Royal Academy Team 1 be directly promoted to the finals? You're behind on the news. This year, it's not Tiando Royal Academy, but Royal Qinglong Academy that gets the direct promotion. Royal Qinglong Academy, what is their background? It seems like it was changed from Blue Tyrant Academy. Is Blue Tyrant Academy really that impressive? While the crowd was discussing, in the Tiando Royal Academy lounge, there were many familiar faces. Apart from the original members of the Royal Fighting Team, Shimo, Osro, and Yufeng, the rest were Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. That's right. The course of history has changed significantly due to Chu Qin's appearance. After leaving Blue Tyrant Academy, Flandra and the others met Qin Ming. And without the obstruction of Douluo Bo, Tang San and the others smoothly became members of Tiando Royal Academy. No wonder Tiando Royal Academy wasn't directly promoted to the finals. It turns out Chu Qin and the others intercepted it. Ma Hongjun said with a hint of frustration. Could it be that Mr. Chu Qin is also participating in the elite competition? Do we still have a chance? Oscar sighed. Oscar, don't be discouraged. Yu Xiaojiang said. I have already investigated, and Chu Qin is not on the list of the Qinglong team. Moreover, even if he were, we'll fight our own fight. Should we retreat just because the opponent is strong? What the teacher said is right. Tang San added, even if we encounter Chu Qin, we may not necessarily lose. Chu Qin, if I meet you, I must let you taste the flavor of Tang's sect hidden weapons. Tang San thought to himself. Tang San was full of confidence because after joining Tiando Royal Academy, they received top-quality resources and their soul power sword. Except for Ma Hongjun, everyone advanced to Soul Zone. Our first battle is against Chihua Academy. It shouldn't be too difficult. Dai Mubai, as the team captain, said, let us strive to resolve the battle quickly. On the other side, in the Chihua team lounge. What bad luck. Hui Yu sighed, encountering Tiando Royal Team 1 in the first match. I heard the other side is all Soul Zones. What is there to be afraid of? Huling Yu smiled lightly. Don't forget, we still have young Master Yu on our side. Yes, we have Brother Yu with us. Young Master Yu, we're counting on you for this match. Hu also looked at Chu Qin and smiled gracefully. Don't worry, you one team need to lift a finger. I'll take them all down myself. Chu Qin had already known that Dai Mubai and Tang San were in Tiando Royal Team 1. Was small world. Since it's Heaven's arrangement, he would naturally go along with it and teach them a good lesson. Brother Yu so domineering. Hu Wuxuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Hu also looked at Chu Qin and smiled, her eyes fixed on him as if she wanted to see through him. 10 minutes later, on the arena, the Blaze team led by Chu Qin encounters the Royal Team of Tiando, led by Dai Mubai. On the arena, the Blaze Academy is quite unfortunate. In their first match, they faced the first team from Tiando Academy, which consists of Soul Sect level Soul Masters. Alas, someone has to face them, and Blaze Academy is that lucky one, instantly defeating Tang San's team. In the face of Blaze Academy, the Tiando Royal Team also revealed their trump cards, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the original members of the Royal Fighting Team. However, Ma Hongjun did not have the benefit of the Celestial Herb and is not yet broken through level 40, so he is temporarily unable to participate. Even so, a confident smile remained on Dai Mubai's face. To him, this battle already had no suspense. Little San, everyone, act according to plan. End the battle in 3 minutes. Dai Mubai smiled confidently at Tang San. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, the Tiando Royal Team stood ready. The brothers Shimo and Shimo stood firmly in the front row, followed by Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Yufeng. These 4 strong, agile, attack-type Soul Masters with Tang San, the Control-type Soul Master, and Oscar, the Support-type Soul Master, at the back. However, just as the Royal Fighting Team was setting up their tactics, they saw their opponents from Blaze Academy, led by Captain Huo Wuxuang and Vice Captain Huo Wu, all retreating, leaving only Chu Qin behind. Upon witnessing this scene, the entire arena was shocked. Their first reaction was that Blaze Academy was intimidated by Tiando Royal Academy. What kind of tactic is Blaze Academy using? Shimo and Shimo frowned slightly. No matter what their tactic is, Dai Mubai confidently spoke, if you want to defeat our Royal Fighting Team, first ask my Tiger Claw. The match begins. At this moment, the voice of the female host echoed through the Soul Guide loudspeaker. First Soul Skill Bind. The Control-type Soul Master Tang San. At the back of the Royal Fighting Team, was the first to launch an attack. In the next moment, countless blue vines surged forward from the front of the royal fighting team, simultaneously wrapping around Chu Qin and the other members of Blaze Academy. It was evident that Tang San's binding speed was extremely fast, reaching the vicinity of Chu Qin's 7 members in an instant. Third soul skill. I have a mushroom sausage. At the same time, 3 mushroom sausages materialized in Oscar's hands, which he threw to Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Yufeng. After the 3 of them devoured the sausages, they summoned their spirit rings and charged towards Blaze Academy. Their tactic was clear. As soon as Tang San's blue-silver grasp bound their opponents, they would launch a strong attack to eliminate Blaze Academy. And indeed, this was the case. The 4 of them were all soul sect level. And with Oscar's flying ability from the mushroom sausage, even Xiaowu might not withstand the strike. However, they were facing Chu Qin. Chu Qin simply stood still in the face of the 3, flying towards him along with the blue-silver grass. However, just as their attack was about to land, the 4 simulated spirit rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, lit up beneath Chu Qin's feet, and at the same time, an ice greatsword appeared in his hand. The ice blade sword of Chu Qin was indeed the external soul bone obtained by Shui Binger for her task. However, at this moment, it seemed as if Chu Qin's martial spirit was the ice blade sword. In the next moment, with a single swing of Chu Qin's sword, Tang San's blue-silver grass was completely severed. Tang San was instantly backlashed, and his body couldn't help but fly backward, following that with a loud crash. Chu Qin's ice blade sword collided with the attacks of Dai Mubai and the others. After a brief standoff, Chu Qin ultimately sent Dai Mubai and the others flying. Then, with another swing of his sword, he struck down from a distance, shattering Shimo and his Xuanwu shield. In an instant, Chu Qin achieved a 7-kill. The venue of 80,000 people fell silent for a second, their eyes wide open. 1 against 7, all defeated in less than a minute. Most importantly, these were 7 soul masters. Then, a round of thunderous applause erupted. Is Brother Yu a human? Huo Wushuang beside him was stunned. Is he really a soul master? Huo Wu's mouth was agape. They were so close, they could truly feel Chu Qin's power. Not to mention them, even the people on the podium were stunned. Sect Master Ning. What kind of background does the Blaze Academy have to have such a powerful contestant? Emperor Xia looked at Ning Fengji beside him and asked, Your Majesty, I don't know. Ning Fengji was still in shock and hadn't come to his senses. The first thing that came to his mind was Chu Qin. But Chu Qin's martial spirit was clearly the destruction god gun. Yet, this Yu Liuxiang was wielding the ice blade sword. Bishop Salas stared at Chu Qin with a cunning gaze, not knowing what he was plotting. How could Blaze Academy have such a formidable person? This Yu Liuxiang is so strong. Xiaowu exclaimed. Xiaowu, who do you think is stronger, Yu Liuxiang or Chu Qin? Ning Rongrong asked in surprise. It must be Chu Qin. Zhu Zhuqin confidently smiled. But if Chu Qin doesn't join us, can we win against such a strong opponent? Du Yin frowned. At this moment, Tang San looked at Yu Liuxiang in front of him, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Tang San still had trump cards he hadn't used, the Haotian hammer, the Tang sect hidden weapons, but those were saved for dealing with Chu Qin. So, do you still want to fight? Chu Qin asked Tang San and Dai Mubai calmly. Fight! Dai Mubai, who was inherently competitive, would never willingly admit defeat. Third soul skill. White Tiger Vajra transformation. With a low roar from Dai Mubai, he transformed into a tiger and charged at Chu Qin. At the same time, Tang San, Oscar, and the others also used their abilities and rushed towards Chu Qin. Ice Shadow Seizure. Dai Mubai's struggle was exactly what Chu Qin wanted. The ice giant sword in his hand emitted a cold light, and in the next moment, many identical afterimages appeared around him. In the blink of an eye, Dai Mubai and the others were once again defeated. Their bodies were left with countless sword wounds. If everyone hadn't seen Chu Qin's battle just now, they were now witnessing it vividly. Chu Qin single-handedly overwhelmed 7 opponents, defeating them head-on. In the first round of the preliminary competition, Blaze Academy wins. At this time, the host shouted with excitement. 1 minute to resolve the battle. What a terrifying team. No, not a team, but one person. Following that, the competition continued, but there was no longer the shock that Chu Qin had brought them. That night, at the Qinglong Academy, Chu Qin tore off his disguise and returned to Qinglong Academy. Chu Qin, where have you been? Upon seeing Chu Qin, Xiaowu and the others rushed over excitedly. What's wrong? Chu Qin replied with a smile. Chu Qin, you don't know, at the Senior Soul Master Elite competition today, There was a particularly powerful guy from the Fire Academy. Ning Rongrong exclaimed. He defeated 7 soul ancestors by himself. It was so cool. How cool? Chu Qin smiled slightly. Not as cool as me. Ning Rongrong shook her head. It's worth it for me to treat you well all the time. At least you have a bit of conscience. Chu Qin said as he hugged Ning Rongrong. However, Chu Qin, that person is indeed strong. Lu Erlong said. If they encounter him, Xiaowu and the others might not be a match. Why don't you join in too? Ha ha, no need. Chu Qin replied with a smile. I believe Xiaowu and the others will definitely win the championship. Chu Qin, why are you so sure? Zhu Zhuqing asked in confusion. Yeah, we don't even have confidence ourselves. Ming Iran followed up. We have to believe in young Master Chu. If he says we can win the championship, then we definitely can. Shui Bing es miedet. Binger understandsma. Chu Qin said, tonight, it's just you and me sleeping together. Saying this, Chu Qin picked up Shui Binger in a princess carry. Shui Binger's first reaction was to gasp, letting out a delicate cry. What's going on? Ziji froned. Chu Qin ignored the other women and carried Shui Binger towards his room. Upon entering the room, Chu Qin closed the door tightly and gently placed Shui Binger on the bed. Today, Shui Binger, like the other women, was wearing a tight-fitting leather uniform that accentuated her already stunning figure, making her curves even more pronounced. Beautiful. Seeing Shui Binger's fiery figure and her shy face resembling a budding flower, Chu Qin revealed a manly smile. Thank you for the compliment, young Master Chu. Shui Binger replied. Her face flushed as she lowered her head. Why do you call me young Master Chu? Chu Qin asked with a slight smile. Young Master Chu has done me a great favor, Shui Binger replied. Even though she and Chu Qin had already established a romantic relationship, she still wanted to call him young Master Chu. She had decided to respect Chu Qin for a lifetime, treating him with courtesy and equality. What a mutual respect. Hearing this, Chu Qin directly pushed Shui Binger onto the bed. Binger, do you know what I'm going to do next? Shui Binger's heart raced, and her face turned red as she nodded. Have you ever done this before? Chu Qin asked. Shui Binger shook her head and lowered her voice, saying, This is my first time. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin gave a lewd smile and slowly took off Shui Binger's leather outfit. At the same time, in the Heaven Do Empire, at the Spirit Hall, Bishop Salus sat on the throne, closing his eyes, seemingly in deep meditation. Bishop, at this moment, a knight from the Spirit Hall entered, kneeling respectfully beside Salus. How was the investigation going? Salus asked. This Yu Yoxiang just recently joined the Blaze Academy. The knight replied. But where he comes from, we know nothing. Nothing at all? Salus chuckled softly. In such a large Spirit Hall, you mean to say we know nothing about such a genius emerging from the Heaven Do Empire? Investigate. I want a thorough investigation. Salus suddenly sat up and raged. Yes, the knight replied, trembling. At the same time, Salus returned to the inner hall and wrote a secret letter to Bibi Dong, who was far away at the Spirit Hall. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several months passed. The preliminary rounds of the Senior Soul Master Elite competition were nearing their end. The matches were particularly intense, showcasing thrilling battles for the audience. The only regret was that the mysterious Yu Yoxiang had only appeared once and had not shown up again, because Chu Qin knew that, apart from Tang San and the others, the Blaze Academy had hardly any rivals. One day, Chu Qin was awakened by a series of system notification sounds. Ding! Goddess mission released. Mission: defeat the Shunkong Academy within 3 rounds. Reward: 100 favorability from Goddess Wu and the sword god Douluo as a follower. The goddess mission has come again. Chu Qin said excitedly. It seems that Feng Xiaotian, you have no chance. Meanwhile, as usual, the Blaze Academy won the match. Everyone performed well today. Huling Yu said to the Blaze Academy members in the lounge. Everyone was excited, but only Huowu looked a bit listless, feeling that something was missing. Mother, who is our next opponent? Huowu Shuang asked. It's us. Before Huling Yu could respond, a tall man walked into the lounge. This man was dressed in green attire, with short silver hair and a black mask covering his face. It was Feng Xiaotian, the captain of the Shunkong team. Brother Feng. Upon seeing Feng Xiaotian, Huowu Shuang smiled and said, Could it be that our opponent in the 3rd match is your Shunkong Academy? That's right. Feng Xiaotian smiled slightly and looked at Huowu. Huowu, after many years, we can meet again on the competition stage. Huowu smiled lightly. Feng Xiaotian, do you want to date me? Hearing this, the members of the Blaze Academy were stunned. Feng Xiaotian also showed a bit of embarrassment, but he still replied, Yes, Huowu. He knew that Huowu had many admirers, and if he didn't admit it now, it would be hard to have a chance later. Do you want to date me too? Feng Xiaoyan's eyes brightened. Okay. Huowu smiled slightly. Feng Xiaoyan, if you could defeat Yu Liuxiang tomorrow, I will agree to date you. Brother Yu, where is he? Feng Xiaoyan looked around, but couldn't find Chu Qin's trace. Stop looking, he's not here. Huowu replied. Then how can I defeat him? Feng Xiaoyan asked, puzzled. You agreed, so I naturally have a way to get him out. This was Huowu's plan, using this promise to lure Chu Qin out. Indeed, she hadn't seen Chu Qin for a long time, and for some reason, she felt empty inside. Brother Yu is indeed very strong. Feng Xiaoyan replied. I might not be his opponent. However, for you, Huowu, I will definitely be in top form and give it my all in tomorrow's battle. All right, I accept the challenge. At this moment, a gentle voice floated in from outside, and Chu Qin, disguised as Yu Liuxiang, walked in. Brother Yu, everyone from the Blaze Academy and Feng Xiaoyan were all taken aback, especially Huowu, who looked particularly happy. Brother Yu, what did you just say? Feng Xiaoyan asked. How about this, Feng Xiaoyan? If you can last 3 rounds against me, even if I lose. According to the rules, Huowu can date you. Chu Qin said with a faint smile. Really, Brother Yu, you are too kind. Feng Xiaoyan said happily. After all, he was one of the top geniuses in the Shrek Academy and even the Heaven Do Empire. There was no way this Yu Liuxiang could defeat him in 3 rounds. To him, it seemed that Yu Liuxiang was trying to match him with Huowu. Huowu also frowned slightly. Could it be that this Yu Liuxiang wanted to hand her over to Feng Xiaoyan? However, while Feng Xiaoyan was feeling proud, Chu Qin continued, Feng Xiaoyan, I haven't finished yet. If you lose within 3 rounds, you must never pursue Huowu again, and Huowu will date me. Everyone from the Blaze Academy and Feng Xiaoyan were shocked. Huowu, on the other hand, had a slight smile on her face. So, do you dare to bet? Chu Qin asked. All right, I accept. Feng Xiaoyan paused and replied. Huowu was right beside him. If he didn't agree, it would make him seem cowardly. However, he wondered if Huowu would agree. Feng Xiaoyan looked at Huowu and asked. I agree. Huowu smiled. She came from a noble background and had been strong-willed since childhood. Her standard for choosing a partner was only one, someone stronger than her. And Chu Qin had only made 2 moves, but left an indelible impression in her heart. Especially his mystery made her unable to extricate herself. Chu Qin's mouth slightly curved into a smile. All right, see you tomorrow. The next day, at the Grand Soul Arena. At this moment, the elite competition for high-level Soul Masters was nearing its end, but the enthusiasm of the audience had not diminished. Instead, it was rising higher and higher. In the 20th round of the preliminaries, Shinfeng Academy faced off against Chihua Academy. The royal team of Tiando battled against the Thunder Academy. Here she comes. Yu Liuxiang from Chihua Academy has appeared. Upon seeing Chu Qin, who was mingling among the members of Chihua Academy and wearing a black cloak, the audience erupted with excitement. Up until now, Chu Qin had only made a move once, and that was months ago. Yet he remained the most popular contestant in the elite competition for high-level Soul Masters. Within a minute, he defeated an opponent from the Soul Sect. What an extraordinary feat. Wow. As the most mysterious and currently strongest contestant in the elite competition for high-level Soul Masters, Yu Liuxiang has appeared. Meanwhile, Shinfeng Academy has maintained a record of 0 defeats so far. The female host also shouted with excitement. Let us see today whether it will be the legendary myth of Shinfeng Academy defeating Yu Liuxiang, or will Yu Liuxiang's legend continue? Let's wait and see. As the host finished speaking, the 6 members of Chihua Academy stepped back, leaving Chu Qin alone at the forefront. Here we go, the familiar 1v7. What the heck? Does Yu Liuxiang really have to fight 7 alone against Shinfeng Academy? On the arena, the once confident Shinfeng Academy saw Yu Liuxiang challenging them alone, and their momentum suddenly dropped significantly. After all, the opponent was 1 against 7. Even if they won, no one would remember this battle. At this moment, Feng Xiaoyan stepped to the front of the team and looked at Chu Qin, saying, Brother Yu, can you do me a favor? What favor? Chu Qin replied with a faint smile. Can you lose this match to me? Feng Xiaoyan responded. As long as you lose this match, Fire Dance will date me. My life will belong to you, and I'll do whatever you want. No. Chu Qin smirked and shook his head. Why not? Feng Xiaoyan frowned. Feng Xiaoyan, let me ask you a question. Chu Qin replied. You are a standout among the younger generation. Surely someone is pursuing you? To be honest, Brother Yu, many women want to join my Feng family. Feng Xiaoyan smiled. But my heart only belongs to Fire Dance. As he said this, he pointed a heart towards Fire Dance. However, Fire Dance seemed completely indifferent to him. Her attention was entirely on Chu Qin. All right then, Feng Xiaotian. Chu Qin smiled slightly. Brother Yu, are you agreeing to lose to me? Feng Xiaotian was thrilled. No, I want to teach you a lesson. Chu Qin ziepli? What lesson? The dog that licks ends up with nothing. Brother Yu, although I admit I'm a dog that licks, you don't have to say it so bluntly. Feng Xiaotian replied, I might not be able to defeat you, but I'm confident I can last 3 rounds against you. Saying this, Feng Xiaotian summoned 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings, along with his unique mutated martial soul, the Gale, 2-headed wolf. Brothers, the captain has said, the vice captain of the Xinfeng team declared, as long as we don't lose to Yuli Yuxiang in 3 rounds, Fire Dance will date him. For the captain, we must win. We must win. As soon as he finished speaking, the Xinfeng team activated their martial soul rings all at once. Chu Qin lightly shook his head with a smile. Although he felt sympathy for Feng Xiaotian, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to take any of his women away from him. As soon as he finished speaking, the ice giant sword was summoned from the soul guide container by Chu Qin. At the same time, a pair of wings sprouted from the backs of all members of the Divine Wind battle team, and after taking to the air, they shouted Divine Wind will win. As they descended upon Chu Qin from above, the speed of the Divine Wind battle team was incredibly fast under the layers of wind force. The audience could only see blurred afterimages. It was no wonder that the Divine Wind Academy was so formidable. Just this move alone made it difficult for teams not from the All Souls sect to counter. However, Chu Qin held the sword in his right hand, and a golden light burst forth from his left hand. In the next moment, the speed of the entire arena slowed down, and the once lightning-fast speed of the Divine Wind battle team turned into a snail's pace. Chu Qin's speed also slowed down, but it was still much faster than the Xinfeng team. Immediately, Chu Qin slashed down with his sword, sending the entire Xinfeng team flying. What happened? What just occurred? The audience exclaimed. They couldn't understand why the Xinfeng team's speed suddenly dropped. It's the soul bone. In the VIP seats, Ning Fengji's pupils contracted. Indeed, it should be a soul bone skill with a slowing effect. Prince Xuexing nodded in agreement. Who exactly is this Yu Liuxiang to possess a soul bone? The head of the Elephant Armor sect, Hu Yinzhen, frowned. Fengji, why do I feel like this Yu Liuxiang is becoming more and more like someone? The sword Douluo whispered to Ning Fengji. I feel the same way, and very strongly. I think this Yu Liuxiang is Chu Qin. Ning Fengji replied in a low voice. Why do you think Chu Qin changed his appearance and joined the Blaze Academy? The sword Douluo asked, puzzled. Ning Fengji shook his head. Uncle Jian, let's wait until the match is over. On the arena, the Xinfeng Academy had not been completely defeated yet, but they were on the brink of collapse. This Yu Liuxiang can slow down time, causing the speed advantage that the Xinfeng Academy prides itself on to crumble. Brothers, rally. He has already made 1 move. Feng Xiaotian gritted his teeth and said, just 2 more moves, and we will win. In the next moment, 4 soul rings lit up under Feng Xiaotian's feet, and he shouted, Gale Demon Wolf, 36 slashes. Feng Xiaotian's defensive was extremely fierce, like 36 Gale Demon Wolves, rushing towards Chu Qin. Self-created soul skill. Chu Qin's pupils slightly contracted. Although he did not approve of Feng Xiaotian's sycophantic behavior, he had to admit that Feng Xiaotian's talent was quite good. At the same time, Chu Qin wondered if he could create his own soul skill. However, Chu Qin did not think too much about it at the moment, and once again swung the ice sword to unleash a blade. Feng Xiaotian's offensive was extremely fierce, covering the entire arena, but upon encountering Chu Qin's sword, Feng Xiaotian immediately felt a violent shock in his chest. Almost in an instant, Feng Xiaotian was sent flying by Chu Qin's blade, while the other 6 members of the Xinfeng team were directly knocked off the stage. At a critical moment, Feng Xiaotian grabbed a pillar and did not fall off immediately. Brother you, give me a chance. Feng Xiaotian yelled desperately while holding onto the pillar. I already told you, Chu Qin said with a smile. Being a sycophant won't work. Then, Chu Qin lightly flicked his fingers, and Feng Xiaotian fell directly off the stage. The entire arena fell silent for a second, followed by thunderous applause. Yu Liuxiang, a single person, had yet to use any soul rings, only utilizing a soul bone skill to defeat the so-called strongest Xinfeng team in the Tiando competition area. Seeing this scene, the sword Douluo confidently looked at Ning Fengji and said, Fengji, I bet that this Yu Liuxiang is definitely Chu Qin. This is already a settled fact. Ning Fengji replied, the Xinfeng team is well trained. To defeat them, one must have the strength of a soul emperor. Below the age of 25, besides him, I can't think of a second. Beside them, Salas, hearing the whispers of Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo, furrowed his brows as he looked at Chu Qin. A few months ago, I wrote to His Holiness the Pope, and he said that he was not worth worrying about. Now it seems that this person is very likely a Soul Emperor. If that's the case, our Wuhuan Temple team may not be his opponent. He must be eliminated before the finals. Ding. Detected that the host defeated the Shinfeng Academy within 3 moves, gained 100 favorability from Xiaowu, Sword God Douluo, Sword Maiden. After stepping down from the arena, Chu Qin did not go to the rest area, but headed directly towards Tiando City. Just as Chu Qin reached an alley, he stopped and shouted behind him, "Come out." As expected, a fiery red figure appeared behind Chu Qin, and it was Xiaowu. "Why are you following me?" Chu Qin turned around with interest, because Xiaowu was somewhat at a loss for words. Then she had a flash of inspiration and spoke. "Young master, you said you wanted to date me. Is it true? Sword Maiden, do you hope it's true or false?" Chu Qin smiled and replied, I don't know. Xiaowu shook her head. "You have already defeated the Shinfeng Academy within 3 moves, so according to our agreement, I can date young master you now." Chu Qin was about to speak. Why should a girl be moved by a dying person? Just then, an old voice echoed above Xiaowu and Chu Qin. They looked up and saw an old man in a long robe floating there, and the scenery around them disappeared, replaced by a vast open space. "You are not," Xiaowu exclaimed in surprise, looking at the old man. "Are you the team leader mentor from Shanghue Academy?" "That's right. I am a mentor from Shanghue Academy, Shen. Shen smiled faintly at Chu Qin and Xiaowu. "What do you want?" Xiaowu frowned. "Isn't it obvious? He wants to kill us." Chu Qin ziplit gan li. "That's right, you Liuxiang." Shen looked at Chu Qin with a cold smile. "You can only blame yourself for being too outstanding. If I kill you, my Shanghue Academy will have a greater chance of advancing to the next round." Xiaowu's brows furrowed tightly, her face showing fear. "Do you really think you can kill me?" Chu Qin ziplit gan li. In the next moment, the shadow beneath Chu Qin changed, positioning him in front of Xiaowu. "What?" Seeing Chu Qin's astonishing speed, Shen's pupils constricted. "Come on, let me see what you have to kill me," Chu Qin said with a smirk. Shen's pupils shifted, and under his feet, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 2 black soul rings lit up. In the next moment, a strange light infused into Chu Qin's body. Summon. Destruction Godlance. Chu Qin calmly summoned his martial soul rings. "You are also a soul saint." Shen was shocked to see the 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, red, and rose gold swirling beneath Chu Qin's feet, especially that 100,000-year soul ring, which made his pupils shrink to the extreme. "No wonder he is so powerful," Xiaowu exclaimed in surprise. He finally understood the reason for Chu Qin's strength. 6th soul skill, Illusory Spear. Under the ability of Chu Qin's 6th soul skill to immunize against all negative effects, Shen's residual dream was instantly shattered. In the next moment, Chu Qin's illusory spear pierced through Shen's body. With Chu Qin's current strength, he had a chance of defeating a title Douluo in one-on-one combat, let alone a soul saint at level 72. However, Chu Qin still underestimated Shen's illusion techniques. After being pierced by Chu Qin's annihilation spear, Shen surprisingly did not die immediately. Chu Qin was only pierced by one of his clones. "Unexpectedly, you are a soul sage." Shen looked at Chu Qin and smiled faintly, saying, "I dare say that in the entire Douluo continent, you are probably the only one who can reach soul sage under the age of 25. But so what? You have already fallen into my remnant dream. Don't say it's you. Even a title Douluo might not be able to break my move. It seems I underestimated you." Chu Qin replied with a calm smile. "Indeed, you didn't kill me, so you can die now." However, as soon as Shen finished speaking, a fiery red liquid great sword appeared at his neck. "What?" Shen was terrified and immediately raised his hands. He glanced sideways and saw a stunningly beautiful woman standing behind him. The woman was dressed in a fiery red leather outfit, which was quite revealing, with no shoulder covering, exposing a large area of snow-white skin and an alluring deep cleavage. At the same time, her body displayed a perfect curve, slim where it should be slim, and voluptuous where it should be voluptuous, a truly perfect figure. What was even more captivating than her figure was her breathtaking beauty. Her large fiery red eyes sparkled like stars, and her lips were thin on top and thick on the bottom, adorned with an enticing shade of lipstick that glimmered subtly, making any man in her presence feel an urge to kiss her. This person was none other than Chu Qin's 3rd subordinate, the 98th level sword god Douluo, the Sword Maiden. Who are you?" Shen asked in terror. Didn't you just say that a title, Douluo, couldn't break your illusion? The sword maiden smiled softly. You are a title Douluo. Sure Yin's pupils dilated. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the sword maiden's liquid greatsword mercilessly slashed down, causing him to explode into nothingness. At the moment of Sure Yin's explosion, the space around Chu Qin and Wu vanished, and they returned to that alley. Young Master Yu, who is she? Wu was first taken aback, then realized and looked at the sword maiden, saying in astonishment, Miss Wu, there's no need to be nervous. The sword maiden smiled and said, I am Chu Qin's subordinate, the sword maiden. Chu Qin. Wu looked at Chu Qin in confusion. Young Master Yu. You are Chu Qin? How do you know me? Chu Qin smiled and said, Not long ago, the Tiando Royal Academy was defeated by the genius Chu Qin from the former Lamba Academy, now the Royal Qinglong Academy, in the invitational tournament. Wu replied, Could it be that you are Chu Qin? Indeed. Chu Qin smiled back, I am Chu Qin. Wu was greatly surprised. Wu. Chu Qin smiled indifferently and took off his mask. When Wu saw Chu Qin's stunning face, she was momentarily frozen in place. The next moment, before Wu could react, Chu Qin had already kissed her red lips. Seeing this scene, the sword maiden frowned slightly and quietly returned to Chu Qin's body. Wu was first startled, then extended her tongue to welcome him. Young Master Yu. After the kiss, Wu still felt a blankness in her mind and asked in confusion, A gentleman's word is as good as a horse's. How could I be someone who does not keep promises? Chu Qin smiled and said, But Wu, do you love Liu Xiong or Chu Qin? I love both. Wu replied with a graceful smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin put the mask back on and took Wu's hand. The two went to a secluded hotel, eating and chatting. You Chu Qin, so you came to the Fire Academy just to pave the way for the Royal Qinglong Academy? Wu said in surprise upon hearing Chu Qin's explanation. Yes. Chu Qin replied, I have investigated, and there is an extraordinary team in the finals. I must take action personally. Then why don't you directly lead the Royal Qinglong Academy to fight? Wu asked in confusion. If that were the case, how would I get to know you? Chu Qin's my. Hearing this, Wu's face turned crimson, and she unconsciously revealed a shy smile. So you came to the Fire Academy just for me? Otherwise? Chu Qin smiled and said, But Wu, you cannot tell anyone else about this. Not even Wu Shuang or Hualing Yu. Otherwise I will be disqualified from the competition. Wu shook her head vigorously. I want don't worry. If I say it, let me be struck by lightning. I didn't ask you to swear an oath. Chu Qin smiled slightly, heading to Wuhuan City. Can you escape this tribulation, Tang San? In the blink of an eye, the last match of the Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament's qualifying rounds concluded. I never expected that Tang San from the Tiando Royal Academy is a descendant of the Haoqian sect. Yes, doesn't that mean he has twin martial souls? I heard he is only 14 years old, achieving Soul Zong at 14, and a twin martial soul Zong at that. Hey, which is stronger if he uses the Haoqian hammer or Yu Liuxiang? That must be Yu Liuxiang. She can fight 7 on her own, and I think he must also have twin martial souls. The last match was a battle between Shinfeng Academy and a team from Tiando Royal Academy, in which Tang San was forced to use the Haoqian hammer. As a result, Tang San instantly became the focus of everyone's discussion. Wuhuan Hall, the Pope's Hall. At this moment, sitting in the high-backed throne of the Pope's Hall was a woman who could astonish the world. This woman wore a Jiuzhu purple gold crown and a purple gold long dress, her stunning face paired with a beautiful figure. Every smile and frown seemed capable of captivating countless young men. Her eyes were like a pool of autumn water or like the stars in the sea, breathtakingly beautiful. What drew the most attention was her figure, with skin as smooth as sheep fat jade, curves in perfect golden ratio, complemented by a semi-transparent purple gold lace long dress and thigh-high heeled boots, perfectly presenting her graceful, curvy, and stunning figure, especially the subtly visible cleavage in front, evoking countless fantasies. This person held many titles, the only female pope in the history of Wuhuan Hall, and the youngest and most outstanding pope, Bibi Dong. After reading the secret letter sent by Salas, Bibi Dong's brows slightly furrowed, her tempting words carrying a hint of anger as she said, What? Your Holiness, what happened? Asked a bishop-level figure beside her. There is a descendant of the Haoqian sect appearing in the Tiando competition area. Bibi Dong replied. In the Tiando Holy Hall's Bishop Salas mentioned in the secret letter that a Soul Emperor-level contestant may have appeared. This is impossible. The bishop exclaimed in shock. How could anyone under 25 reach Soul Emperor? Do you think Salas would dare to joke with me? Bibi Dong shot a cold glare at the bishop. The bishop trembled all over and immediately fell silent. Have the Ju Gue Douluo come to the Pope's Hall. Bibi Dong said if there really is a sole emperor-level contestant, then the finals may encounter changes. I must stop this change. Most importantly, we cannot allow the descendant of the Haoyin sect to come to Wuhuan City. Bibi Dong said at the end, her words filled with coldness, ruthlessness, and killing intent, as if she were truly a king. Meanwhile, at the gate of Tiando City, a total of 15 luxurious carriages, under the escort of the Tiando Knights, slowly drove away from the southern part of Tiando City. Among them, one of the carriages belonged to the Qinglong Academy. Why is the carriage moving? Where is Chu Qin? Xiaowu said anxiously. Yes, where's Chu Qin? Ning Rongrong also expressed her confusion. Xiaowu Rongrong. It was Douluo who spoke. Chu Qin has already gone to the spear hall. Let me protect your safety, so you can rest assured. That Chu Qin, he is probably off chasing girls again. Lu Erlong frowned. When I see him again, I'll definitely punch him. Xiaowu said fiercely. Xiaowu, I'm just afraid you won't be able to bear it. Du Yin smiled slightly. Yeah, I can't bear it. Xiaowu sighed and took a bite of the carrot in her hand. Not far from them, in the carriage of the Blaze Academy, Fire Dance was comfortably leaning against Chu Qin's shoulder, who was disguised as Yu Xiang. Young Master Chu Yu, Fire Dance quietly asked Chu Qin. Why aren't you taking the carriage of the Qinglong Academy? Aren't all your other women there? How do you know I have other women? Fire Dance. Chu Qin asked. Well, I'm the daughter of the president and vice president of the Qihua Academy, so I do have some information. Hu Wu replied. Does that not bother you? Chu Qin asked knowingly. His system wouldn't allow his harem to be set on fire. Hu Wu shook her head, saying I don't know why. But as long as I can be with you, it doesn't matter to me how many women you have. Hu Wu lightly stroked her head when she heard Chu Qin's words. Actually, I didn't tell them about my coming to the Blaze Academy. Oh, why? Hu Wu asked. They are all very strong-willed women. Chu Qin deeply. If I tell them that I joined the Blaze Academy to help them defeat the Spirit Hall team, it would hurt their confidence. So that's how it is. Chu Qin, you are really kind. Hu Wu said sweetly, and then, like an octopus, she clung to Chu Qin. I'll go back in a few days. Chu Qin continued. If they can't see me, they will get anxious. It's fine on my side. Hu Wu nodded. Every move of Chu Qin and Hu Wu was clearly seen by Feng Xiaodian inside the carriage. I want to die, I want to die. Feng Xiaodian desperately grabbed his hair and shouted, Feng Long. Feng Hu, don't stop me. Captain, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Feng Long shouted. Yeah, Captain. Look over there. Tian Shui Academy. There's so many top-notch girls. Feng Hu followed up. No, I only want Hu Wu. Feng Xiaodian yelled. The carriage moved slowly along the main road. The distance from Tiando City to Wuhuan City, where the Wuhuan Hall is located, was extremely far. And with the carriage stopping and starting all the way, it took a full 20 days. On this day, the sky was clear and the breeze was gentle. The caravan entered a narrow canyon. Falling rocks, falling rocks. The whole army is on alert. The whole army is on alert. Upon hearing this, the teachers and students from various academies inside the carriage immediately rushed out, only to see rolling rocks crashing down towards the carriage. Inside the Qinglong Academy carriage. What happened? What's going on? Meng Yuran said with a slight surprise. Douluo was about to take action when suddenly a pink figure appeared before them. It was Su Daji. Ladies, there is no need to panic. Su Daji said, the master has already instructed that in such situations, you just need to stay inside the carriage and not go out. Daji will protect your safety. Seeing Su Daji appear, Douluo and the girls finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, inside the Qihua Academy carriage, everyone don't panic. Chu Qin said to the crowd, stay in the carriage. I will protect your safety. Saying this, Chu Qin easily walked out of the carriage. At this moment, in addition to the falling rocks, countless black figures were rushing down from the mountain, with various dazzling spirit rings illuminating the entire canyon. Chu Qin knew that these were all assassins from the Spirit Hall. As soon as Tang San revealed the Haoyin hammer, Chu Qin knew that the Spirit Hall would definitely take action and carry out an assassination. Sure enough, the assassination action has come. Tang San, whether you can escape this calamity depends on your fortune, Chu Qin said with a calm smile. In the original work, Tang San and their group managed to escape the pursuit of the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo thanks to the immortal herb, as well as the poison Douluo, sword Douluo, and Ning Fengji. However, now that Tang San and their group have lost the immortal herb, the poison Douluo has also followed him. And sword Douluo and Ning Fengji are unlikely to take action, especially since Rongrong is no longer one of Tang San's group. Chu Qin is not a saint. He and Tang San are simply rivals. Not taking action against him is already showing great mercy. Chu and Qin are even less likely to help him. Whether he lives or dies depends on fate. The only thing Chu Qin can do is to protect the 3 carriages of the Blaze Academy, the Azure Dragon Academy, and the Heavenly Water Academy. Everything else is none of his concern. Tang San's life is quite significant, as the Spirit Hall only kills those they want to kill. They do not kill innocents indiscriminately. This group of Spirit Masters seems aggressive, but their main strategy is defensive skirmishing. Therefore, their most concentrated attack is directly aimed at the Tiando Royal Academy, where Tang San is located. At this moment, several reckless Spirit Masters from the Spirit Hall launched an attack on him. There were few first and second ring Spirit Masters. The result was obvious. They were instantly defeated by Chu Qin. Chu Qin looked in the direction of Tang San, who at that moment pulled out Tang Sek's hidden weapons and swept around like a machine gun, instantly injuring many low-level Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall. At the same time, Xiaowu and Flander intervened to stop the Sage-level Soul Master who was attempting to assassinate Tang San. Additionally, the Gold Eagle Soul, Douluo Nordiala, who fought against Dragon King Meng Shu in the original work, was also intercepted by the Royal Academy's teaching committee member, Jilin Sodto, who came to escort Tang San and others. At this moment, Tang San noticed the direction of Chu Qin, but he merely glanced at him before shifting his gaze elsewhere. Just as Tang San was wreaking havoc, a faint voice echoed, "Nordiala, you are really regressing. You can't even handle such a simple situation." As soon as the words fell, a powerful aura descended from the mountain. This person was dressed in light yellow armor and had a face resembling that of a woman, but from his Adam's apple, it could be determined that he was a man. Chu Qin quickly guessed the identity of the visitor, Bibi Dong, sitting down with one of the 2 titled Douluo. Douluo, Yugon. Yueguan is a genuine 95th level titled Douluo. As soon as his aura was released, all the Soul Masters who were fighting felt an overwhelming pressure that made it hard to breathe. Chu Qin also felt a slight chill in his heart. But that was all. Tang San, if you can survive this calamity, consider yourself impressive, Chu Qin said with a faint smile, a hint of watching a show in his tone. Sensing the power of Yueguan, Jiling, Flanders, and Zhao Wujia immediately protected Tang San and the others behind them. Who are you really? Jiling coldly questioned Yueguan. Who am I? Isn't it obvious? Flanders replied. Who else besides the Spirit Hall could send so many Spirit Masters? TSK. Don't guess wildly without evidence, Yueguan said with a faint smile. Jiling, hand over the heir of the Haoyan sect behind you, and I can spare your lives. Humph. Jiling coldly smiled. No matter who you are, it's a fool's dream to take someone from our Royal Academy. As soon as Jiling finished speaking, 2 more figures appeared beside him, both bearing 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black spirit rings, a total of 8 rings. These 3 were none other than the other 2 members of the Royal Academy's committee, Bai Baoshan and Meng Xinji. No wonder you are so confident. It turns out all 3 old fellows from the Royal Academy are here. Facing Meng Xinji and the others, Zhu Douluo still maintained a smile. Come on, your majesty. Let us see if you can defeat us 3 old fellows. Meng Xinji replied coldly. Hearing this, Zhu Douluo summoned his own martial spirit, the odd mushroom chrysanthemum. So it's you, Zhu Yueguan of the Spirit Hall. Meng Xinji's pupil shrank. TSK, a bit knowledgeable. To be honest, I also want to fight with you 3 old fellows a bit longer. Zhu Douluo replied, but the mission is urgent. Ghost, make your move. Oh no. Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo have always been inseparable, Meng Xinji exclaimed. Sure enough, as soon as Meng Xinji finished speaking, another sharp voice rang out. Everyone turned around and saw a pitch-black ghostly figure appear behind Tang San. This person looked ghostly, with numerous black patterns covering his head, looking extremely frightening. In just the next moment, Ghost Douluo had crossed 100 meters and arrived behind Tang San. However, just as Ghost Douluo was about to strike and kill Tang San, suddenly the sky began to thunder. Immediately after, a sound like muffled thunder echoed. A chrysanthemum, a little ghost, dares to show off here. Roll away. At the moment this voice fell, the vast canyon began to tremble. Ah, I almost forgot about you. Hearing this voice, Chu Qin smiled slightly. Tang San, your life is quite big. Well, there is plenty of time ahead. Without a doubt, the person who arrived was Tang Hao. Tang Hao had been following Tang San. How could he not be there when Tang San came to the Spear Hall? However, in the original story, Dugu Bo and Jian Duo had made their move, which is why Tang Hao did not appear immediately. and he only showed up after the Soul Master competition ended. But now, with Tang San in crisis, Tang Hao made his move early. Sure enough, in the next moment, a huge Haotian hammer descended from the sky, spinning rapidly, and smashed towards Ghost Douluo. With a loud bang, the Haotian hammer struck the ground, sending shockwaves that directly injured the surrounding Spirit Hall Spirit Saints, with Ghost Douluo at the forefront being blasted away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. What? Seeing the familiar Haotian hammer on the ground, Chu Douluo and Ghost Douluo exclaimed in surprise. Immediately after, a towering figure wrapped in a black cloak rapidly descended from the clouds, landing beside Tang San. You are. Ghost Douluo's body trembled slightly as he looked at the man in front of him, his face filled with terror. Dad! Tang San shouted excitedly. We pay our respects to your Majesty Haotian. Flanders and Zhao Wujia said respectfully. Tang Hao had once visited the Tiando Royal Academy, so these two recognized him. I have met your Majesty Haotian. Hearing this, Meng Shunji, Bai Baoshan, Jiling, and the surrounding spirit masters all said respectfully. Haotian Luo, known as the youngest titled Douluo in history. Tang Hao, Haotian Douluo, Chu Douluo, and Ghost Douluo looked at the man in front of them as if they had seen a ghost. Old Ghost, the plan has failed. We need to leave. Chu Douluo shouted to Ghost Douluo without thinking further. Want to leave? Hearing this, Tang Hao slightly clenched his massive hand, and the Haotian hammer flew back into his grasp. In the next moment, Tang Hao rushed toward Chu Douluo like a gust of wind, swinging a hammer at him. True body of the odd mushroom chrysanthemum. Douluo, Hoked. Activated his life-saving soul skill. In an instant, countless petals of the odd mushroom chrysanthemum formed a shield in front of him. However, even so, under Tang Hao's hammer, Chu Douluo was still blasted away. Also being knocked back was Ghost Douluo, who upon summoning his martial spirit's true form, was directly pushed back by the shockwaves from the Haotian hammer. It was evident how powerful the invincible Haotian Douluo was. Tang Hao, you dare to kill us? Chu Douluo said in fear. The Spirit Hall will not let you go. When have I ever feared the Spirit Hall? You little chrysanthemum ghosts. You have quite the guts to even dare to kill my son. Tang Hao's pupil shrank. Don't think about using the two extremes stillness domain. Even if the Pope comes today, you will still die. Chu Douluo and Ghost Douluo were terrified to the extreme. At this moment, Tang San was extremely excited. He didn't expect that his drunken blacksmith dad was so powerful. He immediately thought of another person, Chu Qin. He wondered, if he let his dad take revenge for him, would Chu Qin be able to withstand it? What Tang San didn't know was that Chu Qin was standing aside, watching the show. Sword Master saved Chu Douluo. After all, he is Bibi Dong's subordinate. Chu Qin said as he looked at the Haotian hammer raised by Tang Hao. Understood. The Sword Master replied and quietly left Chu Qin's side. With a loud bang, Tang Hao's Haotian hammer collided with the Sword Master's fiery red liquid greatsword. The Sword Master's sword was named the Fire God Sword, possessing a divine character, clearly belonging to a top-tier martial spirit, at least not weaker than the Haotian hammer. And the Sword Master's spirit power was at level 98, while Tang Hao was only at level 96, so when they clashed, it was evident that Tang Hao was at a disadvantage, being pushed back. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. This stunning woman in front of them was even stronger than Tang Hao. Could it be that the Pope arranged for others as well? Chu Douluo thought simultaneously. You too. If you don't leave now, are you waiting to die here? The Sword Master said without turning back. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Chu Douluo immediately reacted and shouted at the surrounding spirit masters. At the same time, Tang Hao also stopped fighting, transforming into a shadow, taking Tang San away from the canyon. The Sword Master also vanished from the spot. The four-titled Douluo came quickly and left just as fast, leaving everyone in deep shock. Master, why didn't you let me kill that person? The Sword Master asked. Killing is too boring. Let them stay and play slowly. Chu Qin smiled slightly. Yes. The Sword Master nodded. Following this, Chu Qin secretly tore off his disguise and returned to the carriage of the Azure Dragon Academy. Brother Chu, are you okay? As soon as Chu Qin entered the carriage of the Azure Dragon Academy, everyone rushed over. Besides his own women, there were also Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo, and the first to speak was Qian Renxue disguised as Shui Qinghe. Chu Qin, are you okay? The girls asked one after another. What'd be wrong with me? Chu Qin smiled gently and said, Uncle Ning, Sword Douluo, Your Highness the Prince, you are all here too. Shui Qinghe replied, this time the bandits are unusual. Your Blue Dragon Academy is the hope of our entire Tiando Empire. Hearing this, Chu Qin felt a slight disappointment in his heart. He thought that Qianren had already started to like him. Unexpectedly, it was for this reason. However, Chu Qin could also misjudge at times. At this moment, Qianren had indeed come for him. Chu Qin, Dad, who was that robber just now? Ning Rongrong asked, as the fighting outside seemed extremely intense, and the ground was shaking. Well, 3 title Douluo have come. Chu Qin nodded. 3 title Douluo? Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo Dugabo, and others were all surprised. They had already guessed the identity of the intruders. Who else but the Spirit Hall could send 2 title Douluo for an assassination? Using title Douluo as assassins? And 2 at once? Lu Erlong exclaimed in surprise. Ning Feng Tits Bros Furovet Dikli. It seemed that Uncle Ning had already figured out their identities. Chu Qin deliberately said to Ning Fengji, "Yes, if I'm not mistaken, they are from the Spirit Hall." Ning Feng Ti replied, Chu Qin. Those 2 title Douluo must be targeting that twin martial soul, the successor of the Haoyan sect, right? Yes. Chu Qin noted that. The others were shocked. They were heading to Spirit City, which is like a sheep entering a tiger's den. That's right. The Haoyan sect and the Spirit Hall have deep-seated grudges. The Spirit Hall would never allow him to grow. Ning Feng Tits Gusses Harpenet. However, it's good that everyone is fine. Ning Fengji continued, and please rest assured, the Spirit Hall will not assassinate others for no reason. We are safe. Upon hearing this, everyone except Chu Qin breathed a sigh of relief. In the hall of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, a visitor arrived uninvited. Yu Xiaojiang. The shameless Yu Xiaojiang came to ask Bibi Dong about the secrets of the twin martial souls. Why should I help you cultivate a successor of the Haoyan sect to oppose me? Bibi Dong said coldly. Bibi Dong, rest assured, Tang San is my disciple. As long as you tell me the method, I can swear that Tang San will never oppose the Spirit Hall in his life. Yu Xiaojiang replied. At this moment, what Yu Xiaojiang desired most was to cultivate Tang San to deal with Chu Qin. Then you are too late. Just now, the 2 title Douluo from the Spirit Hall have already set out, and their target is your disciple, Tang San. Bibi Dong said with a faint smile. Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaojiang said angrily. Yu Xiaojiang, you can be anxious too. Bibi Dong sneered. Back then, you didn't accept me because of your sister. Now that she has dumped you, you come here to ask me for help? I want you to suffer. Hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang immediately recalled the heartless words Lu Erlong had said to him. Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong is angry at me. Are you the same? Bibi Dong's expression changed dramatically. Yu Xiaojiang should never have mentioned Lu Erlong in front of her. Oh, indeed, Lu Erlong abandoned you, and you came to seek me. Bibi Dong's expression turned cold, and she smiled cruelly. Then, her palm slightly tightened, and a pain like a maggot burrowing into his bones suddenly rose from Yu Xiaojiang's body. A scream like that of a pig being slaughtered echoed in the hall of the Pope. 10 minutes later, Yu Xiaojiang walked out of the hall of the Pope with a painful expression. He turned around and said, by the way, Bibi Dong, I advise you to be careful of someone named Chu Qin. He may threaten your position as Pope. Yu Xiaojiang was very clever. If he directly told Bibi Dong that Chu Qin was already a soul sage at such a young age, she might not believe it. But now that he brought it up, given Bibi Dong's suspicious nature, she would definitely deal with Chu Qin. The empty hall was left with only Bibi Dong. In the end, she could not bring herself to directly kill Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang, why? Why did you come back to torment me? Bibi Dong's eyes were hollow, tears streaming down her face as she shouted in anger. Back then, she had loved Yu Xiaojiang deeply, but did not gain the approval of her teacher, Qian Xuanji. This beast-like teacher had forcibly possessed her in a secret chamber. As a result, the originally innocent and pure-hearted her fell into evil, madness, and became the cold-blooded, iron-blooded Pope. At this moment, Bibi Dong's heart was filled with extreme sorrow. Why? Why was heaven so unfair to her? It granted her unparalleled beauty and supreme status, but made her live a life filled with hatred and resentment. However, what Bibi Dong did not yet know was that all of this was part of conspiracy. The true truth was not like this at all. Your Holiness the Pope. 2 elders have returned with news. The assassination mission against Tang San has failed. At this time, the voice of the guarding knights outside the door was heard. And Haoyan Douluo Tang Hao appeared, rescuing his son Tang San. Bibi Dong trembled slightly upon hearing this, wiping away her tears, her gaze turning cold and fierce once again. 2 days later, 15 luxury carriages from the Heaven-Do Empire drove into Spirit City, one after another. Spirit City, built around the not-so-magnificent Spirit Mountain, presented a hexagonal shape. Although its scale was far less than the Heaven-Do Imperial capital, it had its own unique characteristics. Firstly, because the Douluo Hall, the Supreme Hall, was located here. It instantly became the center of the Spirit Master world on the Douluo continent, a holy land for all Spirit Masters. Secondly, Spirit City had nearly half of the Spirit Masters on the Douluo continent. It was not an exaggeration to say that if a brick were thrown here, it might hit a Spirit Master. More than 200 people from the Heaven-Do Empire got off the carriages and were arranged in a luxurious hotel on the western side of the hexagonal Spirit City. At this time, it was already night, and in order to be in better spirits for tomorrow, all the contestants gradually fell asleep. In order to help Ning Rongrong and the others have a better mental state, Chu Qin chose to sleep with Lu Erlong tonight. Just as the two were about to fall asleep, a notification sounded. Ding. Goddess mission released. Mission. Guide the goddess team to defeat the Star Luo Royal Academy. Expose Davis's true identity and rescue Zhu Zhuyun. Gain 100 favorability with Zhu Zhuyun. Chu Qin was suddenly shocked. The original work had little detail about Zhu Zhuyun and Davis. So as a transmigrator, could it be that Davis has another face? Is there a hidden story behind Zhu Zhuyun following Davis? What's wrong, Chu Qin? Lu Erlong came out of the bathroom after hearing Chu Qin's murmurs. Nothing. Chu Qin immediately smiled back, then began to look Lu Erlong up and down. At this moment, Lu Erlong was very bold, actually wearing a semi-transparent bathrobe. Her alluring figure was completely visible. Erlong, you're getting naughtier. Chu Qin chuckled, pulling Lu Erlong into his embrace. What's wrong with me? Lu Erlong frowned slightly. When did your outfit become so daring? Chu Qin smirked. It's always been like this. Lu Erlong pouted. Oh, it seems that when you said you wanted to wear lace and a cool outfit for running in the previous invitational, you were serious? Chu Qin asked. Do you have some special preferences? Chu Qin. Lu Erlong knew Chu Qin was teasing her on purpose, but she still became slightly angry, saying, if you keep this up, I. As she spoke, Lu Erlong lightly punched Chu Qin's chest. I can't take it anymore. Chu Qin, thou win. What's wrong? Lu Erlong raised her eyebrows. I can't hold back, Chu Qin said, directly pushing Lu Erlong onto the bed. However, just as Chu Qin was about to make a move, a soft voice came from outside the door. Chu Qin, are you in there? It's Zhu Qin. Chu Qin was slightly startled and immediately got up from Lu Erlong, saying, quick, put on your clothes. What's the big deal? Let's just all come together. Lu Erlong smiled lightly. Chu Qin ignored her, walked to the door, and opened it. At this moment, he could see Zhu Qin outside, dressed in pajamas, standing there looking somewhat dispirited. Chu Qin immediately took off his outer garment and draped it over Zhu Qin, gently saying, Zhu Qin, what's wrong? Zhu Qin replied, Chu Qin, I can't sleep. I want to talk to you for a while. Okay, come in. Following this, Chu Qin closed the door tightly. Lu Erlong got dressed and poured a cup of hot tea for Zhu Qin. Zhu Qin, why do you look a bit unwell? Lu Erlong asked. Sister Erlong, I saw the carriage from the Star Luo Royal Academy today. Zhu Qin replied. Star Luo Royal Academy? Lu Erlong was slightly surprised. Chu Qin seemed to guess what Zhu Qin was about to say. Yes, Sister Erlong, Chu Qin, there's actually something I've been keeping to myself and haven't told you. Zhu Qin nodded. I come from the noble Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire. The Zhu family of Star Luo? The noble family that has been marrying into the Star Luo royal family for generations? Lu Erlong raised her eyebrows slightly. Yes, and the one I was previously engaged to, Dai Mubai from Shrek Academy, now the Tiando Royal Academy, comes from the Star Luo royal family. Zhu Qin nodded. Chu Qin, do you know why I've always wanted to defeat my sister in the Advanced Soul Master League competition? Zhu Qin asked. Chu Qin knew in his heart, but shook his head. This is because our Zhu family has a perverse rule. Zhu Qin replied. In order to make the future family heir more outstanding, once the competing disciples are selected, the family treats these competing disciples as enemies. The victor can become the family heir, while the loser faces a very tragic fate. I have also heard of this rule. Everyone points fingers at it after all. They are blood relatives from the same lineage, yet they end up having to kill each other. Lu Erlong sighed and said, I really didn't expect, Zhu Qin. You are one of them. So, your sister is from the Xingluo Royal Academy, and you want to defeat your own sister in the Senior Soul Master League competition? Lu Erlong continued. Yes. Zhu Qin replied sadly. So, Sister Erlong, Chu Qin, I am very conflicted. If I win against my sister, her fate will be very tragic. But if I lose, I will still face the family's punishment. There are no emotions between our families. But I left the family at a young age and came to be with you, experiencing the warmth and coldness of human feelings. I am very afraid of personally ruining my own sister. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin embraced Zhu Qin and said, Zhu Qin, don't worry, with me here. I will make sure you don't suffer any harm. Chu Qin, I believe you. Zhu Qin nodded seriously. But can you save my sister? She is also a victim. Leave it to me. Chu Qin would have taken Zhu Zhuyin into his arms anyway. And now that Zhu Qin was begging him, Chu Qin naturally agreed. Zhu Qin, if you encounter your sister, just do your best to deal with it. Chu Qin replied, leave the rest to me. With you saying that, I feel relieved. Zhu Qin nodded and said, don't worry, I will definitely not lose to her. I just worry that she might be in danger. Chu Qin wiped away the tears at the corner of Zhu Qin's eyes and smiled gently. I promise you, both you and your sister will be safe. Thank you. Chu Qin. Zhu Qin finally broke into a smile. At that moment, she realized even more deeply how right it was to follow this man. No need to be so polite with me. Sister Erlong, Chu Qin, were you just planning? Zhu Qin said cleverly. Chu Qin and Lu Erlong exchanged a smile and nodded. Then take me with you. Consider my thanks to Chu Qin, Zhu Qin said with a flushed face. The next day, early morning at the Douluo Royal Academy, Chu Qin led the group of girls towards the central square of the Seoul Arena. Here, there was a large arena carved from granite, specially treated with unique shock-absorbing soul guiding devices to prevent the contestants from damaging the stage. Such a grand gesture could only be made by the Spirit Hall, which left everyone in awe. The finals were held in an elimination format, where the losing side would leave the arena directly. Since there were a total of 33 teams, some teams would have byes. The rules for byes were complex, but simply put, in the first round, the Qinglong team, being one of the 3 guaranteed teams, did not compete. In the second round, the Shrek Academy, which ranked first in the Tiando competition area, also did not compete. Therefore, in the first 2 rounds, Chu Qin and his Qinglong team did not participate, and by now, only 10 teams remained in the finals. In the third round of the finals, the Qinglong team faced off against the Xingluo Royal Dragon Vine Academy. The Spirit Hall Academy battled against the Tiando Royal team. Finally, in this round, Zhu Qin encountered her sister. Beautiful women are often the most eye-catching. The Qinglong team was composed entirely of beauties, which excited the entire crowd. Wow, the guaranteed Royal Qinglong Academy is all women, and they are all top-tier beauties. Hee. I heard that the women of the Royal Academy are all Soul Zone. Who says women are not as good as men? Amidst the crowd's cheers, the Qinglong Academy and the Dragon Vine Academy walked towards the arena from both sides. The Qinglong team consisted of Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, De Yin, Meng Iran, Zhu Qin, Shui Binger, and Xiaowu. Because he was worried about Zhu Qin and Davis' soul fusion ability, Chu Qin did not let Yi Lingling participate in the first round, opting instead for Xiaowu, who had a soul fusion with Shui Binger. At the forefront of the Dragon Vine Academy was a tall, handsome man and woman. The man had long golden hair and looked quite handsome, while the woman was not only extremely beautiful, but also wore a tight leather outfit that accentuated every part of her body. Her long, slender legs, ample bosom, and curvaceous hips made her a goddess in the dreams of every young man. Moreover, her skin was so smooth it resembled sheep fat jade, radiating a faint, lustrous glow under the sunlight. At first glance, she gave off a very moist feeling. This person, somewhat similar to Zhu Qin, was her older sister, Zhu Qin. The golden-haired man was Davis, the elder brother of the Douluo Empire's crown prince, Dai Mubai. It was evident that Zhu Qin and Davis shared a close bond, as they were holding each other's arms even in this situation. All right, how'd I not think of that? Chu Qin noticed Zhu Qin and Davis holding arms. What kind of occasion is this? The elite competition for high-level soul masters, under the watchful eyes of the public. How solemn and serious. Davis as a crown prince. Couldn't he be so lacking in decorum? Something is off. Chu Qin's pupils slightly contracted. Zhu Qin, I've already heard what Chu Qin said. At this moment, Xiaowu held Zhu Qin's hand and said, don't worry, this is our Qinglong team's first battle. We will never lose to your sister. MHM, Meng Yihan, Shui Bingya, and Xiaowu all chimed in. Thank you, everyone. Zhu Qin replied, touched. Oh, Zhu Qin, isn't this your sister, the fiancée of my brother Dai Mubai? At this time, Davis looked at Zhu Qin with a mocking tone. Who says not? Zhu Qin's sister, Zhu Qin, smiled charmingly and said, sister, didn't you go to the Tiando Empire to find Dai Mubai? What? He doesn't want you anymore. It's okay, come back to the family. I'll take care of you. Zhu Qin, this woman is your sister? Before Zhu Qin could speak, Meng Iran chuckled softly. Is your sister that old? Yeah, she is quite old. Ning Rongrong followed up with a sharp tongue. Still coming out to compete. Could it be to earn some milk money? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's expression changed, her brows furrowing slightly. It was obvious that she had developed too maturely, and she was being teased by Ning Rongrong and the others. Is there no one left in the Tiando Empire? Davis mocked. They actually sent a group of inexperienced girls to the finals. Don't tell me you few have made some unspeakable deals with the Emperor of Tiando? Hearing this, Chu Qin couldn't help but smirk. Davis, who dared to mock his women, would pay a painful price. However, what concerned Chu Qin more was another matter. He had been observing what true face Davis had. Yet, so far, he had found no clues. Well then, Zhu Qing, let your sister teach you a good lesson. Zhu Zhuqing said coldly. Open the soul rings. With a loud shout from Davis, the Douluo Royal Academy simultaneously activated their soul rings. 6 soul zone and 1 39th level soul master. I thought the Douluo Empire was quite powerful. Xiaowu smirked. What? They even have contestants below soul zone. What do you mean? Davis and Zhu Zhuqing's faces changed drastically. Xiaowu meant that they had no contestants below soul zone? How could that be? Not to mention anything else. Zhu Zhuqing was only 14 years old. However, the next moment, they were left dumbfounded. The girls of the Qinglong team all revealed their soul rings. Except for Shui Binger and Xiaowu, who had 2 yellow and 2 purple rings, the other 5 women had 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black ring. The 4th ring was a 10,000-year soul ring. Not only Davis and Zhu Zhuqing, but the audience below also gasped in amazement. Oh my god, how come the 4th soul ring of the Qinglong team is all 10,000-year soul rings? Impossible. Isn't the limit for the 4th soul ring 5,000 years? No wonder they were directly admitted to the finals. Wait, all 5 of them have 10,000-year soul rings. Could it be that they found some secret? Davis and Zhu Zhuqing's expressions became serious, with the latter exclaiming, Impossible. Zhu Zhuqing, when you left the family, you were just a great soul master. Almost 3 years. No, this is impossible. Didn't someone just look down on us? Xiaowu chuckled. Now, we'll show you what it means that women are not inferior to men. Sisters at the fastest speed, teach them a lesson. 9 treasures turn out to be glazed. 9 treasures have a name. First is strength. Second is speed. Third is soul. Ning Rongrong's move was called 3 Apertures Heart of Control, a unique skill created by Ning Fengji that could instantly unleash 3 amplifications. Ning Rongrong's 3 amplifications quickly entered Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Iran's bodies, and after the speed of the latter 3 greatly increased. They charged towards Davis and the others like a gale. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Davis, as the #1 genius of Douluo, quickly reacted and used his 3rd soul skill to face Xiaowu and the 3 head-on. Zhuqing. Facing Davis, Xiaowu smiled slightly at Zhu Zhuqing, who immediately understood and dodged Davis, charging towards Zhu Zhuqing. End of the month sprint. Brothers, give me some strength. There are still 3 chapters during the day. Dual Soul Fusion Skill. Davis's true face at the same time. The 4 powerful assault-type soul masters of the Douluo Royal Academy also moved. But as soon as they took a step, they were frozen in place and then entangled by a mass of purple poison. Without a doubt, the ones who made the move were Shui Binger, Yin, and Xiaowu. These 3 powerful control-type soul masters instantly locked the positions of the 4 assault-type soul masters from Douluo, leaving Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyin the chance to fight one-on-one. Zhu Zhuyin said coldly to Zhu Zhuqing, Sister, I don't know how you broke through to the soul zone, but I will let you know that you will never catch up to my pace. Zhu Zhuqing replied with a smile, No need. I have found a real home in the Heavendo Empire. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's sweet smile, Zhu Zhiyun's eyes lit up at first, then turned to anger. For some reason, her attacks became even more ferocious. However, Zhu Zhuqing was not to be outdone. Her palm transformed into steel-like cat claws, constantly clashing with Zhu Zhiyun's cat claws. Both of them had the same martial soul, the nether cat. At the same time, their figures were perfect and wearing tight leather suits. Every movement showcased a visually striking impact that could make one bleed from the nose. On the sidelines, Chu Qin felt his mood rise. He no longer cared about the outcome, as he knew that Zhu Zhuqing and her companions were bound to win. And indeed, it was as he expected. Zhu Zhiyun's soul power was at level 46, 2 levels higher than Zhu Zhuqing. But let's not forget that Zhu Zhuqing had the enhancement of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Not only that, but because of the reinforcement from the glazed body, Her physical qualities were even stronger than Zhu Zhuyun's. Therefore, after a round of competition, Zhu Zhuyun was already at a slight disadvantage. Meanwhile, Davis was also no match for Xiaowu, who, with her formidable agility, pushed Davis back. Zhu Zhuyun, martial soul fusion, Davis said coldly, looking at Zhu Zhuyun. Zhu Zhuyun frowned slightly, but nodded in agreement. Immediately, the bodies of Davis and Zhu Zhuyun began to become illusory. In the next moment, they rushed towards each other like two beams of light and merged together. A beastly roar echoed. The two original bodies disappeared, replaced by a towering white tiger. This tiger was primarily white with black patterns, representing the exclusive martial soul fusion technique of the Star Luo royal family and the Zhu family, the nether white tiger. Zhu Qin, although you are powerful, let's see how you break our martial soul fusion technique. The voices of Davis and Zhu Zhuyun seemed to emanate simultaneously from the nether white tiger. So it's a martial soul fusion technique. It seems that the Heaven Do Royal Blue Dragon Academy is going to lose. The audience exclaimed in surprise. However, the next moment, they were dumbfounded. You think you're the only ones with a martial soul fusion technique? Xiaowu smiled lightly. Sister Yi, Sister Binger, Sister Shuewu, Sister Yin Yin. The four beauties nodded simultaneously and shouted, "Martial soul fusion." With the simultaneous sound, the 16 soul rings under Shui Binger, Shuewu, Duguyin, and Meng'eran began to spin rapidly. Soon, a phoenix made of ice and a two-headed giant snake appeared on the competition stage. Shui Binger and Shuewu didn't need to say more, as they already possessed the martial soul fusion technique ice and snow drifting. Duguyin and Meng'eran, both having snake-related martial souls, under the guidance of Long Gongmeng Shu and Dugabo, had comprehended their own martial soul fusion technique, the Azure Scales Twin Serpents. This was something even Chu Qin didn't know. It seemed that their training had indeed been effective. Chu Qin stood on the sidelines, smiling with satisfaction. The nine-treasure glazed tile pagoda is renowned for its power, speed, and soul power. At the same time, Ning Rongrong added attribute enhancement to the martial soul fusion technique of the four. At that moment, the pupils of the nether white tiger slightly constricted. Two martial soul fusion techniques battling against one martial soul fusion technique. The outcome was already quite clear. In the end, the Star Luo Royal Academy was completely kicked off the stage. The audience erupted into a thunderous applause. This applause undoubtedly belonged to the Blue Dragon Academy. This all-female combat team, an unprecedented team with two martial soul fusion techniques. How terrifying is that? I really didn't expect this year's Heaven Do Empire to be so strong. A charming female voice echoed from the dark corner of the stage. Brother, do you think we can win against them? They are indeed very strong. However, even with two martial soul fusion techniques, how can they compare to our two soul King's martial soul fusion techniques? Don't worry, sister. The champion of the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition will be ours from the Spear Hall. A powerful male voice replied. Star Luo Royal Academy Lounge. We lost. We actually lost. Davis slammed his hands on the table, furious. Vase, it's all right, we lost. We just lost. Zhu Zhuyun said, patting Davis's shoulder. However, Davis directly shook Zhu Zhuyun's hand away, because she had just used the martial soul fusion technique. Zhu Zhuyun was extremely weak and fell directly to the ground. Yet Davis seemed to ignore Zhu Zhuyun completely, coldly saying, "How many times have I told you? Call me the Crown Prince." Indeed, to outsiders, it seemed that Davis was deeply in love with Zhu Zhuyun. But privately, Davis did not like Zhu Zhuyun at all. In other words, Davis was an ambitious person. He was determined to inherit the throne and didn't care about women at all. If it weren't for his father insisting on a marriage alliance with Zhu Zhuyun, Davis would have long since abandoned her. Yes, Crown Prince. Zhu Zhuyun's eyes turned red, biting her silver teeth as she knelt before Davis. Zhu Zhuyun, remember forever. You are just a tool for me to ascend the throne. Davis looked at the pitiful Zhu Zhuyun without an ounce of sympathy. Today, it's because of your sister that I lost the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. My father will know soon, and he will think I am not capable enough. If this affects my succession to the throne, I won't spare you, your sister, or even the entire Zhu family. Zhu Zhuyun lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. But she said nothing. Zhu Zhuyun felt extremely wronged. She had always hated her sister. Wasn't it also because Zhu Zhuqing had a loved one like Dai Mubai? Wasn't it envy that Zhu Zhuqing could leave the family and pursue freedom in the Heaven Do Empire, while she could only stay by Davis's side, accompanying him in a farce, allowing Davis to hit and bully her? Do you hear me? Davis shouted angrily at Zhu Zhuyun. As he spoke, he raised his palm to slap Zhu Zhuyun, saving Zhu Zhuyun. Chu Qin, furious at that moment, Davis's hand was suddenly halted by an unexpected force, stopping in mid-air. Davis and Zhu Zhuyun looked up in surprise to see a man in a black cloak and mask appearing beside them. It was Chu Qin disguised as Yu Liuxiang. It really proves that saying, not a family, not in the same door. You and your brother Dai Mubai are cut from the same cloth. Chu Qin looked at Davis with a cold smile, but to be honest, Dai Mubai is far better than you. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuyun stood frozen in place, while Davis angrily questioned, "Who are you? How did you get in? You are not worthy to know who I am," Chu Qin said with a calm smile. The next moment, Chu Qin swung his hand fiercely, sending Davis flying directly, crashing heavily against the wall. Chu Qin seemed to still be angry and slammed his fist hard onto Davis's nose, instantly crushing his proud eagle nose. Then, Chu Qin gently held his hands, and with a strong flick, a crisp sound of bones breaking came from his body. After a moment of painful cries, Davis fainted directly. Following that, Chu Qin turned his gaze towards Zhu Zhuyun. "Who are you?" Zhu Zhuyun said with a hint of fear. Soon after, seemingly due to extreme weakness, Zhu Zhuyun fainted as well. Chu Qin was quick-witted and swift, immediately wrapping his arms around Zhu Zhuyun and transforming into a whirlwind as they left the Douluo Royal Academy's lounge. Chu Qin held Zhu Zhuyun in his arms and, under the cover of Su Daji, arrived at a relatively secluded hotel in Wuhan City. "Master, is she okay?" Su Daji looked at the motionless Zhu Zhuyun on the bed, her brows furrowing. "She should be fine. She just used the Phantom White Tiger and is too weak, plus my stimulation made her temporarily faint," Chu Qin replied, removing his disguise and sighing. He had initially thought Zhu Zhuyun was better off than Zhu Zhuqing, but now he realized the truth. The Xingluo royal family truly had no good people. Sooner or later, Chu Qin would wipe them out in one go. An hour later, accompanied by a light cough, Zhu Zhuyun woke up from her coma. She looked around at the unfamiliar environment and immediately sat up on the bed with caution. The first thing she saw was Su Daji, and she asked in surprise, "Who are you? Where is this?" "Zhu Zhuyun, there's no need to be nervous. It was my master who saved you." Su Daji's voice had a unique, alluring tone. It was no exaggeration to say that anyone, regardless of gender, would be captivated by it. This instantly reduced Zhu Zhuyun's sense of vigilance. "Your master?" Zhu Zhuyun asked in confusion. "Yes, my master went to prepare medicine for you." "Preparing medicine?" Zhu Zhuyun asked. "Is your master the one who was just wearing a mask?" "That's right," Su Daji replied. "If it weren't for him, you would have already been attacked by someone named Davis." "Davis, what happened to him?" Zhu Zhuyun inquired. "He won't die, but he should be crippled," Su Daji answered calmly. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuyun's expression changed dramatically. "No, I need to go back and find Davis." "Why?" Su Daji raised an eyebrow. "He treated you that way? If Davis finds out I left, he will definitely send someone to kill me," Zhu Zhuyun said, a hint of fear in her voice, seemingly recalling past shadows. "You don't need to worry." Su Daji smiled gently. "Here, you are very safe." "No." Zhu Zhuyun shook her head. "You don't understand Davis's methods. He is the Grand Prince of the Xingluo Empire, the future heir to the throne." As she spoke, Zhu Zhuyun got up to leave, but as soon as she moved, Su Daji stood in front of her, reaching out to stop her. "I'm sorry, my master asked me to take good care of you. You can't go anywhere." Do you think Su Daji, a peerless Douluo, would be afraid of a mere Grand Prince of the Xingluo Empire? At that moment, Chu Qin walked in holding a bowl of nourishing medicine brewed from spear herbs. Seeing Chu Qin, Zhu Zhuyun's beautiful eyes lit up instantly. No matter when, Chu Qin's looks seemed to have absolute lethal power over women. But she quickly reacted. "What did you just say?" It seemed she had heard the term peerless Douluo. "You didn't hear wrong." Chu Qin walked over, looking at Su Daji with a calm smile. "The woman in front of you is a peerless Douluo." Chu Qin had overheard Zhu Zhuyun's conversation outside and knew she had likely developed a complete fear of Davis. Therefore, he intentionally exposed Su Daji's identity to put Zhu Zhuyun at ease. After all, as long as Zhu Zhuyun could overcome her fear of Davis, it would be considered saving her. How is that possible? Zhu Zhuyun exclaimed in disbelief. She had lived her whole life in the Xingluo Empire and had never even seen a titled Douluo, making it hard to believe Su Daji was a peerless Douluo. "If you don't believe it, just ask her," Chu Qin said, looking at Su Daji. "What the master said is correct. I am a peerless Douluo." Su Daji smiled lightly, revealing her spirit rings. Seeing Su Daji's spirit rings, Zhu Zhuyun felt both surprised and fearful. "Who are you really?" Zhu Jian asked, a bit scared. Let me show you something. Chu Qin smiled calmly and took out a jade pendant from his pocket, which was engraved with the character Zhu. This is my sister's jade pendant. Zhu Jian took the pendant, pulled out another jade pendant from her pocket, and compared the two. They were identical. Zhu Jian was immediately astonished. How can my sister's jade pendant be in your hands? Your sister gave it to me. Chu Qin replied with a smile. Impossible. The Zhu family's jade pendant cannot be easily given away. Zhu Jian said in confusion, unless Zhu Qing likes you. In fact, Zhu Jian had thought of two possibilities. One was that Chu Qin had taken Zhu Qing's jade pendant, and the other was that Chu Qin was the one Zhu Qing liked. However, Zhu Jian found herself leaning toward the latter. One reason was that Chu Qin was too handsome, and the other was that she recalled the smile Zhu Qing had shown on the arena and the words she had said. That's right, Zhu Qing is my woman. Chu Qin smiled lightly. All right, now can you drink the medicine? Upon hearing this, Zhu Jian trembled slightly, then composed herself, took the medicine bowl, and drank it all in one go. After mixing some spiritual medicine obtained from the eye of ice and fire into the medicine bowl, Chu Qin felt a warm sensation spreading from his stomach the moment it went down, significantly restoring Zhu Jian's weakened body. Thank you. Zhu Jian looked at Chu Qin. Her red lips lightly pursed. Did Zhu Qing send you to save me? Zhu Jian asked. Hulaina made her appearance. Chu Qin shook her head and replied. She doesn't know your situation. Zhu Jian frowned and said, I just can't stand it when men bully women. Chu Qin zet bonde. Hearing this, Zhu Jian was deeply moved. She was a pitiful person, born into a family without affection, and had lived under Davis's indifference for a long time. Chu Qin's words warmed her heart. Zhu Jian, just stay here and be at ease. Daji will take good care of you. I'll come to see you in a couple of days. Chu Qin knew that Zhu Jian would not be able to step out of the shadows anytime soon. Zhu Jian gently nodded. Thank you again. By the way, what's your name? Chu Qin. Chu Qin Viplit. Young Master Chu. Zhu Jian said softly, pursing her red lips. Chu Qin asked with a hint of confusion. Could I ask you for a favor? Please don't let Zhu Qing know I'm here. Zhu Jian said with deep affection in her eyes. Like her sister Zhu Qing, she had a proud and strong personality, and naturally did not want her sister to see her in such a predicament. All right. Chu Qin Ziplit Sevio Sili. Thank you. Young Master Chu. Zhu Jian said, bending down in a bow, wearing a tight leather outfit. This gesture was extremely alluring, especially as it revealed a large expanse of white skin, causing Chu Qin's hormones to surge. Chu Qin calmed himself down and then turned to Su Daji, saying, Daji, come out for a moment. Upon hearing this, Su Daji followed Chu Qin out of the room. Daji, Zhu Jian may have been significantly affected, Chu Qin said. You should spend more time with her and help guide her. Su Daji nodded, but she preferred to be with her master. Hearing this, Chu Qin smiled lightly and then kissed Su Daji's red lips. How about this? Chu Qin asked. Daji will definitely follow the master's orders. Su Daji replied with a satisfied smile. At the finals venue, the voice of the female host rang out. Let's return to the finals. Next, the Wuhuan Hall team will battle the Tiando Royal Academy team. The course of history had not changed. The Wuhuan Hall team was still facing the Tiando Royal Academy. Even though Du Guiyin, Yu Qianheng, and Yi Lingling had been replaced by Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, with confident steps, Dai Mubai led the Tiando Royal Academy onto the stage. However, when the seven of them stood proudly on the arena, there were only three figures on the opposite side. These three were two men and one woman. One of the men was clad in bright red armor, looking very sturdy, with fire red patterns etched on his face and hair that was also fire red, clearly associated with flames. The other man wore silver armor. He wasn't particularly handsome, but was decent looking, not the kind that was particularly unattractive. As for the woman, she was stunning. Her figure and beauty were off the charts. The pink outfit showcased her mature, perfect body, delivering a strong visual impact. Every part of her that women longed for was so mature. Her chest wasn't towering like Zhu Qing or Ziji, but it was very beautiful, perfectly shaped. However, the most profound impression she left was her enchanting little face, filled with temptation and charm. These three were known as the golden generation of the Wuhuan Hall. Yin, Xiaowu, and Hulaina. Chu Qin had already disguised himself as Yu Liuxiang and quietly arrived at the audience seats. Upon seeing Hulaina, he slightly tilted his mouth and said, Hulaina has appeared. When will the goddess mission come? Why are there only three people in the Wuhuan Hall team? At this moment, Oscar frowned and said, Boss, This damn Wuhan Hall looks down on us, wanting to use just 3 people to deal with our imperial fighting team. Maong Jun scolded Dai Mubai. It's fine. Let them see our strength later, Dai Mubai said coldly. The match begins, the female host announced. As soon as she finished speaking, Dai Mubai and his 7 teammates displayed their martial spirit soul rings. Except for Ma Hongjuan's yellow-yellow-purple, the rest had the best configuration of yellow-yellow-purple-purple soul rings. However, the next moment they were dumbfounded. Under Hulaina and the others, 5 soul rings lit up. Yellow-yellow-purple-purple-black. Soul King. 3 Soul Kings. The entire audience was shocked. From the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition until now, this was their first time seeing Soul King contestants on the field, and 3 appeared at once. Of course, this was under the premise that Chu Qin had not revealed his soul rings. Boss Dai, what do we do with 3 Soul Kings? Ma Hongjun was frightened by the Wuhuan Hall's lineup and frowned. It's okay, same old rule, I'll go first. As soon as Dai Mubai finished speaking, the White Tiger Titan transformation activated, charging like a real fierce tiger towards Hulaina and the others. However, as soon as Dai Mubai moved, they were suddenly enveloped by a mass of red mist. The red mist grew denser. What's going on? Where did this mist come from? This was a unified thought of Dai Mubai's 7 and the audience below. Just as everyone was puzzled, 10 soul rings began to rotate under Hulaina and Xiaowu. This is a martial spirit fusion skill. The audience, being soul masters, naturally understood martial spirit fusion skills. The next moment, before anyone could react, Hulaina and Xiaowu had already rushed into the mist while performing their martial spirit fusion skill. After that, everyone only heard Dai Mubai and the others screaming in agony from within the mist, but no one knew what had happened. Chu Qin couldn't see it either. The mist from Hulaina and the others was extremely mysterious. Unless one reached the pinnacle of soul power, it was impossible to see through. Of course, Chu Qin was completely unafraid. Not to mention, with the Spear Hall battle team, he could easily challenge a Soul Sage battle team now. 1 minute later, Dai Mubai and the others were all thrown out of the mist, falling off the stage. Originally, the Imperial fighting team had Tang San, who had more tricks up his sleeve. But with Tang San taken away by Tang Hao, it was simply a pipe dream for Dai Mubai and the others to defeat Hulaina and the 3 Soul Kings. The Spirit Hall battle team won effortlessly. The scene erupted with applause like thunder. Chu Qin smiled and shook his head, leaving the scene. Chu Qin took off his disguise and returned to the lounge of the Qinglong Academy. As soon as Chu Qin entered the academy, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiaowu, and Ning Rongrong rushed over eagerly. What are you 3 doing here? Chu Qin smiled slightly and asked. Chu Qin, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly shouted, looking very sad. Zhuqing, what is wrong? Chu Qin asked with a puzzled look, gently holding Zhu Zhuqing's arms with a smile. My sister, Zhu Zhuqing said with a hint of pain, then handed a wanted poster to Chu Qin. The picture on it was unmistakably of Zhu Zhuyin, with a simple reason, attacking the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire, resulting in the disability of his arms. Chu Qin, what is going on? Zhu Zhuqing asked. How come my sister attacked Davis? Is it because she lost in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition? Where is she now? Is she in danger? Zhu Zhuqing said fearfully to herself. In the finals, Zhuqing, you don't have to worry too much. Chu Qin said gently with a smile. In our Zhu family, there are no feelings to speak of, but she is my only biological sister after all. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes turned red, and then suddenly knelt down before Chu Qin, saying, Chu Qin, please, save her. Only you can save her now. Chu Qin, please save Zhuqing's sister. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong also pleaded. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin immediately helped Zhu Zhuqing up and sighed slightly. All right, Zhuqing, I won't hide it from you anymore. In fact, it was not your sister who injured Davis, but me. Chu Qin deeply. Zhu Zhuqing and the 3 of them exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Chu Qin then recounted the events to his 3 women one by one. This Davis is too despicable. Xiaowu gritted her teeth and said, a monster with a human face and a beast's heart. Ning Rongrong also expressed her hatred. Chu Qin, you should have killed him. Xiaowu continued. Xiaowu, Rongrong. Killing him would be easy, but Zhuqing's family would probably suffer for it. Chu Qin replied, unless we destroy the entire Star Luo Empire. Chu Qin would eventually take action against the Star Luo Empire, but for now, he needed to resolve the matters at hand. All right, Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong responded. I didn't expect Davis to be such a person. These years, my sister has suffered even more than I have. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flickered with tears. Chu Qin, can I see her? Sorry, Zhuqing. Chu Qin replied, I promised Zhu Zhuyan that you can't see her for now. You should know the reason, but rest assured, Daji is protecting her closely. She is absolutely safe. All right, Zhu Zhuqing said, slightly disappointed. Seeing this, Chu Qin immediately embraced Zhu Zhuqing, resting his chin on her head, and she tightly hugged Chu Qin in return. At the same time, in the papal hall, at this moment, Bibi Dong sat on a high-backed throne, with Zhu and Gue Douluo sitting on either side. Teacher, why did you call us here? 3 figures walked in. It was Ulaina, Xiaowu, and Yin, with Ulaina speaking first. You performed well today. Bibi Dong smiled slightly and continued. Next, it's the final match. How prepared are you? Your Holiness, it's just the Blaze Academy. Xiaowu, and I can handle it. Yin declared confidently. Bibi Dong remained expressionless, lightly waving her hand. And 3 sheets on the table fell into the hands of Ulaina and the others. What? The Blaze Academy has a sole emperor. Ulaina and the others exclaimed in unison. That's right. This information was passed on by the Pope of the Tiando Holy Temple, Salus. This Blaze Academy has a very mysterious person named Yu Liuxiang, who has only appeared twice. Each time, he defeated the 2 strongest teams in the Tiando competition on his own. Zhu Douluo replied, and he didn't use any soul rings. How is that possible? Hearing this, Ulaina and the others were shocked. They used martial soul fusion techniques to defeat the Tiando Royal Academy, and if any of them went up, they would lose terribly. Zhu Douluo and I have already discussed it. After the Senior Soul Master Elite competition, we will invite this Yu Liuxiang to join the Wuhuan Palace. If he refuses, then there will only be another path waiting for him. Bibi Dong continued, but before that, you must defeat him and win the championship of the Senior Soul Master Elite competition. We will do our best. Ulaina and the others replied in unison. Remember, if you lose, I will send you all to the most evil place on Douluo continent for training. Gue Douluo said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Ulaina and the others shivered. The next day, in the morning, the final 3 matches of the Senior Soul Master Elite competition began. Participating academies, Blaze Academy, Qinglong Academy, Wuhuan Palace Academy. The 3 matches consisted of individual matches and team matches. The rules for individual matches were simple. First, an individual defense match would take place. The winning team member would stay and challenge the next opponent, and the last student remaining on the stage would win. The team match was exactly like the previous competitions. The venue for the 3 matches was moved from the original Wuhuan Palace Central Square to the front of the Papal Hall. Why hasn't that guy Chu Qin come for the finals? Xiaowu pretended to be resentful. What is he so busy with? Xiaowu, Chu Qin might have his own things to do. Zhu Zhuqing smiled in response. Let's not complain about him. I'm not complaining about him. Xiaowu smiled. It's just that he didn't come to the finals, which makes me a bit unhappy. Xiaowu, if you're unhappy, just focus on the competition. Ziji replied. Take your opponents as a punching bag for your unhappiness. You're right, Sister Ziji. Xiaowu nodded. However, what Xiaowu didn't know was that Chu Qin, disguised as Yu Liuxiang, was standing not far from her, and upon hearing this, Chu Qin shook his head slightly. The Pope has arrived. At that moment, a loud voice rang out. Then, accompanied by a sound similar to mechanical gears opening, the 20-meter-high door of the Papal Hall opened, and 3 figures walked out slowly. Only title, Do-level powerhouses could walk out from the main entrance of the Papal Hall. Without a doubt, these 3 were Bibi Dong, Zhu, and Gue Douluo. This was the first time Chu Qin saw Bibi Dong, and he secretly thought, indeed, she is even more beautiful than I imagined. Bibi Dong's beauty was that of perfect maturity, somewhat similar to Ziji, but compared to Ziji's enchanting charm and Lu Erlong's wild brutality. Bibi Dong had a touch of intellectual holiness and regal beauty. Today, Bibi Dong was dressed in splendid attire, wearing a golden dress embedded with hundreds of jewels, and a purple gold crown adorned with countless pearls and gold and silver ornaments, complementing her breathtaking beauty that would make anyone's heart flutter. No wonder Chu Qin was somewhat unable to contain himself. Greetings, Your Holiness. Bibi Dong, as the spiritual leader of the Soul Master world, was the object of reverence for all Soul Masters. At this moment, all the Soul Masters knelt down. However, it was evident that all the women from Qinglong Academy and the Chu Qin disguised as Yu Liuxiang did not kneel. Chu Qin need not say. He would not kneel to anyone. Moreover, Chu Qin had told all his women that in this lifetime, they could only kneel to him. On the contrary, when Xiaowu saw Bibi Dong, her eyes widened, filled with shock and anger. This Bibi Dong was the one who killed her mother back then. Xiaowu, what's wrong? Ning Rongrong asked, unable to help but noticed Xiaowu trembling all over. Oh no! Chu Qin was so close. He heard Ning Rongrong's words and thought it was bad. Battle Soul Hall Battle Team, Xiaowu's mistress. At this moment, Xiaowu heard the words of the azure-eyed Dragon King in her mind. The master had instructed that when facing her enemy, she should not be anxious. The master would personally take revenge for her. Hearing this, Xiaowu's mood gradually eased. Yes, if she acted here, regardless of whether she could defeat Bibi Dong, her good sisters would likely be implicated. Wait, azure-eyed Dragon King? Chu Qin knows I have enemies? Xiaowu said in surprise. The azure-eyed Dragon King then realized he had let something slip. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong quickly shifted her gaze and replied, "Everyone stand down." At this moment, Bibi Dong had not yet reached the level of a peerless Douluo, so she could not see through the azure-eyed Dragon King's concealed aura. Moreover, Chu Qin had long given Xiaowu the heartbroken red, and with the double protection, even a peerless Douluo would not be able to discover it without careful scrutiny. "Thank you, Pope." Everyone responded in unison. Chu Qin let out a sigh of relief. Following that, Bibi Dong and the Ju Gui took their seats on the golden long bench set up in front of the Pope's palace. Today is the finals of the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, and the winner can obtain 3 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones. Bibi Dong announced loudly, her tone neither warm nor cold, exuding great authority. Immediately after, Bibi Dong waved her hand, and a black cloth beside her was lifted, revealing a transparent crystal box. Inside the box was a brocade plate, on which lay the 3 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones. The wisdom skull of mental concentration, the right arm of explosive flames, and the left leg of wind chasing at high speed. It is said that these 3 soul bones were left behind by an elder of the Spirit Hall before their death. Upon seeing these 3 soul bones, everyone's eyes widened. Those who could stand here were prominent figures in the Soul Master world, and the more powerful they were, the more they understood the rarity of soul bones. Some people even felt a stirring in their hearts. However, no one dared to step forward. After all, this was the Spirit Hall, and making a move here would lead to dire consequences. Only Chu Qin appeared very indifferent. Firstly, he didn't care about the 10,000-year soul bones at all, and secondly, he had already decided the fate of these 3 soul bones. Next, the competition began. Su Yuntao, the host of the finals, announced loudly, "The first match is an individual competition." Su Yuntao declared that the 2 competing academies would draw lots to determine their opponents. The team represented by the last person standing on the stage would gain direct qualification for the championship match. The other 2 teams would enter the team competition for another chance at the championship match. Following this, the captain of the Qinglong Academy, Xiaowu, the team of the Spirit Hall, Gulaina, and Chu Qin from the Shrek Academy walked towards the stage. "He is that Soul Emperor, Yu Liuxiang?" Seeing Chu Qin's mysterious demeanor, Gulaina couldn't help but glance at him again, her expression complex. Meanwhile, Chu Qin felt quite pleased upon seeing Gulaina. After all, she is one of his future wives. However, due to the mask, Chu Qin's smile was undetectable. "Judge, our Spirit Hall team gives up the individual competition and goes directly to the team competition." At that moment, Gulaina shouted towards the judge. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The invincible Spirit Hall team is just giving up the individual competition like that? The reason is quite simple. The Spirit Hall already knew that Chu Qin was a Soul Emperor, and individual matches could not use martial soul fusion skills. Therefore, the Spirit Hall realized they had no chance of winning and decided it was better to give up and utilize fusion skills to defeat their opponents directly in the team competition. Hearing this, Chu Qin temporarily could not guess the reason. However, although he did not know what the Spirit Hall intended, wasn't this just what he wanted? So, Chu Qin also shouted, "Referee, the Blaze Academy forfeits the individual competition." Chu Qin's words left the entire venue in shock. Logically speaking, with the Spirit Hall giving up on the individual competition, the chances of the Blaze Academy winning would be much greater. But they didn't expect that Chu Qin would also give up. Upon hearing that Chu Qin had forfeited, the Blaze Academy team felt a bit disappointed. But no one questioned Chu Qin. The reason the Blaze Academy has come this far is entirely due to Chu Qin's efforts alone. The only one who knew the reason, Huowu, just smiled faintly and did not expose Chu Qin. Chu Qin had already told her that the former could only lead the Blaze Academy to the top 3, and the true champion was meant for the Azure Dragon Academy. Bibi Dong was also puzzled and directly turned her gaze to Chu Qin, as she couldn't understand the reason why the Soul Emperor Yu Liuxiang had given up. Xiang was a soul emperor, so winning in the individual competition was definitely possible. Could it be that the information from Salis was false? Bibi Dong wondered. Moreover, if Chu Qin had said it earlier, the Wuhuan Hall team wouldn't have to give up. In that case, wouldn't the Azure Dragon Academy directly advance? Bibi Dong couldn't guess that Chu Qin had no intention of winning from the very beginning. Why did you give up the individual competition? Bibi Dong couldn't help but ask Chu Qin. If your Wuhuan Hall can give up, why can't I? Chu Qin replied with a calm smile. Isn't this my right? Hearing this, all the Soul Masters cast surprised looks at Chu Qin. After all, she was the Pope of the Wuhuan Hall, the spiritual leader of the Soul Master world, and it was the first time they had heard someone speak to Bibi Dong like this. All right, Bibi Dong responded calmly and steadily. That said, she seemed even more interested in this mysterious man in front of her. The Wuhuan Hall team and the Blaze team gave up the individual competition, and the Azure Dragon team advanced to the championship competition, the referee announced. And everyone took a moment to rest before proceeding to the team match between the Wuhuan Hall team and the Blaze team. Next was the team match between the Blaze team and the Wuhuan Hall team. Both sides confidently stepped onto the stage. Chu Qin's unique outfit immediately aroused suspicion from both the audience and the competitors on stage. I was just about to ask, who is this person? They seem really impressive and are also from the Blazing Fire Academy. How come I've never seen them before? You don't even know? Yu Liuxiang, known as the most mysterious and powerful contestant in the Heaven Do competition area, they single-handedly challenged the entire Spear Hall team and instantly defeated them. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, especially those from the Star Luo competition area, as it was their first time hearing the name Yu Liuxiang. Yu Liuxiang. At this moment, Hulaina on the stage walked up to Chu Qin, a sneer of disdain on her lips, and said, trying to be so mysterious? Just how strong are you? Stronger than you. Chu Qin deeply. Hearing Hulaina's condescending tone, Wu immediately stepped up to defend Chu Qin. Huh? As Hulaina's admirer, Yin immediately chimed in. Someone who could defeat our Spirit Hall team probably doesn't exist in this world. Instantly defeated the Spirit Hall team. Wu chuckled softly, thinking that Yin really didn't know the heights of heaven or depths of the earth. Chu Qin was a genuine soul sage. However, just as Wu was about to rebut, Chu Qin smiled calmly and said to Hulaina, your name is Hulaina, right? Oh, you know me. Hulaina replied with a charming smile. Indeed, Chu Qin responded, Hulaina, what if I defeat your Spear Hall team? Hulaina's brows furrowed slightly at his words. She only wanted to boost the Spirit Hall team's morale, but her confidence was still somewhat lacking. After all, Yu Liuxiang was someone her teacher valued. Hulaina, let's begin. At that moment, Bibi Dong's cold voice rang out. Hearing Bibi Dong's voice, Hulaina's body trembled slightly, and then she shouted, activate spirit. Chu Qin originally wanted to take advantage of Hulaina, but with Bibi Dong blocking the way, that advantage was lost. However, Chu Qin was not in a hurry. Hulaina would eventually be his. As Hulaina's voice fell, all members of the Spear Hall unleashed their spirit rings. With 3 Great Soul Kings and 4 Great Soul Sects, it is no exaggeration to say that this was the strongest configuration of Soul Masters since the establishment of the Elite Soul Master competition. However, something surprising happened. Chu Qin glanced to the left and right, and the members of the Blaze Academy began to retreat. What? Could it be that Yu Liuxiang is going to challenge 7 by herself again? Everyone's eyes widened, facing the Spear Hall battle team. Challenging 7 by oneself is an incredible feat. Even Bibi Dong became uneasy, her beautiful eyes fixed tightly on Chu Qin, feeling inexplicably nervous. She had a strange feeling that the Spirit Hall battle team was going to lose. How dare they put on an act in front of our Spirit Hall? Yan's irritable temper flared up, Flame Lord possessed. The next moment, Yan, engulfed in flames, charged like a flaming meteor and threw a heavy punch at Chu Qin. Seeing this, Chu Qin calmly drew out the ice sword's soul bone. In an instant, with a loud clang, Chu Qin's ice sword collided with Yan's fist, which was as hard as fiery rock. In that moment, powerful shockwaves radiated in all directions. However, it was evident that Yan was trembling all over, his face showing signs of struggle, looking somewhat defeated. Golden Staff, Dazzling Galaxy, the auxiliary soul master from the Spirit Hall exerted their power, stacking attribute boosts on everyone in the Spirit Hall. Nar, Yin can't defeat him, we should join in, Xiaowu said coldly. Upon hearing this, Hulaina immediately understood Xiaowu's intention, the martial soul fusion technique. After the fusion of Xiaowu and Hulaina's martial souls, their original forms disappeared. replaced by a combined entity, the Enchantress. At the same time, the Enchantress's unique pupils shone brightly, and then some pink particles spread across the entire arena, quickly multiplying and becoming denser, until they engulfed the entire competition stage. Just as I wanted, Chu Qin said with a calm smile. In this situation, he was able to fight with abandon. Immediately, Chu Qin plunged the ice sword into the ground, and powerful soul power immediately spread from the ice sword, forming an ice field within Huliana's mist, completely isolating her charm. What? The 7 members of the Spirit Hall within the ice were simultaneously shocked. Seeing this, Yin immediately used flames to try to melt Chu Qin's ice, but no matter how hard he tried, Chu Qin's ice could not be melted. It should be noted that the ice sword in Chu Qin's hand was not an ordinary object. It was a genuine 200,000-year-old soul bone. With Chu Qin's strength, even Yan's flames as a soul king couldn't melt it, let alone a title Douluo. At the same time, Chu Qin stepped forward and easily swung his sword, knocking down all the Spirit Hall soul masters except the Enchantress to the ground. How is this possible? The voices of Xiaowu and Huliana came simultaneously from the Enchantress. It's your turn, Chu Qin said with a slight smirk. Full moon. Sensing the situation, the Enchantress immediately used her strongest soul technique, the self-created soul skill, Full Moon. As this move was unleashed, the 2 blood blades in the Enchantress's hands merged together, forming a complete red circular blade, which then flew towards Chu Qin. However, Chu Qin swiftly dodged the attack of the full moon and appeared right in front of the Enchantress. The next moment, Chu Qin lightly poked the hilt of the ice sword, causing Huliana and Xiaoyu's Enchantress to disintegrate, both siblings falling to the ground motionless. Seeing the scene, Chu Qin glanced at Huliana with a hint of guilt, but unexpectedly, Huliana suddenly opened her eyes and used her last bit of strength to strike Chu Qin with a palm. Chu Qin was caught off guard and collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Huliana also fainted. At the same time, the ice and mist disintegrated, revealing the 8 people lying inside. What? The Spirit Hall team and Yu Liuxiang both fell at the same time? No. It should be said that Yu Liuxiang single-handedly defeated the Spirit Hall team. The audience below was extremely excited, especially those from the Spirit Hall. Their pupils shrank in shock. The Spirit Hall team just fell like this? BB Dawn frowned, her eyes filled with disbelief. With her soul power, she could have seen through Huliana's mist. But Chu Qin had added a layer of ice within a mist, leaving her unaware of what had actually happened. She looked at Chu Qin lying on the ground, feeling very complicated. Young Master Yu. Huowu didn't care about anything else. Seeing Chu Qin down on the stage, she rushed over immediately. Although both Chu Qin and the Spirit Hall team had fallen, let us not forget that there were still 6 people left on the side of the Blaze Academy. Therefore, the outcome of this battle was undoubtedly clear. When the crowd heard the news of the Spirit Hall team's defeat, their minds were still in confusion. The Spirit Hall team, once so confident and possessing 3 great Soul Kings, had been defeated by the Blaze Academy. And it wasn't even in the finals. Not long after, in the Blaze Academy's lounge, Chu Qin lay on the bed, having been treated by the doctor, and there was nothing serious. It was likely just overuse of his soul power, which relieved everyone from the Blaze Fire Academy. Unexpectedly, Brother Yu had single-handedly defeated the Spirit Hall battle team. Huo Wushuang exclaimed in amazement. Yes, when Brother Yu used his gaze to make a step back, I was doubtful. Huo Yu echoed. Alas, it's a pity that with Brother Yu down, it seems impossible for us to win against the Azure Dragon battle team. Huo Yin sighed. What does it matter? Huo Wu said angrily and with heartache. Young Master Yu is hurt like this, and you only care about winning or losing. Get out. Hearing this, Huo Wushuang and the others left with guilt and regret. Immediately after, Huo Wu closed the door tightly, walked to Chu Qin's bedside, and asked with great pain, Chu Qin, please recover quickly. Saying this, Huo Wu couldn't help but kiss Chu Qin's lips. Huo Wu initially wanted to kiss and then let go, but she enjoyed Chu Qin's lips too much and couldn't help but kiss for a little longer. Chu Qin, I can't help it, forgive me, Huo Wu said while her hands began to mischievously roam over Chu Qin's body. At the same time, Huo Wu took off her shoes and climbed onto Chu Qin's body. No, Chu Qin is like this. After a while, Huo Wu murmured in guilt. Just as she wanted to leave Chu Qin's body, she was pulled back by Chu Qin. Chu Qin. Huo Wu met Chu Qin's gaze. Her delicate body trembled, and she exclaimed in surprise, I'm fine, Huo Wu. You actually took advantage of my unconsciousness to do bad things. Chu Qin, my Fai Li. Chu Qin, I'm sorry. Wu thought Chu Qin was angry and hurriedly said, "I didn't mean to." Clearly, Wu was so nervous that she was somewhat incoherent. At this moment, Wu's posture was extremely alluring, with her fiery eyes looking at Chu Qin, almost pressed against him, her rounded, perky hips raised. If it wasn't unintentional, then it must be intentional. Chu Qin smirked, his palm firmly slapped Wu's perky rear, giving a light squeeze. "Ah, Chu Qin, you're not angry?" Wu trembled all over, but asked happily. "Why would I be angry?" Chu Qin asked. "We are already in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship." "That's great." Wu felt a wave of overwhelming joy. "As long as you're not angry." "Although I'm not angry, you've aroused my desires. Tell me, how should we resolve this?" Chu Qin smiled faintly. "Whatever you say," Wu said shyly. "But Chu Qin, weren't you injured? Those people from the spirit hall could injure me." Chu Qin ziplit ivitabili. Wu was slightly surprised. "Have you forgotten what I told you? I want the Azure Dragon battle team to win the championship. How could I show up in the championship match?" Chu Qin asked. Wu suddenly realized Chu Qin was pretending to be injured on purpose. "All right, enough talk. I'm going to start punishing you now." Chu Qin's lips curled up as his hand delved into Wu's open chest. Because the Spirit Hall battle team was eliminated, and with Chu Qin deliberately pretending to be injured and not taking the field, Xiaowu and the others, who had 2 soul fusion abilities, easily won the championship of the Senior Soul Master Elite competition. Ding! Detected that the Azure Dragon battle team won the championship of the Senior Soul Master Elite competition, receiving the mysterious goddess Medusa from the Dopi universe. Medusa. Upon hearing this system notification, Chu Qin, who was sleeping beside Wu, immediately sat up. Medusa was not unfamiliar to him. In his previous life in the anime world, she was definitely one of the goddesses. Unexpectedly, crossing into Douluo continent, he could also woo Medusa. "Host, do you wish to summon Medusa?" the system asked. Chu Qin shook his head. Fire Dance was still beside him. However, Chu Qin quickly closed his eyes and entered a state of consciousness. In front of him appeared a stunningly beautiful figure, one that could topple kingdoms. At this moment, Medusa was bound by chains atop a stone pillar. Medusa, with her flowing 3,000 strands of hair, wore fiery red armor, revealing her beautiful navel and slim waist. Her skin smooth and clear, seemingly flawless. Beneath the red armor, her figure was plump and exquisite, resembling a ripe peach. Her legs, resembling ice jade, further accentuated her extraordinary aura. Apart from her figure, her beauty was breathtaking. Bright red lips, crystal clear eyes, and a slightly upturned nose formed a face that one could gaze upon endlessly. Medusa, the queen of the serpent people from the Dopa Sangxiong universe. With the strength of a Dohuang, currently, her balanced combat power is converted into the combat style of Douluo continent. P.S. Balanced combat power. The strength and weakness of combat power are entirely determined by the system, unrelated to original strength. Medusa, a strange beast, the 7-colored sky-devouring python. Cultivation, comparable to a 300,000-year-old ferocious beast, human level 98 titled Douluo, and her level can evolve. Unexpectedly, Medusa was not only a goddess, but also a level 98 titled Douluo. Chu Qin was extremely excited in his heart. This way, she had another trump card. But why does the system have to bind Medusa here? Chu Qin wondered in confusion. The host has yet to summon Medusa. The system just captured her from another dimension, and her wildness has not been removed. The system prompted. As soon as the system's voice fell, Medusa's eyes suddenly opened wide, fierce and ruthless, scaring Chu Qin out of his consciousness. Just then, Fire Dance woke up, nestling against Chu Qin's shoulder and asking, "Qin, what's wrong?" "Oh, it's nothing." Chu Qin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reacted. "Fire Dance, the Senior Soul Master Elite competition has ended." Chu Qin smiled and said, "From now on, the character Yu Liuxiang should also disappear, and I will completely restore my identity as Chu Qin. Fire Dance, if you want to follow me, how about coming to the Qinglong Academy?" "Okay." Fire Dance nodded without hesitation. "Where you go, I go. But my parents are the principal and vice principal of the Qihua Academy, so I need to discuss it with them first." "All right." Chu Qin note that. Qinglong Academy, headquarters. "I really didn't expect we would win the Senior Soul Master Elite competition so easily," Ning Rongrong said excitedly. "Now Chu Qin Dad and Grandpa Jia and Grandpa Gu will all look at me differently. Yes, the Qihua Academy really won too easily." Meng Iran chimed in. "It's a pity their strongest Yu Liuxiang didn't compete." "Iran, luck is also a part of strength," Dugu Yin replied with a smile. What Yin Yin said is right. Ningrongrong smilet. That guy Chu Qin really didn't show up for the finals. Let's hurry and find him. He might not even know we've won the championship. Xiaowu, don't you think so? Ning Rongrong asked Xiaowu, but the latter looked somewhat unhappy. Xiaowu, what's wrong? Ning Rongrong frowned. Oh, it's nothing. Xiaowu smiled back. I was just thinking it's such a pity that Chu Qin didn't see us win the championship. The reason Xiaowu was unhappy was quite simple. She was looking at Bibi Dong, who was still alive. Yes. Ning Rongrong nodded with a smile. Let's quickly tell him. Chu Qin. Saying this, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and others rushed into the headquarters, searching everywhere for Chu Qin, eager to share their joy with him. However, no matter how they searched, they could not find Chu Qin. Seeing this, Ziji and Lu Erlong exchanged glances and nodded. Rongrong, you all stop looking, Ziji said to the girls. Why? The girls asked in confusion. Chu Qin. He is not here, Lu Erlong replied with a smile. Then where is he? Meng Iran asked in confusion. Shrek Academy. Ziji replied calmly. Huh? The girls were all surprised. What is Chu Qin doing at Shrek Academy? Shui Binger asked, somewhat puzzled. And then she seemed to think of something. Could it be? It seemed that Binger had already guessed it. Lu Erlong nodded. Yu Liuxiang is Chu Qin. What? Ziji added. Don't you find it strange? Chu Qin is someone who cares so much about us. How could he not be here at such a moment of victory? Moreover, I've observed that every time Yu Liuxiang competes, he is nowhere to be found. Why did Chu Qin participate in the finals as Yu Liuxiang? Ningrongrong wondered it. Of course, it's for us. Meng Iran replied wisely, to help us eliminate all the powerful opponents, especially the Spirit Hall team, so that we can win the championship. Next is to provoke Bibi Dong and Gu Yuna. Go for it. Sign in Bibi Dong. So, Yu Liuxiang's absence from the finals was entirely intentional on Chu Qin's part. Zhu Qing realized. Then why didn't Chu Qin tell us? Dugian wondered. It must be to avoid hurting our pride. Shui Binger said. Pursing her lips, Chu Qin definitely knows the strength of the Spirit Hall team. With 3 Soul Kings and a martial soul fusion skill, we could never be their match. Also in the end, the championship was still given to us by Chu Qin. Ning Rongrong was somewhat unhappy. Rongrong, don't be unhappy, Ziji said gently with a smile. Chu Qin went through so much trouble just to make us all a bit happier. Upon hearing this, the girls felt it made sense. They instantly had even more fondness for this man, including Yi Lingling, Xiaowu, and Shui Yuer. Yes, Lu Erlong nodded. When he comes back, we must not expose him. Okay, the girls responded in unison. Shrek Academy headquarters. Chu Qin and Xiaowu have just finished another sparring session. At this moment, Xiaowu looks refreshed and realizes she can't live without the man in front of her. Young Master Yu, Xiaowu. Just then, a hurried voice from outside the door sounded, belonging to Xiaowu Shuang. Chu Qin and Xiaowu were slightly taken aback, then quickly tidied up the mess and got out of bed to open the door. At this moment, outside the door stood Xiaowu Shuang and a team of armored, fully armed Spirit Hall guard knights. The difference was that these guard knights were wearing golden helmets, looking extremely noble. Who are you? Chu Qin asked with some confusion. We are the Pope's royal guard knights. Young Master Yu, you are awake? The knight said to Chu Qin with a friendly tone. Chu Qin nodded gently. Do you have something to discuss? It's like this. The knight replied. His Holiness the Pope invites you and Miss Wu to visit the Pope's hall. It seemed that Bibi Dong was about to take action against me. Chu Qin thought. Of course, take action could mean more than one thing. It could be either recruitment or assassination. Ding. Goddess mission released. Mission. Defeat Ju Douluo. Force a kiss on Bibi Dong. Reward. Bibi Dong's favorability at 100%. Just then, the system prompt sounded. System, you are too timely. Chu Qin was overjoyed. Comprehensively serving the host is the purpose of this system. The system replied gently. With a mission in hand, Chu Qin no longer had to hesitate. After the mission, Bibi Dong would become one of his wives. Tonight would definitely be an unusual night, simultaneously gaining Bibi Dong and Medusa, one empress and one great queen. Truly, a double happiness. At this moment, seeing Chu Qin in a daze, Xiaowu softly called out, since it's an invitation from the Pope, then lead the way. Chu Qin said to the knight, All right, young Master Yu, Miss Wu, please. Spirit Hall, Pope's Hall. The stunningly beautiful Bibi Dong sat on the throne, carefully examining 2 documents in her hands. Finally, her beautiful eyes narrowed, and the corners of her enticing mouth lifted slightly, realizing that Yu Liuxiang was him. Teacher, what's wrong? Asked Hulaina beside her. It's nothing. Bibi Dong replied coldly. Hearing this, Hulaina's brows furrowed slightly. She seemed to have heard the name Yu Liuxiang. However, since Bibi Dong didn't say more, she didn't dare to ask further. Report to Her Holiness the Pope. Yu Liuxiang and Huo Wu are waiting outside the hall. At this moment, the knight's voice sounded from outside the hall. Let them in. Bibi Dong calmly replied as she put the two documents into a soul guide container. Following that, Chu Qin and Huo Wu walked into the Pope's hall side by side. Upon seeing Chu Qin, both Xiaowu and Yin showed expressions of anger and helplessness. It was this guy in front of them who had tarnished their reputation, yet they were powerless to do anything. I have met Her Holiness the Pope, Huo Wu said. Chu Qin stood still, while Huo Wu slightly bowed to Bibi Dong. Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo frowned as they looked at Chu Qin. It was indeed a bit unreasonable not to pay respects in the Pope's hall. No need for too much courtesy. Bibi Dong seemed unconcerned about such matters and calmly said to Huo Wu, Yu Liuxiang, Huo Wu, your Blaze battle team is quite impressive, especially you, Yu Liuxiang. Even the entire Spear Hall team is no match for you, Bibi Dong said, somewhat casually. Hearing this, Chu Qin figured that Bibi Dong was definitely going to use the strategy of first greeting and then attacking. However, Chu Qin didn't care at all. He had important matters to attend to today. Soon, in what manner should he kiss her forcefully? Huo Wu was not the kind of person who thought things through carefully. Instead, she was straightforward and directly asked, May I ask why your holiness summoned me and young master you? Upon hearing this, a trace of displeasure flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. But she still spoke calmly. Well then, since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush. Yu Liuxiang, Huo Wu, you are both outstanding. Would you consider joining the Spirit Hall? Chu Qin was just about to speak when Huo Wu stepped in first and said, Thank you for your kind offer, your holiness. But the Spirit Hall is indeed very strong. However, we have already made another choice. Chu Qin was slightly taken aback. Why did Huo Wu directly refuse for him? But a rejection was just a rejection. After all, Chu Qin didn't necessarily have to join the Spirit Hall. Chu Qin had no idea that his previous suggestion to let Huo Wu join the Qinglong Academy had led to the latter directly rejecting the Wuhuan Palace. Oh, is that so? Bibi Dong's tone was slightly cold. Hearing Bibi Dong's displeasure, Zhu Douluo spoke coldly from the side. Hu, Yu Liuxiang, you two shouldn't be so unappreciative. His Holiness the Pope personally invited you. How dare you refuse? The words of the title Douluo startled Huo Wu, making her a bit scared. Seeing this, Chu Qin immediately retorted coldly. Then we refuse. How about that? Chu Qin will never let himself be at a disadvantage. The words of Zhu Douluo frightened Huo Wu and made him somewhat displeased. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong and Gue Douluo's expressions turned cold. No one has dared to speak to me like that, let alone you, a junior. Zhu Douluo replied coldly. Yu Liuxiang, Huo Wu, since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Douluo gathered his soul power and pushed it towards Chu Qin and the others. At this moment, neither Bibi Dong nor Gue Douluo stopped him, because this is the method of recruiting for the Spirit Hall, using both soft and hard tactics, threats, and inducements. Zhu Douluo was playing the role of intimidation. Moreover, Chu Qin's disdain for the Spirit Hall made them somewhat displeased. However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned. They saw a golden light flashing in Chu Qin's palm. In the next moment, Zhu Douluo's soul power was directly shattered by Chu Qin. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone, including Bibi Dong, was shocked. Zhu Douluo was also dumbfounded. He did not intend to kill Yu Liuxiang. Although this move was not used with full strength, it still possessed the power of Soul Saint. And yet it was easily resolved by Chu Qin. Defeat Zhu Douluo. At this time, Bibi Dong coldly said to Zhu Douluo. In fact, Bibi Dong had already thought of two paths. One was to let Chu Qin join the Spirit Hall, and the other was to kill Chu Qin. But she preferred the former. Then she looked at Chu Qin, truly worthy of being the strongest among the younger generation of the Douluo continent. Yu Liuxiang, I will give you a chance. If you join the Spirit Hall, I can promise you any condition. If you do not join the Spirit Hall, then you can leave now. Upon hearing this, Huo Wu looked at Chu Qin with a surprised expression. It seems this is Bibi Dong's last offer. Chu Qin thought to himself. He was just trying to give Huo Wu a chance to breathe, and naturally did not want to offend another, because of this woman. Your Holiness, how about this? Since Zhu Douluo is so eager for me to join the Spirit Hall, let's make a bet. Chu Qin said. Bet on what? Bibi Dong asked in confusion. If Zhu Douluo can defeat me, I will join the Spirit Hall. If not, I am free to go wherever I want. Chu Qin said fearlessly. Don't forget, although Su Daji is not by my side, I still have a Sword Maiden, Medusa, and a bunch of ferocious beast experience cards. Offending the entire Spirit Hall is no big deal. Chu Qin, like BB Dong, chose two paths. Either propose conditions to defeat Zhu Douluo and then forcibly kiss BB Dong, or find an opportunity to defeat Zhu Douluo later and complete the goddess mission. Anyway, Chu Qin always has a backup plan. The premise is that he won't let himself suffer losses. Upon hearing Chu Qin's words, Hulaina and the others were completely stunned. BB Dong and Ghost Douluo also frowned. They knew that Chu Qin was very strong, but he couldn't be strong enough to defeat a titled Douluo, right? Zhu Douluo directly coldly said, "Impertinent, Yu Liuxiang. You dare to underestimate me. Underestimate or not, won't we know if we try?" Chu Qin replied with a calm smile, "Or are you saying you don't dare? What do I have to be afraid of?" Zhu Douluo replied, "Your Holiness the Pope, let me teach this ignorant kid a lesson." BB Dong, after a moment of thought, nodded. She also wanted to see just how strong Chu Qin really was. "All right, since Your Holiness the Pope has agreed, kid, I will let you see the power of a titled Douluo." As Zhu Douluo's voice fell, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings lit up beneath his feet. Chu Qin smiled lightly, and beneath his feet, the yellow, purple, black, and red rose gold glimmered as 7 unmasked soul rings lit up. 100,000-year soul ring. Everyone, including BB Dong, gasped in surprise. Titled Douluo, be careful. Diamond-breaking soul gun. With a sly grin, Chu Qin chose to take the initiative. The god-slaying spear in his hand unleashed 100,000-year soul skill, stabbing unhesitatingly toward Zhu Douluo's forehead. Third soul skill, golden flower in the sky. Zhu Douluo, sensing the danger, transformed his soul power into countless petals swirling around him. And then, like sharp blades, they charged toward Chu Qin. At this moment, Chu Qin was already at level 80. But facing Zhu Douluo, a 95-level title Douluo, it was still somewhat challenging. Fortunately, Zhu Douluo had suffered a severe injury from Tang Hao in his early years, and his soul power was no longer at the 95 level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to crush even Douluo. Furthermore, the strong attack-type martial soul had an overwhelming restraint against flower-type martial souls, referencing the 7-killing sword of the sword Douluo. Therefore, Zhu Douluo's simple soul skill did not stop Chu Qin's 100,000-year soul skill. One could see that Chu Qin's god-slaying spear charged straight through Zhu Douluo's sea of flowers, ultimately piercing right in front of Zhu Douluo, blocked only by a gigantic immortal mushroom chrysanthemum summoned by him. Even so, BB Dong and Ghost Douluo were already astonished. This indicated that Chu Qin truly had the ability to challenge a titled Douluo. This was undoubtedly terrifying. Hulaina and the others finally understood why they couldn't defeat Chu Qin. They were fighting against a titled Douluo. They never expected him to be this powerful. Zhu Douluo also frowned as he looked at Chu Qin, but this was where it would end. As Zhu Douluo finished speaking, the gigantic immortal mushroom chrysanthemum in front of him burst into brilliance. Each petal resembled the wound of a laser gun, and in an instant, countless golden lasers, shaped like flower petals, shot toward Chu Qin. At the same time, the god-slaying spear, which had pierced the center of the immortal mushroom chrysanthemum, seemed to be devoured by some force. This was Zhu Douluo's 5th soul skill, Golden Light of the immortal mushroom. Seeing the situation, Chu Qin immediately released the god-slaying spear from his hand, shifting left and right to dodge Zhu Douluo's attacks. Without your martial soul, let's see how you can win against me." Zhu Douluo smiled indifferently, not retracting the giant, mystical mushroom-like chrysanthemum, and instead ascended into the sky, releasing another chrysanthemum. In an instant, countless petals, like a torrential rain, charged towards Chu Qin. Dragon God transformation. Seeing this, Chu Qin shouted loudly. In an instant, except for his head, his arms, legs, and torso were covered in golden dragon scales. Yes, after continuously purifying his bloodline with ZG, Chu Qin's dragon transformation had reached 5 parts, which is why he dared to challenge Zhu Douluo. This is dragon transformation. At almost the same moment, BB Dong and Zhu Douluo spoke out simultaneously. They were incredulous, as dragon transformation was clearly something that only dragon-type martial souls could possess. This indicated that Chu Qin had a twin martial soul. They were curious about what Chu Qin's second martial soul was. However, they had no chance to see Chu Qin's second martial soul, as the Qinglong martial soul did not yet have a soul ring and was far weaker than the Destruction God gun. In the next moment, a giant ice sword appeared in front of Chu Qin. The giant sword circled around him, and instantly formed an ice shield. Zhu Douluo's petals struck against the ice shield, only producing crackling sounds, but could not shatter it completely. At the same time, Chu Qin freed his hand and pulled the Destruction God gun out from the Qirong Tongtianju, using his 7th soul skill, Destruction God True Body. Accompanied by a low roar from Chu Qin, a massive phantom holding the Destruction God gun appeared behind him. In the next instant, this phantom thrust the gun towards Zhu Douluo. Seeing this, Zhu Douluo immediately unleashed the true form of the Qirong Tongtianju, forming a chrysanthemum shadow with a diameter of about 2 meters in front of him. With a loud bang, the true body of Chu Qin's Destruction God gun collided with the true body of the Qirong Tongtianju. The two actually formed a brief stalemate. With the strongest attack of the Destruction God gun, combined with a 500% attribute enhancement from Dragon Transformation, Chu Qin had already faintly surpassed the momentum of the title Douluo. However, Zhu Douluo was still a level 95 title Douluo, and even when injured, he managed to withstand Chu Qin's impact. At that moment, the ice soul bone in Chu Qin's hand had no more opponents, piercing towards Zhu Douluo like a cold, sharp star. Seeing this, Zhu Douluo immediately chose to evade, allowing the Destruction God gun to easily break through the Qirong Tongtianju's phantom and stab Zhu Douluo to the ground. Upon seeing Zhu Douluo's defeat, Bibi Dong and the others were all stunned and frozen in place. How old is Chu Qin to be able to defeat a title Douluo? Although Zhu Douluo may have been careless, Chu Qin is clearly only a soul sage, yet the power he unleashed is so astonishing. So how about it, Zhu Douluo? Chu Qin, having released his dragon transformation, calmly looked at the fallen Zhu Douluo and asked, I lost. Zhu Douluo said, feeling unwilling but helpless. Pope, I won. According to the rules, does that mean I don't have to join the Spirit Hall? Chu Qin asket Bibi Dong fueron herbrows. Feeling a great turmoil in her heart, but out of respect for the Pope's authority, she nodded slightly and replied coldly, You can leave. The Spirit Hall won't force you to join. Queen Bai Bai Dong and Queen Medusa. That said, Chu Qin already knew in his heart that Bai Bai Dong was planning to take action against him, even if Bai Bai Dong would not act against him. With her personality, Hu would undoubtedly face disaster. Therefore, he must complete the goddess task before that. As long as he completes the goddess task and gains Bai Bai Dong's full favor, all problems will be easily resolved. Thus, Chu Qin spoke, Your Holiness, I have something I want to discuss with you privately. You're not even joining the Spirit Hall anymore. What is there to talk about? Bai Bai Dong frowned, but in her heart, she felt a bit of surprise. Maybe if we talk, I might change my mind? Chu Qin smiled lightly and said. Upon hearing this, Bai Bai Dong thought for a moment and instructed everyone, You all retreat. No one is allowed to enter the hall without my command. Hearing this, Chu Qin's lips curled slightly. Creak. The door of the Pope's hall closed, leaving only Bibi Dong and Chu Qin in the vast palace. Speak. What do you want to discuss with me alone? Bibi Dong asked Chu Qin with a complex expression. Chu Qin, it seems that Your Holiness the Pope already knows that I am Chu Qin. Chu Qin smiled calmly and took off his mask. I am curious. How did the Pope find out about me? Upon seeing Chu Qin's stunning appearance, Bibi Dong's calm and beautiful eyes brightened slightly. However, she quickly regained her composure. Chu Qin, Vice President of the Azure Dragon Academy, former mentor of Shrek Academy, and Soul Saint at the age of 17. You hiding in a small Shrek Academy indeed kept you unknown to the world. But the Spirit Hall is not just any place. It is still easy to find out this information. Bibi Dong replied calmly. I was still wondering why the Azure Dragon Academy easily won the championship of the high-level Soul Master Elite competition. It turns out it was all orchestrated by you. The Pope is overpraising me. Chu Qin smiled indifferently and said, How could I have that ability? Not at all. Bibi Dong raised the corner of her mouth, half smiling. The champion of the high-level Soul Master Elite competition has indeed been claimed by your Azure Dragon Academy. Chu Qin, I answered your question. Now you answer mine. Besides your time at Nodding Academy and Shrek Academy, I know nothing else. Where do you actually come from? Bibi Dong asked. I do not belong to the Douluo continent. Chu Qin used the glitch excuse. My home is in the distant sea region, a mysterious area. Mysterious area. Bibi Dong immediately thought that Chu Qin might come from some divine inheritance site. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? Indeed, as for where it is, let us not ask more. Your Holiness, that is a heavenly secret. Chu Qin continued to fabricate. Hearing this, Bibi Dong became even more convinced of her thoughts and suppressed her curiosity. All right, enough small talk. What is it that you want to discuss? Bibi Dong then asked coldly. There is indeed one thing, but can you come a bit closer, Your Holiness? Chu Qin asked. Insolence. Bibi Dong responded coldly. Chu Qin had long guessed that Bibi Dong would respond this way. He then continued, it's about you, Xiaojiang. This sentence from Chu Qin has two possible outcomes. One is that Bibi Dong obediently submits, and the other is that Bibi Dong becomes extremely furious. This is a gamble for Chu Qin. However, as always, Chu Qin is confident and fearless. Sure enough, Bibi Dong's expression changed dramatically, and she ultimately chose the former. Bibi Dong stepped down from the throne and slowly walked to Chu Qin's side, saying, I hope what you said is not just nonsense. As soon as Bibi Dong finished speaking, Chu Qin swiftly leaned in to kiss Bibi Dong's red lips, which were just inches away. However, Chu Qin underestimated Bibi Dong. In that moment, she dodged him and, filled with rage, exclaimed, Are you looking for death? Bibi Dong cherishes her purity above all, and it is her greatest weakness. Now that Chu Qin has touched her sore spot, no matter how outstanding he is, he can no longer be tolerated in Bibi Dong's eyes. Chu Qin never expected to fail. In the next moment, the staff in Bibi Dong's hand moved, directly crashing toward Chu Qin. Not to mention that Bibi Dong is much stronger than Douluo. But Chu Qin's Dragon God transformation is already in cooldown. It is almost impossible to defeat Bibi Dong. Those who harm me, how dare you? Just at that critical moment, a melodious voice rang out. A fiery red light rose from Chu Qin, directly facing Bibi Dong. The red light enveloped a voluptuous and exquisite woman, who was none other than Medusa. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise. The Queen of the Douluo Plain and the Queen of the Dopa Plain collided in a fantastical and intense clash. At this moment, Bibi Dong was also a peak level 98 Douluo, but due to the special nature of her martial spirit and the reasons related to the Rakshasa assessment, she could not use her full power, thus being suppressed by Medusa. Bibi Dong's face was extremely ugly as she looked at the equally stunning Medusa in front of her, filled with extreme confusion. What is Chu Qin thinking? Kiss her. At this moment, Medusa looked at Chu Qin with annoyance. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's delicate brows furrowed, revealing an extremely angry expression. However, Medusa's soul power tightly suppressed Bibi Dong, rendering her unable to move. Chu Qin was also unceremonious as he walked up to Bibi Dong and pressed his lips against her beautifully painted red lips. At this moment, Bibi Dong's eyes were filled with despair. She was the proud and lofty Pope of the Spirit Hall, yet she was being treated this way in the Pope's palace. However, at that moment, a system prompt sounded in Chu Qin's mind, indicating that the host had defeated Douluo and successfully kissed Bibi Dong. He gained 100 favorability from Bibi Dong. The moment the system prompt ended, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes clearly froze, staring at Chu Qin in a daze. Wondering why she wasn't angry at all? Seeing Bibi Dong's dazed expression, Chu Qin knew that she had been conquered, so he wanted to further conquer Medusa. However, just then, Bibi Dong gently pushed Chu Qin away and then disappeared from the spot. What is going on? Chu Qin was slightly startled. Logically speaking, Bibi Dong should be completely submissive to him at this moment. Could it be? Chu Qin suddenly thought of something. The host guessed correctly. Yu Xiaojiang also had 100 favorability in Bibi Dong's heart. The system replied, That Yu Xiaojiang. A flicker of anger passed through Chu Qin's heart, but he quickly calmed down. It didn't matter. Bibi Dong would eventually be mine. Your Holiness the Pope. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps sounded from outside the door. Seeing this, Medusa immediately returned to Chu Qin's body. In the next moment, Zhu Ghost Doa, Hulaina, and many temple knights burst into the Pope's palace. Upon seeing Chu Qin tear off his disguise, Hulaina's eyes lit up. She was amazed that such a handsome man existed in the world. Zhu Ghost Doa was also surprised, but quickly coldly said, Where's Your Holiness the Pope? Let him go. Before Chu Qin could speak, Bibi Dong's melodious voice echoed in the Pope's hall. Hearing this, Chu Qin revealed a faint smile and then strode confidently towards the outside of the Pope's palace. Before leaving, Chu Qin turned around and said, Your Holiness, I will be at the Fierce Soul Grand Hotel. If you need anything, come find me. With that, Chu Qin left with great style. Upon hearing this, both Zhu Gui and Douluo frowned, thinking to themselves how audacious Chu Qin was to expect Bai Bai Dong to meet him. If it weren't for Bai Bai Dong letting Chu Qin go, they would have rushed up to teach him a lesson. However, by the time they turned around, Bai Bai Dong had already reappeared in front of the throne. Moreover, Bai Bai Dong's gaze was fixed intently on the direction in which Chu Qin had left, wondering why she had such feelings for him. This is impossible. Fierce Soul Hotel. As Chu Qin just walked out of the Pope's hall, Wu ran over. Young master, are you okay? She had been particularly scared to see so many palace knights rushing into the Pope's hall. I'm fine, Chu Qin replied with a smile. And there's no need to call me young master you anymore. The Pope already knows my identity. Wu was slightly startled. What do you mean, It's fine if he knows. He can't cancel the championship of the Qinglong Academy. Chu Qin asked, what about you, Wu? Are you going back to the Qihua Academy, or are you coming with me to the Qinglong Academy's base? I'm going back to Qihua Academy. Wu smiled. Once I discuss it with my brother and mother, I will completely go with you to the Qinglong Academy. You won't dislike me then, right? How could I? Chu Qin replied. All right, let me take you back to Qihua Academy first. After saying that, Chu Qin escorted Wu back to the Qihua Academy's base. And then he returned alone to the Qinglong Academy's base. At this moment, it was already late at night, and Xiaowu and the others had fallen asleep. So Chu Qin had to lie down in bed alone. Just as Chu Qin was undressing and lying down, a small white snake appeared on his abdomen. The small white snake was extremely beautiful and cute, resembling a little pet. Damn, where did the snake come from? Chu Qin was slightly startled. Man. Unexpectedly, the small snake spoke, its voice light yet filled with authority. Moreover, it carried a hint of a delicate charm. Is that voice you, Medusa? Chu Qin quickly realized. At last, I didn't help you for nothing. Medusa replied. Medusa, how did you end up looking like this? Chu Qin asked in confusion. I was never human. Medusa said with a smile. Chu Qin, what form do you wish for me to take? Of course a human. Chu Qin answered without hesitation. As soon as Chu Qin's words fell, the small snake on his body transformed into a burst of white light. This light quickly expanded and eventually turned into the voluptuous and exquisite figure of Medusa. At this moment, Medusa was lying on Chu Qin in an extremely tempting pose. She was already dressed lightly, and at this moment, when Chu Qin looked over, he could see large areas of snow-white skin and graceful scenery. Chu Qin's heart began to race slightly. Medusa, can you summon like Sudaji, and can you also exist? Chu Qin sighed in relief and asked. Before Medusa could speak, the system explained that, for now, Medusa can only exist outside for a very short time. Only when the host completes certain specific tasks and enhances Medusa's strength can she be transformed into the host's true wife. So that's how it is. Chu Qin nodded slightly. Medusa, can I touch you? Then, Chu Qin looked at Medusa and asked, although this king hates humans and hates men, however, for you, this king will not refuse. Medusa replied with a smile. Hearing this, Chu Qin's hand began to become bold. In the end, Chu Qin removed Medusa's armor piece by piece. The next morning, Chu Qin was awakened by a knock on the door. Medusa had already returned to Chu Qin's body, and he immediately opened the door to find Ziji standing outside. Ziji? Chu Qin smiled gently and asked, did you sleep alone last night? Ziji looked around the empty room, slightly puzzled. What else could it be? Chu Qin replied, impossible. Ziji frowned and shook her head, saying, with your personality, would you really sleep without a woman? Chu Qin shot a displeased glance at Ziji, pinching her delicate face and continuing, speak. What do you want from me? Oh, right, outside the courtyard. There are two people claiming to be from the Wuhuan Hall who want to see you. Ziji replied obediently. It seems their strength is not low. Wuhuan Hall? Chu Qin's pupils shifted slightly. Then he responded, let's go take a look. At that moment, two figures stood in the center of the courtyard, and the one leading was none other than Zhu Gui Douluo. Yu Guan, Gui Mei. What do you two want from me? Chu Qin asked bluntly. Hearing Chu Qin's cold words, Zhu Gui Douluo was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled and said, Chu Qin, we are here to convey a message from His Holiness the Pope. May we have a word in private? Chu Qin slightly furrowed his brows, wondering why it was so mysterious. There were no outsiders here. Zhu Gui Douluo glanced at the many beautiful women beside him, including Ning Rongrong and Lu Erlong. Don't worry, they are all my women. Chu Qin replied easily. Besides, Xiaowu, Yu Er, and Ling Ling are not outsiders either. Upon hearing this, both Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo were taken aback. There were at least 10 women here. Wait a minute. Does that mean the entire Qinglong battle team is made up of Chu Qin's women? Fortunately, Zhu Douluo didn't like women, and Gui Douluo was a straight man who also had no interest in women. All right, since there are no outsiders, you could just speak. Chu Qin said calmly. Well then, Elder Chu, I'll just say it. Elder Chu? Upon hearing this, Ziji, Ning Rongrong, and the others were all surprised. Lu Erlong slightly furrowed her brows. Yu Guan, when did I become an elder? Chu Qin asked in confusion. Douluo smiled slightly and took out a token from the soul guide container, handing it to Chu Qin. This is the exclusive token for the elders of the Wuhuan Hall, the Pope's special token, the Tiando, 6th Emperor token. His Holiness the Pope asked me to give it to you. Reviving Mai Vei. Douluo was very curious about what Chu Qin and Bibi Dong had done yesterday, to the extent that the latter directly granted the former the status of an elder in the Wuhuan Hall. However, since Bibi Dong did not say anything, and Douluo had also been defeated by Chu Qin, they did not question it, nor did they dare to. The Tiando, 6th Emperor token, including Chu Qin, Ning Rongrong, Lu Erlong, and Shui Bing'er were all astonished. They were all people from the Soul Master world, so they naturally knew what the Tiando, 6th Emperor token represented. This was the highest honor in the Soul Master world, granted only to title Douluo. Is this for me? Chu Qin smiled slightly. Yes. Yuan nodded. From now on, Elder Chu will be the third elder of the Pope's Hall. Elder Chu can use this token to freely enter and exit the Wuhuan Hall and the Pope's Hall. Upon hearing this, ZG raised her brows, as if she understood everything. Chu Qin also smiled inwardly. It seems that yesterday's kiss had an effect. Elder Chu, take the token, Douluo said with a smile. I received the token. Chu Qin replied with a smile. However, you go back and tell the Pope, as well as the elders of the Spirit Hall, that I will only hold a nominal position at most. Still, if she has something to discuss with me, let her come here in person. I can do some things for her. Shui Bing'er, Zhu Qing, and others were a bit stunned. This is the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the highest leader of the Soul Master world. Douluo was also surprised at the same time. Go on, just say what I said, tell her exactly. Chu Qin replied calmly. All right, Douluo said with a lack of confidence. At this moment, Douluo was thinking, could it be that Chu Qin has an extraordinary relationship with the Pope? Otherwise, how could Chu Qin dare to speak to the Pope like this? As for what kind of relationship, they couldn't guess for now, but it was definitely not ordinary. Thinking of this, Douluo couldn't help but respectfully say to Chu Qin, Elder Chu, see you again. After saying this, Douluo quickly left. Is this the Tiando 6 emblems? The Tiando 6 emblems are only given to the elders of the Spirit Hall, titled Douluo. Chu Qin, how do you have it? After Douluo left, Ning Rongrong snatched the token from Chu Qin's hand, looking surprised. Chu Qin, what happened? Why did the Pope suddenly give you the Tiando 6 emblems? Lu Erlong also asked with some confusion. Although she no longer loved Yu Xiaojing, she and Bibi Dong were still on opposing sides as former rivals. Can't you all see it? ZG said with a smile. The Pope of the Spirit Hall will soon become our sister. Ah, Sister ZG, are you serious? All the women around Chu Qin were taken aback. Is there any doubt? The Pope has already given Chu Qin a pass. ZG said confidently with a smile. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to Chu Qin. Chu Qin smiled, but did not speak, which was a fact. Chu Qin, what did you sneak off to flirt with the Pope behind our backs? Meng Yuran asked, puzzled. What? Are you not happy that I found you a Pope sister? Chu Qin said with a slight smirk. Rongrong, what do you say? I have nothing to say. Ning Rongrong pouted and replied. Anyway, we are all used to it, right? Xiaowu. It was only then that Ning Rongrong realized that Xiaowu, who was supposed to be beside her, was missing. Xiaowu, where is she? Ning Rongrong asked in confusion. The group searched everywhere, but could not find any trace of Xiaowu. This is bad. Chu Qin frowned. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't explained his relationship with Bibi Dong to Xiaowu, and Bibi Dong was Xiaowu's mother's killer. So he immediately rushed out of the courtyard towards Xiaowu's room. At that moment, the door to Xiaowu's room was slightly ajar. Chu Qin gently pushed the door open and was about to walk in when he heard Xiaowu talking to herself inside the room. Mom, what should I do? Xiaowu sat on the edge of her bed, her light voice coming through. Chu Qin has joined the Spirit Hall. That Pope from the Spirit Hall is the one who killed you. But I love Chu Qin so much, I don't want my hatred to influence his choices. I can't live without him. Mom, I'm so conflicted. Xiaowu took out a piece of beautiful jade from her soul guide container, sobbing a bit. I don't know what to do. Hearing this, Chu Qin sighed softly at the door. Xiaowu immediately heard his sigh, quickly put away the jade pendant, and smiled. Chu Qin. Xiaowu's voice made Chu Qin's heart ache slightly. Xiaowu hid her feelings well and switched her mood quickly, but the tears at the corners of her eyes remained unwiped. Chu Qin didn't say anything, slowly walked in front of Xiaowu, and squatted down. Xiaowu, are you hiding something from me? No, not at all. Xiaowu replied with a sweet smile. Hearing this, Chu Qin's mouth twitched as he wiped away the tears from Xiaowu's eyes. Where did you learn to lie? Xiaowu replied, her rabbit ears drooping slightly and her eyelids hanging down. Chu Qin, I have something to hide from you. Actually, I was reborn as a human to take revenge for my mother. Xiaowu continued, my mother was killed by a human woman. Just 2 days ago, I found out that the woman is the current pope of the Spirit Hall. Chu Qin had known about this matter for a long time, but hearing Xiaowu's recounting in person still made him feel a bit reluctant. Then why didn't you tell me? The pope of the Spirit Hall has a lot of power, Xiaowu said, lightly pursing her red lips. I don't want you to get into danger because of me, and you have already. And I have already joined the Spirit Hall, right? Chu Qin zipli. Xiaowu nodded gently. Xiaowu, I have to confess something to you. Chu Qin licked his lips. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, is already considered my woman. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu's beautiful eyes widened slightly, her rabbit ears drooping completely. And she bit her lip and said, oh, I see. All right, Wu, don't be sad. Also, I have to tell you something else. Chu Qin continued, I have a way to bring your mother back to life. What? Xiaowu thought she misheard. I said, I have a way to resurrect your mom. Chu Qin smiled and li. Really? Xiaowu's beautiful eyes lit up, filled with excitement. When have I ever lied to you? Chu Qin smiled slightly. Is it true? Is it really true? Xiaowu's rabbit ears perked up as she cried tears of joy. Give me some time, and I can definitely do it. Chu Qin confirmed. Okay. Xiaowu was extremely excited and then directly kissed Chu Qin on the lips. At that moment, Xiaowu wanted to give everything of herself to Chu Qin. Chu Qin also followed suit and kissed Xiaowu. After a moment of intimacy, Chu Qin helped Xiaowu lie down on the bed. He gently closed the door and walked out of the room. The system's prompt sounded in his mind. The host actually deceived the goddess Xiaowu. How did I deceive her? Chu Qin zipli un fen. The goddess Xiaowu's mother was murdered, and even if the host becomes a god, it might not be possible to do so. Yet the host made such a promise to the goddess Xiaowu. What else could it be if not deception? The system ruthlessly exposed him. All right. I admit I can't do it, but system, you can do it, right? Chu Qin's my how. Yes, the system can certainly do it. The system is all-powerful. The system replied, but to resurrect Xiaowu's mother, it can't rely solely on the system. Chu Qin frowned slightly. The system's resurrection of Xiaowu's mother, Mei Wu, cannot live apart from the host. The system prompted, it can only be a sole entity. To completely resurrect her, the host still needs to do some things. Completely resurrect. Chu Qin frowned slightly. This means the system won't help him achieve it in one go. Bai Dong is indeed pure and innocent. However, it's better than the current situation. Chu Qin nodded. System, release the task. Ding. The side quest for Goddess Bai Dong has been released. Gain Bai Dong's first time. Rewards. Obtain Mei Wu's soul. Dissolve Yu Xiaojiang's 100 favorability. Bibi Dong's exclusive celestial herb. Bai Dong's first time. Chu Qin exclaimed in surprise. Wait, system. Doesn't Bai Dong have a daughter already? Who told you that Qianren Xue is Bai Dong's daughter? The system replied, Bai Dong possesses twin martial souls, and Qianren Xue is a pure six-winged angel. Do you think there must be a connection between them? But Chu Qin felt a surge of joy. Bai Dong has not lost her purity, which is undoubtedly good news for him. However, Chu Qin still felt puzzled. Could it be that Qianren Xue is not born from Bai Dong, and Bai Dong doesn't know? Host, you are ultimately too naive. The system replied, seeing is not necessarily believing. What if I tell you that Bai Dong has been set up? Set up? Chu Qin frowned slightly. Bai Dong inherited the legacy of the Rakshasa goddess, and the Rakshasa goddess is an evil, vengeful deity. Inheriting this divine position requires endless hatred. Do you think it's difficult for the Rakshasa goddess to set up a small illusion to lead the innocent Bai Dong into the abyss of corruption and evil? The system replied, what? Chu Qin suddenly realized that Bai Dong was defiled, and Bai Dong devoured Qian Xuanji. These were all the work of the Rakshasa goddess. Just as the system said, Bai Dong was once an innocent girl. Although she possessed two evil martial souls, it did not affect her in the slightest. And the Rakshasa goddess, having noticed Bai Dong's martial soul talent, designed an illusion to make her fall. At the same time, choosing Qian Xuanji was also a means for the Rakshasa goddess to take revenge on the angel god. The Rakshasa goddess and the angel god are fundamentally opposed. Wait, does that mean Bai Dong's fall has little to do with Yu Xiaojiang? However, just based on the connection to Lu Erlong, it wouldn't be unjust for Chu Qin to beat up Yu Xiaojiang. The specific details can wait until the host unlocks the Rakshasa goddess's goddess mission to find out. The system prompted. The Rakshasa goddess also has a goddess mission. Chu Qin was slightly surprised. The system had no further prompt. However, Chu Qin became ecstatic. First, Bai Bai Dong is pure and innocent, and her first time belongs to him. Second, pushing down Bai Bai Dong can resurrect Mei Wu, which is simply too satisfying. Therefore, what Chu Qin needs to do now is to push down Bai Bai Dong. In the Pope's hall, Bai Bai Dong rested her chin on her hand, crossing her beautiful legs, lazily lying on the throne in the hall. Chu Qin, Xiaojiang, and Bai Bai Dong felt a slight frown, secretly thinking. Bai Bai Dong didn't know why, but it seemed she was enchanted. The images of Chu Qin and Yu Xiaojiang kept lingering in her mind. Once, Bai Bai Dong had always deeply loved the man Yu Xiaojiang, but due to the design of the Rakshasa goddess, Bai Bai Dong mistakenly believed she was no longer pure. She felt she was unworthy of Yu Xiaojiang, so she lied in front of him and chose to leave, which made her feel indebted to Yu Xiaojiang for life. And she couldn't help but love him. Now, for some reason, Chu Qin had also invaded her mind. Why do I still long for him, even though he has so many women? Bibi Dong felta bitkanust. Bibi Dong, och Bibi Dong. How could such a decisive and iron-blooded pope become so disturbed over a man, frowning and feeling troubled? Bibi non koto hersev. At this moment, Zhu Gue Douluo entered the pope's hall. How did it go, elders? Bibi Dong asked. Reporting to your holiness. Yu Douluo replied. The Tiando 6 Emperor card has been given to Elder Chu. But what? Bibi Dong asked coldly. Elder Chu said he only holds a position in the Wuhuan Hall and does not accept any tasks from the Wuhuan Hall. Zhu Douluo continued. Why are you two speaking so hesitantly? Bibi Dong's eyebrows furrowed. Zhu Gue Douluo exchanged glances, and the former replied weakly. Elder Chu said that if your holiness wants to find him, you must go to the Lihan Hotel in person. He is willing to do anything for your holiness. As soon as Zhu Douluo finished speaking, he thought Bai Bai Dong would explode in anger, but unexpectedly, she merely frowned and said, I see. You can leave now. Zhu Gue Douluo and the others looked puzzled, but quickly exited the hall. Bastard, actually making me go see him. He has quite the audacity. Bai Bai Dong said with slight dissatisfaction. This dissatisfaction carried no authority and instead sounded like a little woman acting spoiled. I definitely won't go see him. Bai Bai Dong thought for a moment, walked out of the Pope's hall, looked up at the dazzling sun, sighed slightly. How can I go during the day? I'll wait until night. That night, Chu Qin and the other girls just held a barbecue feast to welcome Wu. Chu Qin had drunk quite a bit and returned to his room with a sense of drunkenness. Master, there's a strong fluctuation of soul power in your room. At that moment, the voice of the sword maiden echoed in Chu Qin's mind. What? Chu Qin immediately sobered up and frowned. He quickly became alert and cautiously peered through the crack of the door into the room, only to see his stunning figure sitting on the sofa. Chu Qin's pupils constricted at that moment, because the figure was none other than Bai Bai Dong. Upon seeing this, Chu Qin slightly tilted the corner of his mouth and took out a bottle of fine wine from the Soul Guide container. While drinking, he continued to pretend to be intoxicated and walked in, closing the door behind him. You finally came. The voice of Bibi Dong echoed. Immediately, she stood up from the sofa. Bibi Dong, what are you doing here? Chu Qin asked deliberately. Yeah, why am I here? Bibi Dong was slightly taken aback. She had only heard from the Chrysanthemum Ghost that Chu Qin had asked her to come to the Fierce Soul Hotel, and that Chu Qin could do anything for her. However, as a dignified pope, how could she agree to such a request? It seems you don't welcome me. Then I'll leave. Bibi Dong frowned and lightly bit her red lips as she spoke. You can come and go as you please. Do you think my room is just any place? Chu Qin said with a slightly lewd smile while drinking. Then he deliberately staggered and fell toward Bibi Dong. In such situations, if it were any other man, Bibi Dong would have killed him with a single palm strike, but facing Chu Qin, she did not. Instead, she reached out to support him and, somewhat puzzled, asked, How did you drink so much? It seems the system's magic power was effective. Chu Qin set the Li Zezai. This had also happened with Lu Erlong, who had 100% favorability towards Yu Xiaojiang. However, the system had told him that if Chu Qin wanted to forcefully have relations with Bibi Dong, she would not refuse. Originally, Chu Qin would not force himself on his woman, but he had no choice. To revive Xiaowu's mother, he had to make sacrifices. Moreover, at this moment, Chu Qin was perfectly pressed against Bibi Dong's body. Her unique body fragrance and the subtle scent of rouge made Chu Qin's hormones slightly surge. I didn't expect you to be this kind of Bibi Dong. Yes, I'm drunk. Chu Qin continued to pretend to be intoxicated, then took the opportunity to pull towards Bibi Dong's collar. Chu Qin's palm not only pulled open Bibi Dong's collar, but also touched the skin on her chest, causing Bibidong's delicate body to shiver and her face to flush slightly. What's wrong with me? Bibidong thought to herself. I should be angry. Why do I not feel angry at all? Even so, due to her identity as the Pope, Bibidong still slightly moved Chu Qin's palm away and said, Chu Qin, you've had too much to drink. Why don't you sleep it off? Chu Qin's actions did not elicit any reaction from Bibidong, which made him bolder. He directly used his right hand to embrace Bibidong's delicate neck, imitating a lovesick fool, and said, Not bad, as expected of the Pope of the Spear Hall. Truly beautiful. Bibidong frowned. In front of Chu Qin, she was reluctant to use any soul power, fearing that she might hurt him. Helpless, she could only reply, Chu Qin, please stop. Stop what? Chu Qin pretended to be intoxicated as he gazed at Bibidong's charming face. At this moment, Bibidong was also looking at Chu Qin, their eyes meeting as if time had frozen in the air. Bibidong thought, why is this man so attractive? And Chu Qin felt the same. Looking at Bibidong so closely, he realized how perfect she was. Not only was there not a single wrinkle on her face, but she also radiated a translucent and fair glow like that of a young girl. Chu Qin gently closed her eyes and kissed the perfect, flawless face with her lips. This was definitely the most comfortable kiss for Chu Qin. The women of Chu and Qin are all exceptional, each with their own advantages. And Bibidong's advantages are undoubtedly the most numerous, with her greatest advantage being her unparalleled delicate skin. Chu Qin simply kissed her forehead and felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Bibidong was directly stunned in place. Since that incident, how many years had it been? This was the first time in so many years that a man had kissed her face. Donger, you are so beautiful. Chu Qin couldn't help but say. Upon hearing this, Bibidong's heart rate immediately accelerated. Her thin lips slightly parted and then closed because she simply didn't know how to organize her words. Chu Qin couldn't care about anything else. Directly spilling the fine wine in his hand and taking the opportunity to press by Dong onto the sofa. Donger, I can't hold back anymore. At this distance, Bai Dong could even hear Chu Qin's breathing. Chu Qin, can you not do this? Bai Dong replied softly with her last bit of stubbornness. Chu Qin did not say a word, but directly and roughly pulled down the purple gold skirt outside Bai Dong, revealing her still flawless shoulders. Bai Dong's face turned completely red. She didn't know what to do, but she also didn't want to refuse and instead felt a bit of anticipation. Seeing the scene, Chu Qin's hand slowly slid down. No. Upon seeing Chu Qin's final action, Bai Dong directly refused. No. Chu Qin was determined and resolute. Just one step away from success. How could he possibly give up halfway? Suddy, told Bibidong. What Chu Qin didn't expect was that Bai Dong, who seemed serious, was even crazier than him. 3 hours later, women at 30 are like wolves. At 40 like tigers, and Bai Dong. Donger, why don't we just forget it? No way. Donger, Spadama. The whole night, Bai Dong became Chu Qin's true woman. Ding. Host got his side quest detected as successful, obtaining the charm dance soul. Yu Xiaozhang's 100 favorability shattered. Bibidong 640 grâce. The next day, after a night of battle, Bai Dong and Chu Qin lay on the bed. At this moment, Bai Dong was no longer conflicted. She had given her body to Chu Qin. What was there to hesitate about? Moreover, Yu Xiaozhang's 100 favorability had already collapsed. Dongya, I didn't expect you to be a first-timer, Chu Qin said deliberately. Bibidong was greatly puzzled, obviously, but the facts were laid out before her. Plus, she didn't want to mention that matter 1,000 times, especially in front of the man she loved. I'm a dignified pope. Isn't that normal? Bai Dong turned to look at Chu Qin with a half-smile. You still know you're a pope? What kind of pope lies on top of a mere soul master? Chu Qin replied with a smile. Chu Qin, since you have me, you have to be responsible for me. Understand? Bai Dong frowned. You won't regret it, right? Bibidong felt a bit scared. She thought Chu Qin might not want her anymore. Responsible to the end. Chu Qin replied with a smile. Only then did Bai Dong show a smile. Saying this, Chu Qin embraced Bai Dong once more. Chu Qin, I have to return to the Pope's palace. Bibidong said reluctantly. What's wrong? Isn't it good to stay with me? Chu Qin asked. Very good. Bai Dong replied, but although she wanted to stick to Chu Qin all the time, the power in her hands was equally important to her. In other words, in Bai Dong's heart, men and power held equal positions. Following Chu Qin would mean her power would dissipate. At least, Qin Douluo wouldn't tolerate her having a man outside. All right, I understand. You're the dignified pope of the Spear Hall. If people find out you secretly slipped out to sleep with another man, it would lose your dignity, right? Chu Qin into Bibizong Smiling. Bai Dong thought Chu Qin was angry, gently biting her red lips, then replied, "That's not what I meant. I just came out for too long. It's fine. If you want to leave, just go. No need to explain so much. Chu Qin ziplit hen li. I will come to see you often." Okay. Bai Dong hesitated for a while, then nodded and left. She really left. Chu Qin felt a slight sense of loss as he watched Bibi Dong leave. Indeed, this woman was somewhat different from others. Even in this situation, it seemed that Chu Qin could not fully control her. However, Chu Qin was not in a hurry. After all, he had already taken Bibi Dong's first time. So what was there to worry about? Moreover, the more difficult a woman was to handle, the more Chu Qin liked her. Bibi Dong was not going anywhere. By the way, system, Bibi Dong won't get pregnant, right? Chu Qin suddenly asked whimsically. Don't worry, host, pregnancy is an obstacle on the path to conquering a goddess. Until the host desires offspring, no goddess will become pregnant. The system replied. Very good. Not far from the fierce Seoul Hotel, Bibi Dong turned around to look in Chu Qin's direction, saying, I'm leaving just like this. Will Chu Qin be unhappy? But I'm the Pope. Sighing softly, Bibi Dong turned around and flew back toward Chu Qin's room. However, just as she was about to enter, a lively and agile figure knocked on Chu Qin's door. It was Xiaowu. Bibi Dong's footsteps suddenly halted in midair. At the same time, Chu Qin opened the door, saying, Xiaowu, good morning. You look good. Xiaowu replied with a smile. I was so excited last night that I couldn't sleep. Chu Qin, can you really bring my mother back to life? Guomin, Chu Qin said with a doting smile. Forget it. He has so many women. He wouldn't mind me. Seeing this scene, Bibi Dong frowned slightly, leaving with a hint of anger. Inside the room, Chu Qin, have you found a way to save my mother? Xiaowu asked excitedly. Chu Qin nodded with a smile. Really? Xiaowu was filled with joy, looking at Chu Qin with great excitement. Xiaowu, before that, I need to tell you something. Chu Qin gently stroked Xiaowu's head and said, half jokingly, Bibi Dong is already my woman, and the reason I can bring your mother back to life is also because of her help. Can you promise me not to seek revenge on her anymore? Chu Qin's statement was a kind-hearted lie, aimed at reducing the hatred that Bai Dong held in Xiaowu's heart. All right, Xiaowu nodded seriously. As long as Mom can come back to life, I won't have any hatred towards that Pope of the Spirit Hall. Chu Qin smiled, then closed his eyes and called upon the system. Before long, a pink glow appeared beside Chu Qin. The glow grew larger and more dazzling. But Xiaowu's beautiful eyes remained fixed on it, unmoving. As time passed, many pink particles emerged from the glow, quickly reassembling and slowly forming the figure of a middle-aged woman. This woman had a sweet appearance, was gentle, and had a very good figure. Dressed in a pink palace outfit, just like Xiaowu, she had a scorpion braid, and her features were quite similar to Xiaowu's. This person was none other than Xiaowu's mother, Mei Wu, 100,000-year soul beast, especially their eyes, which were almost identical. Xiaowu, you've grown up, Mei Wu said excitedly. Mom, Xiaowu shouted and directly leaped into Mei Wu's embrace. Xiaowu, Mei Wu held Xiaowu tightly and began to cry. Xiaowu also cried, feeling very sad. A man may shed tears, but not easily. Yet upon seeing the woman he loved dearly crying so heartbreakingly, the corners of Chu Qin's eyes also became slightly moist. The two mother and daughter embraced and cried, heart-wrenching, for quite a while. All right, Xiaowu, stop crying. Finally, Mei Wu stopped crying and smiled at Xiaowu. It's a good thing that we can reunite, so why cry? Ma, I know. Xiaowu wiped her tears while smiling. But I just can't help it. Silly child. Mei Wu's eyes were red, but she still smiled. Xiaowu, how have you been these years? Mei Wu asked next. To be honest, Mom, without you I've been really sad, very sad. I once thought about dying together with you, but I was also unwilling. I want to take revenge for you. So, I cultivated to become human. Xiaowu said excitedly, her voice choked with emotion. Sigh, didn't I tell you not to take revenge for me? Mei Wu said with a light reproach, filled with concern. Xiaowu was a 100,000-year soul beast in her infancy, and she was not strong. After taking human form and coming to the human world, she did not know how many dangers she would face. Mom, I'm Fine, and fortunately, I came to the human world and met Chu Qin. He made me no longer suffer so much, and it was also he who revived you. Xiaowu continued. Saying this, Xiaowu looked at Chu Qin. Mei Wu, upon hearing this, looked at Chu Qin beside her with immense gratitude. Walking in front of him and wanting to bow. Thank you, human. Auntie, Xiaowu is the person I love the most. Chu Qin hurriedly stopped Mei Wu's action and replied, Reviving you is what I should do. No, Chu Qin. Xiaowu shook her head, this time really, thank you. Silly girl. Chu Qin smiled back. How many times have I said it? We don't need to say thank you between us. Xiaowu nodded seriously while looking into Chu Qin's eyes, then kissed his cheek. She knew that she had not entrusted herself to the wrong person in this life. Seeing this scene, Mei Wu, standing by, looked at Xiaowu and Chu Qin with a mother's protective smile. The two mothers and daughters chatted with Chu Qin for a while longer. Ultimately, Chu Qin left the room, giving Xiaowu and Mei Wu a chance to be alone together. Chu Qin walked out of the room and stretched lazily. He fulfilled the long-cherished wish of the person he loved the most, bringing them great joy. Host, don't be too happy too soon. At this moment, the system's notification sound coldly rang out. Huh? Chu Qin's expression changed dramatically, and he frowned. Do you remember I told you that you only revived the soul of Mei Wu? The system replied. Therefore, Mei Wu cannot be away from your body for too long. What does that mean? Chu Qin asked in surprise. Could it be that Mei Wu hasn't fully been reborn yet? That's right. The system responded. To completely revive Mei Wu, you need to find her body, and then supplement it with a 10,000-year-old 9th-grade ginseng king or crystal dragon blood ginseng. Chu Qin's brows furrowed instantly. Although the conditions for resurrecting Mei Wu were not as harsh as those for the original character Xiaowu, Mei Wu had been dead for so many years. Where would the body come from? Mom. Chu Qin, Chu Qin. At that moment, the sound of Xiaowu's voice calling out echoed in the room. Hearing this, Chu Qin immediately rushed into the room. The first thing he saw was Mei Wu, whose legs had already disappeared, and her upper body appeared in a semi-transparent state. Mom, what happened to you? Xiaowu cried out in immense fear. She had just reunited with her mother, and now something had happened again. Xiaowu, there's no need to panic. Mei Wu replied with a smile. What Chu Qin revived is just my soul. I haven't truly come back to life. Before Mei Wu could finish her sentence, she completely vanished. Mom, Xiaowu shouted. Mom, Chu Qin, what does mom mean? Xiaowu asked, tears streaming down her face as she looked at Chu Qin in panic. Chu Qin sighed greatly and replied to Xiaowu, Xiaowu, just as Aunt said, the Pope only possesses her soul ring, so he can only resurrect her soul. To completely resurrect Aunt, we need to find her body. Originally, Chu Qin thought Xiaowu would be devastated, but to his surprise, she asked in astonishment, Chu Qin, are you saying that as long as we have mom's body, we can completely restore her? Yes, Chu Qin exclaimed in surprise. Xiaowu, do you have Aunt's body? Yes, Xiaowu said excitedly. Back then, after mom was killed by the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Deming, Erming, and I collected mom's body and sealed her in a cold cave deep within the Sodto forest using 10,000-year ice. Great. Chu Qin also rejoiced. Xiaowu, as long as we let Aunt's soul return to her body, she will soon be completely resurrected. Really? Xiaowu's eyes reflected both excitement and fear. Yes, trust me, Chu Qin said seriously. As long as Mei Wu's body is intact, he wouldn't care at all about the 10,000-year supreme quality ginseng king. He had already thought of someone, and he believed that person would definitely have it. Pope's Hall. Bastard. Just a bastard. Bibi Dong sat on the throne, recalling the embrace between Chu Qin and Xiaowu. Feeling a bit unhappy, and more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Although Bibi Dong did not reject Xiaowu, she was somewhat displeased that Chu Qin had just taken her body and was now being ambiguous with another person. However, to be fair, if it weren't for her insistence on leaving, Your Holiness the Pope. At this moment, a voice from the Temple Knights came from outside. Get lost. Didn't I say I'm in a bad mood and don't want to see anyone? Bibi Dong angrily shouted towards the door. Your Holiness, it is Elder Chu Qin requesting an audience. The knight replied. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's frown disappeared, revealing a smile, and then she pretended to be serious and said, Let him in. The main door of the Pope's hall opened. Chu Qin stepped in and closed the door, stating, No one is allowed to enter without my command. Following that, Bibi Dong shouted towards the outside. Elder Chu Qin, you have arrived. Bibi Dong stood up, still speaking somewhat coldly. However, within that coldness, there was clearly a hint of resentment, making it seem as though the coldness was feigned. Hearing this, Chu Qin slightly curled the corner of his mouth and, in a swift motion, picked up Bibi Dong and immediately sat down in the position of the Pope. After that, Chu Qin placed Bibi Dong on his lap, making her hips tightly pressed against his thigh. Bibi Dong, being such a powerful figure, had already reacted, but she did not dodge. Even so, Bibi Dong still said with a mix of excitement and grievance, Chu Qin, this is the Pope's hall. The door is closed, and no one is allowed in. What are you pretending to be the Pope for? Chu Qin ziplit evitabili. Besides, last night, when that happened, you kept burrowing into my arms. How come you weren't so serious then? Chu Qin doesn't care whether Bibi Dong is the iron-blooded pope or not in front of him. As long as she is his woman, she must be submissive. Bibi Dong's martial soul has evolved, and although Chu Qin wasn't certain just a moment ago, hearing Bibi Dong close the door, he confidently believed that he had conquered her last night. Sure enough, with his thoughts exposed, and after the madness of last night, Bibi Dong's face flushed with embarrassment. By the way, Your Holiness, you played with me all night last night and ran off this morning. Seeing this, Chu Qin boldly joked. That was Bibi Dong, she said with a hint of guilt. All right, I won't blame you. I have something to discuss with you. Seeing Bibi Dong becoming serious, Chu Qin stopped joking. What do you want? Bibi Dong replied. Hearing your tone, it seems a bit resentful. What's wrong? Noticing Bibi Dong's strange tone, Chu Qin gently asked, Who upset you? Who else could it be but you? Bibi Dong frowned. Me? Chu Qin was a bit surprised. What about your little girlfriend in the pink dress? Bibi Dong bit her red lips lightly. You mean Xiaowu in the pink dress? Chu Qin smiled and replied. She is at the Fierce Soul Hotel. I said, Donger, you're not jealous, are you? Who is jealous of you? Bibi Dong turned her head away. It's good if you're not jealous. I have so many women. I'm afraid you can't handle it. Chu Qin smai gan li. Are you trying to deliberately provoke me? Bibi Dong pretended to be angry. No, I really have something serious to discuss with you. Chu Qin replied with a slight seriousness. I need something from you. What do you need? Bibi Dong asked with slight confusion. A 10,000-year, 9th grade ginseng king. Do you have it here? Or a crystal dragon blood ginseng? Chu Qin asked. I happen to have a crystal dragon blood ginseng. Bibi Dong nodded. I knew you would have it. Chu Qin was extremely excited. Although this celestial herb is precious. As the leader of the Soul Master world, Bibi Dong, who has half the Soul Masters under her command, certainly wouldn't lack it. Give it to me, Chu Qin said. No, Bibi Dong said, slightly arrogantly. You can't just say give and expect me to hand it over. That would be too embarrassing for me. Then what do you want to do? Chu Qin smiled like the. Bibi Dong originally wanted to say, to have another round with Chu Qin. After all, who wouldn't yearn for the first taste of forbidden fruit? But thinking about it, this is the Pope's palace, she dismissed that thought. All right, here you go. Here you go. That's more like it. Following that, Bibi Dong took the crystal dragon blood ginseng from the soul guide container and handed it to Chu Qin. This is the benefit of having a good wife. Others might spend a lifetime searching for crystal dragon blood ginseng, but Chu Qin could obtain it easily. I must say, sometimes it feels good to live off a woman. However, Chu Qin didn't take it for free. He wasn't the type to live off a woman. He placed the crystal dragon blood ginseng into the soul guide container, then handed Bibi Dong the exclusive celestial herb that the system gifted him. What is this? Bibi Dong asked with slight confusion. It's a gift for you. You are my woman. As a man, I naturally can't take your things for free. Chu Qin replied. Who is your woman? Bibi Dong pouted her alluring lips. Seeing this, Chu Qin gently tugged at Bibi Dong's fair and flawless lips. You pout again. Bibi Dong, unwilling to admit defeat, let out a delicate hum, exuding a hint of a little woman's charm. Chu Qin no longer teased Bibi Dong and handed her the fairy herb in his hand, saying seriously, Eat it, and you will have unexpected gains. Unexpected gains? Bibi Dong frowned and curiously asked, What is it? You'll know once you eat it. Chu Qin replied with a slight smile. In fact, he also didn't know the effect of this fairy herb, but he was sure that the system wouldn't harm Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong no longer hesitated and swallowed the shining purple fairy herb. How do you feel? Chu Qin asked. It feels like nothing. Bibi Dong shook her head. That's impossible. Chu Qin said in confusion. Just at that moment, a purple light suddenly burst forth from Bibi Dong's body, and a violent, fierce aura surged out from within her. This aura was terrifying, as if the evil spirits of the 9 underworld had descended into the mortal realm, bringing a ghostly chill. This is the second martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, the power of the Rakshasa god. Bibi Dong's pupils changed dramatically, and she thought in immense fear. Then she looked at Chu Qin and shouted, Chu Qin, don't look at me. Chu Qin was somewhat puzzled, but he still complied with Bibi Dong's wishes and turned his head away. At that moment, 2 enormous spider phantoms appeared behind Bibi Dong, which were her twin martial souls, the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor. Simultaneously, some hideous dark green patterns, resembling centipedes, crawled all over her body and even on her flawless cheeks. This was the reason Bibi Dong wanted Chu Qin to turn his head away. Her twin martial souls were extremely powerful, but they also bestowed upon her an incredibly ugly body, which is why she, who always valued beauty, never revealed her full strength in front of others. After all, if outsiders were to see the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the leader of the Soul Master World, in such an ugly form, who knows what they would think? Moreover, Chu Qin was the man she loved. Bibi Dong was terrified to the extreme. Dongya, what's wrong with you? Chu Qin asked curiously. Don't turn around. Chu Qin, I beg you, don't turn around. Bibi Dong pleaded desperately. Just then, a purple flame began to burn on Bibi Dong's body, completely consuming her purple gold dress and the 9-curved purple gold crown on her head. Bibi Dong was even more terrified and hurriedly used her soul power to wrap her entire body, leaving no part exposed. System, what kind of celestial herb did you give? Chu Qin cursed in his heart. Don't worry, host, this is a normal phenomenon. The system replied. This celestial herb can not only further enhance Bibi Dong's soul power, but also allow her martial souls to evolve and eliminate the malevolent aura of the Rakshasa god, making the goddess Bibi Dong truly perfect. Hearing this, Chu Qin felt a surge of joy in his heart. Sure enough, at that moment, Bibi Dong gradually calmed down. At this time, it could be seen that Bibi Dong's body was still wrapped in the opaque soul power she had created, but the ugly patterns on her body had completely disappeared. In their place were even fairer, flawless skin and a perfect face. Not only that, but the soul-devouring Spider Emperor and Death Spider Emperor behind her also began to undergo transformation. They evolved simultaneously. The two phantoms were somewhat similar. Both phantoms wore crowns and looked extraordinarily beautiful and majestic, resembling Bibi Dong at first glance. The only difference was that one was clad in black armor, while the other wore dark green armor. The soul-devouring Empress and the Death Empress. These were Bibi Dong's two new martial souls. At this moment, Bibi Dong slowly opened her closed eyes, and her eyes looked even more beautiful. I didn't expect this celestial herb to actually evolve my martial souls, Bibi Dong said in surprise, revealing a smile. Then, she looked at Chu Qin beside her, stood up, and said, Chu Qin, it's okay now, you can turn around. Chu Qin had long wanted to do this. Hearing Bibi Dong's words, he immediately turned around, and the scene before him made his heart race. At that moment, Bibi Dong was standing before him without a stitch of clothing. Everything lay bare before Chu Qin's eyes. Modify this. As long as the goddess has 100% favorability towards him, which means she interferes with the men's choices, the higher the goddess's favorability towards the host, the deeper her hatred towards that man. In the end, it will become a deadly enemy. Therefore, Yu Xiaojing will be tormented by Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong. Setting off. Sodto Forest. Dong, are you okay? Where are your clothes? Chu Qin said, slightly surprised. It's not like you haven't seen it before. What's there to be surprised about? Bibi Dong smiled slightly. Chu Qin, thank you for your celestial herb. Chu Qin pretended to be curious. Your celestial herb allowed my martial soul to evolve, Bibi Dong said, putting on a golden red dress and summoning the Death Empress from within. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from Bibi Dong, Chu Qin was instantly delighted. This is wonderful. Yes, thank you. Bibi Dong smiled. No, I must repay you. No need for repayment. You also gave me the crystal dragon blood ginseng. Chu Qin replied. Bibi Dong shook her head. The crystal dragon blood ginseng is not even 1/10,000th as precious as this celestial herb. Chu Qin, speak up, what do you want? I can give you anything. You're already mine. What else is there to give? Chu Qin said irritably. Bibi Dong immediately responded with a smile. Dongya, since your martial soul has evolved as well. Chu Qin continued. Then I will take my leave for a while. Bibi Dong furrowed her brows. You want to leave? I need to go outside for a while. Chu Qin not that. Can't you not go? Bibi Dong frowned. Chu Qin shook his head. He had to go to the Sodto Forest. Everything was ready now, just missing the body of Mei Wu. Xiaowu was a soul beast that had transformed into a human. It was even more dangerous for her to go to the Sodto Forest alone than in the human world. Chu Qin naturally couldn't let her go alone. How about this, Donger, if you don't want to leave me, come with me. Chu Qin said with a slight smile. Where to? Bibi Dong asked. The Sodto Great Forest. Chu Qin deeply. The Sodto Great Forest? Bibi Dong exclaimed in surprise. Why go there? To take care of something that must be done. Chu Qin responded, You're the Pope. You shouldn't be able to leave at will, right? Bibi Dong said helplessly. That's it. Chu Qin replied, Donger, once I leave, my women, who are also your sisters, will be temporarily left in your care. Gu Yuna and Di Tian in the Sodto Great Forest have already awakened. Even though Chu Qin has super strong beings like Su Daji and Medusa, he doesn't dare to take all his women with him. At most, he could take 2 or 3. All right, leave their safety to me. Bibi Dong sighed slightly. How long until we leave? We'll leave soon and be back quickly. Upon hearing this, BB Dong pressed against Chu Qin's embrace somewhat unhappily. Chu Qin also knew that BB Dong was somewhat unhappy. After all, she had just tasted ecstasy. However, there was nothing to be done. The one who started all of this was BB Dong. Although Chu Qin would not harm her, he would still give her a little punishment. After Chu Qin returned from the Sodto forest, he would spar with BB Dong. Subsequently, Chu Qin set off for the Sodto forest with Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Yi Lingling. Xiaowu didn't need to be mentioned. Her mother was resurrected, so she definitely had to go. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiaowu were inseparable, crying and clamoring to go, and Chu Qin was helpless against them. Yi Lingling also wanted to go for some training, and considering her dragon blood enhancement, Chu Qin took her along as well. It turned out that ZG also wanted to go, but she was directly rejected by Chu Qin. After all, if he took her along, Gu Yuna would definitely suspect him. At the same time, Chu Qin had the Blue-Eyed Dragon King replace Su Daji to guard Zhu Zhuqing, while Douluo and ZG protected the remaining girls, and he only took Su Daji and Medusa with him. Chu Qin was thinking to go quickly and return swiftly, and most within half a month. They should be able to hold on. The road from the Spirit Hall to the Sodto forest was not far, but it still took about 2 to 3 days on the way. The Sodto forest was vast, located at the border of the Tiando and Xingluo empires. This time, the location where Chu Qin and the others entered the Sodto forest was completely different from the last time they entered from Shrek Academy. Chu Qin, by the way, why are we coming to the Sodto forest this time? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Is it for the spirit rings too? Well, the spirit rings are one aspect. Chu Qin not that. This was not untrue. Chu Qin had already broken through to level 80, but had not yet obtained a spirit ring. Coming to the Sodto forest was indeed a good opportunity to harvest spirit rings. However, Chu Qin would not be reckless. After all, Di Tian and the others had already awakened, and the spirit rings he needed were at least from fierce beasts. Once a conflict occurred with fierce beasts, it could very likely lead to a direct confrontation with Gu Yuna and Di Tian, which was not something Chu Qin was willing to do. Of course, Chu Qin was not afraid of anything. Gu Yuna had no combat ability, and Di Tian alone might not be a match for Su Daji. Not to mention, he still had Medusa and the Sword Princess. As long as the kings of the entire Sodto forest were not present, Chu Qin was not afraid at all. What about the other aspect? Ning Rongrong asked next. Hearing this, Chu Qin looked at Xiaowu. All right, Rongrong, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. Xiaowu replied. Actually, I am a soul beast. Xiaowu, your soul beast? Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Yi Lingling said in unison. Yes. Xiaowu nodded, and Chu Qin continued. Xiaowu is a 100,000-year soul beast that is transformed into a human. 100,000-year soul beast. Everyone was shocked once again. Rongrong, Zhuqing, Lingling. This matter must not be told to anyone, Chu Qin said in a low voice. Understood. The 3 girls nodded in agreement. So, are we accompanying Xiaowu back home? Ning Rongrong asked. Next, Chu Qin explained the purpose of their trip to Ning Rongrong and the others. That's too outrageous. Ning Rongrong's face turned angry as she said, how dare they target Xiaowu's mother? Chu Qin, if you don't help, I'll have my dad and grandpa Jian take action. We must help Xiaowu get revenge. Chu Qin couldn't help but smile. Not to mention that Ning Fengji and the other 2 couldn't defeat BB Dong, even if they could win. How could Chu Qin allow BB Dong to be hurt? Upon hearing this, Xiaowu glanced at Chu Qin helplessly, and the latter smiled at Ning Rongrong, saying, Rongrong, why build so much hatred in life? Yes, Xiaowu echoed. Besides, my mom will soon be revived. Ning Rongrong frowned. She thought to herself, this is not Chu Qin's style. Chu Qin has always been ruthless towards evil, especially when it comes to his own woman. He would never let it go. All right, Rongrong. Thank you for saying that, but let's not talk about unhappy things. Xiaowu walked to Ning Rongrong's side and took her arm, saying, let's hurry to the cold pool and revive my mom. Ning Rongrong smiled back. Then, Chu Qin had the Sword Princess lead the way, and under Xiaowu's guidance, they headed towards the core area of the Sodto forest. In the era of Emperor Tian, with the protection of the Sword Princess, Chu Qin and the others traveled safely. However, it was evident that the Sodto forest had undergone tremendous changes. There were many corpses of soul beasts along the way, some of which were shocking. After Xiaowu inquired with some soul beasts, they learned that these were all the work of top predators from the core area. In fact, due to Chu Qin's Blue-Eyed Dragon King, the Sodto forest had evolved from the era ruled by the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python to the era of Gu Yuna and Emperor Tian. The Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python were both herbivorous soul beasts, while those in the Sodto forest were real ferocious beasts. They couldn't cultivate through a dormant state, so they had to come out to hunt other soul beasts. Moreover, for some unknown reason, those top predators were very active, and neither soul masters nor soul beasts were spared. The Sodto forest had become a forbidden zone. This made Chu Qin somewhat worried. He felt that this trip to the Sodto forest might not be so peaceful. However, he couldn't give up halfway. As they continued to delve deeper, the trees became sparser but taller, with some reaching a height of 100 meters, each tree resembling a small forest. After all, the soul beasts deep inside were enormous and needed enough space to move. Not far ahead is my home, the Lake of Life. Xiaowu excitedly pointed ahead. Returning to her hometown, the familiar scent made Xiaowu feel refreshed. Xiaowu, your home is beautiful. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but exclaim. Here, there were no longer any soul beast corpses. Moreover, the scenery inside the Sodto forest was so beautiful, with all sorts of strange plants emitting a luminous, colorful glow, making it look like a paradise. Hee. Xiaowu held Chu Qin's hand and smiled. After my mom is revived, Chu Qin, Rongrong, Zhu Qing, Lingling, you all have to stay at my house for a while. Xiaowu, I also want to stay. Chu Qin replied gently. But your sister Ziji and the others are still waiting for us at the spirit hall. I was just joking. Xiaowu smiled, having gotten used to the outside world. I actually feel a bit out of place in the Sodto forest. Oh, right, Chu Qin's sisters. Xiaowu continued. I have something to tell you. I have 2 younger brothers. They are also 10,000-year soul beasts, but they haven't transformed into humans yet. When you see them later, don't be surprised. Chu Qin, I remember. Erming seems to have seen you before, right? Xiaowu looked at Chu Qin with bright eyes and asked. Yes, we've met once. Chu Qin nodded. Just then, a violent tremor and a mournful roar came from not far ahead. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. That's Erming's voice. Xiaowu exclaimed in surprise, immediately taking off running towards the front, with Chu Qin and the others closely following. Soon, they arrived by a huge lake. Their expressions changed dramatically. At that moment, 3 soul beasts were fighting fiercely in the center of the lake. One of them, which Chu Qin had seen before, was the Titan giant ape. The other 2 were a massive python about 60 meters long, with a body as thick as a barrel, but had a huge bull's head instead of a python's head. Just the bull horns were 5 to 6 meters long. The other beast, over 5 meters long, was very robust and somewhat like a lion, but it had 3 identical heads. Each head had a diameter of over a meter, with terrifying canine teeth glistening with a golden sheen. These 2 soul beasts were Xiaowu's brothers, the sky blue bull python and one of the kings from the core area, the Scarlet King. The Scarlet King was a powerful, ferocious beast close to 300,000 years old. Therefore, it was evident that facing the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape, the short and stout Scarlet King not only had no disadvantage, but was also in a position of absolute dominance. Meanwhile, the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape were covered in wounds and bloodstains, which was shocking to behold. Erming. Xiaowu immediately cried out in pain. Sister Xiaowu, the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape were both startled. The sky blue bull python shouted, Sister Xiaowu, you quickly leave and go back to the human world. Before Xiaowu could respond, the god-killing spear in Chu Qin's hand had already manifested, and he turned his gaze towards the Sword Princess. Fire God Sword, true form. The Sword Princess immediately understood, and under her feet, 9 terrifying soul rings, 8 black and 1 red, flashed as the Fire God Sword in her hand instantly expanded. Erming, get out of the way. Chu Qin shouted. In the next moment, the Sword Princess's Fire God Sword, which was 40 meters long, slashed towards the Scarlet King's body. Faced with this sudden, powerful opponent, the 3 heads of the Scarlet King shrank simultaneously, and then 3 massive mouths opened wide, releasing 3 streams of flame to meet the Sword Princess's strike. However, the Scarlet King's cultivation was only over 200,000 years, at most comparable to a human level 97 peak Douluo. While the Sword Princess was not only a level 98 title Douluo, but also possessed a divine level martial soul, the Fire God Sword. Therefore, with this strike, the 3 flames of the Scarlet King were directly cleaved apart by the Sword Princess, and the Scarlet King's massive body was blasted away like a cannonball, crashing through several rows of giant trees before finally stopping. Who are you? The Scarlet King looked at the Sword Princess, standing in the air, greatly shocked. The one who will kill you, the Sword Princess said coldly. Arrogant. The Scarlet King chuckled darkly, its entire body igniting as it charged towards the Sword Princess like a flaming meteor. 6th Soul Skill, Fire God-S destruction. The sword princess roared, swiftly slicing the fire god sword through the air, forming a massive character for destruction that rushed towards the Scarlet King. With a loud bang, the sword princess's fire god destruction and the Scarlet King's body exploded simultaneously in midair. This time, the Scarlet King was directly blown apart, its flesh and blood flying, and it fell back to the ground. Finally, the Scarlet King understood that this woman before it was not something it could contend with, and immediately turned to flee towards the outside of the Lake of Life. However, before it could act, Chu Qin's hand had already transformed into a dragon claw, pointing at the middle of its 3 heads. You think you can just run after hitting someone? It's not that easy. Chu Qin was very excited. He just happened to lack the 8th spirit ring, and he certainly couldn't let the Crimson King in front of him go. Human, the Crimson King said, a bit fearful amidst his surprise. If you dare to kill me in the Sodto forest, I guarantee you won't walk out of here alive. Oof. Chu Qin smirked slightly and said, you won't be able to see my outcome. Dragon God transformation. Dragon blood enhancement. At the same time, the 4 spirit rings under Yi Lingling surged, providing Chu Qin with a perfect boost. As soon as the words fell, Chu Qin's dragon claw had already reached for the Crimson King's forehead. Seeing this, the Crimson King felt flames surging all over his body and redirected all his spirit power to protect himself. However, in a severely weakened state, the Crimson King, with only a fraction of his strength remaining, was no match for Chu Qin, who was empowered by the Dragon God transformation and Yi Lingling. In an instant, the Crimson King's protective spirit power was pierced through directly by Chu Qin's dragon claw. Just at that critical moment, suddenly, a strange cat cry came from the distant jungle. The cat cry was not only extremely piercing, but also caused dizziness, making everyone unable to resist covering their ears. Chu Qin knew that this was a type of mental attack, and immediately protected himself and the 4 girls with his soul power. At that moment, the body of the Crimson King disappeared before Chu Qin's eyes. In the next instant, Chu Qin and the Sword Princess reacted and found a gigantic cat-like creature carrying the Crimson King, leaving the Lake of Life. It was the Nether Spirit Cat. Chu Qin exclaimed in surprise. She was very familiar with that cat's appearance. It looked exactly like her martial soul, and it was the first time she had seen a Nether Spirit Cat that was dozens of meters tall. Chase! At the same time, Chu Qin shouted to the Sword Princess, Brother Chu Qin, don't chase. At that moment, Erming's weak voice rang out. Hearing this, Chu Qin finally gave up the chase and led the Sword Princess back to the side of the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Great Ape. Daming, Erming, what was that soul beast just now? Why did it attack you? Xiaowu walked over and asked with a mix of urgency and surprise. I don't know either. Erming shook his head. About a year or 2 ago, on the night I was chasing after Sister Xiaowu, there was a sudden upheaval in the Sodto forest. Then, many powerful soul beasts emerged from the underground caves of the Sodto forest. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu immediately recalled the events that had happened back then. Chu Qin certainly knew the ins and outs of this matter, understanding that these soul beasts had come out in search of the Azure-Eyed Dragon King. However, he was somewhat puzzled. Why would those soul beasts attack you? Aren't you friends? No. Actually, originally, we had no disputes with them. The Sky Blue Bull Python shook its head in response. But over the years, this group of ferocious beasts has killed too many of our soul beasts, and I and Erming couldn't help but take action against some of their clansmen. As a result, we were hunted down by them. Sighing, the Titan Giant Ape added, the soul beasts there have never gotten along with us. In the past, Sister Xiaowu's father was killed by them. Chu Qin suddenly realized that Tian and the Titan Giant Ape, along with the Sky Blue Bull Python and Xiaowu, were not part of the same system. In the original text, it was indeed recorded that Xiaowu's father was also a 10,000-year soul beast who was ultimately killed for trespassing into the core area. It's no wonder that the Red King would kill the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, after all. The latter two were once the rulers of the Sodto forest. How could the awakened kings tolerate them? There can't be 2 tigers on the same mountain. As for the relationship between Ziji and Xiaowu, it was due to another level of reason. These days, Deming and I have been hiding by the Lake of Life, afraid to go out. The Sky Blue Bull Python continued to sigh. If it weren't for Aunt Mei Wu's body being here, Deming and I would have escaped the Sodto forest long ago. Is Mom's body still there? Xiaowu hurriedly asked. It's at the bottom of the Lake of Life. We are protecting it very well, replied the Sky Blue Bull Python. Doming, Adming, you have suffered, Xiaowu said with pain. She came to revive her mother, but almost lost 2 younger brothers. Chu Qin also sighed greatly. he decided that this journey would not only revive the charm dance, but also eliminate the dangers posed by the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. The key to resolving this danger lies with Gu Yuna. Chu Qin's strength is already formidable, and with Su Daji, Medusa, and a bunch of Soul Beast experience cards, releasing them all to eliminate Di Tian and his group shouldn't be a problem. However, the only one he fears is Gu Yuna. Although Gu Yuna is severely injured, he still has no confidence against his future wife. Host, I know this is a blatant hint. The system prompt sounds. Ding. Goddess mission released. Mission. Sacrifice the heavenly dream ice silkworm as the 8th spirit ring to gain 300 favorability from Gu Yuna. The goddess mission for Gu Yuna has really arrived. Chu Qin said with some surprise. System, you are truly in line with my thoughts. Wait. Sacrificing the heavenly dream ice silkworm to obtain the 8th spirit ring is a bit difficult. If Chu Qin remembers correctly, the heavenly dream ice silkworm should be in the core area of the Sodto forest, being absorbed like an experienced baby by Di Tian and others. Chu Qin, this is simply snatching food from the tiger's mouth. However, Chu Qin must give it a try. By the way, Sister Xiaowu, let's run quickly. At this moment, the titan giant ape said, the fierce beasts in the core area have already awakened. They are very powerful and will definitely come to seek revenge on us. Especially, they have a black dragon king, whose strength can be described as terrifying. Deming, Erming, why don't you leave first? Xiaowu paused and said, I must revive my mother first. Sister Xiaowu, have you found a way to revive Aunt Mei Wu? Deming said with surprise. Yes, Xiaowu replied. There's no time to explain, we must act quickly. Chu Qin, why don't you leave first too? I'll revive my mother by myself. Xiaowu finally turned to Chu Qin. She didn't want anyone else to fall into danger because of her. Xiaowu, if I leave you behind, how can I still be a man? Chu Qin said irritably. Let's do this, Sword Princess Deming. Ming, you take Zhu Qing, Rong Rong, and Ling Ling and leave first. I will revive Xiaowu's mother with her, and then come find you. No way. To his surprise, Zhu Qing and Ning Rong Rong said in unison. Even Yi Lingling said the same. Since Chu Qin cared so much about them, how could they not care about his safety? Seek, Fina. Chu Qin felt very touched, but sighed, you all stay here, Xiaowu, and I will be back soon. After saying that, Chu Qin took Xiaowu and jumped into the Lake of Life. Although Chu Qin knew that the Lake of Life was very deep, otherwise it wouldn't be able to accommodate the massive sky blue bull python. However, the depth of the Lake of Life exceeded his imagination. Chu Qin and Xiaowu delved deeper. Approximately 5,000 meters in, and apart from the light from Chu Qin and Xiaowu's soul rings, there was not a trace of sunlight around. At the same time, the temperature dropped sharply. Fortunately, they finally found the cave located at the bottom of the Lake of Life. This cave was clearly infused with soul power, preventing the lake water from flowing inside. Inside the cave, there was shining cold ice everywhere, a perfect ice cavern. At the front was a passageway, and Chu Qin and Xiaowu followed the passage inward. This cave was left by my father, Xiaowu said with a hint of sadness as they walked. He is a cold ice spirit rabbit, and it is because of his cave that my mother's body can be preserved intact. Chu Qin could hear the desolation in Xiaowu's words, took her hand, and gave her a gentle smile, saying, Wu, the deceased has passed. Try not to think too much about it. Heavenly dream, ice silkworm. Xiaowu replied, our main priority now is to revive my mother, and then bring Daming, Erming, and the others to safely leave the Sodto forest. Before long, the two reached the end of the passageway. What came into view was a huge ice sculpture. The ice sculpture was transparent, and inside it, one could clearly see a large pink soft bone charm rabbit. It lay there quietly, motionless. Without a doubt, that was the body of Mei Wu. This cold ice is so unique, Chu Qin exclaimed, looking at the sparkling white ice before him. Xiaowu smiled and said, Chu Qin, don't underestimate this piece of cold ice. It is called eternal ice marrow, which can never melt. Legend has it that soul beasts that consume it can quickly enhance their cultivation. This may be the only piece in the entire Sodto forest, and my father found it with great difficulty. So that's how it is. Chu Qin nodded slightly and said, then let's break open the ice marrow and prepare to revive your mother. Xiaowu nodded repeatedly. At that moment, an astonishing scene occurred. They discovered that beside the ice sculpture lay a strange creature. The creature, of unknown origin, was a soft white color, curled up in a ball, resembling a huge cotton ball. What is this? Xiaowu exclaimed in surprise. Chu Qin was also a bit uncertain, protecting the young Xiaowu and slowly walked towards the creature. Just then, the creature moved. A huge head emerged from its curled cotton cloud body, leisurely opening its small mouth to nibble on a nearby ice sculpture. "Stop it!" Xiaowu shouted when she saw the creature trying to gnaw at the frozen ice of Chun Feng Mei Wu. Who dares to scare my Tianming brother?" The creature was startled and quickly turned around, looking at Chu Qin and Xiaowu, speaking human words. Now, Chu Qin and Xiaowu could see its true form. It was an ice silkworm. The ice silkworm had a round head, over a meter in diameter, and was about 6 to 7 meters long. Its body was a jade-white color, crystal clear, with a glowing aura swirling beneath its skin, and it even had a pair of sparkling golden eyes on its head. "Where did this bug come from?" Xiaowu exclaimed. "You're the bug. Your whole family is bugs." The Tianming ice silkworm, not sensing the presence of soul bees from Xiaowu and Chu Qin, replied arrogantly, "I am the Tianming ice silkworm, a proper 99,000-year-old. No way. These are two humans. If I reveal my identity, they might use my beautiful body to make a soul ring." Tianming brother, Tianming ice silkworm. Chu Qin, combining the shape of the ice silkworm and its earlier words, thought of the Tianming ice silkworm that was captured by Emperor Tian. Isn't this exactly his mission? Chu Qin was extremely shocked. He didn't understand how the dream ice silkworm could appear here. In fact, what Chu Qin didn't know was that on that day, the dream ice silkworm had managed to escape from the land of kings with its last bit of spirit power, while Di Tian, Guyuna, and the various kings were focused on searching for the azure-eyed dragon king. Hungry and desperate, the dream ice silkworm caught the scent of the sealed charm dance's millennium ice marrow and followed the smell to this place. Due to the soul beast riot, the sky blue bull python and the titan great ape also dared not reside in the lake of life, so no one disturbed it. Thus, the dream ice silkworm was able to live here once again in a comfortable life of eating and sleeping, much like in the northern lands. At this moment, Xiaowu angrily wanted to make a move, but was stopped by Chu Qin. "Xiaowu, this is a good thing. Don't rush." The system wanted the dream ice silkworm to be sacrificed, so Chu Qin naturally couldn't kill it directly. "Who are you to dare intrude into my territory, dream brother?" The dream ice silkworm said shamelessly, looking at Xiaowu and Chu Qin. "Shameless?" Xiaowu retorted angrily. "This is a place left to me by my father. Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk to you." As soon as the dream ice silkworm finished speaking, a strong aura erupted from its delicate little mouth. That aura quickly solidified into white silkworm threads, rushing towards Chu Qin and Xiaowu. However, Chu Qin simply drew the ice sword and waved it lightly, dissolving the dream ice silkworm's silkworm thread attack. Although the dream ice silkworm had been asleep for hundreds of thousands of years and was indeed a 990,000-year soul beast, its attack power was pitifully weak, combined with the long-term results of being devoured by Di Tian and the others. Its combat power might not even match that of an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast, let alone be a match for Chu Qin. "What?" The dream ice silkworm exclaimed in shock. "This is bad, I can't win, run." With a determined thought, a space was torn apart beneath its feet, and the dream ice silkworm hurriedly burrowed inside. However, halfway through, it found itself unable to move. Chu Qin's palm grabbed his plump body and pulled him out of the spatial passage. "Ouch!" The dream ice silkworm was thrown against the ice wall by Chu Qin, crying out in pain. Immediately after, Xiaowu took the opportunity to use the 8-dan throw and began to beat the dream ice silkworm fiercely. "Run. Keep running." Then, Xiaowu clapped her hands, her face filled with anger. "No more running, no more running." The dream ice silkworm replied, "Please spare me. I'm just a waste, useless to you humans. Just treat it like a fart and let me go." "You are not a waste." Chu Qin smiled calmly. "You are a 990,000-year soul beast. How could you be a waste?" "What?" "Chu Qin," Xiaowu exclaimed in surprise. "How do you know that?" The dream ice silkworm asked in astonishment. "Wait? Who is a 990,000-year soul beast? I'm so stupid. Why did I admit it? He has no evidence." The dream ice silkworm thought to himself. "All right, whether you admit it or not, the only two paths left for you to choose are." Chu Qin replied calmly. "First, die at my hands. Second, you voluntarily sacrifice yourself." "Why should I? I would never sacrifice myself to you." The dream ice silkworm retorted. "I know that you are now a broken body. Your time is running out." Chu Qin replied, "If you sacrifice yourself to me, perhaps you will have a chance to live." "A 1T. The dream ice silkworm responded, "I am a noble 990,000-year soul beast. Even if I die, I would never sacrifice myself to a human." Well then, I guess I have no choice but to kill you. Chu Qin's my. But you need to think clearly. Once you die, the Ice Emperor you love will completely become someone else's wife. You, how do you know about the Ice Emperor? The Dream Ice Silkworm was shocked. That's none of your concern. Chu Qin replied, Dream Ice Silkworm, either die in my hands, and I will cook your body to eat, or sacrifice yourself to me, and I can guarantee you will see the Ice Emperor again. Anyway, Chu Qin held absolute initiative and felt he could say whatever he wanted. Of course, what Chu Qin said was not a lie. He could indeed let the Dream Ice Silkworm see the Ice Emperor, but he didn't say he would bring them together. After all, the Ice Emperor is one of the goddesses, and she belongs to him. X-ray vision originally. Chu Qin thought the Dream Ice Silkworm would choose to sacrifice himself. After all, he had brought up the Ice Emperor. However, the Dream Ice Silkworm seemed ungrateful. Just because you say I can see the Ice Emperor means I can see her. I don't believe you. I know you are coveting my body, coveting my 990,000 year soul ring. Sigh. Ice Emperor, in this lifetime, I have no fate with you. Well, I have suffered so much in this Douluo forest. I'll fight you to the end. In the next moment, a powerful mental force was released from the Dream Ice Silkworm. In an instant, Chu Qin felt a slight shock to his head, and even Xiaowu covered her head, starting to feel intense pain. You dare to lay hands on Xiaowu. Chu Qin was instantly enraged. Then, he rushed to the side of the Dream Ice Silkworm and delivered a heavy punch to its body. I'm done for. The Dream Ice Silkworm shouted in anger. As soon as the voice fell, a golden dawn began to bloom from the body of the Dream Ice Silkworm. Not good. Chu Qin, it seems like it's going to self-destruct. Xiaowu exclaimed. Chu Qin did not expect the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm to be so extreme, which was somewhat beyond his expectations. Wanting to self-destruct is not that easy. After speaking, Chu Qin's soul power surged towards the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, trying to stop its actions. At the same time, beside Chu Qin, two lights, one pink and one red, lit up simultaneously, and then Sodto and Medusa, two stunning beauties, appeared next to Chu Qin. In the next moment, Sodto and Medusa acted together, using their soul power to directly lock the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. In terms of mental strength, the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm is indeed the best among soul masters, but in terms of soul power, is pitifully weak and cannot compete with Chu Qin and the other two. The self-destruction of the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm stopped. What do you want to do? The heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm exclaimed in horror. Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, are you sure you don't want to sacrifice? Chu Qin tried to persuade the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, but it did not appreciate his efforts, which made him somewhat angry. I won't sacrifice, even if I die. The heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm shouted. I will never submit to a mere human. Chu Qin, let me handle this. At that moment, a melodious voice rang in Chu Qin's ear, and the soul of Mei Wu appeared beside him once again. Mom, Xiaowu said excitedly. Mei Wu smiled slightly at Xiaowu, then turned to Chu Qin and said, Chu Qin, I can use my mental power to confuse its mind and make the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm sacrifice itself. Hearing this, Chu Qin frowned slightly. He knew that the spiritual power of the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm was not ordinary strong. However, facing the stubborn heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, he had no other choice. So he nodded and said, Auntie, be careful. Don't worry. As Mew's voice fell, pink light burst from her eyes, aimed at the golden little eyes of the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. In the next moment, the body of the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm began to sway, gradually being controlled by Mew's enchanting ability. However, soon, a strong golden light emitted from within the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, trying to dispel Mew's charm. Playing with spiritual power in front of me, you still. Before the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm could finish, two stronger spiritual powers pierced through towards it, which were the powers of Medusa and Sodto. In an instant, the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm began to experience intense pain. Although it was the strongest spiritual power soul beast in the history of Douluo continent, it had already been devoured by Emperor Tian and others. Moreover, it was no longer a million-year soul beast, only 99,000 years. Therefore, under the strong interference of Sodto and Medusa, the spiritual barrier of the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm collapsed. Stop, stop, stop. I was wrong. The heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm cried out. I agree to sacrifice. Please don't torment me. Hearing this, Sodto and the others stopped their mental attacks. Chu Qin coldly spoke, "Heavenly Dream, Ice Silkworm. You'd better not play tricks in front of me, otherwise." "Don't worry," the Heavenly Dream, Ice Silkworm replied, still feeling apprehensive. "What I say goes. I'm not like those bastards in the Sodto forest who invited me to their place as guests, only to treat me like a 10,000-year ice marrow to eat. However, human." The Heavenly Dream, Ice Silkworm continued to look at Chu Qin and said, "If I sacrifice to you, will you really take me to meet the Ice Emperor?" Chu Qin remained silent. The moment Tianming Bankan attacked Xiaowu, Chu Qin's goodwill towards him vanished completely. "Why so much nonsense? If you don't sacrifice, then die," Su Daji said angrily. "Sai, forget it, brother admits defeat." Under the eaves, Tianming Bankan had to bow his head. In the next moment, Tianming Bingsan's body began to burn. And ultimately the flames consumed his body, transforming into a golden light that surged into Chu Qin's body. In an instant, Chu Qin felt a jolt in his mind. He immediately summoned his martial soul ring, adjusting his state to the best condition, and forcefully endured the mental shock from Tianming Bankan. The mental power of Tianming Bankan is terrifying. In the original work, it was recorded that Tianming Bankan sacrificed itself to a mental-type title Douluo, ultimately causing the latter to die from strain. However, who is Chu Qin? With a 6th soul ring, he possesses the existence of a 100,000-year soul ring, plus the Lioli King Kong body and other series of secret techniques obtained through sign-ins. His body's endurance is not something a title Douluo can compare to. Even so, while Chu Qin's body wouldn't be destroyed, his spirit began to suffer from a twisted impact, and Tianming Bankan caused him to experience intense pain. Chu Qin. Seeing Chu Qin's call, Xiaowu felt extremely pained. "Xiaowu, don't disturb him." Mei Wu stopped Xiaowu, saying, "He is accepting Tianming Bingsan's sacrifice, and if he is disturbed, it will be irreparable." At that moment, accompanied by a violent sound, an endless golden light burst forth from Chu Qin's body. This golden light was extremely dazzling, illuminating the entire ice cave. Not only that, a powerful mental force was released, causing the entire life lake and even the surrounding space to tremble. This energy was quickly detected by the people from the Land of Kings, finally locating the aura of Tianming Bankan. "Xiangjun, follow me to the life lake." "Yes." Meanwhile, beneath Chu Qin's feet, the soul rings of yellow, purple, black, red, and rose gold, along with the outermost layer of 7 soul rings, revealed a brilliant bright golden soul ring with some red edges. This meant that this soul ring was infinitely close to a 1,000,000-year soul ring. Although it was a 99,000-year soul ring, the soul ring sacrificed by Tianming was quite special, not giving Chu Qin a significant increase in soul power. At this moment, Chu Qin had only reached level 82, which was still a result of the accumulation of his soul power. Of course, the biggest benefit of the Sky Dream Soul Ring was that it allowed Chu Qin's mental power to increase at an exponential rate. He could easily sweep his consciousness, and his mental power instantly covered the entire lake of life. Not only that, Chu Qin discovered that his consciousness had an amazing ability to see through the essence of all objects. In other words, it was X-ray vision. He could see the true essence beneath Xiaowu's clothes. The Imperial Heaven Bear King, this soul skill is not bad. Chu Qin revealed a peculiar smile. Ding! Detected successful sacrifice of the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm, gaining a 300 favorability rating from Gu Yuna. This is a success. Chu Qin immediately showed joy. With Gu Yuna's favorability, Chu Qin was no longer afraid of any creatures in the Sodto forest. "Chu Qin, did you really obtain a 990,000-year soul ring?" Seeing the red-bordered golden ring beneath Chu Qin's feet, Xiaowu exclaimed joyfully. "Yes, Chu Qin, note that. Unbelievable. There is actually a human who can absorb a 990,000-year soul ring." Mei Wu sighed. "By the way, Auntie, let's quickly revive you." Chu Qin suddenly reacted. "Right, hurry and revive Mom." Xiaowu followed. "Okay." Mei Wu also nodded. Then, Chu Qin broke the 10,000-year ice marrow outside Mei Wu's body and placed the crystal dragon blood ginseng in her mouth. In the next moment, under the guidance of Chu Qin's soul power, Mei Wu's soul began to enter her body. The revival process was extremely slow. However, Chu Qin was not worried at all. With Gu Yuna's 300 favorability, the kings of the Sodto forest would surely obey him, just as Chu Qin was reviving Mei Wu by the Lake of Life. "Deming, what was that commotion just now? Sister Xiaowu and brother Chu Qin have been gone for so long. Could there be any danger?" The Titan giant ape looked at the bottom of the Lake of Life, puzzled. Chu Qin can't be in danger, Ning Rongrong said confidently. Yes, we should be careful of the soul beast's revenge. The sky blue bull python replied. Ladies, be careful, I sense killing intent. The sword princess said coldly to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. What killing intent? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were both startled. Look there. Suddenly, the Titan giant ape pointed to the sky. They saw a giant soul beast soaring in the sky. The soul beast was about 10 meters tall, covered in a dense, heavy dark gold fur, with arms that were extraordinarily long, hanging down at its sides. With such a massive body, the length of its arms actually exceeded its knees, and on the back of its hands extended several meters long golden claws. It's the dark gold terror claw bear, Bear King. The Titan giant ape exclaimed. The sword princess's gaze did not linger on the dark gold terror claw bear, but instead looked at its shoulder. There, a red-haired middle-aged man stood against the wind. At this moment, the dark gold terror claw bear completely ignored the Titan giant ape and others, carrying the middle-aged man to hover above the lake of life. The latter looked down at the bottom of the lake of life and smiled faintly, saying, Yes, it's here. Bear King, do it. Upon hearing this, the Bear King raised its massive arms high, and in the next moment, terrifying energy surged from its body, causing the lake of life to slowly part. Stop! Duming, Ming, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing shouted simultaneously. Immediately, Ming and Ming activated their soul power and roared towards the dark gold terror claw bear. However, the sword princess did not act immediately. She stood protectively beside Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, as this was the task Chu Qin had assigned her. I thought it was someone, just a little monkey and a little python. The red-haired man, standing on the Bear King's shoulder, smiled faintly. In the next moment, his eyes emitted a scarlet glow. Time seemed to freeze for an instant, and space changed. Ming and Ming, who were clearly charging at the Bear King, suddenly crashed into a nearby hill due to the red-haired man's manipulation of space. Thunderbolt annihilation. A powerful bolt of lightning erupted from the sky blue bull python's mouth, charging towards the red-haired man. However, the result was the same. The lightning from the sky blue bull python had not yet reached the red-haired man before it turned and struck the Titan giant ape instead. The Titan giant ape immediately became furious, pounding its chest with its arms, and then smashed a fist into the ground. In an instant, the earth shook, and both the red-haired man and the Bear King swayed, while the parted lake of life began to heal again. One annoying guy, the red-haired man chuckled coldly.